This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. The spring flowers are in full bloom, and the green willows are like grass. It is a good season for grass and warblers. It was rare that there was a spring rain the day before. Today, the air is still wet, and breathing is particularly smooth. Many people go out for a walk. The spring breeze is like the sheep-fat pancreas of a lover, blowing shyly. The morning light is very soft, shining on the white-clothed scholar who turned around the corner of the street as if he was plated with furry golden thorns. He is about 18 or 19 years old, with a handsome face. He walks while nervously tidying his clothes and hats, with an expression full of expectation. The scholar in white went through the streets and alleys and came to the gate of a small courtyard with 2 entrances in the suburbs. He stopped and exhaled slowly. He then raised his hand and knocked on the door panel. He unexpectedly found that the door creaked and opened by itself. Shinke? He stood outside the door and called twice. After waiting for a long time, there was no movement. His heart was pounding. He walked 2 steps inside. After seeing the scene in the courtyard clearly, his head buzzed, his eyes suddenly widened, and his throat chuckled a few times. Shinke? A naked girl was lying on her back on the stone table under the tree to the east. Her lower body was dragging on the ground, and her head was limply hanging along the stone table. Her 2 empty eyes were staring at the door, full of unwillingness and humiliation. A small pig pen was built with bricks and stones at the corner of the west wall. 2 pigs were eating hard. When they heard the noise, they raised their heads with their mouths smacked. Blood flowed down their fat heads while chewing. At their feet, 2 bodies with completely disfigured faces were clearly placed. The Ministry of Justice is handling a case. All idle people should get out of the way. The peaceful market was suddenly disrupted by a burst of rapid horse hoof sounds from the west. The crisp female voice was particularly outstanding. While the people instinctively avoided the sides of the road, they couldn't help but stretch their necks to look. Then several figures were seen coming quickly from far to near. The horses under them were flying like flying horses, which were very handsome. The young girl in the lead was dressed in red like fire. She controlled the reins with her right hand and held the token high with her left hand to lead the way. Behind her followed a woman in a 6th-rank official robe and several guards, all of whom were majestic. The group was so fast that they passed through the streets and alleys in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only a cloud of dust and sand. Only the faint sound of horse hooves in the air reminded people that this was not an illusion. Is it a woman? Not just any woman. Have you heard of Yin, the head of the criminal department? Is it the #1 female head of the world chosen by the saint? Ah, I remember that Duke Dingwa was her man. No, it was Duke Ongwa. Hey, there were a few dukes in every dynasty, so it's not rare. But this female head of the police, who made achievements like men, it's unprecedented. Suiyun County is located at the foot of the emperor, and not everyone can be a 7th-rank official. The current county magistrate Fei Tao was born in a family of scholars in Jiangnan. Now, at the age of 30, he is wearing an official robe, which means he is young and promising. He was originally a respectable man, but now he has completely lost his manners. He is squatting under a big willow tree with a sallow face, hunched back, and dying. There are several yamen runners in the same shape as him. The piles of earth at their feet are newly buried, and there are faint traces of dark liquid on the edges. The humid air seems to be heavier than usual. The smell of rottenness and vomit in the air has penetrated into the texture of clothes, following them like a shadow, and has not dissipated for a long time. Sir! A skinny little yamen runner ran from a distance, panting. I heard the noise. Upon hearing this, Fei Tao hurriedly stood up. However, he had been squatting for too long, and his eyes were dark. His legs and feet were numb, and he was shaking like an old man. Fortunately, the young yamen servant was quick-witted and stepped forward to pull him hard. He threw an approving look, gargled, and wiped his mouth with a handkerchief soaked in water from the attendant, rearranged his official uniform and hat, cleared his throat, and said, "Let's go. Follow me to greet them." As soon as the voice fell, a breeze blew, and the smell that had finally dissipated came back again. Fei Tao couldn't help but reverberate the scene of the human tragedy just now in his mind, and he immediately took the lead in retching. Not long after, a burst of rapid horse hoof sounds came to the front, and the first one was a woman wearing a 6th-rank military officer uniform with embroidered tiger patches and a plain silver belt around her waist, rolling off the saddle. And her movements were free and easy like flowing clouds in water. She casually patted the horse's head and threw the reins back. A burly man following her silently stepped forward and took them in his hands. "Thank you for your hard work, Lord Fei." The woman bowed to Fei Tao and said directly, "Is the scene the courtyard in front?" As she spoke, her small nose twitched slightly, as if she had smelled the strong smell of blood and rot in the air, and her two heroic eyebrows frowned. Behind her right was a young girl who was only 18 or 19 years old. At this time, she took the initiative to show Fei Tao the official documents and waist badge. After doing all this quickly, she quietly retreated, looking like an elite soldier. Fei Tao saw that she was wearing a tight-sleeved short-sleeved jacket, a long lacquered sword on her waist, and her hair was tied up in a high ponytail behind her head, with a thin jade and gold hairband. It was clearly a rare Jianghu outfit, but her behavior was quite orderly, and there was a familiar calmness between her eyebrows. It seemed that she was from a good family. In his mind, he had already guessed her origin. It seems that this person is the legendary General Su's sister, Miss Su Qian, who is a traitor and follows Captain Yin. His many thoughts flashed in a flash. After verifying the identity of the visitor, he bowed solemnly to the leading woman, Suiyuan County Magistrate Fei Tao. "Meet Lord Yin." Yin Jiao didn't like to play tricks with others. Seeing him cooperate like this, his face relaxed a little. He nodded immediately and motioned him to stand up and answer. "Human life is at stake, and it is under the feet of the Emperor. Grain Rain is coming soon. The Queen Mother will personally lead the ladies to offer sacrifices. If we don't solve the case before then, I'm afraid people will panic. You and I must work together to try to close the case as soon as possible." Yin Jiao, who is one of the ladies, felt that the burden on her shoulders was heavy. She slowly exhaled and waved her hand. "Let's go and see the scene." Because the time and place of the murder were too sensitive, and it was such a cruel case of exterminating a whole family, Fei Tao reported it to the Ministry of Justice immediately. However, he did not expect that the person who came was the female head constable Huang Zijia, who had emerged in recent years. For a long time, the officialdom was dominated by men. Now there was suddenly a woman, and people who had never met her were always uneasy. But now that she was as capable as a man, Fei Tao had hope in his heart. When working, Yin Jiao always raced against time and did not waste even the fragmented time. As she led the people over there, she also took the time to ask, "What is the situation of the deceased's family?" Although Fei Tao was a young man before he became an official, he was very diligent in his official duties and knew the situation of the people under his jurisdiction very well. He had just done his homework and answered without hesitation, "The head of the household is Wang Yue, now 45 years old. He studied in his early years, but he did not have any official title. He came here when he was in his teens and has been doing some copying and selling couplets to make a living. Many people from several nearby counties came here to see him. He was a diligent and conscientious person. Over the years, he had accumulated dozens of acres of land and lived a good life. His wife, Qin, was 3 years younger than him. She had always been in poor health and occasionally did some embroidery work. The couple did not like to get involved in other people's affairs. After many years of marriage, they had a daughter, Qi, who just turned 17 last month. Who would have thought? It was such a happy and warm family of 3. But who would have thought that they were all killed? The most common thing in this line of work is human tragedy. Yin Jiao sighed in his heart and asked, "Who is the person who reported the case? Where is he now?" It was a scholar from the county school, named Lu Min. He was frightened and his speech was inverted. Like a madman, he was sent to the clinic and injected with a few needles and tranquilizers. It will take more than an hour for him to wake up. Fei Tao answered. "Does Lu Min know the Wang family?" Yin Jiao asked as he stepped into the door. The crime scene in front of him. Fei Tao finally shook his head. "I don't know for the time being. I dare not speak rashly. I have sent people to ask the neighbors." Yin Jiao nodded. "Okay. Let's take a look at the scene first." Before coming, Yin Jiao had heard the Yamen runners, who went to report the case, roughly describe the scene. So now he can match it up. After entering the door, the first thing he saw was the white cloth covering the stone table on the east side, and the pigpen on the west side, which was closer, was also covered with 2 blood-stained pieces. There was a human-shaped bulge under the cloth, and a large piece of dark red mark spread on the still somewhat moist land. Wang Yui's family is just as Fei Tao said. They live a life of honesty and meticulousness. The small courtyard is well organized. The roads leading to each door are paved with bluestone slabs. And even the pigsty, which should be a filthy place, is very neat. The half pigsty at the base of the wall is built with fine blue bricks and stone tiles. The half-man-high wooden fence is wiped clean. And the ground soil has no old dirt except blood stains. Where is the first crime scene? Yin Jiao asked. Under normal circumstances, it is unlikely that both victims are standing in the pigsty. Right? Sure enough. Fei Tao pointed to a red mark under the corridor of the main house and said, it should be there. And then the murderer threw the two victims into the pigsty, and should have carried them in. And intermittent dripping bloodstains can still be seen along the way. Several Yamen runners were busy trying to find clues left by the murderer. Seeing the two adults coming together, they stopped their work and greeted them. Yin Jiao waved his hand. You guys do your work. I'll take a look first. There was not much blood under the corridor, and the red in the dragging marks outside the corridor was almost invisible after being washed by rain. She sighed softly. It seems that the murderer should have killed the two people and immediately dumped the bodies. Otherwise, it would not be possible to have this little blood. But why is there only one place? Fei Tao also thought so. After listening to the next question, he said, this subordinate also finds it strange. Before the adults came just now, the coroner also took a rough look and did not find any obvious external injuries on Qin's body for the time being. No injuries? Yin Jiao said in surprise. Yes. Fei Tao nodded and bowed. We still need to rely on your advice and check carefully. Yin Jiao said nothing, and took another quick look, motioning the Yamen runners to continue their work, and then returned to the pigpen to check the body. Fei Tao briefly described what Yin Jiao had found before he came, and then introduced him sideways. This is the coroner of this county. The coroner came forward upon hearing the voice, and saluted Yin Jiao with a bit of respect and fear. Yin Jiao had a deep affection for his colleagues, and extended his hand to support him. No need to be polite. Let's take a look together. The coroner hurriedly bit his waist even lower and said, No. No. Please. 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 Although he lived near the capital, it was the first time for him to face such a high-ranking official. It was said that he had a lot of backers behind him. He was so scared that he didn't know what to say. Yin Jiao saw him wiping his sweat with his sleeves, feeling helpless. He wanted to say something but didn't say it. Seeing this, Fei Tao simply took the lead and continued to introduce, although the three dead people had outer robes on. They were very messy. Inside was pajamas. They probably heard noises in their sleep, and got up to put on clothes to check and were killed. How are the doors, windows and walls? Yin Jiao asked. Fei Tao shook his head. I have ordered people to check in advance. There are no signs of climbing, smashing or prying on the doors, windows and walls. There are only two possibilities. Either the courtyard door was not closed at the time of the crime, or the murderer was let in by the dead. Yin Jiao frowned when she contacted the Yamen runner, who came to inform her of the approximate time of death. Who would come in the middle of the night? And under normal circumstances, even if there were guests visiting late at night, it would definitely not be the business of a lady in the boudoir. So there was no reason for her to get up and put on her clothes. If the murderer had killed the two parents first, and then went to find Chi K, the latter would have been busy escaping and probably had no time to put on clothes. Thinking of this, she suddenly asked again, Are there any signs of outsiders staying at home? Nothing has been found yet, said Fei Tao. The bed is very flat and clean, and I can't see anything. Yin Jiao frowned unconsciously, temporarily shelved this clue, and turned her attention back to the pigpen. Chapter 2. It seemed that the rain was still falling last night, and there was no scorching sun afterwards, so the ground was still very wet, which seriously accelerated the decay process. There was a large area of dark red blood on the ground on one side of the body covered with white cloth, and countless flies were hovering in the air, buzzing with the stench. Most of the young Yamen runners had never experienced such a shocking scene before, and their faces turned pale, and their throats kept rolling. Yin Jiao and his apprentice, A Miao, quickly changed into special smocks, and felt boots soaked in tung oil, put on fish skin gloves, stepped into the pigpen, raised their hands to lift the white cloth covering the body, and squatted down to check. In March, the weather gradually warmed up, which was easy to breed corruption. The continuous rain made it worse. I don't know how long the two people have been dead. Not only are there many maggots crawling in the wounds, but even the land soaked in blood is also white. As soon as the two stepped on it, the sound of tiny bursting was heard. In the 2 years since Fei Tao took office, he had never seen such a disgusting and brutal scene. He thought he had vomited out all the breakfast just now. But when he saw it again, his chest was still rolling, and he couldn't help but feel sour in his eyes. He and the other Yamen runners vomited out the leftovers of yesterday's midnight snack with sour water. Unexpectedly, Captain Yin and the two little girls he brought with him remained calm. Everyone was shocked as they vomited, and they unconsciously showed respect. It has been rainy in recent days, and the temperature has fluctuated. The method of calculating the time of death based on the decay of the corpse and the development of maggots will have some errors. Yin Jiao poked the blood-soaked ground with tools, turned over a layer of soil, and took out a glass bead from somewhere and threw it on the ground. He watched it roll towards the wall, then grabbed it and said, "Get some water." "Yes." Before the people in Suiyun County office could react, the horse-leading attendant, who came with Yin Jiao, had already clasped his fists and left. Fei Tao, who had just finished vomiting, looked up and saw the glass bead, and his expression suddenly became complicated. If he was not mistaken, it should be the moonlight bead that was tribute from the western regions a few years ago. It was named because there was a crescent moon carved inside the bead, which was particularly bright and dazzling under the moonlight. Although it was not rare in the palace, it was rare among the people. The saint gave it to the favored ministers as a reward. My uncle was a third-rank official, and was also lucky enough to get a pair. However, now, one of them has just rolled a few times in a pigsty full of maggots and blood. There was a well outside the yard, and soon, the follower came back with a full bucket of water in one hand. The Yamen runners saw that he looked relaxed and at ease, and the water that was almost to the edge of the bucket did not spill a drop, which showed his divine power. And they were all envious. Yin Jiao didn't know what Fei Tao was thinking. In fact, this bead was sent by her husband along with a bunch of brilliant jewelry, under the pretext of playing with it. In Yin Jiao's eyes, this bead was too much like the glass marbles of later generations, even less transparent than glass. So she didn't take it too seriously. She accidentally made a surprising move by scooping a few buckets of water and splashing it on the ground. The clear water quickly turned light red, and then it disappeared into the wall with maggots. She simply estimated the time, and then said to everyone, "This courtyard is high in the middle and low around. Once it rains, the rainwater can quickly gather at the wall, and then flow into the drainage ditch we saw before entering the door through the reserved holes. You see the bloodstains seeping into the ground. They are also going in this direction." Miao blinked, her eyes a little confused. "Drainage ditch?" Yin Jiao shook his head. "How many times have I told you? Look more and observe carefully." Miao and Su Qian, who was standing guard on the side, said "Oh" together. Very educated. Fei Tao, who witnessed the on-site teaching, also recalled unconsciously. In fact, as a local parent official, he is very clear about the architectural layout of the house. But it is such an inconspicuous little detail that he really didn't connect it for a while. But then again, is the drainage ditch related to this case? He thought so. So he asked honestly, "Of course it is related. I can confirm that the rain had just stopped when the body was thrown into the pigpen, and there was only a little water on the ground. In addition, with the two methods mentioned above, the 3 lines combined into one, the time of death is very accurate." Yin Jiao further explained, "The body has not moved since it was thrown in. You see, the blood did not penetrate deeply, but far exceeded the land diffusion area under normal circumstances, indicating that the blood is very likely not slowly seeping in, but spreading along the water. Judging from the flow rate just now, the drainage here is good. If it is raining, the blood should be basically washed away and spread to the base of the wall. If the rain has stopped for a long time, the blood cannot flow smoothly, and naturally most of it will gather around the body and slowly penetrate the ground." She broke it down and explained it in detail, so everyone didn't have to think about it anymore, and they felt suddenly enlightened after thinking about it. Fei Tao immediately called his capable men forward. Take people to the homes of nearby residents to ask when the rain stopped yesterday. Even in the same county, the time when the rain stopped in different locations would be different. Although it was slight, the difference did exist. He could think of this, which showed that he was a careful and thoughtful person. There were obvious bite marks on the head and neck and one arm of the 2 corpses. especially one Yue, whose right hand was almost completely gone, and his right arm and shoulder also exposed the white bones, which was really shocking. Yin Jiao sighed again and suddenly asked, "Where is the pig?" Fei Tao was stunned by her jumping topic, and after a pause, he answered, "Killed it." After that, he added a few more words. According to the coroner's speculation, this family had been dead for at least a day when they were found. The two pigs were growing fat and were very hungry. They ate very ferociously, and the yamen runners were almost bitten. In order to take back the bodies, they were killed. Yin Jiao sighed, "It's pitiful enough to be killed. At least leave them a whole body. Kill the pigs as soon as possible to see if you can get something out of their stomachs." Fei Tao nodded. A Miao roughly estimated the time of death. It's now past 12:30. And although he doesn't know the exact time when the rain stops, it must be at least more than 10 hours. "Master, if the pigs are really that ferocious, they wouldn't have eaten so little in more than a day, right?" she asked in a low voice. "Although this is cruel, it makes sense." Yin Jiao hummed casually. His eyes had already withdrawn from the wound, and began to study the abdominal wound of the male dead. At the same time, he said calmly, "Although pigs are omnivores, they have been domesticated for a long time, and are used to eating pig food. If they are not very hungry, they probably won't eat meat right away. And look at these two dead bodies. The damage to the female body is much less serious. It should be because there is no external injury, and the lack of blood smell attracts it." She spoke softly, but because the surroundings were too quiet, it became clear. I don't know which yamen runner took the lead in retching, and everyone felt that they would not want to hear eating meat again for at least a few days. These two words, Ah Miao suddenly realized. Master means that although the two dead bodies were thrown into the pigsty when the murderer left, they were not eaten immediately. Instead, the two pigs waited for feed for a long time, and were so hungry that they... Yin Jiao nodded, and carefully checked for a while. He had an idea in mind, and asked someone to wash the body again. After another look, the wound looks like it was caused by a kitchen knife. From this point of view, it is more likely that the murderer killed in passion. But it cannot be completely ruled out that he brought the murder weapon. Let someone go to the kitchen first. Besides his job, Yin Jiao's biggest hobby is cooking. He basically spends his free time in the kitchen. He is very familiar with kitchen utensils. He was sure of the murder weapon as soon as he saw the wound. After saying that, she stood up, while relieving the dizziness caused by squatting for a long time, and instructed, "The weather is hot and humid, which is easy to breed diseases. Use some insecticide first, and then use quicklime to clean it thoroughly. Also notify the family. I want to further autopsy." The knife wound in the man's abdomen was obviously a fatal wound, but the cause of death of the female victim is still a mystery. I hope the autopsy can bring the answer. The household registration book shows that all the relatives within the 5th degree of mourning of this family died before they came to Beijing. Fei Tao sighed. But there is no one to notify. Yin Jiao was stunned for a moment, and chanted a low Buddhist. Let it be. Although it saves trouble, it is inevitable that people feel sour. People live a lifetime, and finally get to this point. But they die in one day. Maybe there will be no one to burn paper at the grave in the future. How miserable it is. Sir! A yamen runner came over and reported with some excitement. A bloody kitchen knife was found in the vegetable garden in the east. There were traces of fighting in the kitchen, and the kitchen knife was nowhere to be found. It should be the murderer who grabbed it at the scene. Let's go and have a look. The stone table where the third victim was in the vegetable garden was only about 2 meters away. It was built square and neatly arranged. There were many green vegetables in it that were as crisp and tender as water drops. But it was a pity that no one would eat it anymore. Among these clusters of green vegetables, a bloody murder weapon was hidden, destroying the originally quiet and peaceful atmosphere of life. Yin Jiao stepped forward to measure the blade's size, and said to Fei Tao, "It's about right." Fei Tao first glanced at Yin Jiao, and when she nodded slightly, he pointed to the mark on the handle and arranged, "Take a copy of this pattern, and check which blacksmith shop sold it to whom and when. It has been less than 10 years since the end of the war in the Dali dynasty, so the management of ironware is extremely strict, not to mention weapons. Even ordinary iron farm tools and large daily necessities need to be registered when purchased, which makes it convenient to find. This is Fei Tao's home court. It's rare that he cooperates as rumored." Yin Jiao is relieved to hand over the remaining tasks of the on-site investigation to him, and he concentrates on checking the last deceased in this case. The sun gradually rose higher. The elongated shadows on the ground gradually shortened, and the golden sunlight fell on every corner. In the warm air, a few colorful butterflies fluttered, and from time to time, they touched the tender flowers on the wall with their antennae. The air where their wings passed seemed to have tiny gold flakes flashing, swirling, and falling little by little on the pale corpse below. There were a few incomplete shoe prints on the ground in front of them, which were very similar in size and shape to those extracted by the yamen runners in other places in the courtyard. They should have been made by the same person. The deceased should have been a very beautiful girl when she was alive. But now there is only a twisted and broken body left. The clothes were basically torn to pieces, leaving only a large piece of cloth under the body. And there was nothing that could be used as evidence. The cadaver spots were obvious, and the rigor mortis of the upper limb showed signs of easing slightly. But the corpse green had not yet appeared. There were obvious strangulation marks on the neck, and the face was bruised and cyanotic, most likely due to suffocation. There was a lot of blood on the mouth, lips, and neck. No major wounds were seen for the time being, and the rigor mortis of the lower jaw needs to be completely destroyed later for a careful examination. There were severe lacerations on the lower body, and there were multiple bite marks, strangulation marks, and beating marks on the body. He had suffered severe abuse before his death. Yin Jiao signaled a Miao to record it down. The time of death should be after that couple. A Miao paused, and his eyes slowly widened. Master means that the murderer raped and killed their daughter in front of the couple's corpses? As soon as Yin Jiao nodded, several curses rang out behind him. Su Qian's eyes seemed to be ready to spit fire at any time, and she gritted her teeth and said, "If I catch him later, I will stab him twice." Yin Jiao had no doubt that this girl could really do it, but it was difficult to persuade her at the moment. After all, he also wanted to do it. So he turned around and raised his chin to the relatively calm one of the two guards, meaning to ask him to stop him later. Xiao Ba, who also had a gloomy face, glanced at Su Qian and nodded to show that he understood. Yin Jiao pointed at himself. "Master Ba, there is another one. To be honest, her lungs are about to explode now." Xiao Ba. "Okay. After all, this immediate superior is a violent person with the name of Double Pot Female Coroner. Master, the cause of death is quite obvious. Do we still need to autopsy?" Miao felt a little reluctant. This girl had suffered enough in her life. "Yes." Yin Jiao nodded without hesitation, covered the white cloth again, and signaled the yamen runners to carry her away. There are too many and too messy scars on her body, which may hide clues, and figuring out the cause is very important to identify the murderer and the crime process. "Sir, there seems to be something here." Another guard, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Chapter 3. Yin Jiao looked in the direction of his finger, and saw some debris in the cracks of the bluestone bricks. "Master Lu has a sharp eye." Yin Jiao praised him vigorously, and the young guard finally had a look of relief on his face. The more evidence he found, the higher the possibility of catching the murderer. Those debris of unknown composition were only the size of rice grains, and were light blue, very close to the color of bluestone bricks. She had to squint her eyes to look at them when she knelt down. It was really hard to imagine how Xiaolu found them just now. As soon as Yin Jiao stretched out his hand, Xiaolu quickly took out a piece of oil paper from his arms and handed it to him. Pigeons, secret letters, sleeve arrows, whistling arrows, and now oil paper again. Su Qian's eyes subconsciously circled around him, as if she wanted to figure out the unsolved mystery. In the 3 years since they met, where did this man hide so many strange things all day long? Yin Jiao rolled the oil paper into a tube, carefully scraped the debris out of the cracks in the bricks, and then held it on the paper to carefully distinguish it in the sunlight. "This is jade dust? I don't know where it comes from." Everyone, including her, was not very proficient in jewelry and jade. After a slight hesitation, they all looked at Su Qian, who knew that the only hope star blushed and whispered, "Actually, I don't know much about these." Her family really became rich after her brother made military achievements. The family did not have a deep foundation, and the family was not extravagant, so they didn't really study jade. Yin Jiao understood immediately. The team she led was a combination of poor and lower middle peasants. They were hardworking, brave, hardworking, and patriotic. They should be role models for our generation. But once they encountered something romantic, they were all doomed. Master Fei. So Captain Yin immediately sought help without hesitation. Please take a look at this. Fei Tao ran out from the backyard after hearing the voice. And he was a little out of breath after just a few steps. Xiaolu couldn't help but joked, Master Fei is so young. You need to exercise your body. Fei Tao thought to himself. Although he was weak, he would never be so embarrassed at ordinary times. It was all because he vomited so hard just now. But if he really had to explain, it would be a bit embarrassing. His face was burning, and he couldn't say anything bitter. So he hurriedly bowed his hands to ask for forgiveness, and then took the oil paper and looked at it. Ordinary green jade. As expected, he was a rich and noble young man from a century-old family. He gave the answer at a glance. It's not a precious thing. In his opinion, the material was too bad. Calling it jade was a bit of a disgrace to the word. What is this kind of jade usually used for? Who uses it more? Yin Jiao asked. Fei Tao said casually, it's hard to say. Just look at the size of the jade. If it's big, it can be used as a decoration or a screen. If it's leftover material, it can be used as an ornament or a pendant. As for the people who use it, they are probably not too rich and have no appreciation ability. Where did Lord Yin find it? A group of people collectively felt that they were stabbed in the chest, and suddenly felt that people of high birth were so annoying. Yin Jiao, who also didn't know how to appreciate, tapped the ground with his toes, and then his eyes kept moving back and forth between the dead and that point, vaguely feeling that he seemed to have grasped some clues. The murderer missed it? The weather has been warm recently, and people like to play in the courtyard. Could it be that Wang You's family accidentally broke a jade pendant while chatting at the table one day and didn't clean up the debris? Fei Tao said tentatively. This situation is indeed very common. Who doesn't have broken porcelain and jade at home every now and then? We can't completely rule out this possibility. Yin Jiao nodded. But I always think it's too coincidental. The Wang family is barely wealthy. From the courtyard and indoor furnishings, we can see that their style is simple. The clothes of the three dead are all cotton and linen. Would such a family wear jade ornaments in daily life? If it is a grand day. It has been nearly half a month since the recent Qingming festival. The dust in the north is heavy, and it has rained several times in the middle. If it was broken before, even if it was stuck in the gap and not cleaned up, how could it be so clean? Fei Tao pondered over it, and thought it made sense. Yin Jiao thought for a moment and asked Fei Tao, how did you check the house? It was turned upside down. Fei Tao frowned and said with some disgust, there are shoe prints and bloodstains, but I can't tell if anything is missing yet. By the way, he said, and hurriedly took out an oil paper bag from his sleeve. Just now, a yamen runner found a piece of cloth on the branches of the firewood pile in the kitchen. Judging from the color and material, it is not what the three dead people wore, but it is a bit like what young men like. Yin Jiao picked up the piece of cloth that was half the size of a little finger with his fingers, twisted it on his fingertips, and finally said with certainty, it's silk. She recognized it herself. It was silk. Fei Tao's expression was blank for a moment. Obviously he didn't understand what she was excited about. So he stood there waiting for a while, and after confirming that the other party had no intention of further inference, he added, it is a relatively coarse silk. The silk used to weave this material is relatively coarse. The feel is not soft enough, and the luster is poor, so it can't be sold at a high price. Xiaolu was mean and immediately interrupted, so the person who uses it is probably not too rich, and has no taste to speak of? Fei Tao nodded instinctively. The scene suddenly fell silent. Fei Tao blinked. Sir? I vaguely felt that I seemed to have said something wrong, but I just didn't know where I was wrong. Yin Jiao said seriously, as far as I know, the Fei family in Jiangnan is a century-old family of scholars and poets. Little brother, what's wrong with you? You are so familiar with the price of merchants? You should know that the law says that officials should not compete with the people for profits. The officials of the Ministry of Justice are really sensitive to this. Fei Tao quickly understood her hidden meaning and laughed. To be honest, I have a cousin who doesn't like to read. He has sold cloth, spices, and many other things in a mess. He has been cheated many times. When I was a child, I often went to play with him. I have seen him a few times and can say a few words. Yin Jiao said. I see that Lord Fei looks calm, so I think he has already figured it out. Fei Tao smiled slightly and said, I dare not say 100%. But it is about 60% or 70%. This kind of material is mostly in Guangyin Prefecture and rarely seen outside. If we can find out whether there are people from the south coming to the Wang family in the past few days, even if they are not the real murderer, they will be implicated. Yin Jiao of Guangyin Prefecture still has a deep impression. At that time, Guangyin Prefecture in the southeast and Yunhui Prefecture in the central part of the country had a series of massacres. And they were also meritorious. This era is far from the convenient transportation and developed logistics of later generations. Unless it is a world-famous fine product, there are few things that circulate everywhere. Generally, if the origin of something can be determined, the result is often close to the truth. People in the government especially like to investigate the origin of the suspect based on physical evidence. The scene had been searched almost completely, and it was quite fruitful. As the sun was getting high, the Yamen runners vomited and then got tired. And they were also exhausted. Yin Jiao and Fei Tao discussed it and decided to seal off the scene first and take people back to the Yamen for a meeting to exchange their findings and opinions. Song Liang, the sturdy guard who had led the horse before, fetched another bucket of warm water from the sun without waiting for orders. Yin Jiao and Miao washed their hands and faces with special medicinal soap and changed their clothes. This was nothing. And there would be more to endure later. The smell of the autopsy was naturally needless to say. After the coroners came out, they had to burn the medicine bag for a quarter of an hour to kill bacteria and remove the smell, and then take a bath and change clothes. Otherwise, they would not be able to get into the crowd. When everyone was packing up, a head constable, who was out to question the villagers, came back with a mother and son. "Sir, this woman swore that she knew the time when the rain stopped yesterday." Yin Jiao and Fei Tao were both excited, and subconsciously looked at each other, and saw the joy in each other's eyes. "Let her in." The one who came was a woman in blue cloth clothes, about 30 years old, but dressed very maturely, and holding a boy of 6 or 7 years old in her hand. After she entered the door, she knelt down in front of Fei Tao without saying a word. The child didn't know what happened, and stood there in a daze, staring blankly. Who knew that the next moment he was pressed on the back of the head by the woman, and hit on the knee, and fell to the ground with a plop. The head was pressed 3 times in a row, and the back of the molars hurt when people heard it. Fei Tao was very embarrassed, and hurriedly stepped aside, reminding him, "This is Lord Yin from the Ministry of Justice. You should bow to her." While speaking, he instinctively observed Yin Jiao's expression, but saw that the other party seemed to have sensed it, smiled and shook his head, and looked unconcerned. So he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Officials pay the most attention to seniority and hierarchy. The other party's official title is 1 rank and 2 levels higher than his own. But the person who came only bowed to him and ignored her. If he met a narrow-minded person, he might even get angry on the spot. The woman looked up when she heard the voice and looked in the direction of Fei Tao's finger. When she saw a beautiful woman younger than herself, she was surprised and forgot to move for a while. How could a woman like her who was busy in the inner house know the current affairs outside? She thought that the world was dominated by men. So after entering the house, she just found a man who looked like a master in official robes and knelt down to pay homage. It was always right for so many years. Who knew that it was wrong today? What should I do? Yin Jiao himself didn't care about these things, but just asked, when the rain stopped last night, everyone should have been sleeping. How can you be so sure? The woman kowtowed to her again as if to make up for the loss, and pulled her son over and smiled. "This girl." "Ah. No. This, sir. This evil son of mine is not enough to play every day. The other day he insisted on going outside to play in the water. He was crazy for most of the day and still felt it was not enough. His clothes were soaked. At night, I dragged him in, and he didn't know that he was lying on the bed. The woman was woken up by this boy when she was half asleep at night. He shouted something like the rain has stopped. Let's go out and play, and other nonsense. The woman was so angry that she raised her hand and slapped him twice. At that time, the clappers were still ringing. The woman heard it clearly. It was indeed 4:30 watch. She had never seen much of the world, and her words were also a bit confusing. She opened her mouth and talked a lot of nonsense. Everyone patiently listened to the end to find the key point. 4:30 watch is about 2 o'clock in the morning, which is consistent with the previous speculation. Yin Jiao was overjoyed and bent down to ask the child, Are you sure you called your mother as soon as the rain stopped? The child glanced at her timidly, and after being pinched by his mother, he grinned and nodded, saying aggrievedly, I secretly poked a hole in the window paper, and saw that my mother was not keeping her word. She promised to let me play when the rain stopped. You bastard boy. You actually broke the window paper. The woman was ashamed and angry, and was about to hit him, but was stopped. Look, although the child is young, he can't be fooled. You, as a mother, also have responsibilities in this matter, and shouldn't make random promises. Yin Jiao laughed and said to the child, Your mother is also for your own good. Of course, she can let you go out to play during the day, but it is dangerous at night. Adults dare not run around. Don't make trouble. After saying that, he raised his chin toward Xiaobo. The other party heard the meaning, and gave a piece of silver to the woman, and patted the boy's head. Good boy. You have also made a contribution. When your mother finishes mending the window, ask her to buy you some candy with the rest. The window paper is a large sheet. Once a piece is torn, the whole sheet will be useless. If you are particular, you have to replace the whole sheet. Paper is expensive, and changing window paper is an extra expense for ordinary people. No wonder the woman is anxious. The woman was flattered and took it. After weighing it roughly, she was surprised. I'm afraid it won't cost more than half a tael of silver. Not to mention a window. Even if it's all the door and window paper at home, it's enough. Thinking of this, she refused again and again, feeling very embarrassed. It was all torn by this useless boy. I don't want to ask you to spend money anymore. As he said that, he raised his hand and hit his son a few more times. He didn't do anything wrong. Don't hit him all the time. Yin Jiao was angry and amused, and stepped forward to persuade him. The woman withdrew her hand awkwardly, obviously not taking Yin Jiao's words of persuasion to heart at all, and murmured, Isn't it wrong to not cherish property like this? Yin Jiao had no choice but to end it hastily. So he patiently asked, Let me ask you, does he usually smash and damage property at will? The woman was startled and shook her head. That's not the case. The children of the poor have to take charge early. Although this son is a little naughty and playful, he is still very sensible and often helps with housework. Yin Jiao nodded and asked the child, Why did you poke a hole in the window paper? The child saw that his mother was afraid of this beautiful sister. So he immediately plucked up his courage and said loudly, My mother said that she would let me go out to play when the rain stopped. But she didn't allow me to go out or open the window. How could I see through the window paper? How could I know if it was dripping from the eaves or something else? I had to poke a hole. The woman was speechless. Obviously she didn't expect her son to have so many ideas at such a young age. Fei Tao, who was standing behind, watched Yin Jiao's actions with interest, nodded frequently, and showed approval on his face. After listening to the child's words, he was also a little surprised. You promised first and broke your promise later. He knew how to keep his promise at a young age. He didn't dare to go out rashly before he was sure that the rain stopped. So he had to come up with this method to make a workaround. Yin Jiao said seriously, No matter how young a child is, he is still a living person. How can you use your parental status to suppress him without knowing the truth? I think he is quick-witted and persistent. He is a promising talent. Have you sent him to school? The woman was publicly accused of blaming her son wrongly, which made her feel a little embarrassed. But after a little thought, she realized that this was indeed the case. Not to mention me, who in ordinary families is not like this. They are all busy making money to make a living. But how can they really take their children's ideas seriously? Raising a child and raising him up, as long as he doesn't freeze or starve to death, is enough. Now that he heard the adult praising his son, he became happy again and said hurriedly, The family is not short of the few snacks for the tuition. His father had already picked them last year, and was ready to send them after the autumn harvest. Yin Jiao nodded. And then, he heard Fei Tao also smiled, and asked someone to reward him with a set of 4 treasures of the study, saying, That's great. If he really passes the imperial examination in the future, he can serve the country, and it will not be in vain for my Daluman's nature. Just accept what Lord Yin gives. Don't refuse it again. The woman never thought that she would have such an opportunity on this trip. She was so happy that her face flushed. She asked her son to kowtow several times, and left with thousands of thanks. Fei Tao put his hands behind his back, and looked at the backs of the mother and son going away. After thinking about it for a while, he couldn't help laughing again. Country folks don't have any etiquette. I'm sorry to make you laugh and spend money. It's okay. Yin Jiao waved her hand. The villagers are simple and honest. And it's fun to deal with them. Looking at the little boy just now, she also thought of her fat son. Although she was going out for a short time this time, she was in a tight schedule and had a heavy task. She couldn't go home until the case was finished. She didn't know if the fat boy would cry after not seeing her for several days. Unexpectedly, Fei Tao seemed to see through her thoughts. I heard that Lord Yin and the Duke's son is already over 1 year old. But I have no chance to congratulate him. When the couple got married, it made a sensation in the city. The saint personally presided over the wedding. Later, the head of the police, Yin, was pregnant, and the Queen Mother personally pointed out an experience made in the palace to help. As soon as the baby was born, he was made an exception and was named a prince. It was really a treatment that even the princes and grandsons of the emperor might not have. On the day of the 3rd day of the bath, the saint, the Queen Mother, and the Queen came in person and gave the peace lock, which was the highest honor. Now that we have met, are you still afraid that we can't see each other in the future? Yin Jiao smiled. Master Fei is also a man with children. Right? This just touched Fei Tao's itch. And he smiled modestly. 2 sons and a daughter. I dare not ask for more. Yin Jiao, I have only 1 seedling on my own land, and everyone else has blossomed and borne fruit. After a long time, she bowed her hands and clasped her fists, and said with heartfelt emotion, Great, great. Fei Tao also returned the gift. Okay, okay. After that, both of them laughed. After such an episode, the relationship between the 2 people who met the first day was instantly brought closer, and they were not as restrained as before. Chapter 4. Everyone had a simple lunch and agreed to rest for half an hour before the meeting. As a result, Yin Jiao had only slept vaguely for less than 2/4 of an hour when Su Qian knocked on the door outside. Sir, the reporter Lu Min has woken up. Here he comes. Yin Jiao was like 2 halves of his soul and body separated. He was clearly dizzy and not yet awake, but his body had already sat up reflexively. And then with a thump, he hit the beam of the wooden bed. Later, when Fei Tao saw Yin Jiao again, he was surprised to find that there was a red mark on his forehead. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that the pattern was a little familiar. However, Lord Yan's expression was too calm and his eyes were too upright. So Fei Tao was embarrassed to think about it in other ways, as if just having such a vague thought was too disrespectful. But then again, where did he see that pattern? After waking up, Lu Min was so sad that he was limp all over and was carried here by the yamen runners. The young and handsome young man had swollen eyes, wrinkled clothes, messy hair, and a large area of his clothes was soaked. But he couldn't stop crying at this moment. The afternoon sun was still there, making it warm outside. The moisture in the air was slowly evaporated, becoming hot and dry. But his heart was like falling into an ice cave, and the cold air kept coming out. He was shaking all over, holding a long, thin red cloth bag tightly in his hand, and choked up. I wanted to give her the token left by my mother, and then choose an auspicious day to propose marriage. At this point, he burst into tears again, crying heartbreakingly. According to the nearby people, Lu Min was indeed familiar with the deceased Qi Ke, because both children are good-looking and well-educated. Both parents are quite satisfied and are already discussing engagement. Yin Jiao sighed when he heard this, and felt that the words of comfort were so pale and powerless. The dead are gone, and we mourn for them. Now the only thing we can do is to catch the real murderer as soon as possible, so that their souls in heaven can rest in peace. Lu Min cried hard, wiped away tears with his sleeves, and didn't care about being rude. He tried to recall and said, the last time I saw Qi Ke was 3 days ago. She seemed angry with someone at that time. After I asked, I learned that there was an uninvited guest in her house. It was a distant relative who was not very good. He said some unpleasant things. She didn't say what it was, so I didn't ask. Relative? Fei Tao asked. Is he living in Wang's house? Lu Min shook his head. It seems that he lives in the inn, but he came early in the morning for several days and left after dark. The 2 elders were quite complaining. It was not right to chase him away or keep him. Fei Tao and Yin Jiao exchanged glances quickly, and both instinctively felt that this uninvited guest was very suspicious. Have you seen him? Do you know where he is from? What he does? And which inn he lives in? I really don't know. Lu Min said hoarsely. The tragic death of Qingqua's family was a huge blow to him. But he couldn't hold on after talking for so long. His eyes were empty, and his thoughts were drifting to nowhere. He just clutched the red cloth bag in a daze, and tears slowly accumulated in his two red eyes. Seeing that he couldn't get any more questions, Fei Tao sent someone to send Lu Min back. The appearance of Lu Min seemed to pour a bucket of cold water in the burning oil pan, which exploded with a bang. The already heavy atmosphere was suddenly suppressed, and everyone was breathless. It was as if a whip was whipping them crazily, causing them to feel pain all over their bodies, urging them to solve the case as soon as possible. The people who had not rested well lost their sleep and decided to hold a meeting in advance. The victim's family had always been kind to others, had very simple interpersonal relationships, and had a medium-sized economic situation. After a preliminary visit, common possibilities such as money, revenge, and love killing could be basically ruled out. And because the case happened late at night, the people nearby said that they did not hear any unusual noises and could not provide more effective clues. Based on the information obtained so far, the suspect's profile can be roughly outlined as follows. He is cruel, strong, and able to independently complete 2 short-distance body disposals, wearing shoes that are about 8.4 inches, which is less than 42 in modern shoe sizes. It may be too small for an adult man, but the characteristics are more distinct, and it is more in line with the speculation that the murderer is from the south. His economic conditions are average, but he is quite particular. He wears low-grade silk clothes and may wear jade ornaments. He should be familiar with the victim's family. The distant relatives, who came to visit a few days ago, are major suspects. Fei Tao said to Yin Jiao, Sir, in my humble opinion, we should immediately check minions inside and outside Suiyun County. Who knows if that beast will kill with bloodshot eyes? Now it has been more than a day since the crime. If he commits another crime, it will be bad. As soon as the voice fell, a captain said worriedly, But sir, our Suiyun County is not big. There are more than 100 registered restaurants and inns. And if we count the brothels and theaters that can accommodate people, there will be even more. We don't know the name and appearance of the murderer. To be honest, I'm afraid we won't recognize him even if he walks past us brothers. Although Suiyun County is just a county town, it is located at the foot of the emperor. There are domestic and foreign merchants, officials and their entourages coming and going every day. There is a constant flow of carriages and horses. The prosperity and flow of people even exceed many other provincial capitals. It is indeed difficult to find a person with incomplete information in this situation. Fei Tao was about to speak when he saw a yamen runner coming back exhausted and panting. Sir, the witness has arrived. Because Wang You's wife was in poor health and always liked quietness, and there was an unmarried daughter at home, outsiders were afraid of disturbing them, so they rarely came to disturb them rashly. Just because there were no festivals in recent days, the neighbors had less contact, and after a round of visits, only this person had seen the suspect. The one who came was an old lady who had a good relationship with the deceased Qin. Because the two families were far apart, she didn't know that the family had been wiped out when the yamen runner came to her house, and she almost fainted on the spot after hearing it. According to her, she went to Qin to borrow flowers on the first day of March. Qin was always considerate and thoughtful. Seeing that she was not good at this, she described it for her personally. When the aunt entered the house, she saw a young man in his 20s in the Wang family yard. She had never seen him before, so she asked a few questions. Qin was always kind to others, and would never talk about others behind their backs. But that day, she was out of character and frequently expressed her dissatisfaction with the young man in her words, which showed that she was furious. 2 days later, the aunt took her own steamed flour cakes to return the gift, and heard that the young man had left and would probably never come again. It seemed that the Wang family was relieved. Today is the 5th day of the 3rd month. If the murderer is indeed him, then this aunt went back the same night she went to return the gift. Yin Jiao asked hurriedly, Do you still remember what that person looks like? Does he look a bit like a southerner? The old lady who was wiping tears slapped her thigh. Those eyebrows, that accent, aren't they southerners? Yin Jiao was delighted and immediately asked Fei Tao to invite a painter to draw a portrait of the suspect and print it immediately. Then he ordered the yamen runners to post it all over the city and focus on investigating the southern guests who were in the inn between the 1st and 3rd day of March, especially those with Guangjianfu accents. The yamen runners couldn't wait and immediately clasped their fists to accept the order. When they were about to go out, they were stopped by Yin Jiao. The murderer is not well off, but he likes to save face. He will definitely not stay in a low-class hotel, and it is very likely that he can't afford to stay in a high-class hotel. So check the middle-class inns first. If there is no clue, then look at the high-class and low-class inns. A day and a half had passed since the crime occurred. The murderer may have left the city. Time was running out, and the investigation had to be focused. The Yamen runners instinctively looked at Fei Tao, who nodded. Mr. Yin is right. That's it. As soon as the Yamen runners left, Yin Jiao could no longer sit still, and immediately stood up and said, I'll go to the autopsy. The coroner of Suiyin County Yamen was named Liu. Although he was a little afraid of his superiors, he was quite conscientious in his job. Yin Jiao asked him to help, and he did not refuse. With 2 experienced helpers, Liu and a Miao, the speed of the autopsy was significantly faster. The cause of Wang Youwei's death was very clear. That is, the front half of the kitchen knife cut into his waist and abdomen, pierced his spleen, and died of massive blood loss. Jean's corpse spots were concentrated on the lower layer of the body, and were very clear. It was obvious that, like Wang Youwei, she was thrown into the pigsty shortly after death and never moved again. There were only some skin injuries on her body after death. But when Yin Jiao opened the chest cavity, Liu the coroner and a Miao exclaimed at the same time, this person's heart is so strange. When she saw that the left ventricle of the deceased's heart was significantly larger than the right ventricle, Yin Jiao had already guessed it in her mind. She used rib scissors to cut the ribs a few times, carefully took out the heart, and after careful observation, she used a blade to peel open the atrium and ventricle to see, and indeed found a defect in the ventricular septum. This defect, which does not seem obvious to the naked eye, is fatal to the patient. Liu the coroner was so anxious that he could not help asking, does the Lord know the inside story of this disease? Yin Jiao wiped his hands, put the heart on a clean tray, covered it with a white cloth, and shouted to the outside, please come over to talk to Lord Fei. Then he nodded and asked, has Liu the coroner seen it too? Liu the coroner said with some shame, I haven't seen it yet, but I read about a similar case in Mr. Zhang's work a few years ago. I was really surprised when I saw it just now. The Mr. Zhang he mentioned was the retired Zhang the coroner of the Ministry of Justice. This man was also quite legendary. He was originally a famous doctor with a promising future. Unfortunately, he encountered bandits while selling medicine. Although he was lucky enough to save his life, he still had a limp in one leg. Instead of being shrouded in shadow, he actively cooperated in solving the case, and later resolutely changed his career and joined the coroner business. The saint appreciated his experience and contribution and granted him the 7th rank honor. In the case of Princess Pisha of the Hut tribe 2 years ago, Yin Jiao had worked with him once, and they had a good impression of each other, and they still kept in touch. Time was running out, and Yin Jiao had already turned to Qingqiu's body, while skillfully destroying the rigor mortis. He could not hide his fatigue and said, to be honest, I do know that I have encountered 2 cases before, but I am really tired now. So why not wait for Master Fei to come and talk about it together? Yesterday was the birthday of the old lady of the Bai family. As soon as she came out of the Ministry of Justice, she was picked up by Pang Mu in a carriage and went to the Bai family with her fat son. Needless to say, they were drinking and drinking a lot. Both sides had military merits, so they had to fight and play some games to liven up the atmosphere. They didn't lie down until nearly 5 o'clock in the morning. She felt as if her head had just touched the pillow, and she had no time to catch up on her sleep when she received Xiao Liyuan's order and rushed here. After that, she was busy almost without a break. Now her whole body is sore and numb, and she really doesn't have the energy to say the same thing twice. Although Liu the coroner didn't know the inside story, he understood her approach and stepped forward to help. Miss Qingke died in a very tragic way. Apart from the many bite marks on her body, there were also many dried bloodstains on her neck and face, which looked very scary. Miao took warm water and hot wine to clean her. Don't worry. We will help you clean up beautifully later, and you can live a happy and carefree life in the next life. The deceased was about the same age as her, a beautiful person, and was said to have been taught by her father to read books, and had a lover who was in love with her. She should have had a happy life. But now, everything has become a bubble. It has been nearly a day and a half since the crime happened. The blood has dried up, and it is very difficult to scrub. The blood scab needs to be softened first before it can be removed bit by bit. Master, there is something. When Amiel was washing her hand towel, she was surprised to find that there were a few tiny particles mixed in the melted blood scab, which rose and fell in the light red blood, which was extremely weird. Yin Jiao leaned over to take a look, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Jade shavings? Although the sizes and shapes were different, they were clearly made of the same material as the jade shavings found in the gaps between the floor tiles. The three of them looked at each other, all a little excited. Yin Jiao suddenly remembered something. Where did you wipe just now? Amiel pointed to the left side of the neck of the corpse. There was a pinch mark on the skin that was no longer covered with blood, and there was a protruding square bruise on the thumb of the left hand, with obvious sharp cuts on it, and the rolled skin flap showed a typical reaction before death. Ring. Yin Jiao simply speculated on the scene at that time in his mind. The murderer should have accidentally broken the ring on the victim's hand during the fight, but it did not fall off for a while, and later cut her neck when strangling Chike to death. Coroner Lu and Amiel nodded. That must be the case. However, Yin Jiao still had a question. Although the wound on Qingchua's neck looked hideous, it was not actually deep, and it was impossible to cause the amount of bleeding seen before. Thinking of this, she silently opened Qingchua's mouth and sighed at the bloody tongue inside. I was wrong. After a pause, she shook her head again. It's not entirely wrong. Chapter 5. Yin Jiao's words were incoherent and confused everyone. Amiel couldn't help asking, Master, what do you mean by saying it's right and wrong? Yin Jiao put on her mask again, cut open the corpse's chest and abdomen along with the throat, and skillfully pulled out a set of organs connected to the tongue, and then cut open the trachea for them to see that there were a lot of blood clots inside. After doing all this, she slowly exhaled, pulled the mask down to her chin, and said to everyone calmly, she did die of suffocation, but she was not strangled to death. What? Everyone said in unison. Yin Jiao motioned for everyone to come forward and take a closer look. I felt something was wrong when I saw the strangulation marks on her neck just now. This degree of strangulation is not fatal, and judging from the scars on other parts of her body, the murderer strangled and bit her mainly for pleasure, more of a venting purpose. It is very likely that the deceased could not bear the humiliation and wanted to bite her tongue to commit suicide in despair. Speaking of this, Yin Jiao lowered his eyes slightly, his expression full of compassion. However, it is very regrettable that the most common consequence of biting the tongue is shock due to severe pain, and it will not directly cause death. But the deceased was in a supine position at the time, and blood flowed back into the trachea during the struggle, which directly led to suffocation and death. The front part of the deceased's tongue was almost cut off by 1/3, which looked particularly shocking. Everyone swallowed their saliva instinctively, and felt as if their tongues were also in pain. The large area of blood splattered on the face and neck was also from the broken tongue. Amiel bit her lip and cried. She must be in so much pain. The coroner's room fell into a long and oppressive silence, as if something was quietly strangling their throats. After a long time, Yin Jiao called Amiel forward. Come and help me hold my head. Amiel did as he was told, but was still a little puzzled. Master, since the cause of her death has been found out, why do you want to open her skull? Yin Jiao used a sharp blade to shave off the black hair of the dead, carefully tied them into a bunch, and put them aside. Then gently scratched his scalp and said lightly, in fact, I have always been puzzled. Why didn't they shout for help, even if everyone was asleep? It was extremely quiet in the countryside at night. If they shouted at the top of their lungs, it is impossible that the neighbors would not hear anything at all. There were 3 dead people in total, unless the murderer had 3 heads and 6 arms, and could control the 3 dead people at the same time. Otherwise anyone who shouted a few times would not be so quiet. So there must be a reason. For example, the murderer was an acquaintance, and the dead family did not expect the other party to suddenly attack, especially the victim Chike. The marks on her neck were not deep, and there were no marks on her face, which means that the murderer did not stop her from speaking at the beginning, which is obviously unreasonable. A normal woman would definitely scream and struggle hard in such a situation. But there were few such marks on Chike, unless she had lost such ability when she was violated. This awakened the dreamer, and Lu nodded secretly after hearing it. This is indeed the truth. Yin Jiao's tone was very steady, like the shadow flowing quietly in the corner of the coroner's room. With a coolness in the silence, she carefully peeled off the scalp and saw it open the skull. and indeed found a slight bone fracture on the outside of the back of the head. There is a collision injury in the skull, and the bone fracture marks are roughly in a relatively gentle, regular arc. Yin Jiao quickly screened in his mind, considering the place where the fight might have occurred. Yu Lu, the coroner, sighed almost at the same time. The edge of the iron pot. What edge? Fei Tao heard this as soon as he entered the door, and subconsciously asked. But when he looked up, he saw Yin Jiao holding a pile of brains in his hand. His body stiffened for a moment, and he suddenly began to regret that he shouldn't have come in so rashly. Vomiting at the crime scene before was extremely undignified. He must not lose his composure again at the risk of the Fei family's century-old reputation. Children of noble families often have the problem of loving face. Since childhood, they have been asked by their elders to remain calm in the face of danger. Fei Tao is naturally no exception, so no one present could find anything unusual on his handsome face. Coroner Lu even sighed in his heart, and at the same time, he was full of admiration. As expected of you, you are worthy of being a master. You have completely adapted in just half a day. Sir, Lord Yin has found many new clues. Please take a look. Coroner Lu greeted him actively, and pointed to the 2 iron plates containing the latest evidence. Fei Tao's face twitched a few times. After quickly weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he took a deep breath, walked forward with a brave face, and lifted the cover in Lu's expectant eyes. A heart. Fei County Magistrate. At this moment, Lord Fei, who had been gentle for 30 years, suddenly understood the psychology of a shrew scolding in the street. He opened his mouth, and then sadly found that thanks to his elite education, he couldn't think of a good swear word. What does this mean? The suppressed emotions made his voice sound calmer than usual, and his expression became more indifferent, even more calm than professionals like Lu. The autopsy was coming to an end. Yin Jiao signaled a Miao to take over, and he sorted out his thoughts and narrated. I made a bold inference about the death scenes of the 3 victims. The heart of Qin is placed on the tray in front of Master Fei. She signaled Fei Tao to take a closer look, but he didn't know that the latter was madly refusing in his heart. When we first met, Master said that Qin had always been weak, and it was very difficult for her to have children. It was not until she was 30 that she had a daughter, Qin Ke. After the autopsy, I confirmed that she had congenital heart disease, specifically a ventricular septal defect, and it was a relatively serious one. To be honest, she was lucky to be alive and well and have children. What defect? The sudden new vocabulary made Fei Tao temporarily ignore other negative emotions and asked subconsciously. In my hometown, the heart is generally divided into 4 parts, namely the left and right atria and ventricles. Qin's disease is simply that the space between the 2 ventricles is not well developed. She may often have difficulty breathing, no strength, and may also have stubborn old lung disease, etc. Yin Jiao briefly explained the pathology and symptoms, and even Lu the coroner seemed to have suddenly realized something. Yes, Fei Tao was surprised and happy. His eyes almost glowed. Before, the Yamen runners asked the people around and said that Qin had these problems for many years. She couldn't do heavy work and couldn't get angry. It's this inability to get angry. Yin Jiao sighed. So I suspect that on the day of the crime, the murderer must have done something bad or said a lot of bad words after he came, which made Qin sick on the spot. At first, Qin Ke should have been in the boudoir in the backyard. She woke up when she heard the noise, got up and checked, but she didn't go out because she hated or feared the murderer. But later, when her mother fell down, she instinctively came out to check. But unexpectedly, the murderer turned his target to her. Wang Yue must have been somewhat at a loss at the time, with his wife on one side and his daughter on the other. Perhaps he stepped forward to stop the murderer and told his daughter to escape. Or perhaps he was still trying to save his wife. Chike ran out, perhaps wanting to call for help, but was soon caught up. In desperation, she had to go into the kitchen nearby and tried to pick up a kitchen knife to scare off the murderer. But the murderer took the knife away instead, which was also the source of the sharp wound on her palm. During the struggle, the murderer's clothes were torn by the firewood pile, and Chike fell down and hit her head on the edge of the pot and fainted. Wang Yue, who came later, stepped forward to fight with the murderer and was killed by the murderer with a knife. Then the murderer threw the 2 into the pigpen and dragged the unconscious Chike to the stone table and raped her. During the violence, Chike slowly woke up, bit her tongue in despair after failing to resist, and then choked to death by the gushing blood. It was not until this time that the murderer noticed that his ring was broken, and hurriedly collected large pieces and fled the scene. It was already evening. The golden crow was setting in the west, and the twilight was slowly rising from the horizon. Determined to swallow up the last bit of afterglow between heaven and earth, the orange-yellow sunlight shone in through the window lattice, pressing down low, dragging one after another slender shadows on the ground, like a ghost crawling out of the depths of hell. Yin Jiao's calm tone echoed in every corner of the coroner's room, and the lingering sound penetrated the open doors and windows and spread out, making Su Qian and others who were guarding the door feel cold from the bottom of their hearts. As she told the story, cruel scenes seemed to flash before everyone's eyes, and finally they suddenly dissipated in the air and turned into 3 cold corpses in the autopsy room. Obviously, the murderer was more like a simple venting of anger and revenge. And considering the behavior of Wang You's family over the years, the suspicion of the distant relatives, who had just had an unpleasant experience with them a few days ago, was expanded again by Lu Min and the neighbors. The autopsy was over, and the scene was also investigated. Now all Yin Jiao could do was to wait patiently. She couldn't go home for the time being, so she lived in the guest room of Suiyun County Government Office. The next day, Fei Tao's wife also came to greet her with 3 children. The eldest son was 10 years old, and his manners were generous, quite like his father. The second son was 7 years old, still immature, but he also acted in a methodical manner. The youngest girl was only 3 years old, with a round apple face full of chubby flesh. When she opened her mouth to salute, she spoke in a baby voice, which made Yin Jiao's heart melt. "Get up quickly," Yin Jiao said hurriedly, and said a little embarrassedly, "I came here in a hurry and didn't prepare anything. It's really rude." Fei Tao's wife's surname was Tan. Upon hearing this, she laughed and said, "Your Excellency is here on business. How can you take care of these trivial matters? Don't take it to heart." Yin Jiao couldn't help but reach out and touch the little girl's chubby hand, praising, "This is really good. Your Excellency is too kind." "It's not as good as the prince's," Mrs. Tan said modestly. "Mothers are generally good at commercial mutual praise for their children." So the atmosphere on the scene was very harmonious. Yin Jiao also took the opportunity to invite her to visit the capital when she is free, and Mrs. Tan smiled and agreed. After starting to socialize with the ladies, the days of hard work became much easier to pass. Yin Jiao had people to ask about the progress 3 times a day. If there was a result, she would listen to it. If there was no result, she would go to Mrs. Tan to play with the children. She didn't feel bored. During this period, she also received a letter from Pang Mu. "Although I look forward to your return every day, business is more important. You don't have to worry about home." His letter was very trivial, a bit like a running account, but it recorded what he did with his son today, and his mother was invited by Mrs. Bai to watch a play yesterday. There was nothing serious, but it was very warm. In particular, the ending also pointed out, "You were not at home these days." Lao Tu went to the outside of the city to train soldiers, and Mr. Liao was still teaching at the Imperial College. I was left alone, a lonely ghost. So I simply took my fat son to the palace every day to ask for money, and even called it, "Your Majesty is alone in the palace and cannot go out." I go to help him relieve his boredom. Yin Jiao, although there is no direct evidence, she always feels that the saint would definitely not think so. On the last piece of letter paper, there is only a round footprint. Yin Jiao can almost imagine the scene of Pang Mu grabbing his son's feet and pressing them into the inkstone, and then lifting him to step on the letter paper. Yin Jiao smiled and stretched out his hand to gesture on the footprint. It seems to have grown a little bigger. Children of this age really change every day. It has been 6 days since I came out. The fat boy must have changed a lot. She looked at this footprint over and over again. When she saw it for about the 180th time, Xiao Ba, who was on duty outside, finally knocked on the door and came in. He couldn't hide his excitement and said, "Sir, the suspect has been caught. Sir Fei, please come over to supervise the trial together." Yin Jiao immediately folded the letter and stuffed it into her arms, then stood up and walked out. Fei Tao had already brought people to wait, and when he saw her coming, he hurriedly saluted and said, "Sir, please take a seat." Yin Jiao waved his hand and went to sit down directly. "The case was reported in your territory, and it was your people who arrested the suspect. I just won't come to assist in the investigation. Naturally, you will be the presiding judge. Seeing that she insisted on doing so, Fei Tao did not force her, and immediately sat down behind the case, and ordered people to bring the suspect to the court. The Yamen runner in charge of the arrest briefly explained the process. Sir Yin is as good as a god, and the subordinates really found traces of his stay in a medium-sized inn. According to the shopkeeper, he originally said that he would stay for 7 days, but he didn't come back on the 5th day, which was the night of the 3rd day of the 1st lunar month. He showed up in a panic early in the morning of the 4th day of the 1st lunar month, and he had to leave early again. The shopkeeper had been running the business for a long time, and had already made plans. He was also afraid of getting into trouble with the law, so he sent his clerk to follow him secretly, and found that he rode a horse straight out of the city from the south gate. The subordinates led the soldiers to split into 2 groups, and chased along the 2 folk roads in the south for several days. Finally, they found this guy who was staying in a small village. This man was named Chen Shan. He was indeed from Guanyin Prefecture. Fei Tao ordered people to compare the shoe prints found at the crime scene with his, and they were completely consistent. And he found traces of a ring and a little fresh wound on his left thumb, which almost confirmed that he was the real murderer who killed Wang Yue's family that day. Chen Shan originally wanted to quibble, but Fei Tao presented 2 pieces of evidence without saying a word, leaving him no way to refute. He immediately broke out in sweat and trembled like a sieve, and really confessed without being beaten. Fei Tao slammed the gavel with a dark face, and the fire and water sticks of the Yamen runners on both sides clattered, as if a curse was pouring into his ears, making him tremble uncontrollably. Bold lunatic. The evidence is here. Do you still want to quibble? Fei Tao shouted. Did you see Wang Dao's family of 3 crying and complaining in the dead of night these days? Do you remember whether their blood was hot when it flowed into your hands? Chen Shan's head buzzed, and he seemed to really feel that there was a sweet and hot liquid flowing on his hands. He turned pale in an instant, and veins on his forehead bulged. He shouted hysterically, I didn't. They looked down on me. Look down on me. Asshole. Fei Tao said angrily. You killed 3 people in a row, and you still want to deceive me? As he said that, he reached out and took a stick from the order box on the table and threw it on the ground, shouting, hit him hard 20 times. The war that lasted for decades before caused a sharp decline in the population of Dala dynasty. So now they pay special attention to the people. If anyone kills someone, officials will often beat him with dozens of boards without saying a word, in order to calm the anger of the people and warn the world, and also as a deterrent to make the criminal confess as soon as possible. Chen Shan, who was struggling constantly, was pinned to the ground by the wolf-like Yamen runners. The executioner first spit into his palm, then swung his arm and hit him for a full 20 times. Anyone with a conscience would hate such scums and villains. And the 2 executioners really used all their strength. At first, Chen Shan begged for mercy, but soon, his waist and hips were bloody and his clothes were wet with cold sweat, and he could only groan from his nose. After the 20 boards were over, Chen Shan lay on the ground motionless, and the Yamen runners, who had been prepared beside him, took a big mouthful of salt water and sprayed it on his wounds. Chen Shan, who was just dying, immediately screamed and twisted. Fei Tao sneered and slapped the gavel. If you don't confess quickly, you will suffer. The Dala law clearly stipulates that as long as it is for the purpose of trying a case, officials have the right to torture 3 times without harming the life of the suspect. And there are too many ways to torture people to the point of wanting to live or die. Chen Shan had become a frightened bird after fleeing for several days. Now he suffered such a great hardship and was frightened by Fei Tao again. His psychological defenses quickly collapsed, and he quickly confessed the whole cause and effect of the case. Chapter 6. Chen Shan's family is indeed related to Wang Yue, but this relationship can be counted back nearly 10 generations, and the 2 sides have not been in contact for many years. He learned to do business in his early years, and wanted to get rich overnight, but he was impetuous and vain. After several attempts, he not only did not make money, but almost lost all his family assets. Chen's father and mother could not afford to support him, so they simply divided the family among their sons. Chen Shan had no wife to support him, and he had to ask his parents for help again after he had nowhere to go. But at that time, the 2 old people were really powerless, perhaps because he was forced into a corner. Chen's father unexpectedly remembered that he had heard from people in his early years that a distant relative of his family had settled in the capital and bought a house and land, and was doing very well. The family thought about it, and found that they had no idea what to do. They might as well let their son go, and gain some experience. If a noble person was willing to help, maybe he would have a chance. Qin Shan was overjoyed when he heard this, and immediately packed his bags, and rushed to the capital. Wang Yue was a kind person. After hearing Qin Shan's background, he was enthusiastic to entertain him. But after a few words, he felt that this young man had bad intentions, and was not a good person. So he didn't want to get involved. However, at this moment, Qin Shan had already been dazzled by the prosperity of Suiyun County. When he heard that his family had only one daughter, he was so greedy that he thought, if he could marry that woman, wouldn't all the family business be his? Wang Yue thought that he was educated. His daughter was well educated. And he had Lu Min, a son-in-law who was sure to be his son-in-law. So how could he look down on Qin Shan? But when he heard that he had let slip a little, he drove him away in anger. Qin Shan was a man who cared about his reputation. Seeing that Wang Yue looked down on him in his words, he could not help but get angry and cursed. You old pickled vegetable with no family. You would rather give your family wealth to outsiders than to your own family. Have you eaten your brain? He said some dirty words, and even brought Qi Ke in, which made the old couple gasp for breath for most of the day. After leaving Wang's house, Qin Shan became more and more angry. In addition, he wanted to do business but had no capital, and was ridiculed and pushed by several local ruffians. He did not dare to talk back. So he went to a small tavern and got drunk. In the end, the smell of alcohol mixed with anger and unwillingness surged up, and he returned to Wang's house again to bang on the door. It was already night, and Wang Yue was afraid that the drunkard would stand outside and make random rumors, ruining his daughter's reputation. So he had no choice but to pull him in first. What happened later was exactly the same as Yin Jiao had guessed. Qin Shan, who was drunk and crazy, had completely thrown away his sense of propriety and righteousness, and not only spoke ill of the old couple, but also said obscene things with Qi Ke. The old couple had lived for most of their lives, and had never dealt with such a rogue. Qin was so angry that she fell ill, and soon fell to the ground motionless. Qin Shan didn't expect that he would be so angry that he died, and stood there at a loss. Who knew that at this time? Qi Ke, who had heard the movement in front, came to see his mother, but saw that the girl looked particularly charming in the dim night. Qin Shan, who had just retreated a little, was instantly dominated by lust and pounced on Qi Ke with a lewd smile. Seeing that Qin was dead, Qin Shan was sure that even if he stopped, he would still be implicated. Moreover, Wang Yue already knew his origins. At this time, his murderous intention was getting stronger, so he might as well go all out. After causing the tragedy himself, Qin Shan was unwilling to give up. He searched the house thoroughly, hoping to take away some valuables. Unfortunately, Wang Yue hid it tightly, and in the end, he found nothing. After he was drunk, he was actually scared, so he hurried back to the inn to get his bag and fled out of the city. Fei Tao ordered people to record his confession one by one, asked him to sign, and then took him to the scene for identification. After confirming that it was correct, he spent 2 days searching along the route of his escape, and found the blood-stained clothes fragments and the discarded jade ring fragments. After verification, the material of the clothes was exactly the same as the cloth strips found on the firewood pile in the kitchen at the crime scene. And the jade ring was also the same. So the evidence was there, and the case was officially solved. After the trial, everyone sighed. Originally, Wang Yue's family was small, and it was a good thing to have distant relatives come to him. Unexpectedly, Qin Shan had evil intentions and wanted to get something for nothing. After being rejected, he suddenly had evil thoughts and killed an innocent family of 3. How outrageous. Su Qian sighed. It seems that relatives are like selecting soldiers and generals. It is better to have fewer than too many. Her family is not large, and now there are only 2 or 3 relatives who often come and go. She used to envy other people's homes for being bustling and lively, but now she sees that there are all kinds of birds in the forest. Instead of living in a mess, it is better to be quiet and safe. Yin Jiao pinched her brows hard, exhaled slowly, and looked at the files on the table with a headache. That's exactly the reason. If you want to say what's wrong with being an official of the Ministry of Justice, the file sorting and reporting documents after each case is definitely the first. What's more, she has 2 jobs. In addition to the one of the head of the police, she also has to write the autopsy report. It's really despairing to think about it. Luckily, the autopsy report was assisted by a meow, and it was finished a few days ago. However, this case is quite special, and the file documents submitted to the Ministry of Justice require some thought. Yin Xiao worked hard all night, and barely finished the draft when the sky was white in the early morning of the next day. She went to bed, and got up to wash up after a while. After a little breakfast, she wanted to get up and return to Beijing. Fei Tao and Mrs. Tan wanted to keep her, but they knew she was busy with official duties, and had to report to the court. So they said a few more farewell words. There is a long time to come. We will meet again. Sitting high on the horse, Yin Jiao laughed loudly in the morning light, and said goodbye to Fei Tao and his wife, who saw them off. See you later? After saying that, he really pulled the reins to control the horse, squeezed his legs against the horse's belly, and galloped back the way he came. The couple stood there and watched for a while, but saw smoke and dust rolling, and the group had clearly merged into the crowd in the distance. But they stood out because of some special temperament. Even the morning sun seemed to be particularly fond of them, and the brilliance that fell was like a layer of colorful battle clothes. From now on, they will continue to be invincible like this. Fei Tao suddenly felt emotional. Women are really as good as men. And now I have finally seen it. What a free and unrestrained woman. Yin Jiao galloped all the way. After about half an hour, she looked up and saw the towering walls of Wanjiantai in the capital from afar, and seemed to hear the familiar hustle and bustle in her ears. She suddenly felt an urgency and attachment to return home, and even the fatigue and anger of the past few days were gently soothed. It was only 8 days away from home, but because this city had her family and trusted friends, it had a fatal attraction. Bai Ma Jueyun also realized that he was getting closer and closer to his spacious and comfortable stable. His horse face was full of excitement. He snorted while queuing to enter the city, attracting the people to look back frequently. From time to time, someone recognized Yin Jiao and greeted her again. Yin Jiao was so dry-mouthed that he pinched its smooth furry ears in anger and amusement. You are so nosy that you caused this again. Suiyun County is located in the west of the capital, so the group entered from the west gate, and the Duke Dinghua mansion is located in the east of the city. The nearest way is through the east-west street where the imperial palace is located. Jueyun hummed a few times and licked the back of her hand flatteringly. When passing the avenue to the government office in the past, he slowed down humanely, seeing it being so flattering. Everyone laughed, and Xiaoba also rode forward and asked, Sir, do you go home directly or go to the government office first? Go home first, Yin Jiao said without hesitation. I haven't sorted out the documents yet. We're not going to the palace? Xiaolu suddenly asked. What palace? Yin Jiao was really tired these days. He didn't think straight for a while, and his face was full of confusion. Xiaoba laughed and reminded him, the adults have not been at home these days. The master has nowhere to go. He must still be in the palace now. Why don't we go home together? This morning, Pang Mu packed his things in a familiar way, picked up his fat son, kissed him hard, and then waved his hand and said in high spirits, Let's go to the palace. The 1 year and 3 month old Dinghua County king blinked, and also waved his short arms like his father, and said in a baby voice, Let's go to the palace. Behind them, a group of guards, nurses, etc., led by the excited Qi Yuan, and assisted by Xiao Si and Xiao Wu, responded in unison, and immediately went out of the door in a mighty procession, heading straight for the palace. When the group arrived at the palace gate, Lu Ping, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, who was on duty recently, was delighted when he saw them. My lord, you are here again? Duke Dinghua had a token personally granted by the saint, and he could hand in a sign to greet the palace at any time, especially these days. He came every day, and everyone was familiar with him. The weather was warm, and Pang Mu was skilled and bold, so he hung a brocade belt on his body, held his son in it, and drove the horse slowly. Upon hearing this, he immediately grabbed his son's little fleshy hand and waved to him. Call me uncle. The fat boy who was looking around while holding onto the cloth strip was about to speak, but Lu Ping was startled and dodged quickly. No, no, please don't tease me like this. Sir, I am not worthy of being called the little prince. Many of the Imperial Guards were former soldiers of the Pang family army, and Lu Ping was one of them. He respected Pang Mu to the core, and would not hesitate to die for him. How could he dare to let his son, the little prince, call him uncle? Playing around was playing. But Pang Mu knew the limit. He let a laugh, and then let it go. After checking the badge later, Lu Ping and others watched him enter the palace, praising the little prince for being strong and cute, and having the style of his father. At this time, a man who had just been sent to the court could not help but whispered, "Why is he afraid of his wife now instead of being a marshal? Why is he asking for maternity leave instead of making achievements? It's ridiculous. The Duke of Ding and his wife are simply heretics." Looking around the world and reading through history books, there is no such thing as a woman serving as an official outside and a man taking care of children at home. A dignified duke actually asked for maternity leave at the court meeting when his wife was about to give birth. It's incredible. But what's even more incredible is that the saint really agreed. He wanted to say more, but saw that Lu Ping, who was just smiling, changed his face in an instant. Asshole. Thinking that he was also pampered at home. He had a bad mouth. How could he be slapped in the face like this? He was immediately annoyed. "I am just telling the truth, Your Excellency." Before he finished speaking, Lu Ping raised his hand and punched him, angrily saying, "How can this be absurd? The Pang family is full of loyal and brave people. And Duke Dinghua is such a hero. Who are you to dare to speak nonsense here? There are not many foolish people who can survive on the battlefield. Even if ordinary people don't understand Pang Mu's current choice. Can Lu Ping still not understand it? There is no two suns in the sky, and no two masters in the country. How can you let others sleep peacefully beside the bed? While decades of war brought disasters, it also made the reputation of the Pang family army forged with blood reach its peak. Even in some remote areas, only heard of Pang, not the emperor. If the saint and Duke Dinghua were not close friends and trusted each other, I am afraid that the owner of Duke Dinghua's mansion would not be surnamed Pang at this moment. But even so, there are many people in the world who can share adversity but not wealth. Now the world is peaceful. If Duke Dinghua still holds the military power and guards one side, how long can the saint's trust last? Will those officials who are eager to get promoted really give up the opportunity to sow discord? Gossip can melt gold, and accumulated criticism can destroy bones. I am afraid that by then, not only the Pang family, but also the hundreds of thousands of Pang family soldiers may quietly disappear in the long river of history. The man was knocked to the ground and was completely stunned. His family is also a well-known local family. It was all because he was not good at literature or martial arts that the elders of the family spent a lot of effort to ask for help everywhere. Finally, they got a quota for the Imperial Guards, preparing to slowly accumulate qualifications in the future and get an official position outside. Little did they know that there were many good men in the Imperial Army, and they looked down on such playboys the most. It would be fine if they turned a blind eye to them at ordinary times. But now, he was so ignorant that he said such hurtful words, which was really intolerable. Immediately, someone stepped forward and spat on him, and said with a frown, when the master was 10 years old and went to the battlefield, he led his brothers to fight in the bloody storm. And you didn't even know where to get your milk. What a thing. You dared to spit shit here. Bah. If I didn't have a family to support now, I would have put you in a sack immediately. Damn. You bastard who pees and muds dares to talk about the master's merits. Everyone was from the military camp, and they cursed fiercely. Lu Ping listened for a long time before he raised his hand, his face as gloomy as water, and said, "Come on. This person has an evil mind and made false comments on the court ministers. Tie him up and punish him according to the law. The Imperial Army is the sharp sword of the country, in order to resist foreign aggression and protect the people. But now they have turned their guns to frame their former commander. It is obvious that the end will be miserable." The man was dizzy by this series of changes, and he was stunned. He was dragged away for several feet before he came to his senses. He immediately shouted heartbreakingly, my lord, I was wrong. I know I was wrong, and I will never dare to do it again." In order to get him in, his family spent tens of thousands of taels of silver, and now they are all counting on him to make a name for himself. If it ends here, my father will beat himself to death first. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. However, everything can be sold in this world, except regret medicine. The person dragging him stabbed him with a knife, and he fainted with his eyes rolled back. Pang Mu didn't know that there was a commotion at the gate of the harem. He just reported it to people along the way and entered the inner city unimpeded. Seeing that the Qingjing Hall, where the saint was getting closer and closer, Qi Yuan, who was rubbing his hands, looked at Xiao Si and Xiao Wu behind him, and found that the other's face was exactly the same with excitement and expectation. What should I move from the palace today? At this time, the saint was reviewing the memorials. After hearing the message from the eunuch below, Wang Gongong, the trusted eunuch general manager, smiled a little, went in quietly and reported, Your Majesty, Duke Dinghua and the little prince are here. Do you want to see them? Before he finished speaking, the saint's hand holding the pen trembled, and a big ink spot appeared on the memorial instantly. Chapter 7. Eunuch Wang lowered his head even lower, pretending he didn't see anything. The saint stared at the memorial for a long time with an expressionless face, and suddenly threw away his pen and the memorial. It's all flattery and nonsense. My eyes hurt. I don't know what he is talking about. Ask him to rewrite it. Eunuch Wang hurriedly asked the eunuch to come in and clean up, and then skillfully persuaded him, Your Majesty, why are you angry? If you don't write well, just write it again. It's not worth hurting the dragon body. Hurt the dragon body? The saint sneered and pointed outside vigorously. Is there anyone more irritating than that guy? Huh? Eunuch Wang suppressed his laughter in his heart. It's because Your Majesty has been thinking about Duke Dinghua for the past few years, urging him to return to Beijing every now and then. Now Duke Dinghua appreciates Your Majesty's kindness and comes in to accompany him when he has time. You are still grateful for the kindness and still accompany me. I have already lost money. The saint was so angry that he laughed. He stood up from the dragon throne, put his hands behind his back and paced a few steps quickly, and said angrily, When have you seen him leave empty-handed? It's only been a few days. Look for yourself. The bows and arrows and spears of the weapons department are not to mention the paperweights, imperial pens, and inkstones. Ah, over there are the original bottles. I just flipped through the newly printed books in the bookstore. Why didn't I notice how stingy he was before? This time, just move my desk away. And the guards he brought with him. Are they guards? They are simply a group of bandits. When they heard that they wanted to take things, their eyes lit up. Eunuch Wang was speechless. He thought to himself, You are the emperor, the ruler of a country. If you don't want to, can Duke Dinghua come and rob him openly? At worst, just take the token and don't let him enter the palace. You were the one who called him back in the past. But now you are the one who is annoyed. Desk? Speaking of the devil, the saint was complaining loudly without caring about his manners. And the instigator came in with the child. Your Majesty is thoughtful. My son should be able to learn in a few years. Don't you have a desk? As he said that, he took his son to pay his respects and whispered, Thank Your Majesty quickly. In recent days, the little fat boy has seen his father and the emperor uncle the most. The key is that the other party is very kind to him, so he is not afraid at all. He immediately tried to stick his butt up and lie on the ground, saying in a baby voice, Thank Your Majesty. Saint. The little baby had just started to learn to speak, and he was already very clever for being able to say 4 clear words in one breath. How could the saint be angry with such a little thing? He felt as if the anger in his stomach was pierced by a needle, and it leaked out with a puff. The next moment, he heard Qi Yuan and others bowing in the yard outside, with a loud and lively voice. Your Majesty, good morning. Although they were leading the work of guards, they actually had official ranks, especially Qi Yuan, who had the title of Baron. Since he entered the palace, he should pay his respects to the saint first. It was clearly several feet away, but it was hard to hear so clearly. The saint's mood, which had just improved, suddenly darkened. He didn't even want to look outside. He pinched his brows and waved his hands repeatedly. You all stand away, and I will be more at ease. The 3 leading outside used to belong to the guards under Pang Mu. They specialized in doing high-risk and difficult tasks that ordinary people could not do, such as obtaining information and spying on intelligence by extraordinary means. It is true that they have retired from the battlefield at a young age, but their military career of more than 10 years has been deeply rooted in their bones, and they can hardly return to a normal life. So, under the influence of Pang Mu, the crooked leader, and the leadership of Qi Yuan, the head of the guards, this group of people has a tendency to transform into a bandit gang in recent times. And the main target is one and only one. The saint sighed deeply, feeling as if he had aged 5 years in an instant. However, when he looked down and saw the round little thing on the ground, the 5 years were miraculously restored. Come! Come and show your uncle. Has our Ping'an sunk again? The name of the Ding'an County king is Pang'in, and his nickname is Ping'an, which carries the simplest wishes of the whole family. The little guy still kept lying on the ground, and turned his face to look at his father. Half of his cheeks were squeezed into a lump on the back of his hand, and his big eyes, which looked like Yin Jiao, kept blinking. Meaning, Dad, can I go? Pang Mu laughed, raised his hand, and patted his fat buttocks. Go. Children of this age have short limbs and not enough strength, so they can't rely on their legs to support themselves like adults. They usually get on all fours first, then stick out their buttocks, and the weak ones use their heads to push up. Ping'an was obviously very skilled in this set, and he didn't use his head yet. Although he stumbled, his movements were still perfect. The two adults, along with the palace maids, eunuchs, and guards in the room, just watched helplessly, holding back their laughter, and didn't come forward to help. At this moment, the saint didn't remember any resentment, but felt that raising a child was indeed interesting. Finally, he stepped forward and stretched out his arms to lift the child up. Unlike his good friend who got married at the age of nearly 30, he had been a father for more than a dozen times. Although he seldom held his child, he was actually quite good with children. The saint shook his head first, then pulled Ping'an to look at him for a while, and then said to Pang Mu in surprise, "Why do I feel that he is taller and heavier than yesterday? This child's parents are both tall and have a good physique. It can be seen that he is obviously taller than other children of the same age not long after he was born. The 13th prince, who is the closest to him in age in the palace, is 1.5 years old, and he is still 3 months older. However, he is not only not as tall as him, but also not as strong as him. He is sick every other day, and the imperial doctors are almost rooted there. The saint is worried when he thinks about it." Pang Mu was also very pleased with himself, showing off with his hands. "Isn't it? He eats so much in one meal. Rice, flour, meat, milk, eggs, everything. We adults get fat when we eat too much. But these little things grow flesh, blood and bones. Don't they change every day? Although all children are similar, he still thinks his own child grows the fastest and best." Although Yin Jiao didn't pay special attention to parenting information before crossing, thanks to the information bombardment of modern society, she roughly understands the framework. After she became pregnant, she specially asked someone to get a cow from the farm. Not only did she drink it herself, but she also forced Pang Mu and her mother-in-law, Madame Yu, to drink a cup a day. Although Ping'an has stopped breastfeeding, she still insists on drinking milk and has gradually added complementary foods. With good results, few people would dislike a healthy and beautiful child. The saint held Ping'an's soft little hand and looked at it for a while, asked a few questions, and reached out to poke the soft and smooth little chin. Ping'an's whole body was full of baby fat, and the little flesh on his face was smooth and tender. It felt extraordinary to poke it, and it would bounce a few times when he let go. The saint was amused and wanted to reach out again, but was taken back by the child's father. "I'll come in and take a look, Your Majesty. You still have to attend to official business. Don't delay," Duke Ding was said righteously. "To put it bluntly, you just do your own thing, and I'll take a look myself. If you see anything you like, just nod your head. I'll bring people to carry things myself." How considerate. The saint wanted to hit someone. "Why do I work so hard? But you can do nothing all day and take care of the children? You were not afraid of embarrassment at the beginning, and you wanted to ask for maternity leave. Okay, I will be embarrassed with you. If you dare to ask, I will dare to approve it." The saint took a deep breath, got ready and began to recall the past. His expression was very moving. "But now Ping'an will be gone. Why don't you come back to help me?" Pang Mu, who was bowing his head and clapping with his son, paused and said nothing. Seeing that there was a way, the saint was overjoyed in his heart, but his face became more miserable. "The world is vast. I am tired. There is no one I can trust around me. I can't let go. Now the chief general of the Qilin Guard is too upright, and being too upright will easily break. The deputy general is too soft, and it is really useless. It is better for you. The Qilin Guard is an independent imperial guard stationed outside the Wangyan Tower in the capital. It has 1 commander, 2 deputy commanders and 3 commanders, with a total of 40,000 people. They are directly under the emperor's command and are responsible for the safety of the capital and the royal family. In an emergency, They can directly enter the palace armed. It can be said that whoever truly controls the Qilin Guard has the possibility of shaking the Dala dynasty. Having said that, Pang Mu could no longer continue to pretend to be deaf and dumb. He immediately lifted his robe and knelt on the ground. I dare not. You? The saint did not expect him to refuse so straightforwardly, and stood up angrily. You are so brave. Ping An did not know what suddenly happened between the two adults. And then he trembled with fear, looked at his father, who was kneeling with his head down, and then looked up at the emperor's uncle, who seemed angry. After hesitating, he also moved his short legs to kneel down. The saint was startled, and suddenly felt sour in his heart. He bent down again and picked up the boy. Ping An pursed his lips, but did not cry. He just stretched his neck to look at his father, and called carefully, Dad. The saint's heart softened, and he patted his back gently to comfort him. Don't be afraid. Uncle is scaring him. After saying that, he stared at Pang Mu, who still had a straight back even when he knelt down, opened his mouth, and all the words in his heart turned into a long sigh. Forget it. You get up too. You scared the child. The only one of the 3 brave generals of the Pang family, who was once brave and powerful, and could fight against 100 people, is left. Now he has broken his wings for the sake of the world and imprisoned himself in this small place. How could he bear it? Pang Mu got up quickly, took his son and put him on the ground. Thank you, Your Majesty. The saint choked. You just think I don't like to get angry in front of the child, right? Now the Pang family only has these few flesh and blood. Pang Mu scratched his head, grinned, and suddenly sighed, saying seriously, I understand Your Majesty's heart for me, and I am also very moved. Seeing that the saint was about to speak again, he suddenly changed the subject. But Your Majesty, I am in charge of 300,000 troops in the northwest. If I want to intervene in the Qilin Guard now, it will inevitably cause a shock to the court and the country. Pang Mu did hand over the military power, but the military spirit was still there, although the old subordinates were dispersed and distributed to various places. They were not dead yet. If he really raised his arm and called for help, the whole court would be in cahoots with the outside world. In a word, if he really took over the Qilin Guard, the whole court would not be able to sleep. No one could not be moved by this trust. And Pang Mu was no exception. He took a deep breath and said word by word, Your Majesty trusts me. And I also trust Your Majesty. But there are more than thousands of civil and military officials in the court, and the whole world. A single move can affect the whole body. So I hope Your Majesty will think twice. In fact, he understood the saint's mind too well. Feeling indebted and trusting is one of them. And the saint has been betting in his heart, didn't you force my brother to leave Beijing? I will continue to use him. And I must show you that my vision is not wrong. And the people I trust will never let me down. But after living for decades, 8 out of 10 people are not satisfied. Who can have everything they want? Now that the world is settled, and the world is peaceful, why bother to stir up trouble for a breath of illusory air? For a while, no one spoke again. The sun was about to rise to the middle of the sky, and the bright sunlight shone in from the gaps between the doors and windows with exquisite patterns, easily penetrating the fragrant white mist emitted from the mouth of the big incense burner in the hall, which was slightly dazzling. Outside the hall, the 8-fold lotus copper kettle, which was more than 1 person tall, kept dripping, and the subtle sound was especially clear at this moment. After a long time, the copper lotus opened a petal, causing ripples in the water, and then swayed gently. The saint suddenly sighed, raised his hand, and pinched Pang Mu's shoulder. I'm sorry for putting you through this. The spring shirt was thin, and he could even clearly feel a few uneven scars there. And not much further down was where the heart was. This was proof of countless bloody battles on the battlefield. Such a peerless general now has to. Your Majesty, why do you say that? You are not a fish. How can you know the joy of a fish? Pang Mu's smile was not forced, and even a little grateful. When he had just become a father, his mother suddenly said something to him. 1 year. Your father came back after 3 years away, and suddenly told me at night that he was sorry for you 2 brothers. After years of fighting, only 1 out of 10 soldiers returned alive. And even if they survived, they were rarely together. Marshal Pang believed that he had lived a life worthy of heaven and earth, the court, and the people. But he was the only one who let down his family. The biggest regret was that he could not personally accompany his children to grow up. But he would never have the opportunity to make up for his regrets. But now Pang Mu has. so he will not regret it. The saint looked at him for a long time, and all his words turned into a long sigh. Forget it. The saint really kept his word. He said that he would not mention the past again. He just asked someone to give him a seat, served all kinds of snacks that children like to eat, and talked with Pang Mu about some family matters, talked about the various aspects of people's lives outside, and occasionally played with the baby with the big black face of the father. But he was also at ease. After a while, a little eunuch was seen passing a message outside the door. Eunuch Wang went over to listen, and his expression suddenly became playful. The saint saw his expression and knew that it was not a bad thing. So he smiled and said, "Don't keep us in suspense. What's the matter?" Sure enough, Eunuch Wang glanced at Pang Mu first, and then said with a smile, "Someone just replied that Captain Yin has returned from closing a case and wants to take you and the young prince home. In this world, men take their wives and children home. But when it comes to the Duke of Bingwa's mansion, it's the other way around." Interesting. Really interesting. Others were fine. But Ping An's ears perked up when he heard the 3 words Captain Yin. He immediately looked at Pang Mu and said crisply, "Mom." He could hear people calling his mother Captain Yin and Mrs. Yin every now and then. Now it has become a conditioned reflex, and he thinks that his mother's name is Captain Yin and Mrs. Yin. The saint burst out laughing and wanted to point at Pang Mu and say something, but he didn't know what he was thinking about, and laughed even harder. The father and son and Eunuch Wang were all confused by his laughter, and they didn't understand what was so funny. The saint laughed for a long time, and tears came out. After laughing enough, he said to Pang Mu, "He called you mother. Ha ha ha. It really made me laugh to death." Pang Mu. Duke Dingwa looked at him with sympathy, thinking that the emperor was really not a human being. Look, what has this person become? He can laugh for a long time at such a trivial matter. Let her come in. The saint laughed heartily and finally felt better. "It's just right that I want to hear about that case. The Queen Mother has been thinking about it all day. It's only been less than 3 months since the beginning of this year, and a family massacre has occurred near the capital. It's really not a good sign. The Queen Mother was worried about this day and night, and she specifically instructed the Imperial Kitchen that she should eat vegetarian food and chant sutras to pray for the people of the world until the case is solved." About an incense stick later, Yin Jiao, who was exhausted from the journey, strode in and saluted with a neat robe. "Your Majesty." Her back was straight and her eyes were firm. Her manners were generous and free and easy. If you don't look closely, outsiders might think she was a young man from someone's family. No need to be polite. The saint waved his hand. "Is the case closed?" Yin Jiao took the opportunity to stand up and exchange glances with Pang Mu and Ping'an. He was about to report, but suddenly hesitated. The saint raised his eyebrows. "Come on. Take Prince Ding'an down to change clothes. Some things are better not to be heard by children." Pang Mu and Yin Jiao both smiled gratefully, but the little fat boy who was anxious to find his mother didn't appreciate it at all. "Mom, don't pee." Ping'an won't pee. He already knew what the so-called changing clothes meant, but now he just wanted his mother to hug him. "Not to pee. Go change into nice clothes." Pang Mu pushed him. "Dad and Mom are waiting for you here." However, the little guy perfectly inherited his stubbornness, holding his hands and twisting. New. Fragrant. He is not a child who will be easily deceived. The saint chuckled, and Yin Jiao also had a headache, but it was not easy to ask someone to take him away directly. Otherwise he would cry in the palace. Just when he didn't know what to do, he saw Pang Mu raised his eyebrows and pointed out the window with his left hand. "Look! Butterflies." Ping'an, who usually likes to observe flying birds, fish and insects, can't resist the temptation of butterflies at all, and instinctively looks in the direction. Pang Mu quickly pinched a piece of cake with his other hand and flicked it on his son's slightly bulging belly, then looked at the obvious oil stains and pastry residues printed on it and nodded. "It's dirty." Everyone was stunned. Ping'an turned back and looked down at his belly. Huh? After all, children don't have that many thoughts. Although they were full of surprise from head to toe, they really followed the nurse in a daze. The palace suddenly fell into a strange silence. After a long time, the saint said faintly, "How can a dignified duke deceive a child?" Pang Mu answered very frankly, "One more day of deception is one day. When he grows up, you can't deceive him even if you want to." The saint was so angry that he laughed. shook his head and looked at Yin Jiao, who didn't know what to say. Did he catch the person? Yin Jiao, who had no scruples, explained the cause and effect of the case in detail, and finally emphasized that Suiyun County Magistrate Fei Tao cooperated well and performed well. Qin Shan will be paraded through the streets for 3 days to vent the anger of the people and to warn the world. He will be beheaded and his body will be abandoned in a mass grave. Friends and relatives are not allowed to collect his body. The sage decided the punishment in just a few words. People pay attention to returning to their roots and being buried in the ground. In the end, Qin Shan not only died in a foreign land, but also died without a complete body. He became a wandering ghost. It can be said to be extremely harsh. The last breath of depression in Yin Jiao's heart dissipated, and he clasped his fists and accepted the order. Yes, the Jiang and Fei family. The 3rd place in the 2nd class of the last term. I remember him. Speaking of Fei Tao, the sage nodded with satisfaction, and it was obvious that he admired this man very much. His uncle is the right censor Fei Xiao. Although he is gentle and polite, but he is also stubborn. The stubbornness here should mean having a stance, which is exactly the quality that a censor should have. It seems that the saint has a very good impression of the Fei family. You don't have to just praise others. You have made a lot of efforts in this case, and you deserve the reward, the saint said. Under normal circumstances, Yin Jiao would often refuse to accept it. Anyway, if the saint insisted on rewarding, it would be useless to refuse. Maybe he could even get some extra points for his impression. But this time, she pondered for a moment, and suddenly lifted her robe and knelt down again. I have a request, and I hope your majesty will grant it. For some reason, the saint felt his scalp tightening inexplicably, but the damn curiosity still prompted him to ask. Tell me. Yin Jiao raised his head and looked over with burning eyes. Please grant your majesty's permission to select the bodies of death row prisoners in the future for the purpose of practicing dissection. 1. Chapter 8. The family of 3 from the Duke of Dingwu walked in front, followed by a line of guards, holding a lot of rewards in large and small boxes. The last 2 were even carrying a square table with low legs and painted with gold, carved with lacquer, and inlaid with mother of pearl. The style was unique and very eye-catching. Until she left the courtyard, Yin Jiao's mind kept echoing the only sentence thrown by the saint. We will discuss it later. She couldn't help but stop and turn back to take a deep look at the overlapping eaves. The sun was shining at noon, and it fell on the green glazed ridge beasts on the roof, shining golden, but it still couldn't shine through the corners that were sunken with force. The red brackets under the eaves were painted with gold, and the colors of the overlapping layers were particularly deep, like dried blood. The saint did not agree immediately, but he did not explicitly oppose it, which showed that this matter was somewhat reliable, and it was already a good result. Her request was not a whim. Before, she was on maternity leave, and the Ministry of Justice suddenly lacked a capable and independent chief coroner. So she felt that she could not display her talents. So she invited Zhang, who was already idle at home, to come back temporarily. Because of this, Yin Jiao and Zhang had a lot of exchanges in public and private. Around the end of last year, she invited him to her home for hot pot. The delicious food and wine intoxicated people. After 3 rounds of drinks, the tipsy Zhang looked at the snow outside and sighed with emotion, inadvertently revealing his distress that one generation is not as good as the next. Both of them knew where the root of the problem was: lack of practice. Yin Jiao, who had enjoyed the fruits of full practice in modern society, was a must. Although Miao was young, he was taken wherever Yin Jiao went because he had directly cancelled the endurance years of the master-apprentice relationship. He took theory and practice in 2 steps, and his skills improved by leaps and bounds. Now he is not inferior to those predecessors who have been in the industry for many years. Zhang changed his profession during the war and famine, and there were abundant resources of corpses everywhere, which also gave birth to a group of excellent coroners including him. But now the world is peaceful. I am not afraid to say something that will get me beaten. How many people die in a year? How many of them are allowed to be dissected? Many colleagues may not get a chance to practice for several years. The current forensic doctor has not performed dissections for several years, which is as ridiculous as a chef not going into the kitchen for thousands of days and nights, and a constable not reporting to the government office all year round. This kind of thing that would only be regarded as a joke in modern society is actually happening. How absurd. There must be a cause for every effect. Modern society has a large population and advanced technology, and a few donated bodies every year are enough for good preservation. But now? It's really not Yin Jiao's fault for setting his sights on death row prisoners. Unfortunately, corpse research is still a taboo now. If she rashly brings it up in the court, she will definitely encounter considerable resistance. That's why she chose to talk to the saint in private first to see his reaction. Having been together for 4 or 5 years, Pang Mu naturally understood his wife's thoughts and couldn't help but comfort her. Good things take time. And you can't rush them. You can't rush them. Ping An also followed suit. Yin Jiao immediately made him laugh and pinched his little chin. Okay. Mother is not in a hurry. Listen to Ping An. Take your time. The little guy giggled, and a few white milk teeth looked a little funny in the sun. Yin Jiao accidentally glanced and vaguely saw a little white spot behind the upper gum. His heart moved, and he moved closer to take a closer look, and said happily, "Is it coming again?" Pang Mu looked in the direction of her finger and smiled. "That's right. I went to see Dr. Feng the other day, and he said it was the second to last big tooth. So it's inevitable that it's a little itchy and painful. This kid has been very irritable these days. So I just took him out for a walk. There's something new to tempt him. So he'll be stronger." Yin Jiao listened to him carefully, raised his hand, and touched his baby son's soft hair, and asked again, "Ping An, are you feeling uncomfortable?" The little prince, who was attracted by the flowers and plants outside, really forgot about the mouth. When his mother asked, he was stunned, and his confused little face looked a little stupid. Yin Jiao laughed out loud and stretched out his hand to tickle him. "Silly boy." Ping An instinctively shrank his neck and waved his arms wildly, and soon his face flushed with excitement. The scenery in the Imperial Garden in spring is pleasant, and the breeze blows through the exquisite copper bells hanging under the corridor from time to time, making bursts of crisp sounds, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. The group walked and looked from here, planning to walk half a circle before leaving the palace. Yin Jiao suddenly remembered that the peony garden was just around the corner, and she immediately became interested and said with a smile, "After Qingming, the peonies will bloom one after another. I remember that there were many famous varieties there when I saw them last year. It's a good time to go over and see if there are any impatient people." But before she finished speaking, she noticed that the expressions of Qi Yuan and others suddenly became strange. "What's wrong?" Pang Mu didn't say anything. Qi Yuan scratched his forehead, his eyes wandering. He hesitated suspiciously before whispering, "Actually, you don't have to go to the palace to see these flowers. The world's treasures are all gathered in the palace. So naturally the best ones are here." Yin Jiao asked in confusion, "What kind of riddle are you guys playing? Since you're here, why not take a look?" After that, he took the lead and walked towards there. Seeing her leave, Ping An also kicked his legs anxiously in Pang Mu's arms, patting his shoulders with his little fleshy hands, and rushed forward and shouted, "Go, mother!" Pang Mu was grimacing. "Little thing, your hands are quite strong." The people behind looked at each other, wanting to say something but not knowing how to start. So they had to bite the bullet and follow. Unexpectedly, Yin Jiao saw more than a dozen gardeners and eunuchs busy there from a distance. He was wondering why people were still busy when it was already past the planting time. When he looked carefully, he found that there was a large bald patch in the peony garden. What's going on? Who is so bold as to destroy the flowers and trees in the palace? The gardeners looked up when they heard the sound, and were about to salute after seeing who was coming. Suddenly, their eyes fell on the people who followed closely behind them. Their pupils trembled, and their faces changed drastically. They knelt down neatly and cried, "Master, you really can't dig anymore." Yin Jiao. She seemed to understand something suddenly. Pang Mu faced the murderous gaze of his wife and said embarrassedly, "Listen. What are you saying?" "I just casually." However, facing these honest and conscientious gardeners, he was a little speechless. As the wife of the Duke and a famous detective, Yin Jiao was often invited by the Queen Mother to talk in the harem, and often came to the Imperial Garden to enjoy the scenery. So many gardeners and eunuchs knew her. Now they were like seeing a savior, and they cried one after another, "Sir, please take care of the Duke. If this continues, this peony garden will be plucked out by him. Now is the flowering season, and the masters in the palace also want to enjoy the flowers. I happen to come and see that this is a patch here and there. This is really not a good thing." Although everyone knew that it was tacitly approved by the saint, it was not a good thing for a group of nobles to come excitedly and leave in a depressed mood. Yin Jiao felt his face burning, and turned his head away, staring at Pang Mu, Qi Yuan and the others who were looking for chaos, and gnashed his teeth and said, "You are really promising." Ping An, who was nestled in Pang Mu's arms, blinked, and suddenly clapped his hands and laughed. "Promising. Promising. Dad is promising. Pang Mu, little ancestor, please shut up. Laugh. Laugh. Laugh your ass." Yin Jiao stared at Qi Yuan and others, who buried their heads in their chests and laughed. "He is unreliable. And you don't know how to persuade him. Is it reasonable to spread it out?" Duke Dinghua's mansion is plundering by nature, and they enter the palace every day without fail. The Saint can't bear it, but he is forced to do it under the power of Duke Dinghua. Just thinking about the rumors outside, Yin Jiao felt that she might faint at any time. Although her family has always been wild, it is really too much to develop to such a shameless level. She finally understood where the relieved expression on the Saint's face came from when he left. Yin Jiao forced herself to take a few deep breaths, tried to squeeze out a little awkward smile, tried to comfort the trembling gardeners and eunuchs, and rewarded them with silver. The leading gardener refused and dared not accept it, but just cried, "My lord, it doesn't matter whether it's silver or not." The nobles didn't say anything when they knew it was the lord. But this can't go on any longer. Is it easy to cultivate flower seedlings in a greenhouse? No one can stand it if someone steals away the flowers when they are about to bloom. Yin Jiao smiled and said, "Don't worry. It was just a momentary impulse. There will never be a next time." After this episode, how could Yin Jiao still have the mood to appreciate the flowers? He immediately led his people away in shame, and kept glaring all the way. Pang Mu followed behind awkwardly, shamelessly making jokes, asking her to look at that one moment and this one the next, scratching his head anxiously. At this point, there was nothing he could do. Yin Jiao sighed, pinched his ear and warned, "There will be no next time." But then again, at the Grain Rain Festival 3 days later, what expression should she use to face the Queen Mother? Pang Mu nodded like pecking rice, and waved his son's chubby hand to share the firepower for him. "In fact, Your Majesty and the Queen Mother are willing. You don't know that this peony was originally the favorite of a concubine of the previous emperor. But because it has a good meaning and the flowers are bright when they bloom, they continue to keep it. Your Majesty and the Queen Mother have not taken the initiative to go there for so many years. Every time I see it, I feel sick." Yin Jiao also knows that he is not without measure. After hearing this, his anger subsided a little, but he still thinks this matter is a bit unreliable. "In the future, take the insignificant ones," Lord Yin taught seriously, "like those gold, silver, and jewelry. A small box is worth a fortune. Isn't it much more convenient than moving flowers in a grand manner and parading through the market?" The guard suddenly felt enlightened. Your Excellency's words make a lot of sense. After a lot of nonsense, they finally left the palace. Ping An was still accompanied by Pang Mu, and Yin Jiao rode Jue Yun and walked with him. Jue Yun hadn't seen Pang Mu's car Lao Hei for a while, so he went up to greet him and rubbed his tail against him. However, Lao Hei was still aloof and didn't want to pay attention to him. Everyone talked about the follow-up of the case again. When turning out of the Imperial City Avenue, Yin Jiao subconsciously glanced to the northeast. 40 miles northeast of Wanjiantai is the largest and most heavily guarded prison in the Dala dynasty, where many criminals are imprisoned, all of whom are prepared to be imprisoned until death or executed in the autumn. Most people would naturally avoid that place. But in Yin Jiao's heart, it is no different from a natural treasure house. She looked at it greedily for a few times, her eyes faintly green. And after a long time she said faintly, "This is really a huge waste of resources. So many excellent anatomical teaching specimens. Anyway, they are all dead people who have committed heinous crimes. Wouldn't it be better to leave some things to benefit society?" Qi Yuan laughed when he heard it. Others go to the palace to flatter, and the prince goes to the palace to take things and look around. But you, sir, are so good. You ask for the corpse as soon as you open your mouth. The guard such as Shao Si behind also laughed and praised. It's really a perfect match. A perfect match. If the saint can really agree to your proposal, maybe the world will be much more peaceful. Xiao Ba is calm and considers things from a more normal perspective than his brothers. It is said that the dead are the greatest, and all hatreds and grudges often disappear with the last breath. Even those desperate criminals are just shouting that they have a big scar on their heads, and they are good men again after 18 years. So they are not afraid at all. But if someone tells them, even if you die, you will not be able to rest in peace, and you will be washed like raw pork, with so many people watching, and then cut into small pieces one by one, I guess many criminals will be scared to death. Yin Jiao followed Xiao Ba's words and thought about it. She also felt that the prospect was good. So she smiled and said, "Then I have to insist on my proposal." The vitality and confidence she exuded made her look like she was glowing. And everyone was unconsciously infected and laughed. Ping'an didn't know what everyone was laughing at. He shook his head to look at this and that, and also grinned and showed a few grains of teeth. Everyone had laughed enough. But when he laughed, they laughed again unconsciously. Pang Mu gently pinched his little fleshy hand. "You are a smart imitator. Do you know what we are laughing at? Just follow us. Look at you. You are so silly." "Not silly. Not silly. Ping'an is not silly." The little guy held his head and retorted seriously. Everyone laughed again. Chapter 9. Although he had been crying for his mother a few days ago, he was a child with little energy. He went out early this morning and came back at noon. Ping'an, who had seen enough of the excitement, could not bear it any longer. He lowered his head lower and lower on the way, and fell asleep on his father's broad chest like a little frog before he reached the door of his home. I don't know what he dreamed about. The little guy sucked his mouth a few times, hummed and twisted his buttocks, and stretched his limbs. Pang Mu whispered to Yin Jiao, "He is growing taller." I don't know if it was because he was infected by his son's sleeping posture, or because the word home was too tempting. The moment he saw the door, Yin Jiao suddenly felt tired and sleepy like the rising tide, one wave after another, as if an invisible hand was relieving her nerves. And she was so relaxed that she almost fell asleep immediately. She couldn't help but yawn, and the physiological tears in her eyes mixed with sleepiness blurred her vision, and it seemed that even the sounds around her began to drift away. Pang Mu saw that she was so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes, and felt distressed. He quickly stopped talking and urged, "Hurry up and sleep for a while, and eat after you wake up." Yin Jiao squinted her eyes, and patted her face skillfully, grabbed her sleeves and smelled the smell, then shook her head frantically. "No, no. Hurry up and ask someone to prepare water. I must take a shower first. I feel like I'm going to stink." She would never allow her first sleep after returning home to be so makeshift. What nonsense! Pang Mu smiled and kissed her, licked his lips, and said seriously, "It doesn't stink, but it is indeed a bit salty." Qi Yuan and the others had already looked ashamed, and stepped back a few steps with their teeth bared, saying that their cheeks were a little sore. After the wet nurse carefully took Ping'an, she escorted the young prince back to his room to rest under the protection of Qi Yuan and the others. And the other servants also stepped aside tactfully. "What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't it dirty?" Yin Jiao's face turned red, and he raised his hand to hit him, and his tone unconsciously carried a little coquettishness. "No, I can't walk anymore. You carry me over. Hold my wife." Duke Dinghua bent down and thought about it, and still felt that it was more powerful to hold her. So he shouted excitedly, "Let's go take a bath." The maid Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin, who had just come out, blushed after hearing this, and covered their faces and jumped. "Oh, it's broad daylight. The master is so embarrassed." However, the Duke was not ashamed but proud, and said very confidently, "What's there to be ashamed of for me to hug my own wife in my own home?" Xiao Jin and Xiao Yin screamed and hugged each other, excited as if they were all over the place, thinking that hugging was fine. How could you always talk about taking a bath? But then again, if you take a bath a few more times, will the Duke's mansion soon have a little princess? Didn't the saint promise it himself? Don't be too sorry. Pang Mu is tall, with a broad and thick chest, and feels safe like this man. The warm midday sun kept falling, and Yin Jiao wanted to say something private to him, to express his love or something, but he actually fell asleep after walking 2 steps in his arms. When she opened her eyes again, it was dark, and the lights were already on in the room. The bed was soft and comfortable, from the pillow to the quilt. All had a familiar touch and smell. She was a little confused for a moment, lying on her back on the bed, blinking dryly, staring at the sachet above the bed curtain that had not been seen for several days, digesting it for a long time, and finally had a sense of certainty. "Ah, I'm home." She tilted her head and saw 2 people, one big and one small, lying on the bed with their chins in the same posture, looking at the bed, and she didn't know how long they had been looking. The power of blood is magical. The two people are clearly 30 years apart, but they can already see some similarities in their facial features. Mom is awake, Ping'an shouted happily, his big eyes shining cutely under the candlelight. The sleepy child regained his terrifying energy. He patted the bed board anxiously, kicking his two short legs. Daddy, Daddy, I want a hug. Mommy, hug me. Let's go. After Pangmu said that, Ping'an found himself flying up. And then the daddy below jumped onto the bed and opened his arms to catch him. Ping'an screamed excitedly, waving his limbs. I want it, Yin Jiao chuckled, and saw that the father and son really did throw and catch several times, until their foreheads were slightly sweaty. And then they barely quieted down. Look at the noise. Yin Jiao shook his head helplessly, hugged the little bean in his arms, and wiped his sweat carefully. Don't run out like this later. It's chilly in spring, and it's still cold at night. Such a long paragraph. The 1-year-old child could not fully understand, but this did not prevent him from nodding obediently. Hey! Oh! Such a healthy, cute, and smart baby as his own. Yin Jiao couldn't help but feel a little proud. He hugged and kissed a few times, and was about to take back the towel. But another big head that had been waiting for a long time came in and asked confidently, Wipe the sweat. Yin Jiao laughed and pressed his face a few times. Enough. Ping'an, who was sandwiched between his father and mother, felt that he was very happy now. He turned around with his head tilted up with a silly smile on his face, holding one of their fingers in each hand, as if he was afraid that he would run away if he made a mistake. Mom is at home these days. Yin Jiao kissed his little face with heartache. Mom will make you something delicious tomorrow. Okay? The case summary has not been finished yet. Today is the 13th day, and the 16th day is the Grain Rain Festival. I have to go out of the city with other ladies to worship with the Queen Mother. My immediate boss Xiao Liyuan is my sworn brother Liao Wuyan's uncle, and he has always taken care of me. I won't run back and forth before the end of the festival. Okay. Ping'an nodded vigorously, and suddenly said, Catch the bad guys. Yin Jiao was startled. How do you know? Ping'an pointed at Pangmu and said, Catch the bad guys. I'm afraid. It means that my father said. Isn't it? Your mother is amazing. Pangmu continued. Bad guys are most afraid of your mother. Yin Jiao smiled at him. The affection in his eyes almost turned into substance and flowed out. Thank you for your hard work. If we really judge by the standards of this era, she is really not a good wife and mother. Fortunately, everyone around her supports her decision and keeps the rumors outside locked up, which is why there is the current glorious Captain Yin. Pangmu squeezed her hand and said nonchalantly, Why do we say these things as a family? Isn't this my child? This guy is really full of nonsense. Yin Jiao, who didn't have time to be moved, burst out laughing and raised his hand to hit him again. Ping'an nodded as if he understood. But the next sentence he said was, Dad is not afraid? Yin Jiao fell on the bed with laughter. Are you afraid of your wife? This is a difficult question. Pangmu was instantly stumped by his question. He scratched his head and decided to show off his power. Of course. Dad is the head of the household. Of course he is not afraid. Yin Jiao hugged the quilt and laughed, raised his leg and kicked his arm, and supported his chin with one hand to act like a master. Head of the household. I'm thirsty. Pour me a cup of tea. The head of the household quickly climbed down to pour tea. Okay. Yin Jiao slept long enough that he even missed lunch. After getting up and washing up, the family went straight to dinner. The food was on the table, but there were only 3 of them. Yin Jiao glanced outside and wondered, why didn't the old lady come to eat? Xiao Jin said, someone has already gone to the Bai mansion to pass on the message. The old lady is very happy to hear that you are back. However, Mrs. Bai has already held a banquet in the morning. She can't be absent. She also said that you and the master should talk first. She will leave at about 2:45. It was dark at 12:45. Yin Jiao and Pangmu looked at each other and felt their hearts beating a little faster. The old lady was not absent at all. It was just that the old lady felt that it was rare for the young couple to reunite, so she wanted them to have more private time. Of course, it would be better if they could hurry up and give Ping'an a brother or sister as soon as possible. Pangmu cleared his throat vigorously, and suddenly felt a little distracted. He felt that it was okay not to eat. Yin Jiao subconsciously raised his hand to touch his face, and felt a little hot. He pointed at the steaming steamed buns on the table and said, This smells good. What kind of vegetable is it? I can't guess. Xiaoyin said the name of the dish and smiled. This is wild vegetables. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. The kitchen picked out a lot of neat ones and asked Dr. Feng to take a look. He said it was good for clearing the mind and nourishing the qi. So people made buns, added shrimp paste and mixed it with a little sesame oil. It was very light. Yin Jiao nodded. It's best to eat seasonal food. This kind of pure natural green food is rare in later generations. It's good to eat more. Wild vegetables are inevitably coarse and difficult to digest. And there are many seasonings added to them. It's best not to touch them for too young children. Yin Jiao looked around the table, scooped 2 spoonfuls of milky bone soup, picked up some snow-white fish meat, scraped the fish bones and fed it to Pingyan. Then put the light dishes specially made for him by the small kitchen into the bowl. Pingyan has already learned to eat by himself. The small bowl and spoon carved from wood have been polished to be round and smooth like jade. And they are not afraid of falling. His 5 fingers are not very obedient. And holding the spoon is as difficult as swinging a sled. But he has a good appetite. And his bulging cheeks keep moving. As he eats, he unconsciously uses his hands. After stuffing the food into his mouth, he occasionally wipes his face or something. Yin Jiao watched with relish. And the satisfaction in his heart almost overflowed. The Duke was a little absent-minded. His eyes never left his wife. He felt that after only a few days of not seeing her, his wife seemed to be more beautiful. Ahem. He cleared his throat and put his hand on the other's leg. Look, what shall we do later? When he said this, his eyes flashed with burning impulse, which was simply a blatant expression of his desire for married life. Yin Jiao was also eager to see him. Deliberately threw a wink, leaned over and whispered teasingly, all is up to the owner of the household. They have only been married for 2 years, and their relationship has always been good. They are both at the age of need, so there is no need to hide. The owner of the household was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth and nodded like pecking rice. Arrange it. The 2 of them had something on their mind, so they ate very quickly. As a result, just when the head of the household was ready to make arrangements himself, the housekeeper who knew they had finished their meal came in and reported, Master, Madam, Mr. Gua and Lord Wei have received letters. Because the mistress of the family was a courier, everyone looked up to the couriers, and all of them were addressed as Mr. Mr. Gua was brought out from Ping'an County government, and had been working in Juning Mansion before. However, it seemed that his wife had started to make efforts since last year, and issued a transfer order to ask him to come to Beijing. And now he finally came. The old housekeeper finished speaking seriously, but when he looked up, he found that the expressions of the 2 masters were not right. Did the old servant say something wrong? He said blankly. Pang Mu couldn't breathe, and finally all his thoughts turned into a long sigh. Where's the letter? What a damn arrangement! Yin Jiao turned his head to hold back his laughter. There was nothing special about Gua's letter, just reporting that he was safe and that he had arrived at the post station 20 miles outside the city and would be able to enter the city tomorrow. But Wei Lan's letter was interesting. I hope you are safe. Don't worry. The people are simple and honest, and the officials are smart. But they are all weak. After Ziche and I arrived, we didn't see anyone. All these things are what I want, and I can do my best to change the world. After 3 years in the Hanlin Academy, Wei Lan finally got the position of Ping'an County Magistrate and took office after the new year. Liao Wuyan usually treats Renze indifferently, but when something really happens, he still cherishes his talent. So this time he directly assigns him to Wei Lan as a staff member. If Renze had always been gloomy and introverted, Liao Wuyan would have been prepared to be rejected. But he unexpectedly agreed to it smoothly and thanked him with some gratitude, which surprised him a little. Ping'an County is located in the southwest of Wanjiantai, with a straight line distance of only 900 miles. But in fact it takes much longer to walk. It takes a month to take a carriage on the official road, and it would be even slower if you take the civilian road. The 2 confidants met again after several years of separation, and they were so excited and happy that they could not express it in words. Now they can go to work in other places together and put their lifelong learning into practice. They wish that even the hair can be happy. Wei Lan. Needless to say, even Renze exuded a human aura. As if after being tortured by cruel life for so many years, this person finally came back to life. The 2 had different experiences and personalities, but they were both good-looking and gentle. and they were always very popular in Pang Mu's circle. Before leaving, everyone from Pang Mu's mother, Mrs. Yu, to the little girls and cooks in the big kitchen were very reluctant to leave. Many people rushed to make clothes overnight, and made a lot of messy things in large and small packages, and stuffed a full car, and sent them out for more than 10 miles, like a relay before returning. Even so, everyone still couldn't hide their worries. Some were worried about being cold, and the other was worried about being hungry. They felt that the two gentlemen were so bright and gentle, and they were both gentle scholars. If they suddenly went to other places, they would definitely be bullied. Yin Jiao wanted to roll his eyes when he heard this. Bullying is certain, but who bullies whom is still unknown. Let alone Wei Lan himself climbed out of the bottom of society. Rinzai grew up in brothels, and had seen more dirty and filthy plots than anyone else. In order to clear the name of his sweetheart, he had to include the saints, the scholars of the world, and himself in the scheme. He never wanted to come back alive from the beginning. Few people can match this scheming and ruthlessness. These two natural little foxes were trained by Liao Wuyan for several years. They should be thankful that they didn't sell the people outside for silver. If you really want to pray, you should pray for those old oils in the local area. Facts have proved that Duke Dingwei is really determined and resilient. He said that he would definitely not delay the arrangement until tomorrow. After staying up all night to finish the reply letter, greeted the old lady who had returned, and coaxed his son to sleep. He resolutely arranged it himself. That night, the chess game was fierce, and the red waves were turned over, causing the candlelight to flicker, the window shadows to sway, and the carved wooden bed made of real materials creaked for more than half the night, which can be said to be a change of color. The two of them spent a few days in a sweet relationship. After the grain rain sacrifice, Pang Mu took his son to the city gate to greet him, which even startled the Queen Mother's phoenix carriage in front. Look at how anxious he is. The Queen Mother called the family forward, and teased the fair and tender Ping'an with a smile. Seeing Yin Jiao blushing, she said jokingly, "You are young, and you have such a good relationship. It's a good thing. Okay, I won't keep you anymore. You can go now. You are so pitiful. You are running around and rarely see each other. Go. Go." Mrs. Yu, who also went to the sacrifice, secretly winked at Yin Jiao, and smiled and thanked the Queen Mother. "It's all your kindness." The Queen Mother's willingness to understand is a face, and refusing is hypocritical. Yin Jiao thanked her generously and left early. First, he got into his own carriage and took off his outer dress. Yin Jiao, who suddenly felt relieved, let out a long breath and asked Pang Mu through the curtain, "Are you going back now? If you're not tired, let's listen to some opera outside first. Order some fresh vegetables, and relax. After the banquet in the palace is over, we can pick up our mother and go home together." Pang Mu imitated the common people passing by and carried his son on his shoulders, making the little guy giggle. "Then let's go to the opera." Yin Jiao, who changed into a rose-purple dress, made the final decision. The sacrifice presided over by the Queen Mother was grand, and the women who participated were all above the third rank. Everyone was busy until the night yesterday, and stayed in the Yushui villa outside the city for one night. They came back this morning, and she had rested a long time ago. There is no shortage of things in the capital, and the competition is also very fierce. All major merchants racked their brains to think of new tricks to attract people. The theater that Pang Mu found had just brought in a Western music band a month ago. The music they played was completely different from the lingering music that was popular in the Dala dynasty. It was unique in Beijing, and there were many guests coming. They were very proud. In fact, their whole family didn't appreciate anything particularly delicate. This Western music was cheerful and lively, exuding a sense of freshness from inside to outside, which was very appetizing. Ping'an was still young and didn't know what was good or bad. He was just happy to have his parents accompany him and eat delicious food. He chattered along the way in baby talk that no one could understand, and his interest was no less than that of his parents. It was a rare happy time. The family of three talked and laughed happily. They were thinking about what to eat for lunch, but they heard a commotion outside, and several screams suddenly exploded. Someone is being beaten and killed. Chapter 10. Someone is killing someone. The originally bustling street was silent for a moment, as if the sound and the picture were separated, and then suddenly became chaotic. Crying, screaming, and the sound of knocking over stalls instantly filled the entire area. as if a piece of ice was thrown into a boiling oil pan and exploded in the blink of an eye. The guests in the lobby looked out one after another, and the troupe that was still playing just now was also a little messed up, looking at each other in panic, hesitating whether to continue. When Yan Jiao and Pang Mu jumped up from their seats reflexively, they even had smiles on their faces that had not yet faded. But the alarm bells in their hearts were already ringing. Something happened. With years of tacit understanding, they looked at each other subconsciously and made arrangements in a moment. Shiwu, go down to see what happened, and take people to maintain the scene. Pang Mu arranged in an orderly manner. Lao Qi, you and Xiuxi first send Pingyan to Liao's house, and let my sister-in-law take care of him. This happened right under their noses, and their identities and status as a couple could not afford to turn a blind eye. But it was obviously unrealistic to take the children to the scene, and the old lady was attending a banquet in the palace, and distant water could not quench thirst. On the contrary, Liao Wuyan's house was just one street ahead, and the two sides visited each other every now and then, and the children were very familiar with each other, so it was the most suitable place to temporarily place him. Before he finished speaking, a young guard with an inconspicuous appearance quickly climbed out of the third-floor window. These guards with high skills and courage were used to walking in a straight line. If there was a window, they would climb over it. If there was no window, they would jump over the wall. Anyway, they would do whatever was fastest. Song Liang, go and invite the chief of the stage. Yan Jiao finished his instructions in a low voice, and then he went forward to hug Pingyan and kissed him a few times. He smiled at him as if nothing had happened and said, Son, let's go to your aunt to have a meal at noon today. Okay? Pingyan didn't know what had happened yet when he heard her mention his aunt. Although he didn't have much memory, he felt vaguely familiar, so he nodded happily. But when he realized that his parents were not going with him, he pouted again, opened his arms and hummed, I want my mother. Yan Jiao went over and pinched his little hand with an apologetic look. Be good. Dad and Mom will go soon. Pingyan pouted and hummed a few times. Tears slowly welled up in his two big eyes. After confirming that his mother still didn't want to go with him, he simply turned his little face to Qi Yuan's arms, put his arms around his neck, and simply ignored him. I'm angry. Yan Jiao was stunned, and suddenly felt a little ridiculous, relieved and sad. Forget it. It's better to have a temper than to cry. So I have to go back and coax him. Qi Yuan usually follows Pang Mu to coax children, so he is very familiar with this now. He just held the little guy and turned around in the box quickly for a few circles, and made a few faces, and the little prince burst into laughter. Pang Mu gave him a thumbs up. Qi Yuan smiled and nodded. He raised his chin and called Xiao Si and the wet nurse to quietly leave through the back door. Sir! Not long after Qi Yuan and others left, Xiao Wu, who went to check the situation, climbed in through the window again. The perpetrator is a man in his 30s and has been subdued. It is said that he suddenly took out a wooden stick from his sleeve and beat people. There were 2 people beaten. A young man escaped, now lying on the ground. It is unknown whether she is alive or dead. Is a woman of about the same age, with a serious head injury and a lot of blood. Man and woman. 3 people. This pairing combination easily reminds people of some typical cases of love killing. Yan Jiao and Pang Mu looked at each other. Let's go and take a look. Have you called a doctor? Yan Jiao asked as she walked. Speaking of which, this was the first crime she had handled that was caught before it was over. Xiao Wu nodded. When I went down, some people had already gone to find a nearby doctor. Yan Jiao hummed and glanced in the direction of the door. I hope the Tai show will be quick. Wanjiantai is the capital of Dala State, with a transcendent status. Other places of the same level are called prefectures, and the chief is called the prefect, the official who is in charge of the people's livelihood order inside and outside Wanjiantai is called the Tai Shou. The current one is Yin Qiu, who is over 50 years old and has always had a good reputation. Although Yan Jiao learned some boxing and kicking from her best friend Bai Ning, and has Pang Mu as a sparring partner, she is enough to protect herself. But she still can't reach the level of the Pang family army jumping off the building as if it were commonplace. So she had to take the stairs obediently. Some of the spectators recognized them, and the discussion immediately doubled, and they felt that the case outside was a big one. Several people went downstairs quickly. Outside, the guards of the Duke of Dinghua's mansion had already cleared a path. Before the two approached, they saw a man with his arms tied behind his back and twisted on the ground struggling constantly. He was staring at the woman lying in a pool of blood in front of him, with bulging veins on his head. Ordinary people could never see such an exciting scene. They were both horrified and excited, while shouting about how terrible it was. They couldn't help but stand on tiptoe and squeeze in desperately. The woman's eyes were closed, and her light orange short jacket was half wet with the blood that kept coming out of her head. The pedestrians who covered her wound also had blood on their hands, and they shouted anxiously, "Where is the doctor? Hasn't he come yet? Doctor! Go and get the doctor!" Several women nearby watched the excitement with their teeth bared, shaking their heads and sighing. So much blood. It's obvious that it's useless. It's really scary. I think it's serious. Oh my God. Is it a bad omen? A family of 3 died in Swayan County the other day. Why is it again today? Pangmu frowned, raised his arm and waved. Disperse the crowd. Stop talking. And don't let anyone approach within 3 feet. Noisy. 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 It's a headache. He didn't bring many guards with him today, and he sent a few to escort his son to Liao's house. The rest, including those who followed Yin Jiao, were only a dozen people. Fortunately, the people's fear of power is deep in their bones. Later, when Xiaowu and Xiaolu showed the badges of Dingwogong and the Ministry of Justice, and Su Qian drew his sword with a cold face, everyone retreated solemnly. As they were talking, a doctor nearby had been dragged over. He first felt the woman's breath and said with a stern look, "There is still hope." The blood from the head of the injured person formed a thin puddle of red water on the ground. But the doctor, who was eager to save the patient, didn't mind at all. He just knelt down with his snow-white robe. After that, he opened the medicine bag, took out the silver needle, and pierced several acupuncture points on her head. Seeing the blood flow gradually slow down, and the woman's breathing slowly slowed down, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. During the whole process, Yin Jiao kept staring at the murderer, but he saw that his eyes never left the woman. He was clearly furious, but his eyes were full of confusion, and there seemed to be a little reluctance and determination in the confusion, which was obviously very contradictory. When he heard the doctor say there was still hope, he first breathed a sigh of relief. Then anger burned in his eyes, and veins on his forehead bulged again. Yin Jiao couldn't help wondering, what kind of emotion would this be? "Sir, the murder weapon is here." Su Qian wrapped a handkerchief and handed over a wooden stick as long as an arm. The top of the stick was stained with blood, about 1 foot long, very round, and with a handle at the bottom, just like the mallet used by the people to beat clothes. This kind of mallet is very common, and is basically made by villagers using local materials, because it is made of solid wood and soaked in water all year round. It feels heavy in the hand, and it is very lethal when it is swung hard. Yin Jiao looked down at the man's muscular body that could not be covered by his spring shirt, and secretly thought that she was lucky. The woman was lucky to still be alive after losing so much blood. After questioning several witnesses at the scene, everyone said with certainty that the murder weapon was the wooden club. Before she could ask too many questions, several people who had participated in the answering just now could not wait to express their opinions. It was really dangerous just now. This man followed the woman and started beating her without saying a word after entering the door. It seemed like he wanted to eat her. God knows what kind of deep hatred is this. How can it be a deep hatred? Didn't you hear the woman call him husband? It must be that the woman was not decent and had someone else outside. Right? Wasn't there a young man just now? He was also hit a few times, but he turned around and ran away. Bah! Adulterers in broad daylight. Such people deserve to be beaten to death. If it happened in my hometown, how could they get away with it? They would definitely be thrown into a pig cage. Hearing such vulgar words, Yin Jiao frowned and asked back, "Do you know these 3 people?" Everyone shook their heads and said in unison that they didn't know them. Yin Jiao frowned even more and asked again, "So you heard what they talked about?" Several people looked at each other and shook their heads. Among them, there was a man who looked like an idle man in his 40s, who smiled with a big face. "You are really joking." "Sir, I just came over. I am probably 10 feet away, and I don't have a sharp ear. How can I hear what they said clearly?" Speaking of which, several people actually laughed as if they had heard something funny. "How dare you?" Xiao Ba stepped forward and shouted. "Who would be so frivolous with you when the Ministry of Justice is investigating a case?" He was always a calm and amiable person, but at this moment, he was also very intimidating when he got angry. Yin Jiao's face changed instantly. And he said sternly, "Since you know nothing, who gave you the right to make random comments here and disrupt the investigation? Why don't you leave quickly?" Several people were frightened by Xiao Ba at first, and they never thought that such a young and beautiful woman would change her face like turning a book. After they came to their senses, they remembered her identity and immediately felt scared, and hurriedly ran away with their shoulders shrunk. When Yin Qiu was invited in by the crowd, he heard Yin Jiao admonishing the onlookers without any politeness. "Let me be frank with you. This matter concerns human life and cannot tolerate any jokes or slander. If anyone has real clues, please report them immediately, but if anyone tries to talk nonsense, don't blame me for being ruthless. They will all be charged with spreading rumors." Everyone nodded in agreement, and it was indeed much quieter. Yin Qiu stroked his gray beard, nodded secretly, and showed approval. "Master Yin." Pang Mu saw him coming first and motioned him to come forward. "The murder weapon and the suspect are here." "I greet Duke Dingwen, madam." Yin Qiu bowed first. He was the head of the fourth-rank government, but Yin Jiao still had a first-rank imperial decree, so he deserved this courtesy. "Master Yin, please stand up quickly." Yin Jiao stepped forward and supported him, and then told him what he knew about the case. "Since you are here, we can rest assured. The child was still entrusted to Liao's house, and they had to go there quickly after the transfer. Otherwise the little fat boy would be angry for a long time, and it would be difficult to appease him." "Master Yin." "Wait a minute." Yin Jiao felt that it was not good when he heard that he changed his name. Sure enough, the next moment he heard Yin Qiu invite him. "This case will be reported to the Ministry of Justice later, and the Duke of Gui has solved many strange cases in the past. This matter does not bother the two masters. Why don't you stay for a while and try it together with me? How about the handover?" The two looked at each other, understood each other's thoughts and attitudes, and had a plan in their hearts. Yin Qiu's words were really unexpected and reasonable, and they were in line with his personality. It's true that the couple likes to investigate cases, but today is not the right day to get involved. Chapter 11. Yin Jiao thought for a moment, and then confessed to Yin Qiu, "To be honest, my husband and I were blessed by the Queen Mother today, and ended the banquet for the ladies of the royal family in advance, and brought our son here to play. The incident happened suddenly, and we had to send our son to another place first. We had agreed to have lunch together before we parted. Sir Yin has been an official for many years, and has rich experience. I don't think it is necessary for us to be present. If you want to assist, it is of course your responsibility. As for the rest, I can only thank you for your kindness. Yin Qiu is not a foolish person, and he is steady and reliable. A case of this level must be easy to solve, and there is no need to waste 3 people here." The other party invited them to investigate the case together, probably because they thought they have intervened, and if they are driven away hastily, it may be suspected of stealing the credit, which is not appropriate. So they just went with the flow. Her words were rough and straightforward. She laid out the cause and effect of her appearance here clearly, and told everyone openly that the couple had to rush to pick up the child to eat, which surprised Yin Qiu, who was used to saying 3 bins in a sentence. Pang Mu nodded and said casually, "Although the child is young, it is not easy to fool him. What he said must be counted." Yin Qiu was stunned in place, looking at the two of them up and down as if watching a foreign scene, and suddenly felt a little amused, and felt inexplicably relieved. "Okay, let's do as you said. And the deadline is noon." He smiled, and then changed the subject. "But I have to trouble Lord Yin to come in the afternoon. Otherwise I have to go to the Ministry of Justice to ask other police chiefs to review the files and start all over again, which is really troublesome." Yin Jiao and Pang Mu smiled at each other. Of course, the 3 of them quickly divided the responsibilities, and Yin Qiu could finally take the lead with confidence, and Yin Jiao and Pang Mu naturally assisted from the side. The crime scene was a donkey meat noodle restaurant that had been open for 6 or 7 years, because of its strong ramen and thick bone soup as the base. The taste is mellow, and the boss has always been willing to give ingredients, and the quality is good, and the price is cheap. The business has always been very hot. It was near noon, and many diners from inside and outside the city came to feast. The restaurant was crowded and bustling. Even strangers shared tables. At first, no one noticed the 3 people involved in the case. The 2 people eating at the table next to the woman were selling goods in the city. They finally had enough money and came together to eat donkey meat noodles. Unexpectedly, they were splashed with blood. I still feel scared when I think about it now. It was really scary. The slightly stronger man recalled with a bitter face. I was just picking up a chopstick of noodles to eat. And suddenly I saw the woman across the street looking at the door with a look of horror. He pointed to the murderer, who had stopped struggling on the ground. And then I saw him holding a club and beating her head. Another person continued. No one reacted at first. The young man opposite the woman was stunned. He was hit 4 or 5 times or 6 or 7 times. I can't remember clearly. Anyway, he came to his senses after being hit several times and ran away with his head covered. Look! There is blood on the ground. He paused and tried to recall before continuing. There were many people in the store. He couldn't run well. He was chased by this man and hit a few times. Then he turned back and hit the woman. He was wearing a brand new indigo jacket. But now it was splashed with a few drops of blood from the side and a piece of greasy noodle soup in the chaos. It couldn't be wiped clean and was obviously ruined. I was eating noodles excitedly. But I didn't expect to encounter a murderer in the street. And I even wore a piece of clothes for nothing. I really didn't check the almanac before going out. Yin Jiao and Pang Mu exchanged glances and asked, You mean? He beat that young man at the beginning? They both nodded. Yes. Yin Jiao frowned slightly. From this point of view, it really looks like a couple caught having an affair. That guy seems to be deaf and dumb. Yin Chiu, who had seen the murderer, frowned and came over. He doesn't say anything. It seems that he has to be taken back to the hall for a thorough trial. When investigating a case, we are not afraid of suspects who talk too much. But we are most afraid of encountering such a person who refuses to speak, because it is very likely that he has the idea of dying together. And the possibility of cooperating with the investigation is extremely low. The murderer didn't speak. One of the victims was unconscious. And the whereabouts of the other was unknown. For now, the only solution was to find out the identities of the two and start with their families. It was warm at noon. And the leaves of the camellia trees planted on the street were dark green. And the large purple-red flowers were in full bloom, which was very beautiful. But facing a pile of freshly baked messes, no one was interested in enjoying the good times. Sir, Xiao came forward with the doctor with blood on his hands and replied, It doesn't look good. You are really cruel. The old doctor shook his head while wiping his hands. I'm afraid he has hurt his brain. It's hard to say whether he can wake up. Vegetative state. That's a problem. Yin Jiao blurted out, seeing that Yin Chiu and Pang Mu were both puzzled. She hurriedly explained, It's clear that he is still alive. But it can't be said that he can't move. But it is very likely that he is still conscious. Just like the flowers and trees outside, the two of them felt that it was very appropriate when they heard it. And they couldn't help but sigh again. Fortunately, after the bad news, there was finally some good news. Someone recognized the identity of the murderer and the woman. This man is Li Shu, the shopkeeper of Li's Woodware in Sushui Lane in the north of the city, specializing in all kinds of wooden furniture. An old man said anxiously, and his white beard around his mouth was splashed with saliva. It's an old shop. It was originally run by his father. It was passed on to him a few years ago. The dowry beds for my daughters in my humble family were all made by his father. You can recognize it. Several people nearby nodded, not knowing whether they really knew or were just joining in the fun. Yin Chiu pointed at the woman on the ground and asked, These two are husband and wife, right? Yes. The old man nodded. The year they got married. I went to the wedding with my wife. Yin Chiu asked again. It sounds like you are familiar with his family. The old man sighed. We are all neighbors in the same area. We see each other every day. Who doesn't know each other? Then he looked at the two people on the ground again, shook his head with regret. I heard earlier that this young couple often quarreled at home. But who doesn't quarrel like this? I didn't take it to heart. But who knew? Hey! What a sin! As the evidence gradually increased, the cause of the case seemed to be more and more inclined towards emotional entanglement. Pang Mu couldn't help but whisper to the side, We have never quarreled. He couldn't love enough. How could he care about quarreling? Yin Jiao stretched out his hand to pinch the soft flesh on his waist. Yin Chiu looked at him helplessly, and said nothing in a good temper. Yin Chiu said his capable men to ask the people of Li family would where to come to check the information, and asked Li Shu a few more words. But the other party still looked like dead, with a sluggish look and no reaction at all. Take him back to prison for the time being. Yin Chiu looked up at the sky again, estimated the time, and said to Yin Jiao and Pang Mu, It's getting late. The two adults should go to see the little prince first. How about we meet at the government office after noon? I think the Lee family will be here by then. And maybe there will be news about the second injured person. After the hour of way. It is 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It is not only enough to finish lunch, but also to take a simple rest. It is quite reasonable. The Liao mansion is only a few hundred meters away from here. But Pang Mu was unusually absent-minded along the way. Yin Jiao tilted her head to look at him. And the moment he looked back, she teased, "You are not used to being idle, right?" Pang Mu chuckled, took her hand and smiled bitterly. "Really? You are born to work hard." He paused and said, "I still like the days when I investigated cases with you outside in the past 2 years. Before, Yin Jiao was pregnant. And then the child was small. So he didn't think it was a big deal to be busy with these things. But now that the child is gradually growing up, they are also more relaxed. And suddenly feel that life is empty, and his heart is lost. How long has it been? He is only in his early 30s, and in the prime of his life. If he continues to stay in the capital, he feels that he will get sick. But he can't really follow the saint's words, and lead the Qilin guard." Yin Jiao suddenly felt a little sad for him, and whispered, "Let's find a chance to go out again. The capital is prosperous and unparalleled in the world. But after all, such a small place is full of people's confusion." She often feels depressed. Not to mention Pang Mu, who has been used to the wild in the northwest for many years. Occasionally looking at him, she can't help but think of the captive lions in later generations. He is a lion, an eagle, born to gallop in the vast world. Staying in the capital is just a temporary measure. One day, he will be released back to the mountains. "You are the one who knows me best." Pang Mu pulled her hand to his lips and kissed it. Then said with a sly smile, "Don't worry. I will bring Ping into the palace a few more times. And I guess the saint will be eager to drive me away. The farther the better." In fact, his relationship with the saint has always been quite stable. Without the various conspiracies and tricks speculated by the outside world, the saint kept him in Beijing. Firstly, to have a helper. And secondly, to plan for his second half of life and future generations. But it is obvious that freedom is more attractive to Pang Mu than anything else. Seeing that he had already made plans, Yin Jiao was relieved. While mourning for the saint, he couldn't help but look forward to the future. "Do you have any specific place to go? If not, I will see if there is any suitable case later, and we can go out to investigate as imperial envoys. As long as we can get out of the capital, everything will be fine." Pang Mu pondered for a moment, and his eyes drifted to the northwest involuntarily. "September 7th is my father's death anniversary, and November 8th is my eldest brother's death anniversary. I've been back to the capital for so many years, and it's time to go back and take a look." When he said these words, his eyes were fixed on the northwest, and his vision was rare and vast, as if he could easily penetrate the thousands of miles of mountains and ridges. And there were too many feelings that Yin Jiao might never be able to experience personally. "Okay," she nodded, deliberately speaking in a relaxed tone. "The ugly daughter-in-law will always meet her parents-in-law. I haven't met my father and eldest brother yet. Ping'an should also go see his grandfather and uncle." The two smiled at each other, and suddenly felt unprecedented peace in their hearts. The world is peaceful. The saints are compassionate, and the living family members respect and love each other. They are really lucky enough, and should not have too many complaints. The couple are both people who do what they say. Since they have this plan, they immediately started to plan. "Since we are taking Mother and Ping'an, we must take a carriage and take the official road. It takes nearly 2 months to go from the capital to the northwest. If there are any episodes in the middle, it will be even slower. If we want to catch up with the death anniversary, we must set off at the end of June or the beginning of July at the latest." Now it is mid-March. Pang Mu slowly exhaled. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Time is running out. It stands to reason that the saint would not refuse to release him after the worship. But it is precisely because the saint knows him too well, and knows that once he leaves the capital, he will probably never come back again. So he is reluctant to let him go. "So what should we steal from the saint next time to make him jump?" Pang Mu thought about it, and probably found it interesting, and suddenly laughed. "Your Majesty is also a person who is unwilling to suffer losses. Now that we are leaving the capital, we have to do 1 or 2 errands for him. Where is there a business that only makes money and does not lose? The saint has been accommodating to them for the past 2 years. Now he is offering them a handle. Only a fool would not accept it. Yin Jiao smiled and said. What's the difficulty? Can you not do the errand if you don't leave the capital? Anyway, we are destined to be restless, and we will feel more at ease if we are busy. Since they had a child, their thoughts have been quietly changing, and the most prominent point is that they have a stronger sense of responsibility. They have a son, and they will have grandchildren in the future, so they will instinctively want to do more and create a better and more peaceful world for their descendants. After thinking of a way to deal with it, the two of them felt relieved. They came to Liao Mansion with laughter and chat, and unexpectedly met Bai Ning, who was supposed to be in Shishan camp. Xiao Bai? Yin Jiao looked at his friend, who had not seen him for a long time, with surprise and joy, and walked forward to pull her to look left and right. Didn't you take Sierra to Shishan camp to accompany Yain before the new year? When did you come back? Where are Sierra and Yain? Sheer is the son of Bai Ning and Tu Qing, less than a year older than Ping'an, and a very handsome boy. Who would have thought that when talking about this? Bai Ning's face was full of sadness and a look of being devastated, and he waved his hands repeatedly and said, You don't know how difficult it is to take care of that boy. Every day when he opens his eyes, he runs around everywhere, whizzing, and the wet nurses and maids who follow him are all losing weight. I really can't stand it. So I just leave them to fend for themselves and go back to the city to rest for a while. It's hard. It's really hard for her. Why didn't anyone tell her before getting married that it's so tiring to take care of a child? After that, he looked at Ping'an in Mrs. Dong's arms with envy, stepped forward and pinched his little hand, and after getting a brilliant and toothless smile, he couldn't help but sigh. Children are really fun when they're young, but it's really too much trouble after they can run and walk. Even monkeys are not so noisy. She still has a large group of people to help take care of her. It is hard to imagine what it would be like for ordinary people to raise their children by themselves. Yin Jiao and Pang Mu looked at each other, and their eyes involuntarily fell on their fat son, who had already opened his arms to be hugged. Suddenly, they had a headache. But after all, he was born by themselves, and they had to raise him even if they had to kneel down. The two of them felt a little complicated after being scolded by Bai Ning, the little senior. Madame Dong covered her mouth and laughed. Do you also have times when you are afraid? The two looked up at the same time and smiled awkwardly. Yes. Madame Dong and Bai Ning laughed. It will be fine after these few years. It's useless to be afraid. Hearing the familiar words, Ping'an immediately raised his head and said loudly, Dad is not afraid. Everyone laughed. Pang Mu. Real people don't lie. I am really afraid. While they were talking and laughing, Liao Xin came in from the front yard. Seeing Yin Jiao and Pang Mu were also there, a little joy appeared on his face, and he stepped forward to salute. Aunt. Uncle. Yin Jiao pulled him to look at him and praised him vigorously. You have grown taller, and you are more like the elegant gentleman described in the book. He remembered something again. Isn't Jenner here? Mrs. Dong said. She was dragged to the literary gathering by a few sisters. If she knew you were here today, she would definitely regret it. Yin Jiao took Ping'an from her arms, lowered his head, and rubbed his little face. Son, do you miss me? I'll make you some steamed milk cakes when you go back tonight. Cakes. Ping'an's eyes lit up when he heard it, and his two chubby feet stepped on her thighs and jumped around, and his whole body showed that he wanted to eat. The milk cakes Yin Jiao mentioned are made by grinding grains into fine powder and mixing them with milk, repeatedly pressing them into long strips as thick as a finger, and then baking them in the oven until they are soft and hard enough. They can be used as snacks or teething sticks. Not to mention that Ping'an couldn't let it go. Even the old lady liked it. Every now and then, she would take a few back to her room in the name of her grandson. After Liao Xin sat down, Pang Mu vaguely sensed that he was in a bad mood. So he leaned over and whispered, What's wrong with you? Tell your uncle. And your uncle will help you vent your anger. A 15-year-old boy is the most delicate and changeable. But Liao Xin has been mature since he was a child, and it is rare to see something from his face. So Pang Mu is particularly concerned. Liao Xin's expression relaxed slightly, and he also turned his body sideways. He was about to say something, but he swallowed it back when it came to his lips, and said a little dejectedly, Forget it. It's nothing. It's just a little thought of his own. Why bother to expose it to others to cause trouble? But the less he said, the more serious the problem was. And Pang Mu kept asking questions. This boy passed the examination for a scholar several years ago, but Liao Huiyan felt that he was not ready enough and might not get a good ranking in the future. So he kept it for 3 years. The provincial examination will be held in August this year, and it would be bad if he had something on his mind that would affect his performance. Liao Zhen had no way to answer his question, and he was really annoyed these days. After hesitating for a long time, he finally asked it during dinner. When can I surpass my father? Father? Liao Wuyan? Hearing this, Pang Mu almost blurted out impossible. Is there anyone in the world who can surpass Mr. Liao? Impossible. Never possible. But when he met the boy's clear, sincere and expectant eyes, he couldn't say anything. Ahem. He regretted why he had meddled in other people's business and created such an unsolvable problem for himself, and racked his brains to think of something to say. But after a long time, he could only say, "Why did you suddenly think of this? Child, you are so depressed. Why do you want to surpass your father when you can surpass anyone else? Are you going to die?" Liao Zhen's eyes suddenly dimmed, and he said sullenly, "Because it seems that no matter how hard I try, no matter where I go, everyone will say when they hear my name, 'Oh, it turns out that I am Mr. Liao's son.' No wonder. His father is indeed the person he admires and respects the most in his life. But year after year, day after day, it seems that everyone only cares about his father, no matter what achievements he makes. Everyone thinks it is natural, just because he is Liao Wuyan's son. So it is so. Over time, all kinds of complicated emotions turned into a mountain, weighing heavily on his chest, and he felt breathless whenever he thought of it. Pang Mu didn't speak for a long time, and then smacked his lips after a long time. You know what? I have had similar feelings before. His father was a famous general, and when he grew up, his reputation was at its peak. In addition, he had an equally outstanding brother, and there was one more person to compare with than Liao Zhen. But he still got through it like this, didn't he? Liao Zhen stared at him for a long time, and finally realized that he had confided in the wrong person. This uncle was clearly a man who would cover himself with a blanket when the sky fell, and he was broad-minded. So how could he be as resentful as himself? Oh, you can't think like that. Yan Jiao, who was sitting on the other side of Pang Mu, came over at some point and began to pour chicken soup. Everyone is unique. No one is perfect. You have to be good at discovering your own shining points. Ping'an was nestling in her arms with egg crumbs all over his face. He looked up at the sound and said without thinking, "Light." Liao Zhen, who was just depressed, was amused by him and wiped the corners of his mouth through Pang Mu, and asked impatiently, "Auntie means that father also has shortcomings?" It is obvious that this child's focus is a bit off, and he is desperate enough to hope that the opponent will become weaker. Yin Jiao nodded without thinking. Of course. Liao Zhen's breathing was rapid. What shortcomings? After living for more than 10 years, this was the first time someone told me that my father was not a perfect man and had shortcomings. Yin Jiao naturally couldn't live up to the expectations of the beautiful boy, so she racked her brains to think. But, after a long and unbearable silence, Yin Jiao finally chose to give up. She patted the boy's shoulder with a sad face and said, "I'm sorry. Your father, my brother, my idol, he is so perfect. I racked my brains, but couldn't find even one shortcoming of him. Ah, Mr. Liao, brother, he is a god. Even if he is poisonous, he is so poisonous." Liao Zhen. Chapter 12. After failing to comfort his aunt, his uncle immediately became cowardly and dared not speak casually again until he saw Liao Zhen leave with a bleak back. However, Mrs. Dong calmly asked someone to change the hot tea. He has been too smooth along the way. If he can't even get over this hurdle, he will not be able to achieve great things in the future. Blood ties are a lifelong connection that cannot be severed. He is indeed under pressure, but at the same time, he has enjoyed the great convenience brought by his parents and family's reputation since he was born. This is an indisputable fact. It doesn't matter when you benefit, but you feel uncomfortable when you are affected? There is no such a cheap thing in the world. Seeing that everyone was still worried, Mrs. Dong smiled and said, "It's okay. The master already knows about this." Liao Wuyan. These 3 words carry the momentum of killing gods and Buddhas, and everyone felt relieved when they heard it, and went to rest. Everyone in the Liao mansion regarded Yin Jiao as a proper aunt, and the courtyard where she lived before she got married was still kept as a resting place for the family of 3 who frequently came to visit. Children need a lot of sleep, and they are prone to sleepiness after meals. Ping'an, who had been making a fuss for most of the day, fell asleep quickly. Yin Jiao stared at his little face for a while, and suddenly smiled to Pang Mu. I don't know what he will look like in the future. Will he love and fear his father's reputation like Jier today? Pang Mu raised his eyebrows, and was about to speak, but suddenly smiled. I seemed to empathize with Mr. Liao. After all, there was still a case to tie them up, and the two of them couldn't sleep well. They lay down and dozed for a few minutes before going to the yamen. Yin Qiu was talking to the master in the second hall at this time. He was a little surprised to see them come so early, and ordered someone to serve tea. Why don't you accompany the young prince more? It was not the main hall now. Yin Qiu got off the main seat directly, and sat opposite them in the 2 rows of seats below. Pang Mu smiled and said, he fell asleep, and we couldn't stay well with things in our hearts, so we came to take a look in advance. It was obvious that Yin Qiu didn't take a rest all afternoon. The strong tea at hand was almost black, and he blinked more and more times. Hearing this, he got to the point and said, the second injured person has been found. The person is still awake, and has been brought back. Yin Jiao and Pang Mu were surprised and happy, and asked, do you know his identity? Why did Li Shu kill someone in broad daylight? Many ordinary people are afraid to kill a pig, let alone kill people. How much hatred and resentment must this have? Yin Qiu said, this man is called Jin Kai, the younger brother of the injured woman Jin Kui. The doctor is still bandaging him, and the rest has not been asked yet. However, I have sent people to the Jin family outside the city, and there may be unexpected clues. Brother? Yin Jiao stopped scraping the tea stems in the air and asked subconsciously, cousin? Pang Mu and the guard standing in the back row also pricked up their ears to listen, and all kinds of indescribable pornographic pictures in their minds were running wildly. After all, cousins are most likely to be ambiguous these days. Yin Qiu shook his head unexpectedly. Brother and sister from the same mother. The originally planned emotional entanglement suddenly turned into family ethics, and the huge turn directly stunned everyone. By the way, Pang Mu's eyes flashed with confusion. Had Li Shu's family been called over? Yin Qiu sighed. The Li family lives behind the shop. Old man Li felt that he was not in good health a few years ago, so he called his son to take over in advance. He died 2 years ago. When the yamen runners went there was only a 7-year-old girl left in the family. After asking the clerk, they learned that the head wife Jin Kui had gone out early in the morning. The old lady and Li Shu went to the city's Chinese medicine clinic in the morning with their grandson, who had a high fever for 2 consecutive days. They only knew that Li Shu had come back once, and when he learned that his wife had not returned yet, he left in a hurry, but they did not know that he had committed a serious crime. The youngest son of the Li family has not yet subsided from the high fever, and the old lady is very anxious, and it seems that she may collapse at any time. At present, the truth is not clear, and the yamen runners are afraid that after telling her son and daughter-in-law, the old lady will be involved, so they dare not act on their own and come back to report first. The son is seriously ill, and the 7-year-old daughter is alone at home. Jin Kui, as a mother, neither takes care of her son nor worries about her daughter. Instead, she goes to the noodle shop to meet her lively brother in his 20s. The father goes to kill people again. Yin Jiao sorted out the clues he knew so far, and felt more and more strange. Could it be that they have no feelings for these 2 children? Not really, Yin Qiu said. It is said that they are quite compassionate. This family's operation is too psychedelic, and it is even more confusing after understanding. Just when everyone was puzzled, they suddenly heard a noise outside, as if a man was shouting pay money or something like that. Sir! Jin Kai woke up, and after learning that he was in the yamen, he wanted to sue his brother-in-law Li Shu for murder. A yamen runner came in and reported. It is normal for the injured to report to the police after being attacked, but Yin Qiu is obviously more concerned about another detail. How is his injury? According to the description of the witnesses, the number and intensity of the beatings Jin Kai received were no less than that of his sister Jin Kui. But why Jin Kui is still unconscious, and Jin Kai can still sue? Reporting to the Lord, he blocked almost all of those attacks. The wound on his head only looks scary, but it's not serious. His right arm was broken when he blocked the attack, and it will take 3 or 2 months to heal, the yamen runner said. Pang Mu hummed, habitually bit his index finger and tapped the table, thinking, it is difficult for ordinary people to resist when they are suddenly attacked. And I remember that he was facing the entrance of the restaurant at the time of the incident, so it was even more difficult. This Jin Kai is very interesting. The 3 people at the table looked at each other. Ask him in. It is said that appearance reflects the heart. When Jinkai entered the door, everyone in the room instinctively felt disgusted. He wore a purple robe, hunched his shoulders, and had a greasy face. He covered his head and cursed. After entering the room, he first fixed his eyes on Yanjiao. The gauze wrapped around his head could not hide his frivolous and greasy face. Pang Mu's face darkened instantly, leaned forward to block his wife, and asked expressionlessly, "Who is coming? How dare you not kneel before an official?" Jinkai shuddered when he looked at him, and his knees softened, and he knelt down. When he came to his senses, he cried exaggeratedly, "I, Jinkai, want to sue Li Shu for killing people in broad daylight. It's really unjust. Master, please help me." His movements were very smooth and skillful, as if he was used to it. "Do you know why Li Shu killed you?" Inchio asked. After a pause, Jinkai rolled his eyes and said with his neck stiff, "He's crazy." Then he howled again. "Sir, you see? He almost beat me to death. This should at least pay dozens of taels of silver. Right? Inchio has lived for most of his life. What kind of monsters and demons has he not seen?" He knew at a glance that he must be hiding something. He frowned and said, "Don't be so presumptuous. Since you are the brother-in-law of Li Shu, you should live in harmony. Why did he kill you for no reason?" However, Jinkai just pretended to be stupid and began to cry out in pain, with his only remaining intact arm, sometimes holding his head and sometimes covering his arm. And he was very busy. Yanjiao felt upset and couldn't help but say, "Why don't you ask how your sister is? You are tall when standing and long when lying down. You know that Li Shu has killed someone. Even if you run with your sister? What a thing!" Jinkai was stunned for a moment, as if he finally remembered that he had a sister. He immediately curled his lips and said disdainfully, "They sleep on the same Kong. Can you beat her to death?" Yanjiao was so angry at his rogue appearance that his heart was beating fast. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Inchio say shockingly, "She was really beaten to death." Yanjiao and Pang Mu were slightly stunned, and they kept silent in tacit understanding. Jinkai was stunned for a long time, even forgetting to play the victim, and stammered, Beat to death?" Yanjiao vaguely understood Inchio's intention and sneered, "You are also a man. You don't protect your sister when she is in danger. Even at this point, you don't even ask a question? She is so busy taking care of you." It is understandable that the family members of the mother came to see, but the two siblings left their home and went to the noodle shop. There are only two possibilities. Either there is something that is not easy to talk about in front of the Li family, or the conflict between the two sides is so deep that they can't talk calmly. The Jin family is far away in a small town outside the city. It is said that it takes nearly an hour to walk one way. What urgent matter forced Jinkai to travel a long distance to the city early in the morning to ask his sister for help? Yanjiao had a few guesses in his mind, but because he had no evidence, he decided to be vague and trick him. As expected, Jinkai exploded when he heard it, and shouted at the top of his voice, "Officials can't arbitrarily wrongly accuse people. And she still manages it? Bah! Is there any sister like her? Isn't it just a few dirty money? Do you want it every time you meet? Money?" The sudden key clue made everyone's eyes light up. Yanjiao instantly connected several clues in his mind and pressed step by step. As the saying goes, it is not difficult to borrow again if you have to pay back. Now her son is sick. It's a serious matter. You can't just not pay it back again and again. Whose children don't have all kinds of disasters and 8 diseases? Jinkai showed very well what it means to be a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water, and said with his neck stiff, "Ah, treating illnesses is a serious matter. But marrying a wife is not a serious matter. Who said I didn't pay it back? Didn't I pay back more than 3 taels?" After a pause, he shouted with a red face and thick neck, "Well, that Li Shu beat my sister to death. Pay the money. Ask him to pay the money. Kill him." Pang Mu narrowed his eyes slightly, looking down at him condescendingly. "Your sister is dead. If Li Shu dies again, the money you owe them can be written off. Right?" Jinkai's pupils contracted violently, and he instinctively didn't dare to look at him, and kept shouting killing someone to pay his life. Such words. He is just a scoundrel. Inchio said coldly, "Well, if you don't speak now, don't blame me for only listening to Li Shu's testimony." Jinkai, who was throwing a tantrum, was pinched by the vitals. His face turned red and white, and he was interrupted by the yamen runner, who came in to answer him when he was about to speak. He was suffocated. Reporting to the Lord, the two elders of the Jin family have arrived. Inchio glanced at Jin Kai meaningfully again, drank the strong tea in the cup, and seemed to be suddenly more energetic. Let's go to court. When seeing that the first reaction of the two elders of the Jin family after finding that Jin Kai was injured was to squat on the ground and throw a tantrum to ask for money, Yin Jiao felt that he had never understood so clearly in his life what rat children will dig holes meant. The same dirty behavior. Yin Jiao mentioned Jin Kui, who was beaten to death again. The couple of the Jin family said without hesitation, "A married daughter is like spilled water. Her husband can't do anything about it. But we raised her after all, so we have to pay some money. Right? Even though she has seen a lot of human warmth and coldness in the past 2 years. The shamelessness of this family is beyond imagination." Su Qian forced herself to close her eyes and not look at these disgusting faces. They are all girls. The brother treats her like a treasure. But this family only treats their daughters as tools to make money, and even does not let them go after they die. It's really disgusting. After understanding the basic demands of this family, Inchio simply brought Li Shu up and pointed at the three people in the hall and said, "Li Shu, now the Jin family sued you for murder and asked for compensation. What do you have to say?" He deliberately emphasized the word pay money. This word seemed to flip a switch in Li Shu's body. Li Shu, who had been lifeless since the incident, suddenly jumped up and glared at the three people from the Jin family with bloodshot eyes. His eyes were almost spitting fire. The Yamen runners on both sides hurriedly stepped forward to pull him. But Li Shu ignored them. He struggled and roared like a trapped beast, "You damn beasts! Bastards! You are not human. You raised a daughter just to harm me. You still have the nerve to ask for money? Jin Kai, you son of a bitch. I didn't kill you because I'm incompetent. You want money? Bah! I'll hack your ancestors for 8 generations. In the future, you blood-sucking insects will go to hell and be put into the oil pan." Li Shu cursed happily. But the three members of the Jin family were not easy to deal with. They started to curse back immediately. The hall was in chaos, and everyone's ears were filled with dirty words. Inchio picked up the gavel and slammed it 3 times, and ordered people to hold the 4 people down. He first blocked the mouths of the 3 members of the Jin family, and then asked Li Shu to explain the whole story. Li Shu, who was stimulated by the Jin family, was no longer silent at first. He immediately explained with gritted teeth. The marriage between the two families was originally a marriage between the Jin family and the upper class. Li's father also thought that the Jin family had poor family education. Especially Jin Kai was idle all day and did not look like a serious person. So he was not very willing. However, Li Shu was greedy for Jin Kui's beauty, and seeing that she was very skilled in needlework, he persuaded her parents to propose marriage. After marriage, Jin Kui was very conscientious and soon gave birth to children for the Li family. But Li's father's worries soon became a reality. Jin Kai frequently visited the family under the pretext of visiting relatives, stayed for a few days to eat and drink, and asked for money in various ways, which was very unreasonable. Originally, Li Shu thought that now that they were a family, it was reasonable to help them a little. But Jin Kai tasted the sweetness and began to get worse. After a long time, Li Shu could no longer bear it, and he had frequent verbal frictions with Jin Kui and her brother. The most serious few times even resulted in a fight, and Jin Kai never came to visit again. If things had stopped there, it would have been fine. And as Jin's mother said, a daughter who is married is like water spilled out. Each of them would live their lives behind closed doors, and the world would have been peaceful from then on. But she never expected that Jin Kui, who had been taught to help her mother's family and her brother since she was a child, could not hold on at all. Whenever someone sent a message saying that her mother's family needed money, she would obediently give her private savings to her brother. But now she was completely supported by men, and such behavior was equivalent to stealing the Li family's corner. When she was caught by Li Shu several times, Jin Kui cried, "That's my mother's family and my dear brother. How can I ignore it? You are his brother-in-law. How can you be so ruthless? Your parents need money when they are sick, and your brother needs money for business. Now he is getting married and still needs money from you." Li Shu was so angry. "Are all your family members handless? You expect you, a married woman, to live. Why don't you just move my shop back? I married a virtuous wife, but I married a bunch of bloodsuckers." The two quarreled several times, and Jin Kui cried, made a scene, and even hanged herself. The two elders also asked them to be patient for the sake of the child. The neighbors didn't know the inside story, and they said that they would rather tear down 10 temples than destroy a marriage. And they persuaded both sides to reconcile. However, the idea of supporting her mother's family had been deeply rooted in Jean Kuei's bones for many years. So how could she be persuaded? Just before the new year, Jean Kai only returned a few taels and said a few nice words. But she actually stole all the 200 taels of her husband's savings and gave them to her younger brother. A month ago, the youngest son of the Li family suddenly fell ill, and the herbs he needed were quite expensive. Since the death of Li's father, the Li family shop has been much worse than before, and the cash on the books was quickly spent. Yesterday, the child fell ill again. Jean Kuei also felt that something was wrong, so he asked someone to send a message to his brother to come into the city, wanting him to return the silver quickly. Unexpectedly, Li Shu discovered that the silver was gone first, and when he saw that his wife was missing, he immediately guessed the reason. The anger that had been suppressed for many years burst out instantly when the doctor said that his son was in danger. Li Shu, who was overwhelmed by anger, took the laundry mallet and hid it on his body. After finding out where his wife was, he chased after her with murderous intent. The moment he saw his wife meeting his brother again, the disgusting scenes and experiences in the past appeared in front of him again, and Li Shu completely lost his mind. Li Shu was excited when he replied at first, but later, he became numb. I wanted to kill Jean Kai, but he was born a scoundrel, and he ran away after blocking a few times. The crowd finally saw a trace of regret from him, but they regretted not being able to kill Jean Kai. After Li Shu finished speaking, there was a dead silence in the court, and everyone felt mixed emotions. The sun gradually set, and the heat accumulated during the day quickly disappeared, and the court suddenly became deep and gloomy. Some people sighed that Father Li was vicious and sharp-tongued. Some were angry that Li Shu was shallow and misled by beauty, and most of them blamed Jean Kuei for being stupid and putting the cart before the horse. It is understandable to miss your mother's family, but either you make money to supplement it yourself, or urge your mother's family to take the right path. Otherwise, who can stand it? As for Li Shu, he was even more stupid. Since we can't live together anymore. Yin Jiao didn't know what to say. You are not afraid of killing people. Why don't you divorce your wife earlier? Wouldn't it be better to get rid of each other? Why bother to go to this extent? Li Shu clenched his hands on the ground and said angrily, I can't afford to lose this person. It was he who wanted to marry her in the first place. If he divorced her now, wouldn't he be slapping himself in the face? Yin Xiao laughed in anger. Isn't it embarrassing now? You know, if you beat her up, this family will be ruined. Jean Kuei, needless to say, didn't know if she could wake up in this life. It would be better for her to die directly. As for Li Shu, he failed in his premeditated murder, so at least he was exiled. How could an old lady with 2 underage children and a half-dead shop survive? However, Li Shu had now completely gone into a dead end, and no longer cared about the principles of heaven and human ethics. He just stared at the Jean Kai family with his bloodshot eyes, gritting his teeth and said, I only hate that I didn't do it hard enough. This whole family should be killed. Yin Jiao shook his head and said no more nonsense. Li Shu had confessed everything, but the Jean family once again set a new shameless limit. They relied on the fact that there was no IOU in Jean Kuei's life and death were unknown, and denied that they had borrowed money. But the fragile lie could not stand up to scrutiny. This is because this family never knew what it meant to be low-key. Every now and then, they would show off in the village how much silver they had taken from their daughter, and how they had rebuilt a big brick and tile house. And Jean Kai had been harassing the neighbors for many years, and was not doing his job properly. He was good at eating, drinking, whoring and gambling, but he could always treat his family to a feast every time he went to the city. This was really suspicious. This was all seen by the neighbors, and they could not give another reasonable source of wealth. In Xiu approved the note, and the Yamen runners really found more than 10 taels of silver from the Jean family. The inside of the purse containing the silver was embroidered with Li Shu's name. At this point, the evidence was irrefutable, and the Jean family had to admit that they had indeed taken hundreds of taels from Jean Kuei in the past few years. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. Several key figures involved in this case are not innocent. Moreover, due to the improper handling of Li Shu and Jean Kuei, the tragedy finally occurred. But the initiator, the Jean family, could only be convicted of theft at most. It's just a pity for the old lady Li and her 2 children. How are they going to live in the future? Chapter 13. The period around the beginning of summer is definitely one of the top 3 time periods that Yin Jiao hates the most in a year. The endless strong winds carry dry air everywhere. The sky is cloudy and sunny, but not even a drop of rain falls. It is so cold in the morning and evening that you want to wear padded clothes. But it is tanned at noon. Even the most social ladies have tacitly reduced their gatherings. And when they have to, they all choose to go indoors to ensure that their carefully made up looks will not be destroyed by the strong wind and the scorching sun. Fortunately, although there have been strong winds outside in the past few days, the world is still calm, and there are no major cases that need to be reported to the Ministry of Justice. Several police chiefs who stayed in Beijing, including Yin Jiao, have a rare leisure time. It was not necessary to have all 4 guards follow you when you were on duty at the doorstep. So Yin Jiao asked them to work in pairs. That day, she had just brought Xiaolu and Xiaoba home, and saw a fight on the martial arts field. Qi Yuan was skilled and his movements were mysterious, teasing Song Liang and Su Qian like a cat teasing a mouse. And the 2 of them took the time to fight each other. And the whole yard was filled with the sound of weapons colliding. And occasionally you could see flying sparks, which attracted cheers from the people around. As the 3rd in command of the Feihu Hall in Juning Prefecture, Song Liang thought he was also a well-known figure in the martial arts world. The reason why he chose to follow Yin Jiao to Beijing was to seek an official position. Firstly, to bring honor to his ancestors, and secondly, to make their Feihu Hall famous. However, the past few years in Beijing made him fully understand the gap between ideal and reality. It turns out that the court is full of talents. And it turns out that the martial arts are really wild. All his former pride was shattered into pieces by the sharp attacks of the court officers, which were fast, accurate, fierce and strong. And he couldn't even pick it up. If it were in the past, he would not even bother to look at an 18-year-old girl like Su Qian, for fear that he would be smashed to pieces with a punch. But now, he was chased and beaten by someone with a knife. Among the military personnel in the Duke's mansion, he is just a younger brother, a dish, and anyone can come up and pick it up when they are interested. The key is, can you pick it up? Xiao Lu and Xiao Ba stood behind Yin Jiao with their arms around each other, commenting, "Old song is still not good enough." To put it bluntly, even though people in the underworld brag about how their lives are full of swords and sabers, in reality, there are very few real life and death fights, and most of them are superficial threats, with flashy moves. On the battlefield, it's either you die or I die. And the first principle is to kill. And the movements are simple and sharp. And you must hit the target with one strike. These 2 extremes together, Song Liang can only be abused. Xiaolu touched his chin, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. And his smile gradually became obscene. Bet on a bacon and broad bean clay pot rice. How long do you think he can last? Yin Jiao said at breakfast in the morning that it was rare to see fresh broad beans. So he made bacon and broad bean clay pot rice at noon. I guess the kitchen has already prepared all the ingredients by now. The golden and crispy rice crust smelled delicious. The reddish-brown bacon slices were fat and translucent. The thin ones were oily. The broad beans were delicate and soft. They drooled all the way back. Nothing is more tempting than eating with your brothers watching. It is common for brothers to make a bet casually. In the past, the most common bet in wars was who could pee farther. Xiao Ba obviously didn't realize that this was a trap. He commented very professionally and naturally, if they are feeding each other, it is not a problem to fight for a long time, if they are serious. Song Liang will be finished within 10 moves. At the end, he added with great emotion, this little girl is incredible. But it's a pity that she was born in the wrong season. Su Qian not only has the delicate dexterity that is unique to girls, but also has good strength that is not inferior to that of men because of her training since childhood. She has a rare and fierce spirit that will never retreat. If she were in a war, she would definitely be a fierce general. Xiao Lu smiled and suddenly dropped a few words, and leaped into the field with a move like a rock spreading its wings. 3 moves. Before he finished speaking, he saw him turn his palm into a hook, and rush forward with a few consecutive steps, tightly clamping Song Liang's right shoulder. Song Liang's martial arts were inferior to his. And at this moment, he was already exhausted physically and mentally by Su Qian and Qi Yuan, and he had no strength to fight back. Xiao Lu's empty hand, which was rumored to be able to break his heart and bones, gently slapped his waist. And Song Liang suddenly felt that all his strength was gone. The next moment, he was picked up and thrown out with clever strength, like a broken sack rolling on the ground for several circles. He chuckled, clapped his hands, and gestured to Xiao Ba with the number 3. No more. No less. Just 3 moves. Xiao Ba. Shameless. Looking at his dark face, which was the same color as the bottom of a pot, Yin Jiao almost laughed to death. Ha ha ha. You've been fooled. He didn't say who started it. Xiao Ba gritted his teeth, cursed in broad daylight, and then asked Yin Jiao in front of Xiao Lu, who came back to show off. Let's stew pigeons tonight. Pigeons are very nutritious. Xiao Lu. My dear, I was wrong. After years of experience in raising homing pigeons, he has established a deep friendship with the pigeons. In the eyes of his brothers, they are his soft spots, and they are always effective. The third leader of the Flying Tiger Hall, who had been tortured countless times from body to soul, lay on his back on the ground and panted violently. He had never felt life was so difficult as now. 2 people were not enough. And you, Master Lu, are also a person if you come on stage halfway? The sun at noon was bright and hot, and it was so hot that people couldn't open their eyes. He blinked hard to squeeze out the sweat rolling down his forehead. It hurt so much that he suddenly felt inexplicably sad. You, Su Qian, who couldn't bear it, was originally going to come over to help him. But what came into her eyes was the scene of the tough guy crying. She felt uncomfortable all over, but she still carefully comforted him. Don't be sad, Song Liang. I didn't cry. Su Qian's mouth twitched, and she sighed. Okay. Except for Master Qi and Master Lu. Who doesn't have a face these days? Song Liang stood up with a somersault, gnashing his teeth and saying, That's Khan. Su Qian, who was completely shrouded in shadows, looked at this man who was a head taller than herself, nodded perfunctorily, turned around and left. Yeah. I know. Khan. Yes. It's embarrassing to be beaten and cry. But then again, I never expected that this person actually had a delicate heart that was completely inconsistent with his body shape. Maybe I should be more strict in the future. Failure is nothing. I'll get used to it after failing a few hundred times. After Yin Jiao laughed at Xiao Lu for shooting herself in the foot, she went to the kitchen and ordered the cook to line up several casseroles on the fire. She generously put a lot of bacon, chopped mushrooms, and broad beans in them. After returning to Beijing, Yin Jiao became much busier. When she occasionally cooked, she only worked in the small kitchen. The cook was a little flattered to see her come here. She hurriedly reported the lunch menu to her, and a cold wild vegetable salad made according to your instructions, seasoned with only mashed garlic, balsamic vinegar, fine snowflake salt, and a little soy sauce. The stuffed tofu and tiger skin green peppers were also made according to your method. Please take a look at the remaining dishes. If they are not good, I will change them immediately. Wild vegetables are already old at this time of year. The ones we eat are picked and dried in early spring. Now they are still fragrant after soaking in water. The next 2 dishes are also written by Yin Jiao. The fried tofu stuffed with meat is cut in half to form 2 small pockets, which are stuffed with chopped meat stuffing. After tying, deep fry at low temperature until half cooked, and then put into a soup pot and simmer on low heat. Skim off the floating oil in the middle, and the whole dish is rich and delicious but not greasy. Ping'an likes this very much. He can stuff 2 in his stomach at a time. His little mouth is greasy after eating. He is not happy even when he is forced to stop. The meat stuffing in the tiger skin green pepper is the same, but the green pepper is fried in oil to make tiger skin patterns, and then poured into sweet and sour sauce to cook. The 5 flavors of sour, spicy, salty, sweet and fresh gather together. It is the old lady's favorite, and is a stable top 3 in the list of the most popular dishes of Dingwa Mansion. Yin Jiao nodded and asked, Do you have any more stuffing? The cook nodded quickly. There is no stuffing, but there is fresh pork belly. It is not troublesome to chop it now. Do you want to make more? Yin Jiao nodded. Make 3 portions of tofu stuffed with meat and tiger skin green peppers, and send them to Xiao Mansion, Liao Mansion and Lord Tu's house respectively, and then ask them how they are. Poor old Tu is still training outside the city. Even if he sends it to his house, he can only feed his wife and mother. Liao Zhen likes spicy food. The young boy has not been in a good mood in recent days, so he should eat something he likes. Ping'an still has a good appetite today. Even the old lady ate half a bowl of rice because of him. She also mixed an extra spoonful of the sweet and sour sauce of tiger skin green peppers. She was very satisfied. While eating, she muttered that she would do Wuqin she twice more in the afternoon. Now her daughter-in-law is filial and capable. Her grandson is well-behaved and cute. And the family lives in harmony. She has nothing to be dissatisfied with. The little guy has a good appetite. He is jealous when he sees others eating. He also wants to eat green peppers. If you don't give them to him, he will cry and let the tears hang on his face for you to see. The old lady comforted softly. Good boy. That is too spicy. And it is heavy in oil and salt. You can eat it when you grow up in 2 years. Ah. The little fat boy twisted his body and refused to listen. He kept pointing. Eat. Peng Mu sighed. Who do you take after being so domineering and unwilling to listen to advice? The old lady glared at him across the table. You? I don't know if Pingen understood it. Anyway. His little mouth pouted higher. Peng Mu gestured beside him and said with a smile, Hey? It can be hung with oil bottles. Yin Jiao was both angry and amused. As expected, he did what the little thing wanted. He deliberately scraped the meat filling inside and only gave him a small piece of green pepper skin. Eat it. Pingen immediately stopped crying and grabbed it to eat with great interest. But the next moment, he spit it out and really cried. Wow. It hurts. Children have a limited vocabulary. When they first faced this kind of initial stimulation, they were at a loss and didn't know how to describe it at all. This is called spicy. Little fool. I don't know, it's for your own good. When you grow up, I won't bother to care about you no matter how much you like to eat. Yin Jiao poked his forehead and taught him a lesson, and asked someone to bring ice water. Are you still eating? Pingen shook his head frantically, crying so pitifully. Mrs. Yu felt distressed and couldn't help laughing, clapping her hands and laughing. Your method is good. No matter how I persuaded him in the past, he didn't listen, and he kept it secret. It's so boring. Peng Mu continued to rub salt into the wound beside him, and scooped a large spoonful of tiger skin green pepper to wave in front of his son's eyes. It smells so good. Try it? Pingen, with an ice towel on his mouth, continued to shake his head with 2 big bags of tears, and his chubby little body shrank back desperately, fearing that it would be too late. Everyone laughed. Pingen, who had learned a lesson, dared not be willful again. He honestly nestled in Yin Jiao's arms and acted like a spoiled child, humming a few times from time to time, eating whatever was given to him, and never making trouble again. After dinner, the family sat together to chat and drink tea. Not long after, Xiaowu came in and told him the news he had just heard. Mr. Liao has resigned. Chapter 14. Mr. Liao has resigned. Hearing this, the 3 members of the family who were drinking plum tea to digest their food were stunned, and then said in unison, Really? When did it happen? No matter how I heard it. It seemed unexpected but reasonable. It was a matter of time. Xiaowu replied expressionlessly, About half an hour ago. The dean and several teachers tried to keep him, but it didn't work. I estimate that he will be home in 2/4 of an hour. Since Liao Wuyan reluctantly went to teach at the Imperial College last year, the students there have lived a life of ice and fire. The good news is that the teacher has been famous all over the world for a long time, and there are countless people who want to listen to his teachings over the years. It is really exciting to be able to come and teach now. What I am worried about is that the teacher's teachings are a bit too harsh. Harsh. The word is fully reflected in every aspect of Mr. Liao's short teaching career, and the most prominent point is that his comments are sharp and merciless. A few years ago, the grandson of a second-rank official confidently showed an article to Liao Wuyan, but was criticized in public. The unfortunate child was also a child of destiny. He had never suffered such grievances since he was born. He burst into tears on the spot. After returning home, he told the matter. The grandfather invited Liao Wuyan to dinner, using both soft and hard methods. And then, the grandfather and grandson were scolded together. I heard that the turnover of the restaurant that day hit a record high in recent years. They all watched the excitement and stretched their necks to listen. Peng Mu laughed. Mr. Liao is really not suitable for this. How could he have the patience and good temper to serve a classroom full of students? Yin Jiao added, he is suitable for teaching in small classes. Peng Mu laughed a few times and clapped his hands with her. Insightful. The two of them laughed. Their eyes were full of joy, as if they had solved some eternal puzzle, and their excitement was beyond words. Liao Wuyan was a genius. And he was quite arrogant. He was not worthy of his attention. Over the years, he only accepted Wei Lan as his disciple. And even Renzei was left aside because of a word insincere. Although he often gave advice, they did not have a proper master-disciple relationship. The Imperial Academy is known to gather the best talents in the world. But in his opinion, it is just a mixed bag. The old lady smiled at them making a fuss, shook her head helplessly, and asked Xiaowu a few more questions before letting him go. Originally, the saint was going to appoint him as the chief examiner for this year's autumn exam. But Jir was a candidate this year, and Mr. Liao wanted to avoid suspicion. Now he has resigned from the academy, so he has nothing to do with him, Pang Mu said. Yin Jiao nodded. But will the saint agree? If a cow doesn't drink water, who can force it to drink water? Can anyone tie him up? Pang Mu smiled and said. Besides, there are so many famous people in the world from ancient times to the present. How many of them really teach students in the academy? It's okay to give up after a toss. Whoever dares to force Liao Wuyan to teach will end up with both of them dead. Yin Jiao thought about it, and it was true. Well, it's a good opportunity for them to have a good chat, Yin Jiao said. Don't let the child get sick. Mr. Liao chose this moment to resign. And it may not be without this intention. She looked at the sky and told Xiao Jin, go to the oven to see if my egg tarts are ready. The biggest progress in cooking in the past 2 years is that Yin Jiao, who is proficient in using the earthen oven, finally reached out to some simpler Western pastries. The most successful and well-received product is the egg tart, because there are no ready-made ingredients. Yin Jiao spent a long time exploring bit by bit, and failed many times before he got the current ratio. Although the taste is slightly different from the goods sold in modern society, it is unique and can be regarded as a good product. The egg tarts are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and are suitable for all ages. The egg tarts with various advantages have been warmly welcomed since they came out. Now they have become a signboard of the Duke Dingwa mansion, and they are baked every 2 or 3 days. Speaking of which, this is thanks to the big cow raised next to the stable. Otherwise, there would not be so much fresh milk for her to drink. What does it taste like today? The old lady asked very actively. Even if lunch has not been digested yet, it doesn't hurt to ask about the snacks after the meal. Didn't the kitchen buy some old apricots and mulberries yesterday? We can't finish them, and it's not decent to give them to others. So I made them into jam and put them outside the ice cellar for 3 to 5 days. Yin Jiao smiled. It just so happens that the apricots are a little sour, so they taste sweet and sour. The old lady nodded in satisfaction, smiling with wrinkles all over her face. Sweet and sour tastes good, not greasy. I love this. Leave more of the apricots for me, and leave one of the mulberry for Ping'an. Although he likes to eat, he is a child after all. It is not good to eat too much. Just taste a little. This is really a candlestick that can illuminate the grandson, but not yourself. Yin Jiao smiled. You can't eat too much. He asked the old lady's 2 maids to keep an eye on it. Eat at most 3 a day. While talking, Xiao Jin came over to reply. The first batch will be ready in about a quarter of an hour. Should I pack 2 boxes for you to take to the government office as usual? Yin Jiao's cooking skills are well known throughout the country. She is not short of money now. Every month, the farm outside the city sends in a lot of melons and vegetables, which cannot be eaten up. She likes to cook and distribute them to everyone. The Ministry of Justice has received a lot of benefits from her. As the saying goes, a person who eats someone's food will be grateful. And after 2 years, her popularity has been among the best. Yin Jiao nodded. Let's do it. Then, she said to the old lady, I have to trouble you to keep an eye on it. When the second batch is ready, you can consider sending some to each family. It's not something precious, but it's a rarity every now and then. Those who can have daily exchanges with the Dingwa mansion are all of similar level. No one lacks a bite or 2 of food. It's just a matter of face and kindness. Isn't it just daily communication? I know. You can go with peace of mind. I'll go to the Liao residence, Pang Mu suddenly said. It's a good opportunity to ask Mr. Liao what he thinks. The old lady nodded. Okay. Yin Jiao took a few boxes of hot egg tarts and strolled to the Ministry of Justice. Before parting, the white horse Jueyan chased after him and sniffed several times, trying to bite him. Do you still remember that you are a horse? Yin Jiao pushed its big head aside with a smile. Why are you greedy for everything? Be careful that bad guys poison you. Jueyan snorted hard a few times, and the shiny mane extending from his head to his neck shook out in the sunlight like a shampoo advertisement. And there was a bit of grievance in his big eyes. Yin Jiao smiled and flattered her. Come on. I'll give you some good food and the best soybeans when we go back tonight. Jueyin was then led away with a groan. Sir. Yin Jiao was watching Jueyin leave. And Guo, who had just returned from lunch, saw her and hurried forward to pay his respects. Unlike Yin Jiao, who had already established a firm foothold in the Ministry of Justice, Guo, a newcomer, still faced a 3-month probation period. If he failed the assessment, he would be sent back to where he came from. So he was always very nervous and hardworking, wishing he could get a bed and sleep here at night, and naturally went out to find a random place to eat lunch. The Ministry of Justice is the heart of all criminal investigation personnel in the world. Before meeting Yin Jiao, Guo, a coroner, had never dreamed of stepping in and taking a look. But now that he was here, he didn't want to leave, even if it was to live up to the trust and expectations of the other party. Yin Jiao casually took a box of egg tarts and gave it to him. How do you feel recently? Guo Shuo instinctively refused. And as usual, he couldn't refuse. So he accepted it with a bit of embarrassment, and then said honestly, very tired. But I feel comfortable for some reason. After coming here, he realized how small and ridiculous he was before, and how vast and gorgeous the outside world was. There really was nothing but clouds in Wushan. That's fine. Yin Jiao smiled. I was the same when I first came here. Just work harder and get through it. Guo Shuo hugged the box of egg tarts tightly in his hand and nodded solemnly. Yes. He is not afraid of suffering, but he is afraid of not having the opportunity to suffer. Now that someone has given it to him, he will hold it tightly in his hands. By the way, is Lord Shao here? Yin Jiao asked. He should be here. You may want to go to the file library to take a look. At noon, I heard someone vaguely say that Lord Shao was going to find some files. Was said uncertainly. People of his level basically would not have any intersection with Shao Liyuan, who was in the position of Shangshu. So he really had no idea about the other party's whereabouts. Yin Jiao nodded, and after parting with Guo, he found Shao Liyuan in the file library, who was buried in documents. Bringing food here again? What a joke. Before seeing the person, Shao Liyuan, who smelled the fragrance, had guessed her identity, and complained while burying his head in the mountains of books and seas of literature. I really forgot that desserts contain oil. And if they dirty the files, they will be ruined. Yin Jiao slapped his head and stuffed a few boxes of egg tarts to Su Qian. Put them in the study first. What are you looking for? Yin Jiao wiped his hands with a towel before going in. There are 2 old cases. And suddenly there are some clues. Shao Liyuan rolled up his sleeves and lifted his robe to climb up the ladder. There are too many files over the years, and the people below either don't have the authority to move them or don't remember them as well as he does. Generally, the files of cases of this level are kept by Shao Liyuan himself. I'll do it. I'll do it. You just stand below and give instructions. Yin Jiao quickly stopped him and climbed up with his sleeves rolled up without saying a word. Is it this one? After all, she is over 50 years old. If she falls, it will be a waste. Shao Liyuan did not refuse, but stood below with a helpless look on his face. It is another row of shells. Yin Jiao, why didn't you say it earlier? Shao Liyuan guessed her thoughts at a glance and said mercilessly, I have to have a chance to say it. She was very quick. Before he could open his mouth, the girl went up. Yin Jiao had to climb down again with an embarrassed face, muttering in a low voice, Then I saw you rolling up your sleeves and lifting your robe just now. I want to move the ladder. Shao Liyuan was so angry that he laughed. He stepped back 2 steps and pointed upwards. The second book on the right side of the 3rd compartment. Yin Jiao climbed up and took it down. And after a pat, there was no dust. Her surprised expression pleased Shao Liyuan very much. The old man chuckled a few times, stroked his beard and raised his eyebrows, and said, Someone comes in to clean here every 2 days. So it is naturally clean, since it was a case handled by someone else. Yin Jiao didn't ask in detail, but still couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, Did someone come back from outside? The few police chiefs who stayed in Beijing have no work recently, so they must be on the outside. Pei Yizha. Shao Liyuan squinted his eyes and flipped through the file. Perhaps he couldn't see it clearly, so he walked a few steps to the window. Finally, he looked back at Yin Jiao as if he remembered something. You haven't seen it yet? Yin Jiao nodded and carefully pushed the ladder back to the corner. I've been here for 2 years. But I've only heard of him, but never seen him. Oh, that's not right. I seem to have seen him twice from a distance last year. But I didn't say a word. The transportation is inconvenient. And people in their line of work have to travel all over the place. So there are really few intersections. Not only Peijia. There are now a total of 14 Tiandi Xinhuang police chiefs registered with the Ministry of Justice. And she has only met 10 of them, including herself. Xiao Liyuan hummed and said casually. He has been in Beijing these days. It would be nice to meet him if I have a chance. Yin Jiao nodded. Although Peijia was only a Tianzi, his reputation once surpassed that of Yanning, a Tianzi, and he was highly regarded by the saint and Xiao Liyuan. However, as great as his reputation, his stubborn principles are also as great as his reputation. He is only in his 30s. But when it comes to stubbornness and seriousness, many old men are willing to admit defeat. Sometimes Xiao Liyuan feels a headache when he mentions him. By the way, I almost forgot the business. Yin Jiao asked. How is the autopsy of the death row prisoner going? This matter is unprecedented. Yin Jiao knows that his own strength is not enough. So he dragged Xiao Liyuan into it. After all, it is the Ministry of Justice's business. How can the old man not care? Xiao Liyuan glanced at her from the file and said meaningfully, in fact, this matter should not be said by you. Chapter 15. You shouldn't have brought up this matter. If others had heard this, they would have thought that Xiao Liyuan disliked Yin Jiao for being too long. But Yin Jiao understood what he meant. She chuckled, her drooping eyelashes covering her thoughts. I know. People are prejudiced against coroners. And if they rashly make unethical suggestions, they will easily become the target of public criticism. This is an extremely contradictory psychology. They can't do without them. But they look down on them. They can't suppress them. But they are also impatient to praise them. So they have been so awkward. It's hard enough to be a male coroner. And Yin Jiao is a woman. If Xiao Liyuan hadn't thought it through at the beginning and put a head of the police on her head, and there were a lot of gods standing behind her, she would have been able to get away with it by accident. Otherwise, it would be another buried coroner Gua. She understood the truth. So she had a deeper empathy for these colleagues than in modern society, and couldn't help wanting to do something for everyone and herself. Xiao Liyuan glanced at her. At least you are not stupid enough to bring it up in front of the whole court. After a pause, he said, you are too considerate. He rarely said such words of comfort. From the first day he met her, he felt that this girl was like a little sun, emitting heat all over her body, and like a spinning top that was whipped hard. She had endless energy from morning to night, making people subconsciously turn around. At first glance, she seemed amiable and smiled when meeting someone. But she was more stubborn than anyone else and disregarded all etiquette and customs. At the beginning, I asked her if she was willing to come to the Ministry of Justice to be a detective. If it were an ordinary woman, she would probably be scared to death. But what about her? Her eyes were as bright as a wolf in the dark night. She finally saw a little hope and jumped down regardless of life or death. But sometimes, the sun shines too much, and it is easy to catch a cold. Yin Jiao said nothing. She stood in the back. And the archives were very high, deep and huge. The gradually slanting sunlight in the afternoon struggled to penetrate the window paper, and fell halfway down, casting a large shadow on her face. And her expression could not be seen clearly. What are those murderers who are unforgivable and unrepentant? They are just ghosts in human skin. Perhaps because of the echo. Her voice sounded a little cold. And the content of the conversation was even more sharp. As if as long as there was a little gap, it would immediately pierce into the bones, making it impossible to avoid. Putting aside those who were seeking revenge. What did most of the dead do to anyone? They worked hard. But there was no good reward. And they just lost their lives to those bastards. How innocent. It is said that the dead are the greatest. And death is the end of everything. Why? Their lives are worthless. What qualifications do they have to compare with the kind people? They live to benefit the society and prosper the country. But what about them? They lead disasters to the world. I close my eyes and kick my legs. The dust settled, and I'm not allowed to continue to pursue it. How can it be so easy? Yin Jiao has never been a saint. She has seen too many separations and reunions over the years. And she always feels sorry for honest people. No matter what the world is like, honest people suffer too much. Xiao Liyuan has lived to such an old age, and is in a high position. Has anyone ever had the guts to say this to him? He frowned immediately. It's a bit extreme. Killing someone means paying with your life. It has always been like this. Could it be that they will punish the whole clan at any time, like the dictatorships in history? If she said this outside, she would be accused of contempt for the law in the blink of an eye. Will she still be able to live? Yin Jiao sighed very lightly, like a wisp of white smoke in the cool breeze in the middle of the night, passing by and clearly disappearing. But there is always an inexplicable thing lingering for a long time. In fact, she was not a person who liked to complain. She had never said these words to anyone except when she was lying in bed with Pang Mu and talking about her troubles. But maybe it was Xiao Liyuan's rare concern for the elders, or some inexplicable sense of urgency, that made her finally unable to help but find someone to talk to. Now that the chatterbox was opened, there were some things that she couldn't help but say. Yin Jiao's two beautiful diamond-shaped lips touched, and the words that came out were urgent and sharp. I know what you said, but in all conscience, do they deserve it? They are as cheap as bugs, and some people have ruined the whole family, just like Shinshan before. And a good family was ruined, even if they are lucky enough to survive. It's better to die than to live. One life. Is it enough to pay? When she said these words, her tone was extremely calm, slowly spreading in this deep room, and seemed surprisingly cold. But in the coldness, there was a kind of compassion full of worldly fireworks, regardless of the law, only caring about human feelings. For a moment, Xiao Liyuan's mind was strangely born with an almost absurd idea. In the legend, the Bodhisattva lowered his eyebrows, and the Vajra was angry. Would this also be the case? I have tried to test several ladies in a roundabout way before, and many of them were gnashing their teeth in hatred. The court officials play tricks in their eyes, although they dare not say that the lives of ordinary people are worthless. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, the lives of ordinary people are just numbers. Who cares if he's sad or not? The case is over, isn't it? So in many ways, women are much more likely to empathize than men. Since she is a lady of honor, she will naturally not let go of this hidden force. Nonsense! Xiao Liyuan didn't expect her to be so bold and dare to do such a thing behind his back. At this point, Yin Jiao seemed to realize that she had gone off topic and was too presumptuous. I know my limits. She raised her head and smiled playfully at Xiao Liyuan, instantly dispelling the dullness. And her words were lively again. Dissection is not a waste of time. We sewed it very well. By the way, we can also tidy up the remains and bury them after use. Isn't it the same? We guarantee that nothing is missing. Only when the coroner is well trained can he better redress the grievances of the people. They committed sins during their lifetime. Isn't it good to give back to the people after death? After saying all this in one breath, Yin Jiao seemed to be scared. I am ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth for once. Xiao Liyuan snorted heavily from his nose, and his heart slowly fell. You know it. Yin Jiao went up to him to pat his back, but was glared back. I'm not that old yet. He snorted again. Didn't you just give orders? Now you are pretending to be so. Who are you pretending for? For you. Yin Jiao seemed to have borrowed two courages from God, and said straightforwardly, Isn't this fearless? I know that your majesty is a wise monarch, and you are a good official who cares about the people. Otherwise I would not dare to do it. It is said that white sands turn black with the sands, which is absolutely true. After hanging out with Pang Mu, Qi Yuan, Xiao Lu and other people for a long time, she is now much thicker-skinned. Xiao Liyuan really couldn't do anything with her flexible attitude. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a male voice approaching with footsteps. I'm sorry. I can't agree with you. Lord Yan's words are too ruthless. When Yin Jiao looked up, she saw a tall and strong young man walking in. Although she didn't know him, a name suddenly popped up in her mind. Pei Yizhao. This man was about 35 or 36 years old, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, full of righteousness, and firm eyes. He had a kind of demeanor that made people inexplicably convinced, as if no matter what difficulties and obstacles were ahead, he couldn't stop him from moving forward. A long time ago, Yin Jiao once asked Xiao Liyuan what kind of person the famous Captain Pei, who was ranked number 1 in the Tianzi Bing list, was. At that time, Xiao Liyuan rarely considered for a moment before saying, he is a man of integrity. At that time, Yin Jiao laughed at him for being perfunctory. But at this moment, He felt that there was probably no other description that was so appropriate. But now this man of integrity is saying that he is ruthless. He clasped his fist towards Yin Jiao. I am Pei Yizhi. Yin Jiao returned the greeting. Yin Jiao? I have heard of you for a long time. Pei Yizhi nodded and said seriously. You and I are in the government. So we naturally take the law as our top priority. Moreover, the government has been governed by law and the people's livelihood has been governed by law, making the country rich and the people strong, which shows how stable it is. Lord Yen is wearing an official robe, so he should be a role model. How can you speak nonsense? Our dynasty governs the world with benevolence. The body and hair are given by parents, and they cannot be easily harmed. Lord Yan's behavior is really inappropriate. His idea of the person is already dead. And it's too much for you to do anything else is exactly the idea of most people nowadays. So in an instant, this small world suddenly changed. And it became a confrontation between two types of people, and two kinds of thinking. Xiao Liyuan nodded slightly, and looked at Yin Jiao again, with a playful look, clearly asking her to deal with it herself. Yin Jiao stared at Pei Yizhi for a while, and suddenly laughed. Lord Pei, to be honest, in my opinion, you are the one who is really ruthless. Pei Yizhi was stunned. I would like to hear the details. Chapter 16. Yin Jiao raised an eyebrow and asked instead of answering, May I ask? Lord Pei, are laws set by people? Are they immutable? Pei Yizhi instantly understood what she meant and was about to speak, but saw the other party raised his hand decisively, and his tone suddenly changed. Who can be heartless? The reason why the emperor is above the law and the court is set up is to make up for the shortcomings of the law and ease the rigidity of the law. What is mercy outside the law? What is innovation? What is the reform of the old? All dynasties have new measures, as long as it helps the country and protects the people of the world. Why not? Pei Yizhi instinctively felt that the other party's point was a bit off, but he was not good at arguing, and he couldn't refute it at this time. Yin Jiao nodded in satisfaction, and then struck while the iron was hot. In fact, there is no essential difference between civilian crime and national war. As the saying goes, the first to provoke is the cheapest. It is not enough for the party at fault to admit the mistake. Otherwise, why should the defeated country cede land and pay compensation? One is for compensation, and the other is for warning. So from this perspective, using the bodies of those extremely heinous death row prisoners to help improve the ability to solve cases and warn the world. Why not do it? Kindness to criminals is the greatest injustice to law-abiding people. The trauma suffered by the victim's family members, physically and mentally, will never be recovered in their lifetime. You only look at the law and force them to stop pursuing the murderer after his death. Isn't it unreasonable? How cruel. Pei Yizhi frowned slightly, as if trying to digest what she said. His expression was very serious. No one was in a hurry to speak, but everyone knew that the other party had not given up. I don't know how long it took. The suffocating sense of urgency finally dissipated with Pei Yizhi's opening statement. But, he asked in a daze, the one who teases first is cheap. Where is this idiom? Over the years, he has traveled all over the country and asked himself that he has heard countless idioms. But there is absolutely no such one. Yin Jiao, brother, you are really bad for being like this all of a sudden. Okay? The solemnity that had been accumulated with great difficulty suddenly disappeared with this inappropriate question. Yin Jiao said helplessly, my hometown. A very, very far away place. The implication is that you should stop asking. Pei Yizhi nodded tactfully, and after a moment of silence, it's really vulgar, but it's also cruel enough. When they met for the first time, the two equally famous chief constables of the Dala dynasty showed each other their completely different positions and views without reservation, and a fierce spark of thought collided. Lord Yin is quick-witted and sharp-tongued, and his reputation is well-deserved. I am ashamed of myself. Pei Yizhi clasped his fist towards Yin Jiao, and said cheerfully, what you said makes sense, but I also have my principles and considerations. From now on, he will still not agree in this regard, but he will not rashly oppose it. Yin Jiao also clasped his fists in return, and said calmly, it's the same for you. Although I don't agree with your point of view, I respect your right to speak and act. The two looked at each other, and suddenly burst into laughter. Pei Yizhi was a man as generous as the rumor said. After laughing for a while, he said something surprising, although we just met. I like dealing with you. It's much more fun than that Yanning. He would rather fight with people face to face like this. Fighting to the death. than being stabbed in the back. In his life, he only believed in laws and national policies. When Xiao Liyuan went against the crowd and brought Yin Jiao into the Ministry of Justice, he was opposed by most people. But Pei Yizhou unexpectedly adapted well. Just as the Shanshu said, since there is no explicit provision in the law and national policy that women are not allowed to enter the court. Why not? Yin Jiao was overjoyed. You see, you and I are not without a little similarity. Although there are some differences between hating a person and liking a person, that special and subtle sense of common hatred and identity can indeed quickly narrow the distance. Xiao Liyuan coughed heavily. It's outrageous. Forming a gang in front of him? What a look! After a brief contact with Pei Yizhou, Yin Jiao suddenly understood an old saying, there is no false person under a great reputation. Stubborn is true, and can even be called stubborn. But before that, he miraculously knew how to respect others. This is really a very precious thing. Pei Yizhou has been investigating an old case in Jiangnan for the past few months. He returned to Beijing this time because he found important clues and checked and verified the files. He was very busy. Yin Jiao didn't want to disturb him, so he said goodbye after a few simple greetings. If there is anything I can help with, you can find me at the Duke Dinghua's mansion in private. Pei Yizhou smiled brightly. Okay. He has always been responsible. But he is not like Yan Ning who cherishes his own things. If he has something, he will hold it tightly in his arms, for fear that others will take away the credit. The two parted ways, and Yin Jiao also went to sort out a case that he had just finished a few days ago. Unknowingly, dusk fell. The moon slowly climbed up. The hustle and bustle of the day had long since quietly dissipated, and another kind of excitement began. The unknown insect chirping in the night mixed with the noise of the street market from afar, unexpectedly standing out. Sir, the master sent Xiao Si to pass on the message, asking us to go to Liao's house for dinner in the evening. Xiao Lu reminded. Yin Jiao did a few stretching exercises, and after hearing the slight crackling sounds from several joints, he exhaled with satisfaction, and waved his hand excitedly. Let's go! Mr. Liao would definitely not leave the house for no reason. It must be that Pang Mu asked something. Xiao Si was still waiting outside, and when he saw them come out, his baby face also smiled. How does Mr. Liao look like? Yin Jiao asked very skillfully. Not bad, Xiao Si said cautiously. Not particularly happy. Not particularly unhappy. Just like usual. After a pause, he added, by the way, he cursed someone this afternoon. Who did he curse? Yin Jiao and Xiao Lu said in unison. It seems to be a student of the Imperial College. Xiao Si cleared his throat and imitated him vividly. Stupid. Hopelessly stupid, stupid. Stupid to the point of being a rotten wood that is difficult to carve. Did they all grow up eating their own brains? Yin Jiao. Xiao Lu scratched his head. It doesn't sound good either. Xiao Si smiled innocently. His round eyes looked particularly believable under the moonlight. It's okay after you scolded me. Su Qian was so scared by his smile that she shrank back with her neck stiff. Stop laughing. By the way, Yin Jiao shook his head and threw away the weird and fantastic images in his mind. How is Jir? Have you two talked about it? Yes. Xiao Si nodded. The young master only came out once in the afternoon, and he seemed to be relieved. He spent the rest of the time reading in his room. Pang Mu asked again, and Liao Wuyan replied lightly. He is not as good as me. Pang Mu was still confused at the time, but later, he slowly came to his senses. In a word, Liao Zhen's biggest problem is that he didn't put himself in the right position. He was really far behind Mr. Liao. It's like a person who has no food to eat but is worried about how to spend his money in the future. In a word, worrying about nothing. The root of his weak position is not the father-son relationship between the two. In other words, even if they are strangers who met by chance, can't people in the world compare? Yin Jiao touched his chin, shook his head on the horse and said, in terms of cruelty, my brother is still cruel. If this is not handled properly, the child will be crippled. When the group arrived at Liao's house, Liao Wuyan, who had not been seen for a long time, was talking to Pang Mu, and the atmosphere seemed quite warm. Liao Wuyan turned around when he heard the noise. His representative handsome face stood out in the moonlight, so much so that Pang Mu looked rough in comparison. Yin Jiao sincerely called him brother. Sometimes she couldn't understand why she deserved such a brother. Liao Wuyan raised her eyebrows. Sit down. Hey! Yin Jiao sat down with Pang Mu obediently, and said, "Brother looks thin. You need to eat well." "I'm angry," Liao Wuyan said succinctly. "They are all a bunch of ignorant people." "Thank you for your trouble," Yin Jiao said flatteringly. "After all, there are not many people in the world who are as exquisite as Qi Kong and Zish. That's why geniuses always appear in groups. If these 3 people are placed here, the rest will be like food, and there will be no worries within 2 generations." Liao Wuyan was amused by her servile appearance and waved his hand. "Okay, I'm not that impatient. But you? Why did you come back so late?" Yin Jiao then returned to normal and smiled. "I discussed something with Lord Xiao. By the way, I also met Pei Yizhu. I had a brief contact with him. He is a good person and should get along well." Pang Mu then interrupted. "I have met him a few times. He is a good man. He is an upright man. In fact, they are a bit similar. But they are obviously different in direction. Pei Yizhao is square all the way, while Pang Mu is more sharp and even has some fierce bandit spirit." "Is that so?" Yin Jiao said happily. And after thinking for a while, he told them what happened during the day. Liao Wuyan heard her plan for the first time. He didn't say anything for a long time, and even forgot to fan himself. After a long time, he looked at her with a complicated expression and said, "Why don't you try to break the sky? What is going on in this head all day?" Yin Jiao picked up the teacup and scraped the tea stems elegantly. Hearing this, he smiled modestly. "Then I will continue to work hard." Liao Wuyan laughed directly in anger. "Get out." It was impossible for him to get out. Yin Jiao also asked about many interesting things he had experienced in the Imperial College. Liao Wuyan seemed to dislike her for being unserious, but he still indulged her and talked about interesting things for a long time. Pang Mu and Yin Jiao were so engrossed in listening that they would clap their thighs and laugh loudly from time to time. Seeing this, Liao Wuyan frowned and pointed at Pang Mu and said, "You have led them astray. What kind of manners are these?" Pang Mu was hit by the pot that flew out from the side and was confused. How did it become his fault again? "If you have the guts, don't say it." Liao Wuyan ignored the accusation in his eyes and turned back to look at Yin Jiao for a long time. After a long time, he suddenly laughed softly. "Speaking of which, you are quite similar to my master when he was young. Perhaps it is precisely because of these similarities that he often protects him with one heart and one mouth." Yin Jiao and Pang Mu looked at each other and saw the incredulity in each other's eyes. He also clapped his thighs and laughed when he was young? Mr. Liao looked like he wanted to hit someone. "It's this nosy temper," he said unhappily. "Whatever comes to mind." Pang Mu was the first to express his disbelief. "Are you talking about another person with the same name and surname?" He knew Xiao Liyuan after he met Liao Wuyan, and at that time, the latter was already in his 40s, serving as the minister of the Ministry of Justice. Although his position was not as high as it is now, his personality was basically the same as it is now. He was shrewd and had a bad temper. He was very silent except when he scolded himself. A single look could scare many colleagues, so that they couldn't sleep well for several days. Liao Wuyan rarely saw this look of shock on his face. But he was quite happy. He chuckled and said, "He was not my uncle at that time. You were far away at the border, so you naturally didn't know." Chapter 17. Although it may be a bit abrupt to say this, when Liao Wuyan began to recall Xiao Liyuan's early deeds, Yin Jiao's mind did uncontrollably emerge many scenes in later film and television dramas where people forcibly combed their bangs to look young. When the scene overlapped with Xiao Liyuan's serious and cold face, the effect was terrifying. She finally couldn't help but laugh like an idiot under the gaze of everyone. Liao Wuyan. Did he tell a joke just now? It was almost a quarter of an hour later when Yin Jiao laughed so hard that she was exhausted and barely stopped. Liao Wuyan stared at her for a long time with a complicated expression before resuming the topic. "Do you know where he was originally?" Yin Jiao and Pang Mu need not be mentioned. The guards led by Qi Yuan also shook their heads in unison, neatly like green wheat ears in the spring breeze. Liao Wuyan laughed to himself, picked up the purple clay teapot and poured himself a cup of hot tea. After leaving the Hanlin Academy, Master was first in the censorate. In the first year, he impeached countless officials and did not give anyone face at all. At this point, he looked up at Yin Jiao and smiled. "You are as tireless as you are today, and you are frightening. It is easy for the censor to make enemies," he said indifferently. Master's foundation at that time was shallow, and he was unruly. Later, he moved the confidants of the late emperor, and even involved the Empress Dowager and the imperial concubine's family at that time, which angered the late emperor. The ministers and relatives attacked him together, and he was demoted 2 grades and 3 levels, and demoted to the lowest level of the Ministry of Justice. And Master and others also suffered. The previous emperor wanted to suppress Xiao Liyuan, but he never thought that this young man would suddenly realize the truth. He endured the suffering that ordinary people could not endure, and climbed up from the abyss step by step to the current Shangshu. No one can shake him. Xiao Liyuan's official career over the past few decades was compressed into a few short sentences. He said it lightly, but who could imagine what kind of bloody battle was in the invisible at that time? For quite a long time after he finished speaking, the courtyard remained silent. Obviously, no one could easily connect the impulsive and somewhat reckless Xiao Liyuan he mentioned with the current Shangshu of the Ministry of Justice. After a long while, Yin Jiao whispered, "He is now quite unruly. I am much gentler and more obedient than him." Liao Wuyan raised his eyelids to look at her, and almost let out a contemptuous haw from the depths of his throat. Qi Yuan and Xiao Lu on the periphery chuckled, and their faces were full of cunning after looking at each other. Qi Yuan slacked in an offensive posture, pinching his throat, and said, "Hey, look at me, the invincible female courier with 2 pots." Xiao Lu cooperated with a cry, covered his chest, and jumped back a step. "My lord, spare my life." Yin Jiao. Xiao Ba thought he was a kind person, but now he really couldn't bear it anymore. His throat was about to explode, and he pulled Xiao Wu to the side to laugh secretly. When Liao Wuyan and Pang Mu also laughed one after another, Yin Jiao's face finally turned blood red, and it seemed that his forehead was wheezing and steaming. She stood up in anger, waving her fists, and rushed towards Qi Yuan and Xiao Lu. "I told you not to mention it again. I'm going to kill you." Su Qian outflanked them from behind. "Yes, sir." Su Qian stood up upon hearing the voice, and the next moment she burst into laughter. In the end, it was Pang Mu who stepped in, holding the culprits in front of his wife with one hand each, and letting her punch and kick them to vent her anger. Dinner included the malkshuang and sweet and sour pork ribs that Yin Jiao liked to eat, probably to appease her broken heart. Liao Wuyan specially asked people to put both of them in front of her. In the hot air, everyone picked up dishes for her, served her tea and water, and was considerate, and she suddenly became the moon surrounded by stars. To make up for the failure of the previous encirclement and suppression, Su Qian diligently scooped a bowl of Jinyu Mantang porridge, carefully placed it in front of Yin Jiao, and said respectfully, "Sir, be careful of the heat." The Lord gave her a look that was too late. Very cold. And guard Su choked and retreated. Yin Jiao picked up a piece of delicate and elastic duck blood, stared at Qi Yuan and Xiao Lu with his eyes, bit it one bite after another, and a trace of red oil like blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Then there was the sweet and sour spare ribs. She deliberately selected the reddish-brown and shiny crispy bones, put them into her mouth with a sneer, and chewed them at them with a ferocious face. The two of them felt very uncomfortable when she looked at them, and the back of their necks felt cold, and they wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy right now. After watching enough of the drama, Liao Wuyan asked about the real business. "What do you think of what Master Uncle meant?" Yin Jiao understood that he meant I shouldn't ask this question myself, and after thinking for a while, he said unexpectedly, "In fact, the bodies used for dissection in my hometown are all donated voluntarily, and I have signed the agreement." The sound of plates and bowls knocking on the table suddenly disappeared. Yin Jiao smiled. "It's incredible, isn't it? It's not that she hadn't thought about calling on everyone to donate their bodies. If it was feasible, why would she need to make such a big effort? But this idea was extinguished by herself before it was formally systematized. It's too unrealistic. Even in modern society, the proportion of residents who agree to donate their bodies is very low. Not to mention that the body and hair are given by parents at every turn. The ancients that she always talked about? The voluntary hope was shattered, and she had to resort to this desperate measure. I privately mentioned this to Dr. Feng and John the coroner," Yin Jiao said calmly. "If this plan can be successful, the medical community will certainly benefit greatly. In fact, there are many magical skills of disembowelment in ancient books, but now they have almost disappeared. And some people even think that these are just fabricated by the predecessors and do not exist at all." When talking about this, Dr. Feng was furious. She laughed briefly a few times, and under the candlelight, there seemed to be 2 flames burning in her eyes. And in the final analysis, it was just because the master couldn't teach. The students couldn't learn. The ability was not up to it. And no one dared to do it. So the inheritance was broken. People who eat grains and cereals will inevitably get sick. If doctors improve their skills, patients will naturally have more chances to survive. Would anyone be so stupid as to refuse a chance to survive? Dr. Feng and Zhang are well-known figures in the doctor circle. So they will quietly test their peers, while Yin Jiao will be in charge of the official side. She doesn't ask for everyone's support. But as long as the opposition is minimal at that time, it will be enough. Now they are dormant, secretly accumulating strength, quietly eliminating obstacles, waiting for an opportunity. A mature opportunity that is enough to hit the target. And the best and most powerful opportunity is the request of the victim's family. People are born with pity and sympathy for the weakened victims. And the power of this emotion that only appears in certain circumstances is unexpectedly strong. Enough to interfere with judgment and force some originally tough people to soften. The dinner table was quiet, and only the evening breeze outside the window could be heard. The sound of branches and leaves rustling, and the sound of insects in the grass. One after another, scratching in everyone's hearts. After a long time, Pang Mu suddenly exhaled heavily, grabbed her hand tightly from under the table, and said solemnly, "You are amazing." This grab was like grabbing Yin Jiao back to the world. And she suddenly felt embarrassed. That's what I mean. It's all for everyone's help. As for whether it will succeed in the end, I don't know. But if you don't try, you will never give up. He is right. Liao Wuyan blinked very slowly. You are really amazing. And so are the people in your hometown. He couldn't volunteer to donate his body for thousands of cuts. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. And there were already beautiful young girls and boys on the street who bravely changed into light and exquisite gauze shirts. Colorful and extremely gorgeous. Which made the people who brought them feel good. The small kitchen fried glutinous rice balls that day. In addition to the common bean paste and juju paste, there was also a sour fruit filling. This dark red berry is only the size of a little finger, and looks a bit like a mixture of strawberries and cranberries. It doesn't have a proper name, and the people just call it sour fruit. Sour fruit. Yin Jiao likes it very much. But if she eats more, her teeth will fall out. So she asks people to add sugar to make jam, or bake egg tarts, fried glutinous rice balls, and make egg rolls, which are all very popular. Now it has become a routine for her to bring snacks to the government office. And the enthusiastic small kitchen is also very committed to feeding it every day. Just like serving children who bring snacks to school. Xiao Jin personally picked 2 of the best-looking ones of each filling and put them in a black lacquer and mother-of-pearl food box. Tied it with a large bundle embroidered with a desert eagle, and gave it to Xiao Lu to carry. During the break, Yin Jiao invited Xiao Liyuan while eating. Would you like to have cold noodles at our place for dinner later? I missed you the other day when you were safe. When it's hot, I don't want to eat properly. At this time, I put some noodles in cold water with ice cubes. Then blanch some bean sprouts. Cut some cucumber shreds. Crush some peanuts. Sprinkle some hand-torn chicken shreds or bacon shreds. Mix with garlic vinegar, chili oil, and sesame sauce. It's delicious. Xiao Liyuan ate a red fruit stuffed sesame ball slowly and washed his hands with a fragrant soap. Eating from the bowl and looking at the pot are not as anxious as you. The children and grandchildren in the family didn't dare to get close to him. On the contrary, the little fat boy in the Dingwa mansion, probably because he was too young and ignorant, would giggle when he saw him occasionally, and would always want to hug him. The baby with the fragrance of milk, soft and chubby in his arms. A pair of clean and clear big eyes smiled like crescent moons. Yin Jiao glanced at the empty plate beside him quickly, thinking, you should stop saying one thing and thinking another. You always eat happily, don't you? Xiao Liyuan's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he was obviously struggling. Sir! A yamen runner walked in quickly and saluted neatly. Just now, Lord Inchio sent someone to deliver the file. It was reported by Kongyuan County below. Xiao Liyuan was very frugal with words. President. Yin Jiao fulfilled the assistant's responsibility very well, and asked the yamen runner, did Lord In also say that he would report it? As the head of Wanjiantai. Although Inchio was not a full-time case solver, he had rich experience over the years. If even he didn't take the case, it was either a shocking case or a rare case. So he just pushed it directly to the Ministry of Justice. Sir, I'm free these days. Why don't you give me this case? Yin Jiao said, rubbing his hands. Xiao Liyuan hummed. But his face became strange after flipping through the files. Yin Jiao rarely saw such expressions on his face, and his interest increased. He quickly lifted his robe and knelt on one knee. Yellow number A Yin Jiao. Please take the case. Xiao Liyuan was silent for a long time, as if he was considering his words. This case, Yin Jiao's eyes were burning, and he said decisively, this case must be mine. The 14 chief constables in the Ministry of Justice are actually not clearly divided into high and low. Generally speaking, Xiao Liyuan will classify the case according to certain characteristics reflected in the case and assign it to a chief constable who is relatively good at it. Now that Xiao Liyuan has not spoken for a long time, it must be the second situation. The case has no special features, so it can be assigned immediately, or the captain can apply for it on his own initiative. Xiao Liyuan's throat moved a few times, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he closed the file with a snap and took out a command arrow. Yellow character A number Captain Yin Jiao. Listen to the order. From now on, do your best to solve this case. Yin Jiao was overjoyed and hurried forward to take it, flipping through it without hesitation. Then, her expression quickly became consistent with Xiao Liyuan's just now. Wow! After coaxing Ping into sleep at night, Pang Mu saw Yin Jiao still sitting under the lamp flipping through the files, and couldn't help feeling distressed. It's getting late. Why not look at it tomorrow? Pang Mu swore to heaven that he had not intentionally peeked. But he was tall and could see far, and he accidentally glanced and saw a line of words. The penis-cut surface is uneven. Not an experienced hand. Pang Mu. Did I see something I shouldn't see? However, before he could complain, Yin Jiao had already said dissatisfiedly, What's with your expression? This is a rare case that hasn't been seen in decades, and there is only a little information. Pang Mu didn't know how to describe his current mood. There are many old major cases piled up in the Ministry of Justice. Right? Can't we change one? Yin Jiao said seriously, Your idea of treating people differently is very dangerous. Not to mention that I have dissected hundreds of corpses. Where have I not seen them? I am a mother. What case can I touch? It's strange to say that people have always been strict with women. Before getting married, they would rather not listen to anything with a little color. But once you get married and have children, you suddenly get the same rights as men in a certain field. Pang Mu opened his mouth and lost for the umpteenth time. Okay. Anyway, he basically never said he won. Yin Jiao motioned him to sit down, then supported his chin with both hands, blinked his big eyes and looked at him, full of curiosity and expectation. Hey, let me ask you something. Seeing this familiar expression and tone, Pang Mu suddenly had a bad premonition. But he still had to bite the bullet and said, Ask. This is the wife I asked for. She is favored. Yin Jiao smiled, stood up and rubbed his hands, and asked in a lewd tone, If you encounter this kind of thing, will you tell outsiders? Will you report it to the police? Before he finished speaking, Pang Mu jumped up and said righteously, I have a lot of money and refuse to answer this question. Who dares to touch him? Yin Jiao raised his head with his movements, was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud, hugged his waist and rubbed it. Ha ha ha, you are so cute. I just want to understand the psychology of the criminal and the victim. The file says that there are 2 known victims, but I think the data must be incomplete. Pang Mu hummed a few times, resisting the urge to hug back, and tried to raise his chin to refuse. Seeing his resistance, Yin Jiao was reluctant to continue to embarrass him, so he kissed him generously to comfort him, touched his head, walked to the window, knocked on the window frame, and asked the sky in the direction of the roof, Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu, let me ask you something. Xiao Wu slowly came down from the roof. What? Yin Jiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He is really honest. If it were Xiao Lu, Xiao Ba or Qi Yuan and other people, they would only show their heads at most. Yin Jiao looked at him gently and said something shocking. If someone cut off your penis for some reason, would you choose to report it? Xiao Wu's expression was unclear in the night, but based on experience, he seemed to be absent-minded for a moment. And after a long time, he said in a difficult voice, The wind was a bit strong just now. I don't think I heard your question clearly. This did not bother Yin Jiao, so she repeated the question again. Xiao Wu's expression was still unclear, but one could imagine how complicated his eyes were. So the next moment, he disappeared with a whoosh. Yin Jiao sighed with regret, but immediately regained his composure and asked on the roof without discouragement, Shao Si, Shao Lu, Shao Ba. If you were? However, before the question was finished, the tiles on the roof rustled, and several black shadows disappeared into the night. The courtyard fell into an unprecedented silence. Yin Jiao was unwilling to give up, so she went to the martial arts arena early the next morning. As expected, she saw Qi Yuan and waved him over. Seeing that she was up to no good, Qi Yuan, who had been feeling itchy these days, came up to her happily and asked excitedly, "What's the matter?" Then Qi Yuan also disappeared. Chapter 18. The next morning, when Su Qian came to the Duke of Yinghua's mansion to pick up Yin Jiao to go to the government office, she saw a group of guards standing in a row about 10 feet away. Their expressions were so complicated that it was hard to describe them. The whole atmosphere was stagnant. She glanced at Qi Yuan and asked curiously, "Brother Qi, why are you squeezing your legs together?" Qi Yuan's face trembled slightly, and he coughed dryly, and said awkwardly, "It's not proper for a little girl to look at a man's legs in broad daylight." Although he said so, his legs squeezed tighter. Su Qian was confused by what he said, and said casually, "What's the big deal? Everyone has touched it carefully and unintentionally countless times when practicing martial arts. The duty of the guards is to defeat the enemy in the shortest possible time by any means, in addition to the common throat and other vital points. All available parts, including the breasts of female enemies and the penis of male enemies, can become attack points at critical moments. Not to mention the legs? So what she said is indeed correct in a sense." However, as soon as the voice fell, Su Qian was surprised to find that this group of seniors, who have always been casual, cast a horrified look at the same time, and then stepped back with their legs clamped. "Su Qian, what's wrong with everyone today? Guards, this kid is already blind." When a group of people were in a weird and subtle confrontation, Pang Mu accompanied Yin Jiao out. "Okay, let's go." The two parties turned around and saluted at the same time. "Master." "Sir." Su Qian was surprised. "Is the master going with you today? I heard that the sir just took a case last night. Is it really so difficult to handle?" Pang Mu's expression was unnatural for a moment, but he immediately adjusted himself with his rich experience and strong psychological quality, and said seriously, "Indeed, this case sounds very unserious, and he is not at ease to let his wife handle it alone." Su Qian said "Oh," but didn't ask more. Lin Ping had already taken Song Liang ahead to hand over to the people in Kanyuan County Court, and transported the body back for autopsy. The Ministry of Justice was not a place where anyone could intervene whenever they wanted. Yin Jiao first took Pang Mu to Xiao Liyuan to explain the situation. The latter had obviously anticipated Pang Mu's arrival, and rarely said anything to squeeze him. But the teasing in his eyes almost became real. He had no objection to Pang Mu's assistance in this matter, and even the saint did not want Pang Mu to be idle all day and bring his child to the palace to cause trouble, and this case was quite special, so it might be more convenient to have him help. It was not until this time that Su Qian finally knew why they were wrong early in the morning. When Yin Jiao and Pang Mu returned together, they could hear the girl's wild laughter, which was extremely inconsistent with her beautiful appearance, echoing in the world from a distance. And they laughed like crazy. Coroner Gua, who had just been recruited to assist in the autopsy, was inevitably a little shy. After so many years of working, this was the first time he had seen such a case, and he felt a dull pain in his lower back. However, a Miao next to him had already sharpened his knife and couldn't wait to work. "Master, when do we start?" Sure enough, Master was right. As long as people live long, they can encounter all kinds of strange things. Although he knew that this was a case that had caused the death of a victim so far, Yin Jiao couldn't help but be amused by their completely different reactions. He immediately waved his hand and tried to put on a serious face. "Okay, let's get ready now." Soon, Song Liang came back with 2 escorting Yamen runners. "The body has been handed over." Lin Ping stayed to talk to the county magistrate in detail. He also called the doctor from the clinic to make a portrait. He will be back in the evening. This case is strange. The deceased lying in the autopsy room is a merchant from outside the province. He lives alone in an inn in Kanyuan County. He goes out early and comes back late every day. He likes quietness, and usually no one goes up to disturb him. It was because the waiter realized yesterday morning that he had not come down to eat for 2 days, and felt something was wrong. He went up and just stood at the door and smelled a foul smell. After pushing the door, He found blood all over the floor. He was lying on his back in a pool of blood on the bed. His clothes were open, and his lower body was horrible. He had already died. Confronting County is located about an hour's walk north of the capital. The overall situation is similar to that of Suiyun County. It is beautiful and well connected. The economy is quite prosperous, and there are a lot of tourists every day. Once a murder occurs, the impact will be very bad. After receiving the news, the local county magistrate did not hesitate and immediately took people to the scene. After a preliminary investigation, it was determined that the deceased was named Wang Shisan, a native of Huguang, who wanted to do spice business this time. However, he died before he could make a fortune. At that time, some people half-jokingly and half-seriously speculated whether this man was so upset about the failure of his business that he decided to castrate himself in anger and simply become a eunuch. Unfortunately, the wound was huge and the weather was hot. So he soon died of excessive blood loss and infection, because there was a bottle of golden medicine produced by a local clinic at the bedside of the deceased, and it had just been half-used. The county magistrate Kong Yuan called the clinic staff to verify. The clinic did not expect that the deceased was not the one who bought the medicine that day. They were afraid of being implicated, and said that the person who bought the medicine that day was not the deceased himself. In addition, they remembered something in a hurry, saying that someone had come to the clinic to buy golden medicine about half a month ago, and they didn't know if it was related to this case. It is said that this golden medicine is quite effective, mainly for more serious wounds and bleeding, common sharp weapon injuries, and the price is not low. Ordinary people rarely have such serious injuries. Even if they do, they usually choose to come to the clinic directly for treatment. In peacetime, it is rare to buy it and use it alone. So the people in the clinic are deeply impressed. When the county magistrate Kong Yuan heard this, he felt something was wrong. This was probably a premeditated serial case. He was immediately overwhelmed and reported it to the Wanjiantai, which was under his direct jurisdiction. The head of Wanjiantai, Im Chiu, was even more straightforward. After knowing that it was difficult to handle, he transferred it to the Ministry of Justice without hesitation. Because the weather has been hot recently, the wound of the deceased Wang Shisan was in a special location, so the skin and flesh were rolled up and rotted very seriously. Although ice was used to freeze along the way, the whole body was obviously swollen, and the effect was slow in the early stage. Now it still looks very scary and disgusting. Gua, who was also a man, tightened his legs and suddenly felt pain and itching in that part. He couldn't help but said angrily, "Where did the murderer come from? It's too perverted." He learned the word pervert from Yin Xiao, and now he feels that it is an appropriate description. How can a normal person do such a thing? Yin Xiao put on gloves neatly, and his voice sounded a little dull from the mask. No matter if he is perverted or not, now that the case is in our hands, we can't let him get away. Let's get started. Miao and Gui used strong liquor to repeatedly clean the body and rinsed off the blood. The suffocating stench finally dissipated slightly, and many traces that were originally blurred due to corruption became clearer. Although the body was swollen, it can be vaguely recognized that the deceased should have been a gentle-looking young man in his lifetime, and it is unknown how he got into this trouble. There are strangle marks from the cheek to the back of the head. Yin Jiao squinted and identified for a while. It looks like the marks of hemp rope. There are a lot of scratches and wounds in the mouth of the deceased, and it is suspected that he was stuffed and strangled before his death. She thought for a while and motioned to Miao to write it down. Hemp walnut. This hemp walnut is not the same as the other hemp walnut, but a tool unique to the Dalu dynasty. Take a short conical wooden stick, pierce the middle with a hemp rope, stuff it into the mouth, and tie it behind the head to muffle the sound. There are obvious signs of restraint on the limbs, and the skin is worn, but it is not serious according to the severity of the wound. Yin Jiao thought for a while. Maybe the deceased was not conscious at the time, and the struggle was weak. Considering the possibility of drunkenness or taking medicine. Take the medicine, Pang Mu said. Although people are not conscious after being drunk, their strength will not disappear, and will even become greater due to loss of control. If he was drunk at the time, the pain after being cut would be enough to drive him crazy. Yin Jiao nodded and gave him an approving look. What you said makes sense. She thought for a while and asked, was there any hemp rope or something when the body was delivered? Miao shook her head. There was only the body. How about I go outside and ask? Yin Jiao nodded. Go. Song Liang, who delivered the body, was waiting for orders outside the door. When a Meow went over to ask, he shook his head and said, "We packed up everything at the scene and brought it back." I looked carefully, and there was no rope or anything like that. After hearing her reply, everyone suddenly felt a little creepy. The rope could not disappear out of thin air. So there was only one explanation. The murderer did not flee in a panic after committing the crime, but calmly cleaned up all the tools used in the crime. Imagine that when you are struggling desperately with shame. There is always someone standing by and watching coldly, and may even feel happy because of your pain. Even Pang Mu couldn't help but start to wonder who the murderer who did such a thing was, because no clues could be found in the clothes of the deceased, and the skin was soft and rotten due to corruption. The in vitro investigation ended here. Prepare for the dissection. What is the difference between the dissection room of the Ministry of Justice, which is directly affiliated with the court, and the one in the prefecture below? The most obvious thing is that the conditions are much better. Basically, people are provided and things are provided. So there is no shortage of resources. Now that the weather has just warmed up, a lot of ice has been generously transferred over. So now the room is not as stuffy as other rooms. But you have to wear thicker clothes. The originally swollen corpse has also slightly returned to its flatness due to the sharp drop in temperature. So there is no need to worry about it exploding like before when the conditions were difficult. However, even so, the strong stench that gushed out after a knife also filled the entire area in an instant. Everyone retreated tactically in an instant, and Pang Mu, who had not been to the scene for a long time, was immediately choked to tears. Increase the salary. The coroner must be paid more. No monthly salary is too much. Ordinary people work hard, but this job is like working hard. Fortunately, the superiority of being directly under the central government is reflected in all aspects. A Meow just pulled the bell hanging on the wall, and several people next door, who were already ready, began to step on the wheels desperately. A total of 10 ventilation wooden wheels on the 4 walls immediately turned rapidly. Fresh air quickly flowed in, and the representative stench dissipated at an alarming speed. Soon, everyone in the room could breathe normally. Yin Jiao found that while cutting skillfully, the rigor mortis has been significantly relieved. The joints of the whole body are easier to move, and there is obvious corpse green in the right lower abdomen. The time of death should be 2 to 3 days. The chest and abdominal cavity of the deceased was normal, and his internal organs were in good health, without any fatal internal injuries. If it weren't for this accident, he would have lived a long life. She focused on checking the throat, but found nothing, and finally cut open the stomach. It's very empty. The spoon that Gue had prepared was useless. There's almost nothing in the stomach and intestines, which means that he died at least 3 or 4 hours after his last meal. There were also signs of incontinence at the scene. Generally speaking, until he finished his last meal, the situation was normal. A Meow frowned. Master, in this case, we can't be sure who he had contact with in the end. If there are residues, they can infer what the deceased ate for his last meal, and if they know what he ate, they may be able to find out who was the last person he saw before he died. The dining table is a very subtle place. Many things that may not happen at ordinary times will happen naturally after a meal, and the cause of death of the deceased is such an unspeakable cause, which makes it easier for people to associate it with eating. The case is instantly covered with a gloomy and charming atmosphere. Yin Jiao hummed, and his expression did not show the joy of getting up early. There is no surveillance in this era, and the inn is in a mess. Now even the clues of the last meal are gone, which may bring considerable difficulties to the investigation. Chapter 19. When Lin Ping came back, it was almost time for dinner. The orange-red sun was hanging in the sky, and the heat that had been floating in the air for a day dissipated, replaced by the aroma of food. Yin Jiao gathered everyone together and clapped his hands to attract attention. I know everyone has been busy all day, and I'm afraid you are tired and hungry now. But the murderer will not make concessions with us. Why don't we sort out the clues first, and then have a peaceful meal? The Dingwa mansion naturally gave full support, and another strong constable with a beard also took the lead and laughed. Over the past 2 years, who doesn't know your desperate spirit? Brothers are all living on the edge of a knife, let alone eating late, even if there are days and nights without food and drink. Is there no time? You and the Duke didn't cook, so the brothers naturally have nothing to say. As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining half of the Yamen runners all rushed to cheer him up, saying that they were hardworking and fearless, and began to urge the meeting to start. Seeing this, Pang Mu also laughed. They are all good men. The constable who had just spoken took the lead in clasping his fists and saluting. My lord, you are embarrassing me by saying this. But it's just my duty. Someone else laughed and said, back then, my lord, his father and his sons all led by example, eating and living with the soldiers, which is really a model for our generation. Now Lord Yin is also like this. It's true that people from the same family are like one family. Thinking of the former duke and the general back then, everyone sighed. The 14 constables of the Ministry of Justice basically have their own fixed teams, which are often composed of two parts, those they bring with them, and those assigned by the Ministry of Justice. Except for occasional major cases that require the cooperation of several constables. Most of the time, they lead their own teams, excluding Song Liang, Xiao Lu and Xiao Ba, the 3 private soldiers. Yin Jiao now has 12 yamen runners and 2 constables. One is Lin Ping, whom she brought from Ping'an County, nicknamed Bird of Death. And the other is this bearded man named Mo Shi. He is an old constable who is steady, righteous and responsible, and is quite popular. He also has 3 or 5 confidants under him. After 2 years of training, they are now willing to follow Yin Jiao. Since the process has been set, Yin Jiao asked someone to bring up the usual flip stone slab and listed the autopsy results and some doubts and clues on it with a talcum pen. The deceased, Wang Shisan, 41 years old, from Huguang, a spice merchant, was in good health with no obvious hidden diseases. The cause of death was heavy bleeding and infection caused by genital laceration. According to the inn, he came to Kanyuan County 6 days ago, that is, on May 9th, and stayed there. He left early and returned late every day, and no friends visited him during this period, because he had to run business. He sometimes ate outside, but at least 1 meal a day was eaten in the lobby of the inn. Yin Jiao briefly introduced the situation, then tapped the stone slab with a talc pen, as usual, signaling everyone to pay attention. Yesterday morning, the waiter suddenly realized that he had not eaten in the inn for 2 consecutive days, and felt something was wrong. So he went up to check, and found that Wang Shisan had been dead for a long time. The autopsy results also confirmed that Wang Shisan died about 2 to 3 days ago, which means that he was likely to have died more than 3 hours after the meal on the 12th day. But the specific time still needs evidence to prove. In this era, there were no paper or electronic memos that were easy to carry around like in later generations. Most people relied on their brains to remember things, which inevitably led to omissions and confusion. But since Yin Jiao came, he first vigorously promoted the use of stone tablets to make the meeting and discussion process neat and orderly. Then he gave everyone a set of charcoal sticks and a small green bamboo paper notebook and ordered them to take notes. At first, these rough men were not very adaptable and felt that the old method they were used to was good enough. But as time passed, they gradually realized the convenience of unified standards and new methods, and they never mentioned the old ones. Now Yin Jiao was talking at the top, and a group of people wearing military robes below all opened their small notebooks to take notes, looking up from time to time, and then writing down a few special symbols that only internal personnel knew. Pang Mu already knew all this information, which gave him time to distract himself and observe Captain Yin, who was calmly arranging his troops. She wore the most ordinary 6th-rank military officer uniform with embroidered tiger patches. Her long black hair was neatly tied into a yin-yang bun, and a simple jade hairpin was inserted, which made her look indescribably heroic. Her waist, tied with a plain silver belt, was slender, which was unique to women, and that slenderness revealed a bit of flexibility. Just like her, no matter how great the resistance in front of her was, she would always find a way to bounce back. The bronze tree candlesticks at the 4 corners of the room were lit with 7 or 8 large butter candles, shining brightly, which made the 2 fires burning in her black crystal-like eyes more prominent, blazing and moving. Compared with the ladies of today, Yin Jiao is indeed not virtuous enough, not delicate enough, not gentle enough, not weak enough, and even because of years of running around. Her skin has a layer of light and attractive honey color, but her eyes are bright. Her mind is quick. Her actions are capable and decisive, like a sharp wind, cutting a deep line in the dull world. She is alive, like the eagle he once saw spreading its wings and cutting through the blue sky of the northwest. Passionate and brave. Thinking of this, Pang Mu couldn't help but take a deep breath, and suddenly felt sincere happiness. The murder weapon should be very sharp. and it is not possible to determine what kind of knife it is for the time being. Yin Jiao continued to speak. She drew a little man on the stone slab and simply circled one of the places. But when I performed the autopsy, I found 2 shallow cuts on the inner thigh of the deceased, and the cut surface of the wound was also a bit uneven, which shows that the murderer was not skilled. When she said this, the men below were buzzing. Many of them rubbed their bodies on the stools awkwardly and said with laughter, "Are you so skilled at this that you don't care about your life?" Everyone laughed at the same time, but then heard Pang Mu say, "But this matter. There are really skilled people." Everyone was stunned. And then they thought of a kind of people, those who specialize in castration for eunuchs. Then Pang Mu touched his chin with one hand, his eyes slightly scattered, and said lightly, "But what I am most curious about now is, where did the cut lower body go?" The deceased's body was naturally missing, and the scene was searched several times inside and out, and not even a hair was found. Took away by the murderer. M.O. she said, the only possibility, with a dark face. Everyone felt sick, and some people cursed a few times, and suddenly felt that they had lost their appetite. Fortunately, I didn't eat, otherwise I would have vomited. A round-faced yamen runner with a shiny forehead muttered. Yin Jiao clapped his hands again, pulling everyone's attention back. This problem needs to find the murderer first. But there are still a few questions at the moment, and we need everyone to work together. First, the first crime scene is in the room where the deceased lived. Was the murderer invited or sneaked in? Was the deceased tied up voluntarily, or was he forced after losing consciousness? Yin Jiao was about to say second, but Miao and Su Qian looked at each other and raised their hands to signal, asking questions with a confused look on their faces. Well, is there anyone who would be tied up voluntarily? Was he forced after being caught? The room suddenly fell into a strange silence. It was not until this time that they seemed to finally realize, damn, there are 2 virgin girls in the group. It's really not their fault. The key is that these 2 little girls are usually very tough. In most cases, they behave more like men than men. Over time, no one treats them specially anymore. Yin Jiao blinked quickly and scratched his head habitually. This case does not seem to be very friendly to the little girl. Ahem. As a life mentor of the 2 in a sense, Yin Jiao said under the expectant gaze of everyone. This question is more complicated. I will find a chance to explain it to you later. Come on. Let your sister open the door to a new world for you. Miao and Su Qian said obediently and calmed down again. Yin Jiao took the time to drink a sip of hot water to moisten his throat, cleared his throat, and picked up the topic again. Second, why did the murderer choose him? Is it a personal grudge, or some kind of abuse in a broad sense? Third, even if the deceased could not speak at the time, why didn't he report it to the police after he woke up? The first 2 questions were not answered clearly, but the third one was different. Before Yin Jiao finished speaking, several people blushed and asked, who would dare to go around shouting about this? I can't afford to lose face. Actually, I have investigated this issue before, but unfortunately I didn't get any results. Yin Jiao's eyes passed over the guards, and the people who were swept away were like frightened birds, looking up at the sky and the ground but not looking at her. She put her hands on the table and leaned forward slightly. If you encounter this kind of thing, how would you deal with it? Pay attention. If you don't report it to the police, the murderer may never be punished. Qi Yuan and others in the back took a deep breath and shouted wildly in their hearts. It appeared. It appeared. She finally attacked outsiders. The yamen runners hesitated, but the blush on their faces was very telling. This was not an easy topic to talk about. If they reported it to the police, even if they got revenge, they would never be able to raise their heads in this life. So, it was really difficult to choose whether to raise the head below or the head above. The fourth question. Yin Jiao slowly spit out the last question of the day. Where did the gold wound medicine on the bedside of the deceased come from? To be precise, who gave it to him? It was impossible for the injured deceased to drag such a body out to buy medicine. So where did this medicine come from? Song Liang boldly put forward his own opinion. When you go out, you will inevitably encounter bumps and bumps. Sometimes there is no one to catch in the wilderness. Maybe he brought it himself? Before coming to the capital, he was a bodyguard. Most people in the world, including himself, would carry a small medicine bag with them, which contained some emergency pills and powders. And the golden medicine was naturally among them. Yin Jiao nodded. But the problem is that this bottle of golden medicine was produced by the local clinic. and the deceased was from Huguang. It is impossible that he did not bring it on the road, but suddenly went to buy a bottle as a backup after arriving in the local area. Could he have anticipated his fate? Song Liang said again, it is also possible that the one he brought on the road was used up. So he bought a bottle in advance as a backup. As soon as he said this, he apologized first, because the people in the clinic clearly said that they had never seen Wang Shisan. No matter who bought the medicine, it is obviously very critical, and may lead to other important clues. Chapter 20. All the possible considerations in the anatomy have been discussed. Yin Jiao singled out the unresolved issues, and handed the main field to Lin Ping, who went to Kanyuan County to investigate. Lin Ping was the youngest among the Yamen runners, but he had been trained over the years, and was not afraid at all. He spoke clearly about his findings and guesses. The painter made a portrait of the people who bought the gold wound medicine in the recent period based on the description of the medical staff. But it is estimated that it will take a few days to get the results. There are no signs of damage to the doors and windows of the guest rooms. I asked the innkeepers, and they said that because Wang Shisan came alone, they were very alert. Sometimes the waiter wanted to go in and sweep the door during the day, but he locked it. It is unlikely that he forgot to close the door at night. The murderer must have entered the room voluntarily, and the two people probably knew each other. In addition, I have an important discovery. He quickly drew the layout and arrangement of the guest room on the stone slab, and then focused on the table and chairs in the center of the room and said, I felt strange when I entered the door, but I couldn't tell where it was. Later, I asked the waiter and went to other empty rooms to see it, in order to facilitate guests to meet and eat. Each room is equipped with a table and 4 benches, and there is a teapot and 4 teacups on it, in order to make the room look tidier and more spacious. The teacups are turned upside down around the teapot before use, and the benches are pushed under the table. However, there are 2 benches facing each other outside the scene, and there are also 2 teacups with pale yellow traces of use. Everyone understood what he meant, although it is not ruled out that he took the bench and teacup nearby for convenience. It is undoubtedly too coincidental that both of these items were moved. That is to say, someone entered the room at that time and talked with the deceased for quite a long time. This discovery made everyone excited, because it is very likely that this person was the last person the deceased had seen before his death, or the murderer himself. After all the clues that can be communicated have been communicated, the only thing left is a long wait. The 14 detectives have different personalities and different work styles. Whenever Yin Jiao presided over the investigation, he liked to treat everyone to a meal, and he would also give out red envelopes after solving the case. And this time was no exception. Yesterday, Yin Jiao guessed that because of the nature of the case, everyone might not have much appetite after the meeting. So she asked someone to prepare hot and sour noodles and a few appetizers. This noodle was made by her own sweet potato noodles. The kitchen staff soaked it in hot water in advance and made it on the spot. The soup was the broth that had been boiled in advance in the small kitchen of Duke Dinghua's mansion. The floating oil and the residue were filtered out, and it was directly brought in several large earthenware jars and poured into the big pot in the kitchen of the Ministry of Justice to boil again. And the whole yard was filled with fragrance. Chopped green onions, ginger, garlic, finely diced meat, pickled vegetables, crushed peanuts, coriander stems, etc. were mixed with soy sauce and vinegar to make the base. The soup and noodles were filled into a large bowl, and a layer of red oil floated quietly on it. It was sour, spicy and hot when I sipped it with chopsticks. It was so satisfying. The noodles were soft, glutinous and smooth, and the soup was rich and fragrant. Occasionally, 1 or 2 pieces of diced meat were even more delicious. How could you remember what was discussed at the meeting just now? There were also appetizers such as cold courgette, Chinese tune egg pancake, cold bean curd and pickled radish. Everyone ate enthusiastically, and a layer of fine and dense hot sweat appeared on their foreheads. The whole yard was full of sizzling sounds. These people were all tall and had amazing appetites. The round-faced Yamen runner finished a big bowl in a short time. He smacked his lips and touched his belly. He felt that he was only 3/4 full, so he consciously held the bowl and went forward to scoop noodles. You kid! Who said that you didn't eat for 3 days just now? She followed closely behind, kicked him lightly, and scolded him with a smile. I think you want to eat 3 bowls. The round-faced Yamen runner laughed with a red face, and his men kept eating 2 bowls in a row. Yin Jiao and Pang Mu also ate with everyone. and waited for another quarter of an hour to make sure that there would be no news tonight. So they told everyone to disperse and go home to have a good rest. It was almost midnight when I came out of the Ministry of Justice. It was dark, but the streets and alleys were still brightly lit. From a distance, they looked like stars floating in the black night. There was no curfew in the Dala dynasty. Merchants could still open for business after closing the city gates late at night. Many shops specializing in night trading had just opened their doors and were ready to start a busy day. The street vendors who were destined to go home were shouting hard, trying to make more deals in the last 2 hours. Many restaurants, tea houses and theaters were still bustling with people, and the sound of stringed instruments and laughter kept coming out of the windows. One after another, the streets outside were bustling and prosperous, just like the cold and silent coroner's room, which was a completely different world of yin and yang. The couple thought their son had fallen asleep long ago, so they walked along the street to relax their muscles. But they didn't expect that when they returned home, they saw the little fat boy sitting on the couch with full energy playing with his feet. His 2 chubby legs were spread apart, and his bare feet kept turning. He reached out to catch them, and once he caught them, he stopped and laughed proudly. Then he let go of his hand, and the foot turned again, and he caught it again, laughed again, and let it go again, and so on. And he never got tired of it. The old lady sat next to him, watching with interest, and laughing with him. Yin Jiao and Pang Mu looked at each other, and obviously they didn't quite understand what made these 2 people laugh. "Mom, why haven't you slept yet?" The 2 sat down on the left and right. "Mom, Dad." Ping'an, who heard the movement, finally reluctantly moved his eyes away from his white and fat feet, and then happily found that his parents were back, and immediately abandoned the feet and opened his arms for a hug. "Hey, son!" Yin Jiao washed his hands and face in the copper basin brought by the maid, and then hugged him and kissed him hard a few times. "Do you miss Mom?" Ping'an held her face with the hand that had just grabbed her toes, and nibbled a few times, imitating her, and drooling over her face. "I want to." Pang Mu was grinning, took a towel to wipe his wife's face, and said, "Look, the teething has made a lot of trouble, and there are teeth marks on your face. Why is it so painful?" Yin Jiao laughed, and opened his son's mouth to take a look. "It's okay. The swelling has gone down in the past few days. It's all because of the good prescription prescribed by Dr. Feng." The old lady smiled. "You don't need to take medicine. Just use a few herbs to squeeze out the juice, and use gauze to touch the tooth flour. It tastes pretty good." Ping'an covered his mouth and hummed. "No medicine." Yin Jiao laughed, grabbed his hand and patted it for fun. "Hey, you still know not to take medicine? Why is he so energetic today?" Pang Mu took Ping'an, who had become a little heavier, and played with him for a while, and said helplessly, "Why aren't you sleeping yet?" "Huh? Why aren't you sleeping yet?" Ping'an chuckled, shook his head and said, "No. No." The old lady smiled and scratched his little face. Today, the old lady of the Bai family and Sheer came to visit, and the 2 boys had a lot of fun together. I slept more at noon, so now I can stay up late. "Right? Sheer is back?" Yin Jiao said in surprise. "Then I must go see him when I have time in a few days." Ping'an heard this and started to yell incoherently. She. This won't do," Pang Mu said firmly. "If he doesn't sleep, none of us can sleep." Yin Jiao and the old lady laughed. Pang Mu thought about it and decided to fight poison with poison. He decisively accompanied his son to run around the house for a few laps. Sure enough, the little fat boy was defeated soon. Although he was still shouting that he wanted to play, his eyes could no longer be opened. His head kept nodding down, and he didn't know that he was taken away by the wet nurse. Yin Jiao slapped him a few times with a mixture of laughter and tears. The old lady also yawned. Tears welled up in her eyes, and waved her hands. "Forget it. I'm old and can't stand it anymore. I'm going to sleep now. Don't make a fuss too late. Don't think about the case for now. Get enough sleep so you can have the strength to redress the injustice tomorrow." The couple walked a few steps out before the old lady forced them back. They smiled at each other. Mom is still strong at old age. Her hands are strong enough. The 2 were quite sleepy at first, but after playing with their son for a while, they got over the sleepiness. They couldn't fall asleep for a while, so they just lay on the bed and talked. The 2 lay sideways facing each other. Pang Mu supported his head with one hand, and said seriously, "This case makes me nervous. Yin Jiao was slightly startled. What are you nervous about? Is he afraid of someone coming? Pang Mu turned over, supported his arms on her side, gently nuzzled her with his nose, and said with a smile, some things may disappear at any time if you don't hurry up to use them. Yin Jiao was stunned for a while before he realized what he was saying, and laughed. But the laughter soon disappeared at the junction of lips and teeth. 2 days later, news came from Kongyuan County that the person who bought the gold medicine for Wang Shursen was caught. That person went out of town with his friends to play these days, and was caught as soon as he came back today. He was so scared. He knelt on the ground, trembling and shaking, and said in a crying voice, Sir, I am wronged. I really didn't do anything. That day I went back to the inn to get a change of clothes, and he probably heard me open the door. So he stuck his head out and said that he accidentally cut his leg and bled a lot, and wanted me to buy him a bottle of gold medicine. At that time, I saw that his face and lips were pale, and he couldn't stand steadily. He was really seriously injured. So I asked casually if he wanted to go to the clinic. He said no. So I bought medicine for him and went out of town with his friends, and came back today. Yin Jiao asked, Do you know him? Who would have thought that the person who said something to him a few days ago would disappear just like that? The man shook his head instinctively, but nodded after a while, and said with some embarrassment, In fact, I don't really know him. I just happened to live next door. I met him a few times when I opened the door and nodded and said hello. That's it. Then do you know where he usually goes and what he does during the day? Did you find anything unusual when you saw him the last few times? Pang Mu asked. The man tried to recall and came up with something. He said he was here to do business. I couldn't ask where he was going, but when I came back one time, I could vaguely smell the scent of powder mixed with alcohol from him. Yin Jiao was thinking, and Pang Mu blurted out, Brothel. The man nodded. Yes. If he was just drinking with a girl, or talking to a girl, even if he had the smell on him, it would be very light. But he looked like he was soaked in a jar of powder, so he must be from a brothel. Chapter 21. The man's friend was also arrested. After checking, he was indeed outside the city during the days he disappeared, and he was cleared of any connection. The word Qing is elegant, and the word Lu is square. But when these two words are put together, the meaning they express is out of control, like a wild horse. They are like the mosses that grow quietly in the corners of the wall, the cracks in the ground, etc., which are damp and dirty. No matter how good the sun is outside, they can never be exposed to the sun. At this moment, Yin Jiao unconsciously recalled many cases he had handled before, remembered Yanhong who was covered in blood, and also remembered the gentleman Renzei who was thousands of miles away, and felt a mixture of emotions. Sometimes, the most filthy places can produce the most gorgeous and elegant flowers. Lin Ping. Yin Jiao called him in. Take Wang Shursen's portrait to the brothel and ask. Open prostitutes. Covert prostitutes. Don't miss any family. Although Wang Shursen's body was a little swollen, his face was intact, so he could still guess what he looked like when he was alive. After the autopsy, Yin Jiao also asked the painter to draw a portrait, one for the file, and one together with the death certificate to be sent back to his hometown, so that the local government could cancel the account and see if the family could come to identify the body. Speaking of identifying the body, the journey to Huguang is far away, and it will probably take more than half a year. The Ministry of Justice will not leave the body to rot. At most, it will be burned in 2 days. When his family comes, they can only get ashes and relics. Oh, especially those with special ways to play, Yin Jiao added. She had a feeling that after understanding this case, the whole team would become much more mature. Special ways to play. The innocent constable Lin blushed and turned around to run. Wait. Pang Mu stopped him in time. Check Kongyuan County first. If there is no result, check the capital directly. Lin Ping subconsciously looked at Yin Jiao to ask. Yin Jiao thought for a while and immediately understood what Pang Mu meant. Yes, let's do it. Kongyuan County is only an hour away from Wanjiantai. If you take a car or a horse, it will be faster. Who can resist coming in to take a look at the foot of the imperial city? Moreover, Wang Shursen was here to do business, so he would not miss the 2 markets in the capital, which brought together goods from all over the world. As long as he went to the capital to see it, even if he was entertaining people, would he have to take the person back to Kongyuan County? He must have been there. In this way, the brothel in the capital is more suspicious. After Lin Ping left, Yin Jiao fell into deep thought for a long time, and did not speak until Pang Mu waved his hand in front of her eyes. What are you thinking about? So absorbed? I always feel that this case is not over yet. She frowned. Although there is no concrete evidence, I have always suspected that the victim is not only Wang Shisan, and there are not even 2 other injured people who bought gold medicine mentioned by the clinic clerk. Not to mention the ancient times when the 3 unfilial acts are not having descendants. The greatest one. Even in modern society where this aspect is not taken so seriously, men often avoid seeing doctors when it comes to reproductive issues. Just like the guards and yamen runners she had tried in the past few days. Their reactions as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions also verified this point very well. After being castrated, Wang Shisan's reaction of hiding things is probably the most normal. He was exposed because he died of bad luck. So is there anyone who is still alive? Pang Mu thought about it along her lines, and felt that the possibility was relatively high. In your words, the murderer who committed such a case must be a pervert, who is taking revenge on a certain group of people for some purpose. And the pleasure brought by successful revenge is addictive. If the case is not solved and no one stops them, they will continue to commit crimes. Just like the Jiaxiu murder case and the orange attack on the little girl. After visiting these few days, it was confirmed that Wang Shisan was in Beijing for the first time and had no grudges with anyone during the visit. Moreover, he was dressed simply, so it was unlikely that he would be targeted and robbed. So the biggest possibility is, he was unlucky. Yin Jiao nodded. That's what I mean. But at present, the only things that can support this conclusion are past experience and my intuition. It can't be used as evidence at all. Experience and intuition are often the most reliable. Pang Mu smiled. How many soldiers have saved their lives by relying on this? Since you suspect it, just ask someone to check it out. In addition to the gold wound medicine, it's best to find out if there are any doctors who are secretly seeing patients recently. After all, this kind of wound cannot be cured by simply applying some medicine. If you can't bear it, you must seek medical treatment secretly. Yin Jiao asked, who is still idle? Because the scope of this investigation is a bit large. In order to solve the case as soon as possible, she has basically sent out the constables and yamen runners under her. So the guards? Thinking of this, the couple subconsciously looked at each other, and both felt that the other was mean. Draw lots, Yin Jiao said simply. Whoever you catch, send his guards. Hey, I'm a little excited when I think about it. After an instant stick, Pang Mu looked up and shouted, Little 4. Little 5. Xiao Si and Xiao Wu looked at each other. Their years of experience and intuition as guards told them that danger was coming. However, the next moment, their duty forced them to obey the order and stand in front of Pang Mu. Master. Pang Mu cleared his throat and said seriously, I have an extremely important matter for you to do. The honest Xiao Wu glanced at him and said nothing. Xiao Si blinked his round eyes and smiled. Master, you never told us these things when there was a big thing. All of them were directly ordered. Pang Mu was choked by his saliva. And Yin Jiao tried to look up at the sky. The sky is so blue today. Xiao Lu and Xiao Ba on the other side leaned on the wall to watch, feeling quite happy that they would rather die than die. Hearing this, they shouted, Master, look! These 2 people can talk back. They are all spoiled. The guards have always been disciplined. Why are you talking so much? Punish them by not allowing them to have dinner. The 4th and 5th children turned their heads in unison and gave a kind look. The 2 children immediately became scared and disappeared from the top of the wall, but were caught by Qi Yuan, who was passing by the wall. Good boy. What are you doing peeking around? The 6th child rolled his eyes and said seriously, It's a mess inside. The master and the master were talking nonsense early in the morning, and the 4th and 5th brothers actually tried to disobey orders. Qi Yuan was stunned and thought to himself, what the hell is this mess? On May 20th, it was rainy and cloudy, with dark clouds covering the sky. Occasionally, a few thunders rolled across the sky, rumbling non-stop. The slanting wind and drizzle covered the sky and earth, blowing sometimes strong and sometimes weak. If you go out with an umbrella, your clothes will be half wet. The usually lively birds dare not fly, and they are all crowded together under the eaves and leaves, shaking the water off their feathers, quietly waiting for the wind and rain to pass. Mo Shi, who specializes in the line of Jinchuang medicine, came in the rain to deliver the news that he had found the person in the portrait. He is a Yuan, a servant of a merchant named Yunan in Kanyuan County. A Yuan has to go out every day to run errands for his master. After Moshi figured out the pattern, he stopped him halfway to ask questions. This kid was not scared and confessed after a short while. It turned out that Yunan encountered the same thing as Wang Shisan. This important clue not only proves that Yin Jiao's previous speculation about the serial case is correct, but also directly brings in human evidence, which is very likely to play a decisive role in solving the case. Everyone was excited, and Yin Jiao said without hesitation, "Let's go to Kanyuan County to meet this Yunan." On the way, Yin Jiao was still listening to Moshi's introduction of Yunan. He is also well known in Kanyuan County. He has been traveling around the country with people since he was a teenager. He sells everything to make money. Now he has a fortune of 3,000 to 5,000 taels. At this point, Moshi changed the subject and said with some disgust, "How can this person be so romantic? He has a virtuous wife at home, but he prefers to go out to seek flowers and ask willows. He also has an outer house in the west of the city, where he takes some women to do things. If he is having fun, he will take care of her for a while." According to the servant Yuan, Yunan got another woman from somewhere at the end of last month. But she was not as easy to get as before, so he just kept her hanging. Yunan was very interested in her, and placed her in the outer house first. But he was caught in a trap. Yin Jiao nodded and asked, "Did he treat the wound himself? Did he not call a doctor? How is it now?" The servant said that Yunan often fought with others when he was young, so he was quite good at treating wounds. It seemed that there was a lot of paper on the wound at that time, so there was not much bleeding. He asked the servant to buy some gold wound medicine, and he recovered almost. Later, he occasionally had a low fever, but calling a doctor could conceal it, so he was not afraid of anything. Pangmu sighed, a little excited. The murderer is an expert. A few days ago, he asked eunuch Wang how to stop bleeding when a eunuch was castrated. He learned that it is usually necessary to first numb the nearby muscles, and then use a thread to tie it tightly to prevent bleeding. After quickly cutting it off, it is covered with paper soaked in cold water. If it is done in advance, some people can use saltpeter to freeze it instead of beating, which will cause less suffering, less bleeding, and faster recovery. But most people will not become eunuchs unless they are desperate. So the saltpeter method is basically equivalent to nothing. "Are you sure it's a woman?" Pangmu asked. "How can an ordinary woman know this?" She had never thought that the murderer might be a man. He was stunned and stammered after a while, This could be a man?" Pangmu shook his head and said, "It's hard to say." Moshi, who has always been upright, couldn't close his mouth. When they arrived in Kanyuan County, the original drizzle had become a downpour. The street stalls were closed, and there were almost no people. Only the roadside shops that made cooked food floated out bursts of white water vapor, which merged into the rain and disappeared instantly. A thin layer of rainwater accumulated on the stone road, and the wheels splashed small water splashes when they rolled over, illuminating the rivets and patterns on it clearly. Moshi pointed to the front. "That's the house." Although Yunan moved back home, he was afraid that his wife would find out, so he slept in a separate room and didn't see guests. Not seeing guests? They weren't guests. Yin Jiao lifted the curtain and took a look. "Go knock on the door and show your badge directly." Luckily, except for Yunan himself and his personal servant Yuan, no one in the entire Yin family knew what he had encountered at the beginning of the month. When the doorman heard that it was someone from the Ministry of Justice, he thought that the master had committed a crime and was immediately scared out of his wits. How could he remember what the master said about not seeing guests? He just let the person in. Pangmu turned around and said, "Old Chi, you take Xiao Ba to guard outside. If you don't know about this group of people, you might think they are here to confiscate the house." Chi Yuan grinned. "I do want to. He hasn't done this for several years. The famous Duke Dingwa and his wife came to visit in person. If it were an ordinary family, it would be a great honor. Even if Yunan didn't want to see them, he had to come out to greet them." According to Yuan, he had an accident on the first day of this month, only 20 days ago, and he was secretly recovering from illness. He looked very haggard and walked unsteadily. His wife was a very gentle woman. She had always thought that her husband was ill recently. When she saw him coming, she instinctively reached out to help him. Who knew that she was blocked the next moment? Even outsiders like Yin Jiao felt angry for her, but she seemed to be used to it. She explained respectfully to everyone, fearing that these distinguished guests, who suddenly came to the door, would be angry. Yin Jiao looked at her with some reluctance. Madam, don't be nervous. We are just here to ask some questions, and will leave after we are done. Madame Yun became more and more nervous, and said hurriedly, My husband is the most honest and dutiful, and will never cause trouble. Did you make a mistake? Dutiful? Pangmu snorted and looked at Yunan meaningfully. Manager Yun is so lucky that Madame is so virtuous. It's a pity that he didn't know how to cherish his blessings. It has come to this point today. It has to be said that he deserves it. Yunan fell into great panic and shame when they arrived. Now, after hearing this, he felt like sitting on pins and needles, and his already pale face became even more pale. Yin Jiao asked Madame Yuan to leave and said to Yunan directly, We need a portrait of that person. Yunan clenched his hands in his sleeves. I don't know what you were talking about. Forgot? It's okay. I can remind you, Yin Jiao said. At the end of last month, you hit a woman in your private house, intending to have fun, but she ran away after hurting you on the first day of this month. Before she finished speaking, everyone's eyes had already subconsciously glanced between Yunan's legs, and he instinctively clamped his legs, perhaps because of the wound. Yunan suddenly stiffened, and the little blood on his face faded away completely. We will keep it a secret for you, as long as you don't say it yourself. No one will know what you have experienced, Yin Jiao patiently advised. Don't you want to avenge yourself? Yunan tried to force out a smile. Your Excellency is getting more and more confused. I have always been cautious. How could I have any grudges? His appearance was not outstanding, but his eyes were full of the shrewdness and slickness of a businessman. However, the sweat gradually coming out of his forehead betrayed him. This kind of non-violent non-cooperation is the most troublesome. Yunan is the only living witness and victim. If he refuses to cooperate, the case may be deadlocked. Su Qian was the first one who couldn't bear it. As soon as she said you, Yin Jiao raised his hand to stop her. So she had to retreat sullenly. It was really anxious. She really wanted to know the truth of the matter. The oppressive and rigid atmosphere gradually spread to every corner of the house. The sound of the rain outside became clearer and clearer, pouring into everyone's ears unscrupulously, inexplicably harsh. Yin Jiao frowned and was about to continue, but Pangmu suddenly said, So, men have to take care of their families. If you always walk by the river, how can you not get your shoes wet? You have a good industry, a virtuous wife, and 2 healthy daughters and a son. It's perfect. Why are you so unsatisfied? Now it's good that you don't even have the capital to cheat. Every time he said a word, Yunan's face became more embarrassed, and his breathing gradually became rapid. When he heard the last heartbreaking sentence, the veins on his forehead popped out. Yin Jiao and Xiao Lu raised their eyebrows in unison. Wow! What a mean thing to say! TSK. Pangmu continued to provoke. Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't say it. Anyway, we are not the ones who are unlucky. At most, it will become an unsolved case. But your life will be difficult in the future. You can't eat well, can't sleep, and have to hide your life. But the murderer lives freely. Maybe you will see him on the street in the future. Since you are so generous, you may come forward to say hello, have a meal together, and continue your relationship after the meal? Everyone unconsciously followed his words and imagined. And it seemed that such a scene really appeared in their minds. Oh, it's too miserable. Yunan was so angry that he was shaking all over. But he didn't dare to get angry at these people. And he couldn't swallow this breath. He was breathing like a bellows, as if he would faint at any time. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of the stalemate, it would be bad if the only witness died of anger. Yin Jiao tilted his head and looked at Pangmu. Meaning to withdraw the troops? Pangmu nodded, and finally became serious, saying to Yunan, I am also a man. I know that encountering such a thing is more painful than death. But things have come to this point. There is no point in saying more. It is better to help us bring the guy to justice. Yunan glanced at him, seemed touched, but there was a fierce struggle in his eyes. And then he returned to silence. By the way, Pangmu took the lead and walked a few steps, but suddenly stopped. You don't know? That guy also committed other crimes. The other victim didn't have your luck and ability, so he died. In this case, that man is the murderer, and he will definitely die if caught. Yunan, who had been denying it since they met, looked up and finally took the initiative to say the first word. Dead? He had been shutting himself up these days, and didn't know that there was a murder outside. When he heard it, His heart couldn't help but beat wildly. And he was afraid. Pang Mu nodded, but didn't mean to stay any longer. After leaving a word, he led his people away without looking back. 2 days. You have 2 days to think about it. During these 2 days, we will stay at the largest Sihai restaurant in the city. Yunan subconsciously struggled to stand up, staggered a few steps, and watched their backs disappear in the rain with a complicated expression. Someone dead? The murderer? That person must be dead. Doesn't it mean no one will know his secret anymore? Chapter 22. The rain outside was getting heavier, as if someone had poked a hole in the sky. The bean-sized raindrops formed lines and pieces, which hurt my hands. Yin Jiao and his group asked for a private room on the second floor of the restaurant. They listened to the singing from the lobby on the first floor and talked about the puddles on the ground across the street. If there were no cases, it would be a good pastime. Master, why did we say to wait for him for 2 days? Su Qian asked puzzledly. What if he doesn't come within 2 days? Then wait for another 2 days. Pang Mu said without hesitation. Su Qian. Master, you are lying. What about the perfect plan? She thought this was the best plan that Master had come up with after careful calculations. Silly girl. This is called war is not too shabby. Shi Yuan shook his head and said, everyone didn't want to disturb anyone. But after all, it was someone else's territory. Less than half an hour later, County Magistrate Kan Yuan came in person and said many words of apology in fear and trepidation. Yin Jiao estimated that the other party had heard the news when his group entered the city, but he didn't dare to disturb them from doing business. So he waited until he returned to the restaurant and left a half-hour break before coming on time. County Magistrate Kan Yuan rarely had the opportunity to get close to such big shots, and originally wanted to take the opportunity to build relationships. But later he saw that the Duke Dingwa and his wife, who were leading the group, were far less fond of socializing than the rumors. So he gave up the idea, asked someone to arrange a banquet, and then left quickly. Su Qian folded her arms and watched the blue sedan quietly leave from the window, and smiled. He is quite sensible. Otherwise, he would not be the county magistrate under the imperial city. Xiao Ba said lightly. The capital is so big, and there are so many geniuses in the world. Even the most insignificant character can cause a big storm if he is put in the local area. Although Kanyuan County has a nice scenery, the weather is not good, and no one is in the mood to go out in the rain. So the first day just passed by. The next morning, Yunan had not yet visited, but Lin Ping, who went to the brothel to investigate, had already received news. After visiting day and night for several consecutive days, he determined that Wang Shursen had only been to a brothel called Pyoxianjiwen in the capital since he came to Kanyuan County. He also used the testimony of the hostess that day to find the spice dealer who went with him that day, and verified each other. But in addition to this, Lin Ping got an unexpected result. The girls in Pyoxianjiwen never do business outside, even if a customer likes a girl, unless he pays a lot of money to redeem her. He can only come to Pyoxianjiwen. Speaking of this, Lin Ping seemed to suddenly remember some details. He opened and closed his mouth several times, and a blush gradually spread on his face. Finally, he made up his mind and whispered, their way of playing is not special. Qi Yuan and others were confused and didn't hear clearly. What book? Pang Mu and Yin Jiao were already laughing, and asked mischievously, how is it not special? Lin Ping blushed at their humiliation, and wanted to bury his head in his chest. After laughing, Yin Jiao first sighed in his heart about the classic name Pyoxianjiwen, and then tried to propose another possibility. Could it be that the girl secretly came out to take private jobs? Lin Ping shook his head. I guess so at the time, but the madam said it was impossible. Those girls are registered. If they run away or elope, the brothel will suffer heavy losses. So they are usually watched very strictly. And even if they go out on the street, they must be followed by a pimp. So, is the murderer not a girl from Pyoxianjiwen? Su Qian asked doubtfully. But if not, Wang Shursen has not come into contact with other suspicious people these days. Everyone was a little confused. It was really unpleasant that the clues were unexpectedly cut off. It was dark early on a rainy day. Before dinner, lights were already on everywhere. However, instead of being reduced with the passage of time, everyone's doubts became more serious after Xiao Si and Xiao Wu came back. As Yin Jiao guessed, the two found a doctor in a clinic in the capital who had secretly sutured someone's genitals in the middle of last month. According to the doctor's description, The wound was the same as Wang Shersun's. But he came in time and didn't bleed much. So except that he couldn't grow back. He recovered well. The two brothers were very excited at the time and rushed to the injured person's home without stopping. I wanted to ask the survivor to testify and provide clues. But as soon as I explained my purpose, I was chased out by a man and a woman waving brooms. According to the doctor, the hostess knew what happened to her husband. But she wanted to protect the integrity of the family. So she waved the broom very vigorously. The precious second witness violently refused to cooperate, and refused to admit that he had his penis cut off from beginning to end. Xiaoxi's baby face was depressed. He refused to admit it, and we couldn't take off his pants on the spot, although they didn't get any results. The frustrated expressions on their faces pleased everyone very well, and everyone laughed. Su Qian said anxiously, but we agreed to stay for 2 days. Now it's dark and Yunan hasn't come yet. Is he not coming? As she was talking, the waiter suddenly knocked on the door and said carefully, Dear guests, Mr. N wants to talk to you. Yin Jiao patted Su Qian on the head and said with a smile, You are a smart talker. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. Look, he has come under an alias. Qi Yuan whispered. Don't tell me bad news. One bird of morning is enough. Su Qian punched him in frustration. The time limit set by Pang Mu seems to be arbitrary. But it is actually quite skillful. It not only gives Yunan enough time to struggle, but also creates a sense of urgency that there is no time to wait after the deadline, so as not to make everyone wait too long. To put it bluntly, if the original limit was 10 days, I'm afraid Yunan would have come on the 10th day. After Yunan entered the room, he left a yuan outside, and Yin Jiao and Pang Mu did the same, waving away everyone and signaling that he could speak. Captain Yen? Yunan looked at the woman across the table, looking very embarrassed. After all, it was a private matter, and it was really hard to talk to a woman. There's no room for negotiation. Yin Jiao spread his hands and showed him the Ministry of Justice's appointment order and his waist badge. This case is under my charge. If I'm not here, no one can help. Pang Mu said at the right time, I'm just a follower. Yin Jiao said seriously, in my eyes, there are only murderers and victims. No difference between men and women. Anyway, I already know what I should know. Why are you still hiding it? Yuan An's eyes kept wandering between the two of them, and he nodded as if he had given up after a lot of changes in his expression. Then, let's do it. He asked for a cup of hot tea, and his two slightly trembling hands kept rubbing the outer wall of the porcelain cup, as if he was desperately trying to get a little warmth from the boiling tea. The case investigation has progressed to this stage, and every move is subtle and critical. It is easy to backfire if you rush rashly. Yin Jiao and Pang Mu simply went all out to accompany him in a daze, patiently waiting for him to calm down. I don't know how long it took, but the aroma of dinner gradually filled the streets outside. Yunan finally spoke in a hoarse voice, and the first sentence was a bombshell. He's not a woman. What? Although there had been speculations in this regard, it was a completely different feeling to hear the exact answer. When did you know his gender? Yin Jiao asked cautiously. Yunan smiled bitterly, and the hand holding the teacup began to tremble again. Obviously, he had a psychological trauma. Until the drug he poured into me began to take effect. He finally gave up his disguise, and took out the knife to cut the first cut. Then I realized that his real voice was very rough, and his exposed feet were not big like a woman's. And he later admitted it. But by that time, it was too late for Yunan to regret. He was at the mercy of others, and he could only watch his treasure being cut off and taken away in a half-asleep state. The unimaginable severe pain made him completely unconscious. When he woke up, he found that the wound was covered with layers of paper and hemostatic powder. His voice began to tremble. No matter how lustful he was before, he seemed a little pitiful at this moment. I can't afford to lose this person. Many things that were originally thought to be unspeakable, once they were started, the rest were very simple. He said in a crying voice, I am a famous figure in the county. If outsiders knew that I was deceived by a man, and suffered this, I might as well die at that time. It was miserable enough to play with a woman and get tricked. But who would have thought that in the end, even the woman was fake? These days, Yunan couldn't sleep well at all. Almost every time he closed his eyes, the terrifying scene of that guy riding on him with a hideous face and holding a knife would appear in his mind. Not to mention that there was nothing. Even if there was, he felt that he might not be able to get hard. Yin Jiao and Pang Mu looked at him with sympathy. But they felt that this might not be his own fault. If you behave more properly, maybe this wouldn't happen. Have you been to Pyongyang before? Yin Jiao asked. Yunan nodded and said, I have been to basically all the famous brothels in Beijing. Yin Jiao chuckled a few times. Very proud. Proud? You won't have this opportunity in the future. Just take it as a memory. Yunan's face trembled. And he felt sad. Do you know Wang Shisan? Yin Jiao asked again. What 3? Yunan was confused. He is the only known deceased in this case so far. Pang Mu took out the portrait for him to identify. He came from outside to sell spices. And he had been to Pyongyang before the incident. Yunan looked carefully several times and finally shook his head. I really haven't seen him. Yin Jiao wrote a few lines in the small notebook. The victims had all been to Pyongyang. Is this just a coincidence? Alas, it's a pity that the third victim did not cooperate. If it was a 3-point sample, the reference value would be greatly improved. But even so, this Pyongyang is also worthy of special attention. Then how did you get to know that person? Pang Mu asked curiously. Yunan was obviously reluctant to recall this past. With a face full of resistance. But he still said honestly, to be honest. My 2 adults. I have a good appearance and a small fortune. I like to hang out outside on weekdays. It's not uncommon for women to come to me every now and then. At the end, he actually showed a little pride. And even his back, which had been bent since entering the door, straightened unconsciously. Yin Jiao and Pang Mu sneered at the same time. It's really a dog that can't change its eating habits. You are so proud of this kind of shit. The couple's sneer duet instantly brought Yunan back to reality. He finally recognized the current situation and quickly laid out everything he could tell. Chapter 23. Yunan was a dissolute man. And he would go to a brothel with his friends every now and then. Sometimes, if he played too late, he would just stay there for several days. His wife was virtuous and weak. And although she felt miserable, she dared not ask him about it. Day after day, year after year, she indulged him more and more. Last month, he stayed in a brothel for 2 days, and left on the 3rd morning with the reluctant entreaties of the prostitutes, madams, and pimps, because he drank too much. Yunan felt weak on his feet when he went out, and his eyes were dizzy, and he could not see the road clearly. As a result, he bumped into someone when he turned the corner. It was a young lady, who fell to the ground with a cry. Her figure was as graceful as a willow brushing against a bank, revealing 2 slender white arms, which made Yunan's eyes go straight. He had used all his tenderness and consideration on the prostitute in his life. He sobered up immediately, hurriedly pulled the brocade robe on his body, and deliberately turned the jade pendant he carried with him to the front, and then bent down to help her. Yunan was still thinking about how to seduce this woman, but who would have thought that she would bump into his arms? Then shyly retreated, and threw him a shy and timid look. He was a veteran in the love scene for a long time, and he was overjoyed when he saw this situation, and immediately reached out to touch her, who knew that the other party was reluctant to let him get close. At this time, Yunan was already entangled in lust, and he wanted to pick up his gun and mount his horse on the spot. So how could he care about many things? He immediately coaxed the person back to the villa in Kanyuan County and settled him down, thinking that since the person was at home, could the cooked duck still fly away? At this point, Yunan couldn't help but said angrily, "That bitch." No, that beast pretended to be good, lowered her eyebrows and looked docile all day long, and didn't like to speak. I just thought she was just good at flirting with people. But I never thought that she was afraid of revealing the secret. Pang Mu scratched his ears, a little impatient. You still say you have a lot of skills, but after hanging out in the same room for a few days, you can't even tell the difference between a male and a female. Although the murderer is guilty, Yunan is not innocent either. If he had acted a little more properly, he would not have ended up like this. Yunan's face turned red and white, and he said anxiously, even if it were an adult, he wouldn't recognize it. Yin Jian knocked on the table. Let's talk about the irrelevant things later. Talk about the crime process. Otherwise it will be difficult to convict. After hearing this, Yunan's face was only red, and he murmured, It's already like this. So let's not talk about it. Yin Jia frowned. Of course not. Many times, seemingly similar cases are actually committed by different people, or imitations, or gangs. How can we judge without knowing the details? if we don't know more thoroughly in advance? What if he really has accomplices and retaliates against you after alerting the enemy? What should you do? Yunan had no choice but to tell her. For several days, Yunan treated the woman very well, and often bought her rouge and powder as gifts. On this day, the woman unexpectedly prepared a table of wine and food, and asked her to send the servants to the farthest room in the front. Yunan was very proud, thinking that his skills had come to an end, and he began to have wild thoughts. During the meal, the two of them toasted each other, and Yunan was forced to drink nearly 2 pots of wine by the other party. Finally, they were able to hug each other, and finally rolled onto the bed. He was about to take off his clothes and go into the alley, but suddenly he felt dizzy and weak all over. Then, he watched the man tie his hands and feet, and stuff walnuts into his mouth, so that he could not move or make a sound. Then, he became a cripple. He is a lunatic, even though it has been a long time. Recalling it again still makes Yunan fall into great fear. His voice trembles, and his body is covered with cold sweat, as if the things that had disappeared in Yuquajian suddenly hurt inexplicably. In fact, from the accident to today, he has not been able to sleep well for a single day. Almost as soon as he closes his eyes, he can see the scene of that day. The gentle beauty he thought of suddenly turned into a man, laughing strangely under the candlelight, with greed and hatred in his eyes, and finally even wrapped up his things and stuffed them into his arms like a treasure. The weird scene and desperate mood are like a nightmare, following him like a shadow, and never dissipated for a long time. People who have not experienced it personally can't imagine it at all. Yunan said this, feeling fear, pain, regret, and hatred. His stomach twitched, and he vomited in front of Yin Jiao and Pang Mu. Anyway, since he met his wife, Pang Mu has seen others vomit more times in just a few years than in the previous decades. But it was the first time he saw someone vomiting in person. As soon as he found out that Yunan looked wrong, he took the initiative to hold Yin Jiao and turned half a circle on the bench. After getting up, he stepped back to the window and instantly moved away from the explosion. Sight. Qi Yuan, who heard the noise, broke in with the guards from the main door and 2 windows, and pushed Yunan face down on the ground with a thud. His movements were as quick and neat as a tiger pouncing on its prey. Pang Mu and Yin Jiao twisted their faces into bitter gourds and uttered ugh in disgust. Qi Yuan pushed Yunan directly into his vomit. After a short period of dead silence, everyone retreated together. Qi Yuan wanted to jump up 10 feet high on the spot, and cursed a lot of dirty words, like setting off firecrackers. His face turned green. It was so disgusting. To be honest, if Yunan hadn't helped to draw the portrait, Yin Jiao and others really wanted to run away on the spot. Anyway, we finally got the suspect's portrait, because we knew the murderer's real gender. The painter directly drew a man's dress. Su Qian looked at the portrait from left to right, looking very surprised. It's really beautiful. The person in the painting has a kind of beauty that transcends gender, with sadness in the corners of his eyebrows and eyes, which is the type that can easily arouse all kinds of desires in men. Xiaowu also looked at it for a while, and rarely took the initiative to comment. It looks like both a man and a woman. Pang Mu looked at it over and over again for a long time, and sighed, I really can't recognize it. Yin Jiao clapped his hands. Okay. Call up the people and go to Piaxianjuan, in order to prevent the murderer from having accomplices. Pang Mu also borrowed dozens of Yamen runners from Yin Qiu, and secretly surrounded several exits and windows of Piaxianjuan, and then asked the madam for people. Seeing that Duke Dinghua and Lord Yin came in person, the madam was so scared that her legs went weak. After hearing that they were looking for people, she hurried forward to take the portrait and carefully examined it. This person? The madam thought for a while and said uncertainly, It seems familiar, but I'm not sure for the moment. Loudly, come and take a look. A man came forward and kowtowed to Pang Mu and Yin Jiao before leaning over to look at the portrait. It looks a bit like Shizhou, but better looking than Xiaozhou. Who is Shizhou? Yin Jiao asked. To answer your question, Shizhou is a handyman here, the man said respectfully. He doesn't talk much and doesn't like to socialize with people, but he is very honest and capable. Honest. Yin Jiao had heard this word in too many descriptions of murderers, so she had a physical aversion to it. But when Shizhou really stood in front of everyone, she couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. Did they really catch the wrong person? The skinny little kid stood there quietly, head down, looking a little timid and not having much presence. If you don't look at it specifically, you will hardly notice that there is another person there. Xiao Wu came from behind and whispered in Yin Jiao and Pang Mu's ears. Yunan said it should be him. But his face was not so dark at the time. Probably because he was painted with something. To prevent the wrong arrest. Yunan also came. But did not show up. Just secretly watching from behind. Get a basin of hot water and wash his face. Now that such a big scene has been made, the madam also knows that it must be a trivial matter. She is afraid that she will be implicated. So she rushes to do it herself. Sure enough, she washed a lot of black and yellow paint and a little fake chin from Xiao Jio's face. The madam looked at the brand new face in front of her. And she was so upset that she almost vomited blood. This was really a money-making tree that was missed right under her nose. If she had sent him to her elder sister to be well cultivated, there would be no such thing as the popular young man Liu Xiong now. It was definitely him. Looking at this increasingly childish face, Yin Jiao suddenly asked, "How old are you?" Xiao Jio looked up at her in surprise, but immediately lowered her head. 16. Yin Jiao couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. What kind of eyes are these? As calm as dead water? Without a single light. It was as if this person had actually died a long time ago. And standing here was just an empty body. "Do you know why we are looking for you?" Xiu Jiao hummed softly. And after a while, he suddenly said, "This day will come sooner or later." His voice was a little different from his rough appearance. And it was indeed easy to reveal the truth. Pang Mu shook his head at Lin Ping. "Go search his room. If you want to make a solid case, both human and material evidence are indispensable." According to the victim Yunan, the murderer has a perverted obsession with their things, and will definitely not throw them away casually. Now it seems that he is probably hiding here. Lin Ping and others clasped their fists and accepted the order. Pang Mu paid special attention to Shijio's reaction, but unfortunately found that the other party had almost no reaction. He seemed to care about nothing. The pimp hurriedly said, "Please come this way. Sirs, I will lead the way for you." Soon, the pimp's retching sound was heard from afar. Lin Ping and several Yamen runners brought back 2 boxes with pale faces. Their throats kept moving, as if they would vomit at any time. The 2 boxes were only 1 foot long. One contained blood-stained hemp walnuts, hemp ropes, and short knives, and the other contained 4 objects preserved by lime drying. Many people in Pyongyang gathered around to watch the excitement. When they saw the boxes being carried out, they thought it was a treasure. So they all tiptoed and stretched their necks to see. As a result, it was really a treasure. Oh my God! Speaking of which, people in brothels are not unfamiliar with this thing. No matter how righteous a man is, his ugly side will be exposed in bed. But when these things were neatly placed in the box like goods, shrunken, withered, the impact was beyond words. Yin Jiao and Pang Mu were both stunned. 4. Who else was the victim? Pang Mu frowned and asked, "Are these all yours?" Xiao Jio nodded. "Where did they come from? Why did you get these things?" The disgust in Pang Mu's eyes was obvious. Xiao Jio only said 3 words, "I want them." After that, no matter what Pang Mu asked, he didn't say a word. Pang Mu shook his head at Yin Jiao. "In any case, take the man back and interrogate him slowly." Xiao Jio didn't resist at all, and followed him back to the Ministry of Justice obediently, walking when he was told to go and kneeling when he was told to kneel. Like a puppet. It started raining outside at some point. The fine, bright raindrops rustled on the grass under the eaves. Not annoying, but adding a sense of melancholy. Yin Jiao looked down at the thin figure kneeling in the hall and decided to get straight to the point. "Do you remember who those 4 people were?" Xiao Jio really confessed honestly. In addition to Yunan, Wang Shersan and the one who beat people with a broom and refused to admit it, there was also someone in the east of the city. Yin Jiao said to Song Liang, "Go and verify it." Those who were not named secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then saw that the third boss suddenly looked bitter. This is really a tough job. Is it really necessary to ask the other person, "Is your bird still there?" Since they have kept it a secret until now, the other party probably won't admit it. But no matter what, the process must be followed. So Song Liang went out with a cold face. "Why do you do this?" Yin Jiao asked. Shujio said softly, "I just want to do it. Do you know that someone is dead? I told you not to move around." Shujio blinked slowly. He shouldn't be disobedient. "Where are these 4 people? And how did you deal with them?" "I don't want to say it." Shujio shook his head. His tone was very steady, and there was no joy, anger, sorrow or happiness, as if all his emotions had been sealed. Pang Mu, who was sitting as a jury, frowned slightly, thinking that this man seemed to have made up his mind to die. Just like a wooden clay sculpture, it would be difficult to judge him if he continued like this. Yin Jiao stared at Xiao Jiao for a while, and suddenly asked, "Where are you from? Where are your parents?" This sentence was like a huge rock falling from the sky, smashing into the stagnant water, and suddenly splashing endless water. "I don't have parents." Xiao Jiao's voice suddenly became sharp, and his hands tightly grasped the corners of his clothes. But his body was shaking unconsciously, as if he was afraid of something. Yin Jiao was silent for a moment, then stood up and walked down. "Sir!" Su Qian and several guards stopped him in unison. "You can leave." Pang Mu, who had been silent the whole time, stood beside Yin Jiao after he finished speaking. The case cannot be closed without asking about the crime process. But seeing that the murderer does not care about life and death, the ordinary methods must be ineffective, and another way must be found. Yin Jiao nodded at him, lifted his robe, and sat on the ground opposite Xiao Jiao. "You have had a hard time these years, right? I am willing to listen. So are you willing to talk? As long as the method is right, you can get twice the result with half the effort. Everyone's words and deeds have reasons. This child is only 16 years old, and the root of the problem must be in his original family." Xiao Jiao suddenly looked up, and his indifferent look suddenly hit Yin Jiao's eyes. She didn't hide or avoid, and spoke softly as if to a friend. "It's painful to keep it in your heart, right? Just say it out." The room was quiet, with only the faint sound of rain falling outside, which was subtle but everywhere. After a long while, Xu Jiao's indifferent voice slowly sounded. "My father was beaten to death because of gambling. He didn't look like a human being when he died. When I was 5 years old, my mother remarried with me, but my stepfather was not good to us at all. Later, he gave birth to a son, and I became even more redundant. That man scolded me for coming against his son and trying to steal his family business. He beat me for anger at every turn, threw things on the ground, told me to eat like a dog, and made me sleep with a dog. My mother was scared by his beating and pretended not to know. It seemed that he had not talked to anyone like this for a long time, or never at all. Once he started talking, the rest was much smoother. He often pressed my mother to the ground in broad daylight to do that, deliberately opened the door for me to watch and listen, and called us bitches. Later, he often touched me, and I didn't want to. During one struggle, I pushed him down and got a cut on his face. I ran away when I saw that the situation was not good." When he said these words, the expression on his face did not change from beginning to end, and he was as indifferent as a bystander. Now that I think about it, maybe my mother and stepfather are eager to get rid of this burden? Otherwise, why didn't anyone come out to look for him when he hid on the street in the heavy rain for 2 days and 1 night? I was only 7 years old at that time. I couldn't do any work, so I begged outside. But beggars also have rules. The older ones ganged up to bully me. Seeing that there was no way to make a living, I happened to hear someone say that I could enter the palace to be a eunuch, where I would have a room to sleep in and food to eat. So I cut my hair myself. Unfortunately, I was too young at the time and didn't know I was being cheated." He suddenly paused, his long eyelashes trembling slightly, like a wounded butterfly in the shadows, trying desperately to fly but unable to fly. "The man took the 1 or 2 taels of silver I stole after being beaten and ran away. The successive blows pushed him into Shenzhen little by little, surrounded by thick darkness, without any hope. That deception was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, leaving him completely desperate. I still remember those days." Xu Jiao finally turned his head, staring blankly at the continuous rain outside with eyes as dry as a well. It was also a rainy day like this, hot and humid. I felt so painful, and I was dizzy with fever, and I felt like I was going to die. In fact, death is nothing. It's all over. But a beggar happened to save me. He was a fool. He could only babble nonsense. But he always gave me the moldy cakes he had robbed. I thought that I would still have to be filial to him in the future. But one day, he died suddenly. Xu Jiao lowered his head and looked at his empty palms. When I got up in the morning, it was cold. I had nothing left. He was silent for a moment, and then murmured, "I haven't been filial to him yet." I went into Pioxianjuan, cleaned the toilet, emptied the night incense, and cleaned up the house after they finished their work. The skinny boy said indifferently, "No one treats me as a human being." His eyes were full of confusion. He never understood why God was so unfair. What those people complained about and squandered were all things he wanted but couldn't get. He had dreamed of having a warm home, a loving father and mother, and a healthy body. Perhaps, in the future, he would have a gentle and beautiful wife, lively and cute children, and hot meals prepared for him every day. Unfortunately, he could not have all of these. If he could not, why could others have them? If so, then forget it. Shiojio knew that he was good-looking. So to avoid disaster, he deliberately made himself ugly in Pyongyang. Sure enough, no one wanted to take a second look at him. But as long as he stole some clothes and makeup from those prostitutes and dressed up a little, the masters who were high and mighty not long ago would drool like dogs. He asked them to eat. They ate. Asked them to drink. Asked them to lie down. And they lay down. After Shiojio finished speaking, there was no ripple on his face, as if these tragic pasts were not what he had experienced. In the past 16 short years of his life, this boy with a childish face had experienced sufferings that most people in the world would never experience in their lifetime. Frequent and intense encounters paralyzed his body and mind, and had long deprived him of the ability to perceive pain. The room was terribly quiet, with only occasional suppressed nasal sounds coming from some corner. Yin Jiao had clearly experienced many incredible cases, but at this moment he still felt sour, numb, bitter, and depressed. Even if Wang Shersan was wrong, his crime was not punishable by death, but Shiojio. The world was too cruel to him, and did not allow any light. I did something bad. I will die. Right? Shiojio suddenly asked. Yin Jiao nodded. After all, someone died, and murderers must pay with their lives. That's good. I deserve it. Shiojio hummed softly, and pulled the corners of his mouth a little strangely, as if he was relieved. You are right. After saying it, I feel much better. But no one has ever been willing to listen to me before. He looked down at his hands again, as if talking to himself, or asking someone else. What is it like after death? Yin Jiao opened his mouth. Some people say there is an afterlife, and they will be reborn again. Afterlife? Xiao Jiao slowly recited it again, his eyes empty. And after a long time, he shook his head. If there is an afterlife, I don't want to be a human being. Being a human being is too bitter. At this point, looking back on his short life, he couldn't find even a little sweetness. Yin Jiao took off the purse he carried with him, and took out a maltose from it. Eat it. Xiao Jiao looked at her for a long time, a little hesitant. Can I have it? Except for the old beggar. No one had ever given him anything. Perhaps it would be more comfortable for this gentleman to just throw it on the ground and ask him to pick it up. Yin Jiao nodded. Xiao Jiao stretched out his hand, but retracted it halfway, rubbed it repeatedly on his clothes, and then carefully took it. Thank you. However, the candy was the size of his little finger, light wheat color, and it was not really good looking. But he held it in his palm and looked at it for a long time, and finally put it into his mouth reluctantly. Sweet. The 16-year-old boy raised his head, blinked, and tears fell like rain. Chapter 24. The case was over. The murderer was detained and awaiting the final verdict. The files were sorted out and handed in. Yin Jiao stood at the gate of the Ministry of Justice, looking up at the clear sky, with mixed feelings in his heart. It had just rained. The air was full of moisture, and the breath was cool. The breeze blew through the big trees full of lush green on the roadside, and the branches and leaves that had been growing hard for hundreds of years rustled into a piece. They had to fall to the direction where the wind blew. How helpless. Yin Jiao sighed. All living beings have their own difficulties. For most people, other people's affairs are like the breeze blowing through the branches and leaves in front of them. Before they feel anything, it's over. At most they sigh once, and then their own life is still the same. One type of criminal investigators and one type of doctors have the most special jobs. They can often understand a stranger's life in just a few days. As a bystander, even if they cannot empathize, they know much more than ordinary people. Mom. All her emotions disappeared in a call with a milky voice. Ping'an was wearing the same gray-blue robe as the tall man behind him. He looked up and looked over the street with excitement and expectation. Pang Mu chuckled, bent down and patted his son on the back. Go. Ping-an let out a crisp sigh and ran towards this side with his short legs. It was near noon, and the sun was bright, shining on the short hair on his head, which was golden and jumped with the footsteps of his master. Just then, a team of patrolling yamen runners came over. Everyone knew the little prince, and seeing this, they all stopped with a smile, wanting to let him pass first. The little guy also stopped instinctively, tried to look up, blinked, pinched his hands to look at his mother who was close at hand, hesitated a little, and then turned his chubby body to look at his father, Pang Mu, who received his son's pleading eyes, smiled and clasped his fists to the yamen runners, urging the fat boy, "Thank you and keep going." Ping-an really looked up at the yamen runners and said, "Thank you." Everyone was surprised and a little flattered, and hurriedly bowed and saluted in return. No thanks. No thanks. There are nobles everywhere in the capital, but few people will thank them for these little things. The approachable family of Duke Dingwei is indeed well deserved. Ping-an ran past them with a giggle, and under the gaze of everyone, he opened his arms to Yin Jiao, clinging to her thighs and jumping up and down. Hug. Hug. Yin Jiao laughed, bent down and took him into his arms, and joked with a smile, "You are really like a little duck." Ping-an hugged her neck and jumped up and down. "Come and pick up mother." Pang Mu came over after the patrol officers passed by, and smiled. "We just came back from the palace, and thought it would be meaningless to go home in advance, so we came to pick you up." Yin Jiao laughed when she heard this, and habitually looked at the hands of Qi Yuan and others, who were still standing at the other end of the street. Sure enough, there were more than 10 boxes of different sizes. She had to say again that it was not easy for a saint to achieve this, and his mind was so broad. "This time it's not what I want." Pang Mu could not guess her thoughts, and said confidently, "It was the Queen Mother who heard that we entered the palace safely, and you solved the case again. And she was very happy, and gave a lot of things. Once she expressed her opinion. His Majesty, and the Queen naturally followed. I dare not refuse the gift given by the elders, so I got it back." After saying that, he winked at his wife proudly, and said mysteriously, "Listen to you. They are all insignificant. Yin Jiao. Should I praise him?" Yin Jiao shook his head and laughed, holding Ping-an and walking while casually asking, "What did the queen give?" "It seems to be a new type of pearl flower in the palace." Pang Mu understood what she meant and said lightly, "It's just a matter of face. Yin Jiao has been in the palace many times in the past 2 years. Not to mention the Queen Mother, who must see him every time. Even the maids and eunuchs in charge of cleaning the area know that Lord Yin likes simple and neat clothes. But the pearl flowers given by the queen are all gorgeous and complicated." Yin Jiao hummed casually and didn't care. "Give it to people during festivals in the future. I remember it's someone's 60th birthday next month. It's decent enough. It's not uncommon for the queen and the Duke of Dingwei to have a bad relationship. The two sides just maintain superficial harmony. Now the saint has 3 favorite princes. The eldest prince, who is already 20 years old, is born by concubine Lu. The queen's eldest son is only the second son, 18 this year, and the third prince, who follows, is only 3 months younger than him. The relationship between the 3 has always been very subtle. Everyone has special feelings for their first child. After the eldest son, the saint, who was a prince at the time, experienced a 2-year fertility gap in the harem, and naturally devoted all his attention to his only child. The second prince was the legitimate son of the empress, and his status was noble. After he was born, he instantly took away the favor that originally belonged to the eldest son. Concubine Lu was naturally unhappy. However, no one expected that there would be such a strange flower as the third prince in the palace. He was lazy all day and did not do his work. But because he magically brought the saint a kind of ordinary father-son intimacy, he was favored. Now the 3 princes are growing up. The eldest prince is older and has already entered the court to follow the apprenticeship. But the second prince, who is 2 years younger, is not as calm and capable as him. So the saint praised the eldest prince more often. The third prince seems to be unwilling to get involved at the moment. But the favor of the saint is bound to cause trouble. The first 2 tried to pull Pang Mu into the camp, but he firmly refused. Who knew that the third prince unexpectedly had a similar taste with Mr. Lin Qing, and Mr. Lin Qing was Liao Wuyan's junior brother. In a roundabout way, isn't he from Pang Mu's lineage? Concubine Lu was fine, but the queen immediately felt that Pang Mu's faction would rather get close to a waste like the third prince than take care of her own son, which was obviously slapping her in the face. Yin Jiao shook his head and whispered, If you ask me, the queen is too anxious. How old is your majesty? The royal family of the Dala dynasty was quite long-lived. The previous emperor lived to be over 80 years old. And those before him were all over 70. Now the saint is only 30 years old. He has always taken good care of himself, and has no illness or pain. It is not a problem for him to live to 60 or 70 years old. When that time comes, the previous princes will have no chance. Instead of being anxious and jumping around now, it is better to keep a low profile and prepare to have a few children to increase the bargaining chips. The person in charge is confused, but the bystander is clear. Who dares to persuade? By the way, it has been the summer solstice, and it has been sunny and hot in the past 2 days. Why don't we go to the farm outside the city to relax? Pang Mu suggested. Because of the previous case, Yin Jiao has been a little bit depressed these days. He felt distressed, but it was useless to comfort him with words. So he tried to comfort him in different ways. Yin Jiao thought about it for a while, and was really interested. Okay. Pang Mu was happy. And he joked with Ping'an. And Yin Jiao gradually came around. As soon as he entered the house, Xiaoyin said happily, "The salted duck eggs I pickled a few days ago are ready. I just cut one and saw that it was full of butter, and a little red. It was really fragrant." She and Xiao Jin were the big maids that Yin Jiao was used to. Xiao Jin was mainly responsible for welcoming and sending off guests, and managing the little maids and servants, while she was responsible for all the trivial matters in Yin Jiao's courtyard and small kitchen. And she was busy every day. Fortunately, the old lady was strong and had thunderous methods to manage the whole family. Otherwise Yin Jiao would not be able to get away to work outside. Speaking of salted duck eggs, Yin Jiao became interested. Ask someone to prepare will pastry, red bean paste, and juju paste, and I will bake some egg yolk pastry to eat. Xiaoyin sighed happily, and then remembered something. You marinated the meat last night, and said you wanted to grill the barbecued pork. Is it in time? Barbecued pork. Ping'an's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he said anxiously, "Eat the barbecued pork. You can only eat a small bite. You still remember it." Yin Jiao laughed and tapped his forehead. There are too many seasonings in the barbecued pork, and it is grilled later, which is not very friendly to the baby's stomach. Yin Jiao only allowed him to have a little meat scraps to taste it, because he saw him drooling 3 feet long last time. It was really pitiful. Maybe what you can't get is the best. But he really remembered it. Ping'an nodded repeatedly. I remember. I remember. Everyone laughed. The kitchen was really smoky at this time. Yin Jiao didn't dare to ask this little follower to follow him. He still handed the child to Pang Mu and asked Xiao Jin, "Are Miss Su and Miao here?" "Yes." Xiao Jin nodded. Today she and Mr. Ba took turns to practice martial arts for a long time, and just took a break. Tell them to find me in the pastry room. It's just right to teach these 2 little girls to see if the door to the new world is easy to push. When Su Qian and Miao came over, there was only Yin Jiao in the pastry room, humming a little song while peeling salted egg yolks. The 2 saluted and found it interesting. So they washed their hands and came to help. There are a lot of things you don't understand about this case. Right? Yin Jiao smiled and looked at them. The 2 nodded obediently, and the 4 eyes looked eagerly. Yin Jiao handed the task of peeling the egg yolk to them, washed his hands again, and scooped some bean paste and juju paste with a spoon. Open your mouth. The 2 little girls opened their mouths obediently, and the next moment they squinted happily. So sweet. The bean paste and juju paste were cooked soft, and the skin and core were removed. They were filtered repeatedly with coarse gauze, and they really melted in the mouth. Which filling do you like best? Yin Jiao asked with a smile. Bean paste. Su Qian blurted out. Juju paste. Miao said without thinking. Well, Yin Jiao rolled the dough and said casually as if chatting. In fact, this is also the case in the relationship between men and women. Everyone has their own preferences. What you like may not be liked by others, but what others like may not be compatible with you. So, as long as this kind of thing does not violate the law and morality, you don't have to care about what others think. The 2 nodded, not quite understanding. The 2 girls are miserable. Su Qian's parents died early, and her brother raised her as both a father and a mother. Now that she has a sister-in-law, she finds that her sister-in-law is a tomboy, completely different from the girl she has met before. They are not very close, and she will not tell her sister-in-law about such things. Miao is even more needless to say. There are so many children in the family. and her parents treat her as a tool. She was kicked out of the house to do odd jobs when she was 6 or 7 years old. If Yinxiao hadn't stopped her from accepting him as an apprentice, she would have been sold to her brother for marriage. And naturally no one would teach her. In the past few years, the two little girls had their periods one after another. They didn't know anything, and their first reaction was to panic and cry to Yinxiao. Yinxiao still taught them how to deal with it. People are emotional animals. After such a sincere exchange of sincerity, Yinxiao sometimes felt that he had raised 2 extra daughters who were over the age limit. She wrapped a layer of bean paste on the outside of the salted egg yolk and used herself as an example. You see, so many girls in this world like weak scholars. But I have my eyes on your master, and military generals like your master also mostly like gentle ladies. But what about him? He only likes me. We live our own lives behind closed doors, and don't care what outsiders say. Su Qian and Miao were so absorbed in listening that they couldn't help but giggle. Yes, the master and the prince are the best match. That's right. Yinxiao boasted and laughed after he finished speaking. These two people like each other, so it's inevitable that they will think of other things. In the end, won't they have to perform Zhou Gong's etiquette? Yinxiao joked. Oh, how embarrassing. Miao covered her face and said. The tip of her ear was red. You have followed the master to dissect so many male corpses over the years. What haven't you seen? Why are you embarrassed here again? Su Qian laughed and teased her. Yes, there is nothing to be embarrassed about. It's all human nature. You are also at this age, so you should learn some knowledge in advance, so that you won't be in a hurry and can't protect yourself in the future. Well, this time even Su Qian, who pretended to be calm, blushed. Yinxiao found it interesting, thinking that the children at that time were so innocent. They could be excited for days just by holding hands. Try it in modern society? They will definitely know more than adults. So why would she be needed to conduct such elementary science popularization? The way these two people get along privately is just like their favorite tastes. Some like sour, some like spicy, some are more reserved, some are more unrestrained, some are conservative, and some like novelty. It's nothing. They are in love with each other. Isn't it just for a happy mood? It's not murder or arson. It doesn't bother others. And it can also increase the love/interest of the couple. So why not? The two girls followed her words and began to imagine things. They blushed and their hearts pounded. They wanted to run away shyly, but they also felt inexplicably excited and couldn't bear to listen. Their silly looks were particularly cute. After wrapping the egg yolk pastry, they found that there was a little bit of both fillings left. Yinxiao thought for a moment and called the cook. Make a basket of red bean paste buns and juju paste buns. Pingyan and the old lady both liked them. The cook agreed and turned around to ask people to knead the dough. Yinxiao brushed a layer of egg liquid on the egg yolk pastry, sprinkled sesame seeds on it, asked someone to put it in the oven, and then went to toss the barbecued pork without stopping. The Dala dynasty didn't seem to have a similar concept. When Yinxiao made it once before, everyone was amazed. Barbecued pork is really a good thing. In fact, it is not particularly difficult to make. There are too many byproducts derived from it. Barbecued pork buns, barbecued pork noodles, barbecued pork dumplings. Su Qian and Miao squatted in front of the oven with their faces in their hands and swallowed their saliva, and said in a trance, I really want to eat barbecued pork dumplings. I prefer barbecued pork buns. Miao looked at her friends and said, although dumplings are also delicious, because I don't like noodles. Su Qian sighed, so I don't want to try it at all. It's a bit difficult for northerners who like to eat rice. Then I'll give you some to try later. It's delicious, Miao said, and then quickly added, but it doesn't matter if you don't want to try it. It's a personal preference. Little girl, your attitude is very good, Yinxiao praised, taking the opportunity to educate. It's the same with feelings. If you like someone, you can tell him bravely, but the other party may not respond. If the other party has clearly expressed that he doesn't like you, it's better to stop in time. Otherwise it's easy to hurt others and yourself. Both heads nodded. Miao suddenly leaned closer and asked her friend, Young Master Bai always comes to you. Is he pestering you? The young Master Bai she mentioned is Bai Ning's younger brother Bai Shi, who is childhood sweethearts with Su Qian. Although the two families are happy to see it happen, they have seen that Su Qian has not even responded in the past few years, and has a tendency to drift further and further away. so they tacitly did not mention it again. Only Bai Shi, who was still ignorant or didn't know how to give up, came to Su Qian every now and then to play. But the latter was busy with official business. Su Qian was stunned for a while, and shook her head uncertainly for a long time. Not really? But when it comes to Bai Shi, she is also full of worries. Suddenly, she sighed sadly and looked up to ask Yin Jiao. Sister Yan, I feel that he and I are getting less and less compatible. Privately, she still often calls Yin Jiao sister, which is more intimate. Although it may be a bit ruthless to say this, it is actually normal. Yin Jiao went over and sat between them, and analyzed very seriously. The premise of being able to talk is to have a common language. In the past, you played together all day long, so you naturally didn't worry about having no topics. But now one is in the Imperial College, and the other has officially been appointed to the Ministry of Justice. The people and things they come into contact with every day have almost nothing in common. What should they talk about? How should they talk? Not to mention teenage girls. Even adults often have to face this kind of distress. Yes. A word awakened the dreamer. Su Qian slapped her thigh hard and proudly raised her chest. Humph. I feel more and more that he is so childish. Like a child. Girls are more intelligent than boys. And Bai Shi is 4 years younger than her. She is busy with her studies every day and has no time to care about him. He is just a child. Yin Jiao touched the heads of the two girls with both hands. But Su Qian protested. Sister Yan, I think you are rubbing the winter melon. As soon as the words were finished, the three of them burst into laughter. As the three of them were laughing and making a scene, Xiao Jin hurried over and said, Master Takingtu and his family are here. They are talking to the Lord in front. Do you want to go over and take a look? Yin Jiao was overjoyed, and immediately asked in confusion. Shouldn't Yayin be training troops in the West Mountain camp? Why did she return to Beijing in broad daylight during the holidays? Xiao Jin said. The Lord just asked. Master Tu said he took sick leave. And I don't know if there are more servants. Sick leave? Yin Jiao instinctively felt that something was wrong. If it was really sick leave, how could he take his wife and children out to visit guests? Something happened. When Yin Jiao got to the front, he saw his fat son chasing another little kid, shouting, The little boy named Tu Ling is just like his father. He looks mature at the age of 2. He doesn't show much expression when playing. He stops after running a few steps to wait for his brother, and says expressionlessly, Slow down. Don't fall. Yin Jiao smiled every time he saw him. He went over and picked him up and shook him. Hey, our Shir is really a big brother. There are juju paste buns for lunch. Do you like them? This kid and his son are one steady and the other reckless. It's rare that they can play together. I'm a big boy. Tu's ears turned red, and he was a little embarrassed. Father said that I can't always let others hold me. The 2-year-old child already speaks like a little adult. But he doesn't know that the more he does this, the more adults like to tease him. Yin Jiao smiled and pinched his face. There is also barbecued pork at noon. Do you want to eat it? Tu Ling's face was completely red, and although he tried his best to keep it stable, the sudden light in his eyes betrayed him. Yes, he said in a low voice, and secretly glanced at his father again. He shouldn't have heard it. Right? Chapter 25. Did you see that? Bai Ning came over and whispered to Yin Jiao. A good child. But he has turned her into an old man. It was a sunny day, and she wore a red peony flower corset with gold thread. The stamens were dotted with rice-sized gold beads, which reflected bright light as she walked. Yin Jiao closed his eyes and backed away, begging desperately, Great Sage, please take back your magic power. Although Bai Ning had never heard of this story, he guessed about 70% of it from the way she couldn't open her eyes. Instead of backing away, he smiled and turned around a few times. The huge red skirt was like a touch of fairy blood, attracting people's eyes. How is it? It's pretty. Right? I've asked the embroiderer to make yours. It will be available in about 5 or 6 days. Somehow, the capital city has been swept by a fresh and elegant style this year, especially the daughters and wives of the rich and powerful, who are unwilling to lag behind, and all flock to wear clothes in light colors such as blue, white, gray, and green. Not only that, the later decoration is also very extreme, or only borrow the pattern of the fabric itself, or only use the freehand technique to embroider a few strokes of the Jiangnan landscape, making a fairy-like appearance. However, Bai Ning doesn't like it. Her preferences are as passionate as her personality. Her favorites are bright and lively colors such as red, dark green, crimson purple, goose yellow, and royal blue. Because she has a bright appearance and a cheerful style. It complements each other. Forget about you wearing it. Yin Jiao put Sheer on the ground with a face full of refusal, and clasped his fists towards Bai Ning. Forgive me for my incompetence. I really can't control it. Keep it, Bai Ning said nonchalantly. Isn't there a good day yet? It's good for birthdays or banquets. Yin Jiao thought. Why should I wear such clothes to someone's birthday? Am I going to ruin the party? Never mind. I'll just have to work it out slowly. Ah, I want to eat roast duck for lunch today. Bai Ning pulled Yin Jiao's arm and ordered dishes excitedly. Although she is already the mother of a 2-year-old child, she is as innocent as a girl. The cook in her family also came here to learn before, but it was probably because of his personal skills. And he always felt that something was missing when he made it. You are so good at taking things for granted. Yin Jiao laughed, pointing at the sun that was almost in the middle. It's too late now. It's too late to ask people to kill ducks now. You should send someone to inform me in advance. And I will make it for you even if it's a roasted dragon. Because the qilin is a sign of good fortune. The royal family of the Dala dynasty promoted it as the first of the 4 auspicious signs. It is often seen in palace buildings and clothing. The dragon and phoenix have retreated a step, and people often use them as jokes. Bai Ning's eyes lit up. Really? Fake. Yin Jiao pointed at her and teased. Why don't you find one for me? You also said that Yayin led her son astray. Look at you. When it comes to eating, your reaction is exactly the same as Sierra's. And your eyes are shining. The two laughed and joked for a while, then followed the others to the flower hall to have dinner. Today, Bai Ning's family came here as guests. But the old lady was invited by old lady Bai. So there was no need to worry about being too lonely. It was rare for friends to get together again. So everyone sat at an 8-person table. Yin Jiao and Bai Ning were next to each other. Pang Mu was on her right, and Ping'an, Sheer and Tu Qing were on Pang Mu's right, and Tu Qing happened to be leaning against his wife. Su Qian, Qi Yuan and others sat at another table, which was spacious and comfortable, and did not delay talking. The two little guys had been separated for several days, and they were particularly affectionate when they met again. They held hands when they were ready to eat, and their 4 short legs swayed happily under the table, and the ends of their hair were full of joy. But after the food came, what's the point of holding hands? Eat first. Pang Mu was used to feeding his son. Ping'an would point at whatever he wanted, and the food would go into the small wooden bowl. Sierra looked at his brother with envy, his face buried in the bowl, and then looked at the steaming barbecued pork buns in his father's hand. He wanted to eat, but was too embarrassed to ask. His father taught him to read recently, but he was too young to remember what he had heard. But somehow, there was a sentence in his mind that was quite clear. Don't show your emotions on your face. It seemed that his father said it casually on the way here. But he really wanted to eat it. And Yan's barbecued pork buns are the best. While he was struggling, a lovely white chrysanthemum patterned steamed dumpling fell from the sky and landed lightly on the plate in front of him. He looked up instinctively and saw his father taking his hand back. Tu Qing looked at his son's silly look with his eyes wide open and couldn't help laughing. Don't you want to eat it? The little guy's chubby face was covered with a thin layer of red. He lowered his head and twisted his fingers, and whispered stubbornly, I don't want to eat it in particular. I didn't say I wanted to eat it. Tu Qing couldn't help laughing, raised his eyebrows, and pretended to take it away again. Oh, then I guessed wrong. Sierra was anxious and blurted out, Don't. The scholar next to him heard it and shouted, Don't. Everyone laughed. Sheer pouted, almost crying out of grievance, and looked at his father with a pout. Tu Qing looked back expressionlessly. The father and son looked very similar, as if they had collided with each other. Their embarrassed expressions were exactly the same. I have something in my heart, but I just won't say it. Such a silent look was wonderful. If you want to eat, just say it. Be a real man. What's the point of hiding it? Tu Qing raised his hand and patted the back of his head. The little guy sniffed and whispered, Father said so. Tu Qing was stunned. What did I say? Upon hearing this, Sheer was shocked. How could you, a grown man, say something and not admit it? He frowned and couldn't help but raise his voice slightly. He subconsciously imitated his father's usual appearance and said seriously, Don't show it on your face. Oh, What is not showing emotions? Puff. The little BA2 broke his act. Like firing the first shot. Bringing the first wave of laughter. Chi Yuan laughed like a pig. This is my biological child. In the past, when everyone was playing, they sighed and said it was a pity that they couldn't see Tu Qing's serious look when he was a child. But now? Isn't it ready? Tu Qing. You are just a little kid. So what if you show your emotions? Bai Ning hit him from the side, saying with a mixture of laughter and tears, tell me, why do you mess with your child when you have nothing to do? Poor thing. He just wants to eat a bun. With the power of the Bai and Tu families, can they not afford it? Then he pulled Yan Jiao to complain. I don't understand what he's thinking. Whose enlightenment doesn't start at the age of 4 or 5? He was so good. When Sierra was 1 year old, he was reading The Art of War. At that time, he wished that he couldn't even remember his own mother. Being exposed by his wife in front of a group of friends. Master Tu felt a little embarrassed and instinctively defended himself. Our family is like this. Is it easy to build a century-old family of poetry and books? Isn't it the work of dripping water wearing away a stone? Bai Ning asked back bluntly, do you still remember the book you listened to when you were 2 years old? Tu Qing. The couple was bickering here, and Pang Mu and Yan Jiao were almost laughing to death over there. One lowered his head, and his shoulders trembled. Pang Mu laughed for a while, and pinched Ping An's earlobe skillfully. The little fat boy raised his face from the bowl. His mouth was full of meat, and his bulging cheeks were still chewing. Pang Mu. Swallow it first. After Ping An really swallowed it obediently, he heard his father say faintly, Sheer is so hard. When the smart scholar heard the familiar name, he turned his head without thinking and parroted, She is so hard. Chi Yuan next door took the lead in laughing loudly. Tu Qing. What kind of father is this? As a result, when he lowered his head, he saw his son looking at him eagerly. Tu Qing pinched his eyebrows and finally accepted his fate and said, just tell me what you want to eat in the future, and I will pick it for you. Really? Sierra burst into laughter instantly. Tu Qing could see the joy in his son's eyes. Yeah. Then, Father, I want a red bean paste bun. Shrimp and egg custard. I want a spoonful. Well, can I eat only the filling of the second barbecued pork bun? Why are there bones in the fish meat? Tu Qing, who was forced to pick up food for the first time, couldn't help but look up and down his son's short body with a suspicious look, and was simply puzzled. How could such a small thing eat so much? Besides, who did he take his picky taste from? After everyone finished their meal, they let the two little ones go to the yard to play and have fun, and then sat down to drink tea and talk about business. The first topic was naturally why Tu Qing suddenly asked for leave. The eldest prince wants to come to the military camp for training, although His Majesty has not issued an order yet. It is estimated that it will be a foregone conclusion sooner or later, he said indifferently. Yan Jiao and Pang Mu suddenly realized why he made this choice. It is probably because the second prince has been making frequent moves recently, and the eldest prince can no longer hold back. But this is obviously unreliable. Although the eldest prince is old and good at riding and shooting, he has no experience in this area before. After coming here, he will definitely need someone to assist him. And Tu Qing is most afraid of trouble. The eldest prince's status is there, even if he really makes a gesture and takes the initiative to be under Tu Qing. Can Tu Qing really be as strict as he treats ordinary subordinates? If the eldest prince is confused and parachutes into Tu Qing's position, the situation will only become more stalemate. The most annoying thing for a general who has been on the battlefield is that someone who knows nothing about military affairs becomes his superior and gives blind orders. If he does not leave early, there will be only two situations, unless they break up. Otherwise, with this friendship between colleagues, I am afraid that they will be branded as the eldest prince's party in the future. But will the saint agree if you give up so suddenly? Yan Jiao said with some concern. I am here now. Right? Tu Qing said concisely. The sun was shining in the yard, and the two children were playing with a ball on the grass. Even Sheer was completely free, running with a red face and giggling. Tu Qing looked at him for a while, with tenderness in his eyes, and then he hooked his toes and gently pushed the ball back. Watch your brother. Seeing that there will be no war in the next 3 to 5 years, I have taught you everything I should teach, and there is no point in keeping you. Your Majesty will certainly not be too reluctant, but he will not object, he said. His situation is different from Pang Mu's. Although the Pang family army is famous, only Pang Mu is left in the direct line. It can be said that a single tree cannot make a forest, and it takes time to plan if you want to achieve something. But he and Bai Ning are originally a marriage between civil and military. The two aristocratic families tied together are enough to make any king afraid. If the marriage was not arranged during the war, I am afraid it will be difficult to replicate it now. Once two families become relatives, they are natural allies. They share all their connections, honor and disgrace, and the influence is unimaginable. The saint is in his prime, so he naturally doesn't want to see his sons making moves. Agreeing to Tu Qing's sick leave is not only a compliment to his tact, but also a warning to the eldest prince. Although Tu Qing didn't say it so clearly, Yin Jiao understood it after a little thought, and immediately shook his head and said, he is still too young. The eldest prince has made a bad move. It's really confusing to the authorities. Children, your father can still be described as young, but he can't wait to make small moves. This is the same as running up to him and saying, Father, your sons and ministers sincerely hope that you will die soon. What's the difference? But then again, the temptation of the throne is too great. Now everyone is a prince. No one is inferior. But if you don't work hard, you will have to kneel down and kowtow to your brothers in the future, who would be willing to beg for food under others. So, the children before the long-lived emperor had a hard time. Fight for it? You can't fight. Don't fight. You are unwilling. It's all fate. But Yin Jiao was still curious about another question. What reason did you use for sick leave? Tu Qing is not yet 30 years old, and he is in good health. Where did the disease come from? Stomachache, Tu Qing said expressionlessly. Yin Jiao and Pang Mu were stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. This is really a bad thing. But no one can find any reason to make it wrong. Soldiers fighting outside don't have enough food and are under great pressure. So basically few of them have good stomachs. Although chronic stomach problems won't kill you in a short time, they are really unbearable when they occur. That's all right. Pang Mu smiled and patted his shoulder. Tu Qing doesn't talk much, but he is quite shrewd inside, and his words and deeds are well organized. So he really doesn't need outsiders to point out. By the way, Jiaoju and I are planning to go to the northwest to see the brothers. I was thinking about when to tell you, but I didn't expect you to take the sick leave. How about going together? As long as they leave the capital, they can decide when to come back. Thanks to the war at that time, the official road from the capital to the northwest was very flat, and there were many post stations. Even if they took a carriage and walked slowly, they would definitely find one within 3 days. When the weather gets cooler, everyone can walk together, talking and laughing all the way. And there is no need to worry about the children being unable to bear it. Tu Qing listened to his words, and a look of nostalgia slowly emerged in his eyes. He turned his head and looked at Bai Ning. The couple smiled at each other and said, Okay. The current situation of the Dala dynasty was forged by the flesh and blood of hundreds of thousands of men across the country. Not only the Pang family army, the Bai family, and the Tu family, which family has not hung white lanterns in front of their doors. Now that the world is at peace, it's time to tell them. Everyone had made up their minds and began to discuss the travel plan with great interest. They talked about what to bring, and it seemed that even the air was lively. As they were talking, a little guard suddenly appeared at the door quietly. Xiao Wu saw him and walked up to him and talked to him quickly. He nodded, and the little guard disappeared quietly again. Sir, Xiao Wu walked up and reported. Mr. Linqing returned to Beijing 2/4 of an hour ago. Mr. Linqing. The people who were still talking and laughing suddenly fell silent for a moment. It was hard to describe what they felt. Pang Mu held back for a long time before saying, Go tell Mr. Liao. Where is he now? Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment. King Fenjiwen. King Fenjiwen is a brothel in Beijing that has become famous in recent years. The girls inside are good at playing music and singing poems and songs. They claim to sell their skills, but not their bodies. Unless they are willing. As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly felt a strange sense of relief. Ah! It was indeed him. Chapter 26. The 4 words, Mr. Linqing itself represent excitement. The tea party that was just in full swing suddenly became quiet. And then, there was an inexplicable atmosphere of restlessness. No need to speak. The tacit understanding of Yin Jiao and Pang Mu as colleagues for many years, and husband and wife made them understand each other's next plan the moment they looked at each other. If they were to meet privately, they would certainly avoid Mr. Linqing. But if they saw him being scolded by Mr. Liao, after all, Such a scene doesn't happen every day. Duke Dinghua fully played the leading role. Waved his hand with great enthusiasm. Let's go and watch the excitement. It was clearly a simple action that was very common. But it was done by someone who had commanded thousands of troops. The effect was extraordinary. As if this action had become serious. Bai Ning had been standing with Qi Yuan and others without knowing when. Everyone responded to the words. And the scene was very lively. Tu Qing was a little embarrassed and hesitated. It's not good. Right? Pang Mu patted his shoulders with both hands and said with great relief, Good brother. I knew you would say that. It's really not a good idea to take the child with you for such a thing. But now the old lady is not at home. And there must be a stable, reliable and trustworthy ally to stay and look after the child. Tu Qing. Heh. The final result is that Bai Ning was forced to stay. Ping'an has long been accustomed to his parents disappearing for a while from time to time. So he didn't react much. Instead, he would take the initiative to raise his chubby little paws to say goodbye. And then tell the nanny that he was sleepy. But Sir, who had just enjoyed the opportunity to spend time with his parents all day, couldn't accept it. He didn't cry or make a fuss. Just looked at Bai Ning quietly. And then his eyes slowly became wet. Bai Ning suddenly felt a dull pain in his chest. When he came to his senses, he had already embraced his son and comforted him softly, while the parents had happily taken the guards to join in the fun. She blinked blankly, turned her head, and looked at her husband, and suddenly began to reflect on what she was doing here today. Babysitting for someone? On the way to Liao's mansion. The excited people from Dinghua Mansion had already outlined many exciting scenes in their minds. But when they arrived, they found that Liao's mansion was surprisingly quiet. After hearing the announcement from the concierge, Liao Wuyan had already been waiting in the flower hall. He was wearing a green shirt embroidered with green bamboos, a sandalwood hairpin on his head, and a small red clay stove at his feet that was bubbling with steam. He looked like a banished immortal in the mist. However, the next moment, the banished immortal frowned and shouted, How can you sneak around and look around? Are you bored when you see him coming? Yin Jiao looked around and pretended to be casual. Why don't you see Mr. Lin Qing? He's taking a nap in the back. Liao Wuyan took a sip of the teacup and said calmly, Taking a nap? Everyone said in unison. He is also a living person. Liao Wuyan raised his eyebrows high, and his bony hands held the cup lid and stopped in midair. What's wrong with that? Yin Jiao laughed dryly. That's right. It's too right. Something is wrong. They estimated the time before leaving, so it should be not long after Lin Quan came in. According to previous experience, her brother should be scolding at the climax at this moment. So why did he let him take a nap? The few people who had nothing to watch were suddenly on pins and needles, when they were thinking about how to say goodbye without leaving any trace. They heard Liao Wuyan suddenly ask, What kind of person is Pei Yizhou? The Minister of Justice? Yin Jiao was startled, although he was a little surprised why Liao Wuyan, who had never asked about worldly affairs, mentioned this person. He still answered truthfully, although he is a little old-fashioned. He is upright, responsible, fair and strict. Lord Xiao and His Majesty both admire him very much. Liao Wuyan was silent for a moment, then raised his hand and put the teacup on the table. Show off. Everyone, what the hell? A group of people came happily and left in a gloomy mood. They came and went in a hurry, and even their backs were full of doubts, when their figures disappeared in the depths of the corridor. Liao Wuyan turned his head and said to the screen of plum, Orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum behind, why don't you sleep? A young man in a loose talus robe came out from the back, with his black hair scattered randomly. He didn't say anything, but went straight to the rocking chair under the corridor and lay down. After exhaling a deep breath, he said lazily, It's not fragrant enough. I can't sleep. It was Lin Quan. Liao Wuyan gritted his teeth and was about to speak out of habit, but seeing his deeply sunken cheeks and the 2 dark spots under his eyes, he swallowed his words silently. You ran 900 miles in 2 days, and you think your life is too long? He couldn't help it after all. The messengers at the post station could run, but they had to replace several people and horses. This madman ran day and night and killed 3 horses. Even if he ran 1 more day, the 4th horse would be him. Lin Quan seemed not to hear it. He closed his eyes and rocked the rocking chair. He seemed to feel comfortable, and his brows gradually relaxed. He was really tired, and his whole body was exhausted. Even if he did nothing at the moment, It could make people feel that what this person needed most was a good sleep. I will go find Peija tomorrow. Perhaps the surrounding environment was too comfortable, and he fell asleep before the tail sound faded. On the other side, in June, the face of a child was clearly sunny at noon. But before Ping had finished his nap, the sky suddenly became gloomy. Big groups of black and gray clouds gathered in the sky, slowly and heavily pressing down, with no end in sight. There was a dull thunder coming from behind the clouds, wandering wildly in the sky. This is a sound from the depths of the universe. Not harsh or sharp, but it makes people instinctively awed, trembling all over and tingling. And they just feel that they can't avoid it. Adults don't sleep that much. Yin Jiao and Pang Mu woke up after sleeping for about 3/4 of an hour. And then Ping An, who was sleeping soundly with his butt sticking out, propped up his head and whispered. With her other hand, she patted her son's back from time to time. Her eyelashes trembled, and she suddenly looked up at Pang Mu. I always feel that what happened today is strange. After saying that, her eyes were a little empty, and after thinking for a while, she shook her head again. My brother is not right, and Lin Quan is not right either. Pang Mu nodded. I asked Xiaowu to send someone to keep an eye on him. As soon as the voice fell, a thunder suddenly exploded in the sky, and the rumbling sound seemed to shake the house. Ping An woke up with a shiver in his sleep, and was about to cry. But when he opened his eyes and saw that his parents were there, he became happy again. Pang Mu played with the soft hair on his head, leaned over and kissed the top of his head. Sleep again. Ah! The sleepiness that had not yet dissipated lingered. Ping An hummed twice and fell asleep again. The second and third thunders followed closely. It was dark. The wind started, and the leaves of the plants swaying wildly outside the house gradually became covered with moisture, making a rustling sound. The hurried footsteps came from far away. Yin Jiao and Pang Mu looked at each other. Their hearts sank, and they sat up together. Xiaowu knocked on the door, and after getting permission, he immediately went into the outer room and said hurriedly, not long ago, Peija was ambushed in Huiyun Tower and lost his sight. What? Huiyun Tower is one of the famous brothels in the capital. It is definitely a place that Peija would never set foot in. So how could he be ambushed there? It's absolutely true, Xiaowu said quickly. It should be premeditated. The one who did it was the prostitute Chuanyan. The patrol guard appeared in Huiyun Tower almost immediately and took her away on the spot. However, he was stopped by Lord Xiao Liyuan, who came after hearing the news. When the subordinate replied, the situation was stalemate, and no one knew where she was at this time. As he spoke, the two people inside had already made arrangements quickly. The two of them changed their clothes quickly and asked the wet nurse to carry Ping An to the old lady's yard. I'm sorry to the old lady. She just walked in, and we didn't have time to greet her before she had to go out. Pang Mu walked over first and asked as he walked, do you know why Peija went to Huiyun Tower? What is the origin of Chuanyun, and why did he fight with her? Who does the patrol guard belong to? Even if Peija is a hypocrite. For the prostitutes, everyone who comes to the door is a guest. Not to mention Peija's status and position. Even if he is unhappy, he will never turn against him on the spot, let alone do something like blinding his eyes. Peija has been involved in a major case during this period, and I don't know if it is related to this incident. The incident happened suddenly, and even the well-informed Xiaowu could not fully control it. He immediately knelt on one knee and bowed his head and said, it has not been found out yet. But the patrol guard, He Ming, is a member of the Imperial Party on the surface. But he seems to be very close to the university scholar Bai Li behind the scenes. The Dala dynasty set up 6 university scholars, who originally had no real power. But since the war came to an end, the court has been selecting officials and paying attention to civil governance, and the weight of the university scholars has gradually increased. Although they are still only of the 5th rank, no one dares to look down on them, because the sage often discusses important matters in the court with them and adopts their suggestions. If I remember correctly, Yin Jia walked out and said, Bai Li is the 3rd son-in-law of Taifu Suyunwan. The title of Taifu has no real power at all, but it is of great significance. Suyunwan was the first after the previous emperor came to power, and was highly respected. Later, he continued his glory because of his support for the current emperor. 6 years ago, he retired, and the sage repeatedly refused, but finally agreed reluctantly, but showed great favor and conferred him the title of Taifu to show respect. Although he is old now, his disciples are all over the court, and they all give him 3 points of face. So he should not be underestimated. A few thunderous sounds rolled past quickly, and finally the clouds flashed a few times. After the loudest sound of the day, heavy rain poured down. This rain had been brewing for a long time, but it came quickly and suddenly, without any transition. It was as if the sky was leaking at the beginning. Looking at the grass and trees in the yard that were beaten to the ground by the wind and rain, Pang Mu slowly exhaled a breath, always feeling that something big was going to happen. "Sir!" Lin Ping ran from the gate of the yard, stepped on the water, and rushed to the corridor, panting slightly. "Xiao Sir is calling urgently." Pang Mu took the umbrella handed by the servant and opened it, and stretched out his hand to Yin Jiao. "Let's go!" It was raining heavily, and they should have taken a carriage. But the anxious people couldn't wait. So they put on straw raincoats and bamboo hats and galloped in the rain. There was no one on the road, and only a piece of water could be seen between heaven and earth. The ground soon formed a layer of water, and the horses' hooves splashed water. The news that Pei Yizhou was attacked at his doorstep was too sudden and shocking. Everyone was silent along the way, but countless thoughts flashed through their minds. Before Zhuoyun stopped, Yin Jiao rolled off the saddle and rushed in with Pang Mu and others. Someone was already waiting at the door. He was not surprised to see Pang Mu coming. He just clasped his fists to them with a solemn expression. "Master, Lord Yin, please come this way." Yin Jiao and Pang Mu looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Even Xiao Liyuan, who was always calm, was so anxious. What happened? Chapter 27. It was raining outside, with dark clouds covering the sky. A big candle had been lit in the house. The shadows of the swaying branches outside the window fell on the window paper, looking as ferocious as the teeth and claws of a ghost. Xiao Liyuan sat at the table in the side room with a gloomy face. A candle not far away was swaying left and right in the wind caused by the people coming in and out, making his face look uncertain. On the Kong opposite the table was Pei Yizhou, who was rumored to have been plotted against. He was covered with gray-white powder marks on most of his body from head to toe, and a sticky liquid kept dripping down his face. An imperial physician was busy with his face. When Yin Jiao and Pang Mu came in, they could only quickly glance at Pei Yizhou's left face through the gap between their bodies, but saw that there were many blisters scattered on it, and his eyes were also red and swollen. The imperial physician was dripping some liquid medicine into his eyes. It was probably very exciting. Even a tough guy like Pei Yizhou couldn't help but squeeze out a few suppressed moans from his throat. The knuckles that grasped the corner of the table were creaking, making people wonder if chips would fly in the next moment. Yin Jiao and Pang Mu frowned and felt that their faces seemed to hurt. After saluting Xiao Liyuan, they asked, "What's going on?" Xiao Liyuan's face, which was already as gloomy as water, became even gloomier. He looked up at Yin Jiao and suddenly said, "Yin Jiao, the head of the yellow letter A constable, listen to the order." Yin Jiao's spirit suddenly shook, and he instinctively lifted his robe and knelt on one knee. "I'm here. From now on, you will take full charge of the death and missing cases of Bingzhou, Yizhou, and Lianzhou. The Ministry of Justice will fully cooperate." Yin Jiao was shocked when he heard this. "Yes?" Pang Mu asked, "Is this the case that Captain Pei has been in charge of in the past 1 or 2 years? "That's right." Pei Yizhou suddenly spoke. His voice sounded extremely hoarse, and even if he tried to restrain himself, he could easily distinguish the anger and depression in it. "To be honest, I was careless." "It's not that you were careless." Xiao Liyuan looked at the teacup for a long time, and suddenly raised his hand and slammed it on the ground, his face covered with rust and the flying debris. "They are despising the law, despising the court, despising the saints, and they don't take the Ministry of Justice and the court's discipline into consideration at all." The opponent attacked his beloved general at a distance, which was extremely arrogant and completely broke Xiao Liyuan's bottom line of tolerance. If he hadn't accidentally discovered that the guards, who were supposed to follow Pei Yizhou, stayed in the yamen, and hadn't noticed something was wrong and arrived in time, Pei Yizhou would have been taken away by now. Once a person falls into the hands of the enemy, they will find a pretext to accuse him, and they will be afraid to use the right weapon. Not to mention Yin Jiao. Even Pang Mu, who has known him for so long, has never seen him so angry. Yin Jiao sat down next to Pang Mu. "This is a blatant provocation and warning. What's going on? This move is almost telling the world, not only am I not afraid, I dare to kill you under the feet of the Emperor. You can't do anything to me." Pei Yizhao gritted his teeth and said, "A few days ago, I received a tip-off that the prostitute Chuanyun in Huiyun Tower had clues. But she was very scared and didn't dare to tell anyone. I have been investigating this case for many years. And suddenly I got a breakthrough. I was so confused that I didn't even think about whether it was a fraud. I secretly contacted Chuanyun many times, but never got what I wanted. Later, she finally agreed to meet privately. So she made an appointment today and asked me to go alone in casual clothes. Many cases involve a wide range of people, and it is very common for witnesses to have such concerns. Chuanyun is just a delicate woman. So Pei Yizhao did not doubt it, and went as scheduled today. After entering the room, she called me forward mysteriously, and wanted to take something out of the box on the dressing table. As a result, as soon as I approached, she suddenly threw the lime in the powder box at me. She also shouted that I killed someone. In a hurry, I could only knock her unconscious. And then, following the last memory before closing my eyes, I took the hair oil on the table to wash. At this time, I knew I had been tricked. But before I could get out, He Ming, who had ambushed in advance, led people to break in. If it weren't for Lord Xiao's timely arrival. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Liyuan pointed at Yin Jiao angrily and said, "You are careless just because she is a woman. Have you been a police chief for all these years in vain? This is also a woman. Do you think these young people who underestimated her have a good ending? Yin Jiao, how can this be said to be about me? No good ending. Or something like that. This rhetoric makes me sound like a villain." Although Pei Yizhao couldn't see where Xiao Liyuan was pointing, he could guess that he was talking about Yin Jiao. He was already ashamed. And now he felt even worse. He struggled to stand up and apologize, but was supported by Yin Jiao and Pang Mu on the left and right. "Master Pei." The doctor couldn't help but shout. "If you still want this pair of eyes, don't move," Pang Mu said. "Is there any hope?" The doctor didn't bother to turn around and salute, and continued to work while taking the time to say, "Master Pei was hit by quicklime in the face. But he was lucky that he had a lot of experience in walking for many years and avoided most of it. He immediately grabbed osmanthus oil to wash it. Otherwise, if he rushed out into the rain, I'm afraid you could only ask the Dalua Immortal to give him another pair of eyes. Many people have no experience after being hit, and they instinctively take water to wash in a hurry. After the quicklime absorbs water, it will corrode the eyeballs completely in a short time. It is really hopeless. But if you leave it alone, it will not work. The best way is to do it like Pei Yizhao. Rinse with waterless oil, and seek medical treatment as soon as possible, so that you can save the situation." Yin Jiao and Pang Mu couldn't help but gasp when they heard his first sentence. But they felt a little relieved after hearing the rest. To be precise, this was also a coincidence. Pei Yizhao observed carefully and remembered where the hair oil was. Xiao Liyuan brought people to arrive in time, and immediately invited the imperial physician. If there is any missing link in this whole set of arrangements, Pei Yizhao can only call Pei Yi blind in the future. It can be seen that justice is clear, and there is no way out. "How is Lord Pei's current situation?" Yin Jiao asked. "Lord Yin is also a coroner, so I think he knows better than me." The imperial physician straightened up, moved a little, and continued to clean Pei Yizhao. "There is a membrane on the human eyeball, which contains water and flesh. Now Lord Pei's eye membrane is burned and needs to rest urgently. Change the dressing every morning and evening. If it needs to recover, it will take at least 3 or 2 months. I am afraid that he will have the problem of tears in the wind in the future, and will never dare to be stimulated again." Hearing that he still has a chance to see the light again, even the usually steady Xiao Liyuan couldn't help but show some joy on his face. He immediately stood up and bowed, and said solemnly, "Thank you for your trouble. But if you need anything, just let me know. Don't worry. Sudden disaster. Being able to see is God's blessing. I really dare not ask for anything else." The imperial physician was startled by his great gift and hurriedly avoided it. "I don't deserve it. You and Lord Pei are both good officials. I should do my best." Yin Jiao clearly saw Xiao Liyuan exhaled slowly. His expression slightly relaxed, and under the light, he unexpectedly showed a bit of fatigue and old age. After all, he is also in his 50s. Xiao Liyuan has always valued Pei Yizhao. Who would have thought that such a steady man would capsize in the ditch on his own land and almost lose his life? How could he not be angry? He was about to scold again. Pang Mu interrupted. "It's almost enough. Is he willing to be a blind man? He is not a child. It's enough to learn a lesson. After a pause, he looked at Xiao Liyuan, who was blowing his beard and glaring, and muttered, "You are not young anymore. Why are you still so angry?" Xiao Liyuan glared at him. Peng Mu shrank his neck and waved his hand to indicate that he would not say anything more. The four of them sat down again, and Xiao Liyuan threw out the last sentence. "Now everyone in the capital knows that our chief constable of the Ministry of Justice went to a brothel in broad daylight and tried to have sex with a prostitute. But he also killed someone. You should be more careful." The opponent's plan was really too sinister and vicious, and Pei Yizhao's years of hard work were destroyed in an instant. This was clearly intended to completely destroy his body and mind. And even if he died, he would be notorious. Yin Jiao sighed faintly. "Now I am also a monkey who is killed to scare the monkeys." The wind and rain outside the window were getting stronger. It was not even 5 p.m. yet, but the sky outside was already as dark as ink. It was nearly a quarter of an hour before the imperial physician finished his work. He instructed, "I will change the dressing every morning and evening. Don't expose to light or water. Close your eyes and rest more. Eat light food and don't get angry." Pei Yizhao, whose eyes were covered with gauze, clasped his fists and smiled bitterly. "Thank you. But I'm afraid this last one won't work." No one would be able to remain calm when someone plotted against them at their doorstep. The imperial physician obviously knew that it was a bit difficult to ask, so he didn't get angry anymore. He said goodbye to Xiao Liyuan and the other two and left. Xiao Liyuan asked someone to bring files about half a person's height. Some of the pages had yellowed edges, which were clearly from many years ago. "These are all the files related to this case. You need to finish reading them as soon as possible and memorize the case." Peng Mu made a gesture with his eyes, and after Xiao Liyuan nodded slightly, he went forward to flip through the pages. The 6th year of Tianyu. The 4th year of Tianyu. The 2nd year of Tianyu. The 43rd year of Tianping. Is this the last year of the late emperor's reign? The late emperor reigned for 43 years, and the reign was called Tianping. Now it is the 8th year of Tianyu, which is the 8th year of the current emperor's accession to the throne. In other words, it has been 9 years since the first case in this series of cases. After all the outsiders were dismissed, Yin Jiao asked with doubts, "I took the case, but now I am really confused. Such a big case. I have never heard of it. Who was involved that made them so bold that they dared to take action in the capital? Who led Lord Pei there? Is Huiyun Tower related to this case? What role did the prostitute Chuanyan play in this? Who instructed He Ming, and is he involved in this case?" She was ordered to do this in a critical moment, but she had no idea about the cause of the incident. In a hurry, she threw out a series of questions, like a string of cannonballs. Pei Yizhao couldn't see, and he leaned forward slightly, trying to distinguish the source of their voices. Hearing this, he sighed. "It's a long story." Yin Jiao nodded. "I'd like to hear the details. One day 3 years ago, when I went to put away the closed case files, I accidentally knocked over a book from the 2nd year of Tianyu, and found that it was an old case. At that time, I had nothing to do, so I applied to the adults for an investigation. But the more I investigated, the deeper I got, because 3 years had passed and there was a lack of evidence. It was very difficult to reinvestigate. Later, Pei Yizhao went to the local area to visit, and was surprised to find that all the people related to the case of that year had either died accidentally or moved their families. You all know that people are attached to their land, so how can they leave easily? So I went to the local government office, asked for the household registration register, and went to the destinations of those people to investigate. But the local government confirmed that no one came at all. Yin Jiao and Peng Mu were leaning against each other, looking through the files under the lamp. When he said this, he couldn't help but sigh. These 3 places are thousands of miles away. It's hard for you to be so meticulous and run around. It is my duty to be loyal to the emperor, Pei Yizhao said calmly. Yin Jiao sorted out his thoughts. That is to say, all those involved in the case are either dead or missing, and there is no news so far. If this is true, it is indeed very strange. Pei Yizhao nodded. Yes. What do the local officials say? Peng Mu asked. After several years, there was war and the court changed. Many local officials have changed several times, and some have already been buried. I really can't verify them one by one. At first glance, what is written in the files is flawless. But the murderer has not been caught yet, Pei Yizhao said. Yin Jiao asked curiously, Then how did you find the abnormality? To be honest, which dynasty or era doesn't have a few unsolved cases? If you just suspect this, it's really a waste of time. Peija was not surprised by her doubts, and said in an orderly manner, at that time, I was looking at the Bingzhou case in the second year of Tianyu. The file said that 5 people died. 3 men and 2 women were all wounded by arrows, and the wounds were concentrated on the back of the body. Finally, based on the shape of the wounds and the remaining arrows, it was concluded that a small group of enemy soldiers committed the crime, and the deceased was shot from the back while fleeing. Due to differences in geographical environment and tactical habits, the weapons used by different countries have their own characteristics, and the wounds caused are naturally different. It seems that there is no flaw in this rough listening. But as soon as he finished speaking, Pang Mu interrupted without hesitation, nonsense. He himself had commanded battles. When he was young, he followed his father and brother to deal with border countries. He was very familiar with the situation in this regard, and he immediately explained it briefly. From the middle and late stages of the war, the Dala army implemented a sweeping strategy of encirclement and advancement, forcing the joint enemy forces out of Dala little by little, and successfully penetrated into the heart of the enemy country at the end. In the second year of Tianyu, the war had been over for nearly 2 years. Bingzhou was 800 miles away from the nearest main battlefield. The interstate Lianfu in the middle was heavily guarded. How could there be defeated soldiers with enemy weapons roaming around? Even if there were really some fish that slipped through the net, the number could not be too large. Not to mention whether 5 people could be killed at the same time. The people in the Central Plains hated the enemy to the bone at that time. If they really met the enemy, they would probably die with them. The wounds would certainly not only exist on the back of the corpse. Yin Jiao suddenly realized. So, someone deliberately diverted attention and covered up the crime? Pei Yizhan nodded. Yes. Pang Mu sneered. I'm afraid he is still a half-baked person who has a little knowledge of war. He thought he was flawless, but it couldn't stand up to scrutiny. If it weren't for the fact that the superior officials were mediocre and stupid, they couldn't see the flaws at all, then they must have colluded and turned a blind eye to the case. Yin Jiao thought for a while and asked another key question. Investigation requires both human and physical evidence. Since there is such a conclusion, even if there is no witness, there must be physical evidence? Pei Yizhan nodded. Indeed, the deceased had been buried long ago, and the body could not be seen. But I also saw the physical evidence at the time. Although it was rusty, it was basically confirmed that it was the arrowheads commonly used by the enemy. There were 13 arrows in total for 5 people. Pang Mu shook his head. No. There are more and more loopholes. No wonder you want to continue investigating. Lying is a terrible thing. Once you start talking, you have to think of ways to cover up your lies. The more you say, the more mistakes you make, and the more loopholes you will make. The defeated soldiers who fled to the Central Plains could not have such a large number of arrows on them. This is the first reason. The second reason is that the border countries that fought with Dalu were all nomadic and were naturally good at riding and shooting. If they wanted to kill ordinary people who had no experience in dodging, they could hit them with one shot. And there was no need to waste so many arrows. If they wanted to kill, they would have to choose close combat, and long-range attack weapons such as bows and arrows would have no place to use. Third, anyone who has fought in a war knows the importance of weapons. Arrows are recyclable weapons, especially iron arrowheads, which are extremely valuable during wartime. No one would be willing to throw them away, since the people were killed and they were not discovered at the time. Why didn't they pull out the arrows and leave? Yin Jiao and Pang Mu looked at each other and gradually understood the thorny point. The war lasted for many years, so it was not difficult to understand. But the war was tense at that time. The court stipulated that all spoils of war should be handed over or used on the spot for our army's consumption. All the arrows used by the enemy were remade into styles suitable for our army. If you are in the inland, if you can still come into contact with a large number of enemy arrows, I'm afraid your identity is extraordinary. Pei Yizhan nodded upon hearing this, and said with his hands clasped together, your words are so detailed and impressive. This was his first time to be blind, and he had not yet adapted to it. He could only roughly identify the direction by listening to the voice, rather than saying that the person he was talking to was Pang Mu. It would be better to say that the direction was more towards Yin Jiao next to him. When everyone saw him, they couldn't help but think of his past style, and they all sighed secretly. After a moment of hesitation, Yin Jiao asked. What about the former governor of Bingzhou? He retired 5 years ago and returned to his hometown in Fuzhou. He died 2 years ago. Xiao Liyuan said coldly. Yin Jiao raised his eyebrows. There is no evidence in death. After all, there is nothing in the world that can keep secrets better than the dead. I just took a quick look at the files. There are 5 cases reported. There are 23 deaths before and after the incidents. And 13 more are missing. There must be at least 10 officials above the 7th rank involved. Right? Could it be that they all died in just 9 years? Yin Jiao said with a bit of anger. To put it bluntly, if 10 or 8 ordinary people died, the higher-ups might not care. But in peacetime, the number of officials has decreased so much in a few years. And there are 5 5th-rank governors. Even the dumbest emperor would be suspicious. Xiao Liyuan glanced at her unhappily. The opponent is not that stupid. Only 2 died. 1 died of old age. 1 died of illness. And another retired. The rest were either promoted or transferred. Now they are scattered around the world and all say that they can't remember what happened back then. You can't ask the dead. And you can't ask the living. It's hard for Pei Yizhao to persist for so many years. Perhaps it is this terrible perseverance and persistence that makes the murderer feel threatened. After a short silence, Yin Jiao finally asked the most crucial question. The murderer is so afraid of you. I guess you have a suspect in your mind. Who is it? Pei Yizhao slowly turned his face and said word by word. Su Mo. Chapter 28. Su Mo. Yin Jiao and Pang Mu looked at each other subconsciously, and then asked in confusion, Who is that? Xiao Liyuan said calmly, the eldest grandson of Taifu Su Yunwan. 26 years old this year. Passed the imperial examination 3 years ago, and is now studying at the imperial college. It's him, Yin Jiao exclaimed. Then everything is explained. It's not rare for a mere Jiren. But he has a grandfather who is all-powerful. People die for money and birds die for food. According to Sumo's background. Let alone killing people. Even if he colluded with the enemy and betrayed the country. It is estimated that there will be people scrambling to clean up the mess for him. If you say that Su Yimon didn't hear any news about so many cases in so many years, no one will believe it. Master. Yin Jiao repeated it almost in a whisper. Took a deep breath. And then slowly exhaled. Suddenly, he felt dizzy and his mouth was dry. And the blood in his body began to boil. Pei Yizhao couldn't see her expression. So he apologized. I'm so sorry. I'm afraid I'll get you into trouble. Who knew that the next moment, he heard the female head constable curse fiercely. Damn it. Do it. Pei Yizhao was choked in his throat for the rest of his words. No. I need to slow down for a while. Yin Jiao sat and shook his legs for a while. But it didn't work. He took a deep breath and stood up, quickly turning around in front of the 3 people. He felt that the strong emotions of tension and excitement in his chest could burst him at any time. Maybe it was really like what her mentor had said before. She was born with a crazy desire to poke the sky down to see, knowing that there was a tiger in the mountain. But now that she was here, who would she be sorry for not catching a tiger cub to play with? Damn. If she could really bring down a tutor with her own hands, she would brag about it for 3 lifetimes. Fortunately, Yin Jiao calmed down quickly. The temptation of being famous for 100 years is great. But if someone is hurt by mistake, it will not be famous for 100 years, but will be infamous for 1,000 years. She slapped her face hard. And after her excitement slowly calmed down, she asked Pei Yizhao and Xiao Liyuan very seriously. I have a key point that I want to know very urgently now. If you can convince me, then for the truth, I will go through fire and water and sacrifice my life without hesitation. Xiao Liyuan didn't seem surprised by her reaction, and even condescended to pour her a cup of hot tea. Just say it. Yin Jiao sat back down and said seriously, investigating a case requires facts and evidence. We can't let a bad guy go. But we must never hurt others by guessing. This is the case for a small case, let alone a national tutor. If you are not careful, you will be doomed, and the laws of the country will become a joke. I have to be cautious. She looked directly at Pei Yizhao. You said you suspect Suemo. May I ask if Lord Pei has any evidence? Gossip can melt gold and accumulate criticism. As criminal investigators, they should pay more attention to facts and evidence. Otherwise everything will be in chaos. Pei Yizhao nodded, not feeling anything wrong. That's true. If it's real evidence, I really can't produce it now. Otherwise, I wouldn't be forced into this situation. But my suspicion is not groundless. As he said that, he instinctively stood up and took a step forward, as if he wanted to reach out for something. But he stumbled a step before coming back to his senses. He remembered that his eyes were temporarily blind, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly, sitting back down with a little disappointment. There should be a book in the file about the disappearance of a maid in the Taifu mansion in the 5th year of Tianyu. I was in charge of this case that year. Pangmu flipped through the case file and found a few thin pages. He squinted and read a few pages. No one is alive. And no body is dead? Xiao Liyuan nodded. His expression was a little blurred behind the mist. Yes, that year a maid's family came to report that their daughter suddenly disappeared. But the people in the Taifu mansion said that the little girl and several other maids took leave and went out, and never returned, because it involved the current Taifu. Yin Qiu did not dare to deal with it on his own, and immediately informed me. I always like Minghui's steadiness and properness, so I sent him to assist. You can go to confront Yin Qiu about this matter. Pei Yizha, whose name is Minghui, is just like him. Yes, Pei Yizha said. And those days happened to be a temple fair, and countless people entered and exited the city gate. Lord Yin and I carefully investigated for a long time, but could not find any effective clues, because the case was not solved. Rumors spread in the city, and even the saint asked about it later. We were very anxious. Once the family of the Taifu disappeared and their lives and deaths were unknown, there were all kinds of rumors outside. The pressure can be imagined. In the end, the families of the maids were unwilling to pursue the matter further. They only said that kidnappers were rampant in the area recently, and the girls must have been kidnapped. The owner had already appeased them and took the initiative to give them money, so they didn't intend to make a fuss. At this point, Pei Yizhao sighed heavily, angrily and helplessly said, You also know that ordinary people don't value their daughters very much, and now they are often abused. Although they were a little cold in their expressions, they couldn't really find anything wrong with them. At that time, some people were envious, saying that a little girl who had signed a contract to sell her body had already become a member of the master's family, and now she could get a sum of money to supplement her family. It was really that the Taifu mansion was too kind. Why didn't their daughter have this blessing? But as a longtime head of the police, I always feel that this matter may not be so simple. Sons are people. Can't daughters be? People are so ignorant. When he said this, Yin Jiao and Pang Mu were already very angry. But it was not the right time to get angry, so they had to endure it and continue listening. Pei Yizhao changed the subject. At that time, the Taifu mansion treated me very warmly. On the day of my departure, they specially held a banquet to entertain me. Lord Yin and other Yamen runners. Su Mo personally came out to entertain on behalf of the elders. At that time, I had just returned from Bingzhou for the second time. I accidentally discovered that the fan case hanging around the waist of the young master was very unique. Very much like a kind of case material unique to Bingzhou. Because he kept the Bingzhou case in mind day and night in those years. He was extremely sensitive to things related to Bingzhou, so he recognized it at a glance. Pangmu nodded and said, It's indeed a bit strange. For someone of Sumo's status and position, he is good at everything from food, clothing, housing and transportation. Everything he wears is either very exquisite or has special meaning to him, and he likes it. But if it was the precious fabrics from Suzhou and Hangzhou, it would be fine. Everyone loves it. But the fabrics produced in Bingzhou are only third-rate, and ordinary officials and families don't even want to use them. Who would dare to give them to young Master Su to make fan covers? Since he got married, Pangmu has been paying attention to fabrics intentionally or unintentionally, and now he can talk about it very well. That's right, Pei Yizha praised. After the banquet, Su Mo sent his servants to see us out. I pretended to be a little drunk and said that young Master Su was so talented that it was a waste to stay in Beijing. He should go out to see the world, and he will definitely be better than him in the future. The servant really laughed and said that if a rough man like me could think of something, how could his young master not think of it? I deliberately provoked him at that time, but he refused to believe me, saying that the young master's precious body would definitely not be able to endure this hardship. That guy couldn't stand others saying bad things about his young master, and he couldn't stand the provocation. He immediately opened his mouth and said several place names, among which were Bingzhou and Liangzhou. Yin Jiao sighed. Bingzhou is thousands of miles away from the capital, but it is just a state capital. It is not prosperous. but rather quite desolate. There are no famous mountains and rivers to visit, and no famous writers to find. What would a young man from a wealthy family like Suemo do there? Peiju said again, of course. People's hobbies are all kinds of strange. It is not uncommon for rich children to get tired of the good life and prefer to go to those ditches and ridges where no one lives. To be cautious, I continued to communicate with Sumo's attendants. It took about half a year to roughly figure out the time he left Beijing. He went to Bingzhou in April of the second year of Tianyu and returned in July. While the Bingzhou case occurred at the end of May, he went to Liangzhou in June of the fourth year of Tianyu and returned in September. While the Liangzhou case occurred in late July. Even if he didn't look at the files, these numbers left marks in Pei Zhao's mind like a knife, and became a hurdle in his heart. A few simple words represent 23 bloody lives and 13 missing innocent people. One or two coincidences can explain it. But so many? I still didn't give up. Pei Zhao's tone was a little hurried, and it was obvious that he was getting excited. And in the sixth year of Tianyu, the Zhou case happened. I hated myself for being too slow and useless. So I chose the first month of the year to meet Sumo's attendant, and deliberately said why I didn't see the shadow of Master Su at the end of the year. And I wanted to send a gift to apologize. The other party was not on guard and immediately laughed and said, "My master left Beijing after the Mid-Autumn Festival, and came back on the 28th of the 12th lunar month. He almost missed the New Year's Eve dinner, and was beaten by the master. I'm surprised you can see it." The Zhou case happened in November, just when Su Mo left Beijing. Pei Zhou said quickly, "The old case is not easy to handle. But if the new case is not handled as soon as possible, I'm afraid the clues will be cut off." So I immediately went to Zhou and spent a lot of money to find out the news from the local ruffians, gamblers and prostitutes. When these words came out, Yin Jiao and Pang Mu both shouted wonderful. Su Yuan was very powerful, and there were cases in Bingzhou and Liangzhou before. Officially, it must have been smoothed over long ago. Trying to get information from them would only alert the enemy, and would not produce any results. On the contrary, the local scoundrels were the most well-informed. Not afraid of death, but only recognized money. And Su Yuan and his people certainly could not think of silencing these people one by one. Sure enough, Pei Zhou really learned from a gambler that at the end of October, several young nobles did come to Zhou, speaking with a Beijing accent. And the first one looked very similar to Su Mo. The local prefect was originally a person with eyes on his head, but he was as flattering as a dog in front of these young men who could be his sons. He directly offered the most luxurious house under his name for living, and went there every day to accompany them to play. This was the only clue that could be obtained from those people. But it was such a seemingly simple one that made Pei Zhou really start to lock on Su Mo. It was almost evening when they returned, because the heavy rain stopped for a while. The sky was brighter than in the afternoon. Yin Jiao and Pang Mu rode side by side towards home, discussing the intelligence they had obtained while walking. It must be said that this case was definitely the biggest test she had encountered since she came to the Dala dynasty. The threat and instability were even far greater than the case of the princess of the He tribe, Pisha. If one of them was not handled well, although there would be no war, everything they had now would be destroyed. Pang Mu touched his chin. "Protecting our country is our mission. I'll do this before leaving Beijing, so I can give an explanation to the saint. It's worth it. The country that the soldiers worked so hard to build is not to be left to these bastards." My lord. My lord." A guard who stayed at the Duke's mansion turned out from the corner and reported, "Mr. Linxin came to visit about 2/4 of an hour ago, and is now talking to the old lady." Chapter 29. The prodigal who was staying in Qifeng Garden not long ago is now chatting with the old lady. It sounds like he is a perfect match for the family. This huge change is not surprising for Lin Quan. It sounds absurd, but he is a person who pleases the elders. Although his behavior is absurd, even a serious person like Xiao Liyuan would only scold Lin Quan lightly at most, saying nonsense, and would not bear to scold him. Of course, let's forget about people of the same generation. Pang Mu shook his head and said, he would rather stay in a brothel than visit other people's homes. He never visits people for no reason. That's him. Then he asked the guard, "What do you think of his expression?" The guard paused for a moment, a little hesitant. "Mr. Linxing's mind is unpredictable. I can't tell. But he doesn't look very good. He looks very tired. By the way, the old lady also asked someone to stew ginseng soup, to keep him for dinner. Not looking good?" That's a big problem. After the couple returned home, they heard Ping shouting happily from a distance, "Come again! Come again!" The two walked through the moon cave door and saw Mrs. Yu sitting in the corridor, smiling and watching Lin Quan teasing Ping. He was still dressed in his usual Taoist robe and wooden hat, and seemed to have really lost some weight. The already white Taoist robe looked even more elegant, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. Hearing the noise, he didn't even raise his head, just busying himself with a wooden bird in his hand. His slender and pale fingers fiddled with some mechanism somewhere. As soon as he let go, the wooden bird flapped its wings and flew away slowly. After doing all this, Lin Quan slowly turned around and nodded slightly to the two of them, not to mention Ping An's excited howling. Even Yin Jiao and Pang Mu felt magical and amazed. "Why did you become so ugly?" Pang Mu was surprised to see that his face was so thin that it was a little out of shape. The wooden bird squeaked and flew around twice in the air, and finally slowly landed towards Yin Jiao's position. She happily reached out to hold it and looked at it carefully. Made of sandalwood, it has a light fragrance. All parts are polished very smoothly without any burrs. The bird's belly is hollow, with wooden gears and tendons connecting the inside. And oil paper is embedded on the upper and lower wings of the bird. After turning the mechanism, the tendons drive the gears everywhere. The tail feathers and wing tips open. The wings keep flapping. The oil paper holds the air, and it also imitates flying and soars into the sky, which is extremely delicate. What a delicate craftsmanship! Yin Jiao praised sincerely. If this were placed in the future, it would definitely be a collection-level artwork. I just made it to entertain the child, just as a gift for the first birthday. Lin Quan chuckled, then lowered her head slightly and blinked at Ping and who was holding her waist. Ping chuckled, obviously very impressed with him. Yin Jiao returned the wooden bird to him and said, "Thank you." At this point, she hesitated for the first time. Lin Quan wanted to take advantage of Liao Wuyan's relationship and coax her to call him brother every now and then. But Yin Jiao never took it seriously. So, what should he call her? Lin Quan was a smart guy, so he could see her hesitation. He immediately chuckled and waved to Ping. The little fat boy really ran over without hesitation and looked up at him obediently. "Call me uncle," he encouraged with some bewitching words. "Uncle!" the little fat boy betrayed without hesitation. Yin Jiao was fine, but Pang Mu's face was dark. What kind of annoying relatives are these? Several people had heavy things in their hearts, but because the children and the old lady were there, they all tacitly postponed and greedily enjoyed the hard-earned peace and tranquility at the moment. "Let's eat hot pot," Yin Jiao told Xiao Jin. "It just rained. It's wet and cold. Just right to eat some hot soup to sweat." After hearing this, Lin Quan was the first to order dishes next to him. "I want spicy food." No need to listen to him. Yin Jiao didn't give him any face. "Make a double pot. If you don't have time for bone soup, mushrooms will do. Add some wolfberry and cotinopsis. Look at this emaciated ghost appearance. The eye sockets are sunken. It's better to keep healthy." Lin Quan shrank his neck, seeming a little aggrieved, which was surprisingly similar to Ping An when he wanted to eat something but couldn't get it. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yin Jiao really couldn't imagine that a 30-year-old man who was used to the world of love and sex could still have the innocence of a child. A curved iron plate divided the round pot in half from the middle, and the bright red and milky white thick soups rolled and boiled at the same time. Clearly separated, the old lady pulled Lin Quan to sit on the side of the bone soup, smiled and stuffed the rich ginseng soup. "Drink a sip first." Lin Quan responded obediently, raised his head, and swallowed half a bowl of ginseng soup with a fearless look, and then burped. He was too hungry these days, and his appetite was much smaller. After drinking all the soup, he was half full. Yin Jiao and Pang Mu couldn't help laughing, and they rarely felt sympathy for him. The ginseng soup was really unpalatable. Although he couldn't eat spicy hot pot, Lin Quan was happy to eat the crispy meat, fried bean skin and sweet potato vermicelli that he liked. When the crispy meat was just out of the pot, it was fried fluffy and crispy on the outside, and the rich meat juice inside was about to splash out when you took a bite. After it cooled down, the soft dough soaked in oil and the chewy meat strips wrapped in it were another kind of deliciousness. Lin Quan, who had just drunk too much, felt like he had a second stomach. He ate half a plate of crispy meat and ate a lot of vermicelli that was full of soup. The golden crow fell to the west. The night deepened, and the moon rose with the chirping of cicadas. It had just rained, and the air was still damp. The wind with the scent of roses was particularly sticky. I just sat in the yard and had a meal. The fragrance of flowers on my clothes even overwhelmed the smell of hot pot. After eating and drinking, the old lady took her grandson to chase wooden birds all over the yard. Yin Jiao asked Pang Mu to change Lin Quan into a neat outfit, and he took a small bamboo basket. Let's go and catch cicada monkeys. The Duke's mansion covers a large area, and there is even a polo field behind it. There are also many rockery, streams, and small woods. It is just right to catch cicada monkeys after the summer rain. Lin Quan thought he was knowledgeable, but had never heard of this thing. He was confused and thought that this family had raised monkeys at some point. As a result, the next moment, he saw Yin Jiao asking Xiaolu and others to hold lanterns to light them, and he squatted down by a tree. She picked up a blade of grass, folded it in half, and put the end connected to it into the hole. After a while, she actually caught a strange-looking insect. Lin Chuan's eyes widened suddenly. Xiaolu stopped cooperating after a while, and handed the lantern to Pang Mu in a very disobedient way. And he followed his brothers to work together. Who caught more? Let's compete. The adult said that these are all pests, eating tree sap, and the adult insects keep chirping all day long. It's so annoying. So you should eat them to relieve your anger. When the voices of the crowd gradually faded away, Pang Mu poked Lin Quan, who seemed to be thinking, with a lantern pole. Tell me, what's the matter? Lin Quan ignored him at first, but also imitated Yin Jiao to fiddle with the grass. But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement in the earth hole. That won't work, Lord Yin said with pity. Look at the shape around the hole. They have all crawled out and turned into cicadas. Lin Quan said, Oh, and lowered his head to look for it again. He took 2 steps and suddenly asked without thinking, Do you know where the most delicious meat buns in the world are made? Pang Mu said, It must be made by my wife. However, Lin Quan seemed not to hear it, and squatted down in another earth hole, while stuffing grass leaves into it seriously, and said casually, One year I passed through Liangzhou, and the place was as its name. Very depressed. No one bought my calligraphy and paintings, and no singing girl wanted me to compose music. I spent all my money, and couldn't even afford to stay in an inn. At that time, I was thinking, if the master and his senior brother knew that I wanted to be an accountant in such a ghost place, would they be angry to death? Pang Mu said coldly, I don't know if they will be angry to death, but Mr. Liao will definitely scold you to death. The court gave you an official position, but you didn't take it, and ran to 1,000 miles away to be an accountant. Who are you looking down on? After saying that, he exchanged glances with Yin Jiao. Liangzhou. Smart people probably learn everything very quickly. Lin Quan successfully hung up a cicada monkey in the second test of water, and then stuffed it into the small bamboo basket carried by Yin Jiao. He slowly stood up, and the grass leaves with moisture twisted a few circles on his fingertips, twisting them into small windmills. When I was squatting under the tree at the entrance of the village in a daze, an old man stuffed me a meat bun. It's cold, but it's the best meat bun I've ever eaten. He looked towards the south unconsciously, with many complicated emotions in his eyes. He took me in as a stranger for a few days without asking for any money. He has only a little granddaughter at home. If she were still alive, she would be 15 years old. The evening breeze shuttled through the grove, and there was a faint sadness lingering in it. Just as Yin Jiao was about to speak, Lin Quan turned around and looked at them and said, I was planning to go find Peizha tomorrow, but I didn't expect him to be so useless, and I got caught today. What do you know? Pang Mu was not good at beating around the bush with people, so he went straight to the point. Lin Quan glanced at him. A few months ago, I was traveling and found an old beggar who looked very familiar. He was planning to go back to Liangzhou to take a look, maybe spend a few taels of silver to taste the meat buns that impressed him in the past. But he never thought that the other party had become a beggar in a foreign land. This was a strange thing. So he kept the man directly. But the truth he slowly found out in the next few days was shocking. In July of the 4th year of Tianyu, 3 people died in Liangzhou. It is said that someone intended to murder local officials, and the servants who went to help accidentally ate poisonous food. Was it Su Mo who did it? Yin Jiao asked. Lin Quan said, yes. It was only later that he heard the Yamen runners confess that at that time, several young men from the capital came to Liangzhou to hunt. His voice was like a mist in the dark night. floating and drifting. And the last two words were uttered from the tip of his tongue. Especially long. Hunting? Pangmu asked in confusion. As far as I know, Liangzhou is flat and all plains. And even small hills are rare. Where can there be wild animals to hunt? Linquan suddenly laughed softly. Although he was laughing, there was no warmth in his laughter, which was particularly strange in the night illuminated by only a few candles. A gust of evil wind rose from the ground, blowing Yin Jiao and Pangmu together. A chill rushed from the soles of their feet straight into their limbs and bones, as if freezing the blood in their bodies. There are no wild animals, but people. Seeing their expressions, Linquan stopped laughing. That year, the prefect visited in person and said that he wanted to select a group of handsome boys and girls to serve as the front, and to serve the nobles. If they serve well, they may be taken to the capital. In addition, each family who goes there can get 10 taels of silver. The village where the old man lives is very remote and desolate, and the land is barren. After paying rent and taxes every year, the people have nothing left, and their lives must be very tight. For most people, 10 taels of silver may be a huge sum that they cannot save in their lifetime. There are many people who signed up, but the selection is very strict. In the end, only 3 people were selected, including the old man's granddaughter. Strangely enough, the families of the 3 selected people all had a declining population. After the 3 children were sent up, their families were very hopeful, hoping that they would be appreciated by the nobles and have a good future. However, a few days later, the people from the government office came to shatter their dreams, saying that the adults were kind and rewarded the 3 selected people with delicious food because they were diligent and capable. But they never expected that a thief poisoned them, and all 3 died. They also heard that the nobles in the capital were very compassionate, and were willing to take all 3 families to live in the capital as compensation. Everyone was mixed with sadness and joy, thinking that they had no ties in the local area and no future. They were willing to do so. But I never thought that the yamen runners, who were responsible for escorting him, suddenly drew their swords and pointed them at him. The old man was at a loss, and immediately knelt down and kowtowed, begging the yamen runner who raised the sword to let him die with a clear conscience. They were all from the same village, and at this age, they looked really pitiful. The yamen runners were afraid of retribution, and did not want to stain their hands with blood, so they inevitably felt compassion and told the whole story. Old man, please don't blame us. Brothers have no choice. If you don't die, we will die. Every grievance has its perpetrator, and every debt has its creditor. When you become ghosts in the future, go to the capital to find that Mr. Su. He is the grandson of the Grand Tutor, and his life is not as cheap as ours. Liangzhou has neither beautiful mountains and rivers, nor interesting humanities, nor any representative pillar industries to prosper the economy. It is just an ordinary state capital. If the officials who went there did not have extraordinary abilities, it would be difficult for them to get excellent performance in the performance assessment, and it would be difficult for them to be promoted. So they could only slowly endure the hardship. Several people headed by Master Su came from the capital, and the governor of Liangzhou was terrified and surprised, thinking that it might be God's mercy that sent this opportunity to his door. However, he soon realized with horror that this might not be an opportunity, but bad luck, because even if he did his best to entertain him, the young master was still not interested, and he even lost his temper twice in the middle. If the person had never come, it would be fine. At most there would be no hope, but now that the person has come, he can't entertain him well. When Master Su's family goes to mention it to the tutor, what should he do? Just when he was at a loss, a man who was traveling with Su Mo smiled and proposed human hunting, which immediately scared the governor of Liangzhou to death. Although he coveted power and wealth, he only thought about currying favor and bribery. Human life was too heavy, so he instinctively wanted to refuse. But the other party coerced and lured, and cited several examples of people who had been successfully promoted now. So the resistance that was not so firm collapsed after weighing the pros and cons overnight. Yes, it's just a few ordinary people. The emperor is far away. As long as you take good care of the aftermath. Who knows? At worst, you can become successful in the future and make some good political achievements to benefit the people. So the parent official personally selected 3 young men and women, sent them to his nobleman with a face full of longing, and smiled at the 3 children crying and running away, and watched the young men laughing and raising their bows and arrows. The old man who knew the truth was shocked. He had agreed to let his granddaughter go, but he had become an accomplice. In the midst of grief and anger, the old man cried and jumped into the turbulent river to commit suicide. But he was washed into the dry grass and survived. Since then, he has been begging in a daze, until he was recognized by Lin Quan, who met him again, by chance. Yin Jiao was speechless for a long time after hearing this, and felt as if she didn't recognize this world anymore. There are many evil people in this world, but every time she thinks she has a deep understanding of evil in this world, God will jokingly push a more serious sin in front of her. At least ordinary crimes have reasons. But Su Mo, he is just a demon wandering in the world. Did you bring back the witness? Peng Mu asked. Lin Quan shook his head. I won't let him into Beijing until the situation is clear. Yin Jiao frowned and thought for a long time. Not enough. We need more evidence. It would be best if one of the accomplices turned against us and helped us. Just like the Fong Lihui case back then. If it weren't for the assistance of County Magistrate Qin, it would take who knows how long it would take. The opponent they faced this time was too powerful. Like a big net, connecting each other, firmly guarding the dirty secrets. If they couldn't tear a corner, then the secret would never see the light of day. Knowing yourself, and the enemy will win every battle. Yin Jiao and Peng Mu decided to get to know Su Mo first, considering that he was studying at the Imperial College. The two invited Liao Zhen and Bai Shi to come for dinner. Su Mo. The two children looked at each other. Their expressions were a little complicated. Liao Zhen was very smart, and had noticed something in an instant, and asked cautiously, Aunt, but did he do anything? I can't tell you now. Yin Jiao was unusually serious when he said these words. But there is only one thing. Don't let anyone know what we talked about today. The two little ones had never experienced such an exciting thing in their lives. Inexplicably, they felt a sense of mission, and immediately responded with a heartbeat like a drum. Bai Shi bravely picked up the cicada monkey and tried to put it in his mouth to chew it. He immediately opened his eyes wide with joy. Delicious. I didn't expect that this insect, which looks scary, tastes so mellow. Just like eating a big mouthful of lean meat. So delicious. He ate a few more happily, and then said, to be honest, Sister Yin, I wouldn't be surprised if something really happened to him. Why? Yin Jiao asked. He is a person. Seeing that his friends couldn't stop eating, Liao Zhen also plucked up the courage to get the cicada monkey. Somewhat evil. We don't talk to him. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Although the Imperial Academy is a place for learning, there are also dozens of naturally formed circles of all sizes. Civil officials, military generals, poor people, rich people, hard-working people, and those who just want to get by. Liao Zhen, Bai Shi and others are from good families and hard-working. They don't have any selfish thoughts every day. They just go to school seriously. Most of the people they are in are of this kind. Logically speaking, Su Mo's grandfather is the Grand Tutor Su Yinwan. Although he is older, he should be the same kind of people as them. But the reality is completely different. You are too polite. Bai Shi looked at Liao Zhen with a squint, nodded his head, and whispered to Yin Jiao and Peng Mu. He is sick here. What do you mean? Peng Mu asked. Bai Shi raised his head and thought for a while. Don't we all want to do good things? Even if he is a dandy, he also does those colorful and happy things. But he, alas, how to say it, just likes to do bad things. It's not just throwing bugs into the teacher's book bag, filling it with water, etc. Ah, I've seen him and a few students killing wild dogs and cats before. Isn't the Imperial College on the mountain? There are many small animals, but no one wants them, even if they are free range. Students occasionally buy meat for them. A few times, we also saw Su Mo and his friends teasing cats and dogs. They also said that people should not be judged by appearance. Don't think he is sinister. But I didn't expect him to be quite thoughtful. But that time, we saw him pouring lamp oil on the dog. And then several people chased and beat it with branches. The dog was howling. It was miserable. I wanted to step forward to stop it. But several seniors were afraid of causing trouble, so they pulled me away. When I came back, I saw him standing there with a bloody dog's skin and laughing wildly. And several other people set fire to the dog, and shouted and jumped around it like crazy. Chapter 30. Peng Mu felt sick. This is really a jerk. Is there no one to care? If you don't like it, just stay away. Why do you have to treat it so badly? Bai Shi shook his head. The back mountain is desolate, And the gentlemen don't allow you to go there. So probably no one will notice it. I couldn't stand it at the time. So I stepped forward to stop them. But they argued that it was a wild dog that bit people for no reason. And then left without caring. Yin Jiao suddenly grasped another point. Since the gentlemen don't allow you to go to the back mountain, why did you go there? Bai Shi choked and stammered, Just take a look. How did this get to me again? Yin Jiao twisted his ear and lectured him. I think you are bored. Right? That time. You and several of you went together. And they dared not act rashly. What if they hate you one day, and put you in a sack when no one is around? And you will die without knowing how. The boys of this age are really fierce and fierce. And they don't know how to do things that adults forbid them to do. So as to show their uniqueness, Su Imo is 26 years old. A whole generation older than Bai Shi. It's like an adult perverted serial killer against an innocent boy. How can people not worry? Liao Zhen laughed when he saw that Bai Shi kept giving him eyes so much that he almost went blind. So he cleared his throat and said, Aunt, he will know in the future. Yin Jiao snorted heavily, and then pinched hard before reluctantly letting go. I'll spare you this time for Jier's sake. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll be the first to tell your sister and brother-in-law, and let you taste the taste of mixed doubles. Upon hearing this, Bai Shi's face seemed to be cramped, and his muscles trembled. He said miserably, I don't dare to do it again. His sister is fine. At most she will beat him up. And she has been beaten for so many years. Anyway, he is thick-skinned. I'm afraid of my brother-in-law. He doesn't beat or scold you. And he doesn't even say a harsh word. But he can throw you into the military camp the next moment. Miserable. Too miserable. Liao Zhen laughed again. And then asked curiously, Aunt, is there something wrong? He was born gentle and meticulous in his work. He would peel the skin of a cicada monkey bit by bit, not even sparing the legs. In the end, he ate 2 pieces, 1 meat and 1 skin. They looked pretty good when they were lined up. Don't ask so many questions. Kid. Yin Jiao pressed his forehead. Curiosity kills the cat. And it can also kill people. Anyway, before the end of the autumn examination, you should all keep your skins tight and stay away from those people. Children from large families are naturally politically sensitive. There is no need to elaborate on many things. Just mention them briefly. The 2 little ones looked at each other and really didn't ask any more questions. They responded honestly. By the way, Pang Mu knocked on the table. Recall carefully who is close to Su Imo, and write them down without missing a single one. This is a good idea. Yin Jiao praised. Officials' children are all shrewd, and their small teams are often formed according to the combination of their elders in the court. As long as they can find Sumo's followers, they can follow the clues and catch the accomplices. Bai Shi rubbed his ears and muttered softly. One moment you say that the little brat is not allowed to ask, and the next moment you ask the little brat. Sister Yin, you are too fickle. What did you say? Yin Jiao squinted at him, and the fingers that had just twisted his ears were ready to move in the air. Nothing. Nothing. Bai Shi shook his head frantically, and started to play the victim with his eyes rolling. Then we too can also be considered to have made contributions? Are we provided with meals? Yin Jiao was amused by this funny guy. Are your family members still starving you? The little boy is eating me out of money. Bai Shi shook his head and pointed at Liao Zhen. 2 little boys together are a whole, so they must eat a lot. Pang Mu laughed loudly and patted his shoulder with some approval. Good boy. A real man must eat more so that he can grow taller in the future. Bai Shi slapped him and he staggered, grinning in pain, almost crying. Yin Jiao laughed out loud because of their amusement, and felt that the suffocation of the past 2 days also dissipated a little. He immediately stood up and stretched his hands and feet, and said generously, What do you want to eat? Bai Shi and Liao Zhen exchanged glances quickly, very excited, and said more than 10 things, like a bamboo tube pouring beans. Yin Jiao was speechless, and waved his hand neatly. The application is invalid. I will do it myself. Bai Shi and Liao Zhen. Can adults not keep their promises? An autumn rain brings a chill, and the summer rain gets hotter and hotter. It was clearly rained yesterday, but when the sun rose today, it was still scorching, making people wonder if the previous rain was a fire. And now it caught fire when the wind blew, because Bai Ning wanted to eat roast duck before, but didn't get it. Yin Jiao specially asked people to prepare several, which are now marinated and just right to be brushed with sauce, and put into the oven. Don't touch this most delicious one, she said hurriedly, and rolled up her sleeves. I'll send it to the palace for the Queen Mother to taste. I'll do it myself. Everyone hastily withdrew their hands and looked at a duck with awe. The hot weather and the big case made people upset and their appetites worse. The kitchen prepared the ingredients for cold skin and cold noodles, ready to use at any time. Make the cold skin as it is, but add more gluten, Yin Jiao ordered. For cold noodles, use shredded chicken. And rinse the 3 bowls of noodles with ice water first. Do you have any crushed peanuts? In summer, a bowl of cold with plenty of garlic vinegar, sesame sauce, and chili oil is a must. Series, appetizer. Yes, said the cook. How about adding shrimp and winter melon soup? Bitter melon soup, eggplant with meat sauce, and a few small cold dishes? That's it. Yin Jiao nodded. By the way, prepare the ingredients for the egg tarts. When the roast duck is ready, send it to each mansion first, and then send the egg tarts after the meal. If they are left for a long time, they will not taste good. Liaojun and Baishi discussed and rode head to head. After repeated revisions, they finally handed in a list of 6 people. The afternoon sun was scorching, and the sky was like a fire. The cicadas on the trees were so weak that their calls were weak. After the meal, the 2 were sent to the guest house by Yin Jiao for a nap. She continued to discuss with Pang Mu with the list, thinking about who to start with. Directly attacking Su Mo means facing Su Yinwan without any preparation, which is obviously not easy. It is better to attack from the lackeys and accomplices, those people gathered for profit. And there is no loyalty. The possibility of alienation is relatively high. If a gap can be opened from the outside, the evidence will be complete at once, and it will be difficult for Su Mo to escape. Ping ate 2 skinless roast duck rolls at noon, and was extremely satisfied. He licked his mouth and wiped his tongue in his sleep. Pang Mu held his chin and looked at his son for a while. He couldn't help but stretched out his hand to poke his bulging belly, and said puzzledly, "Then Master Su is shrewd and can't see anything wrong. How come his grandson has become such a bear? Don't young people generally like cats and dogs? Not to mention killing them. It's uncomfortable to see them suffer. My silly son likes to run to the kitchen. He will be happy for a long time if he sees a live goose or duck. He is very cautious when he wants to touch other people's feathers." Yin Jiao frowned and said, "In fact, they are different from normal people from the root. Just like the little girl in the orange cereal case a few years ago. They lack the emotions that normal people should have. It is difficult for them to have emotions like sympathy and pity. Sadism will bring satisfaction instead. There are many studies on serial perverted murderers in my hometown. There is sufficient evidence that a large part of murderers start with animal abuse. Once no one stops them in time, they will soon be dissatisfied with this, and then gradually escalate. Cats, dogs, and horses are common animals that are very smart. They are the closest to humans that ordinary people can come into contact with. Because of this, the pleasure that Su Mo and others get from killing them is inestimable. But close to humans is not yet a human after all. It is even more unbearable to want something that cannot be obtained. Yin Jiao cannot judge whether the Su family knows about Su Mo's killing of animals, but it is obvious that no one has stopped it in time and effectively. So Su Mo, whose physical fitness is gradually maturing, finally extends his evil hand to living people. The Su family may not know about killing animals, but they can never hide killing people, which means that they have successfully turned from irrelevant people to accomplices. If the Su family had made a decisive move to kill their relatives for the sake of justice after the first incident, then the series of tragic scenes that followed could have been avoided. Unfortunately, the Su family used their good qualities of protecting their own shortcomings in the wrong place. Instead of changing Su Mo's character in time, they secretly provided him with shelter. It was the Su family's indulgence that led Su Mo to eventually grow into a demon wandering in this living world. Unscrupulous. Yin Jiao sighed. He is no longer a human being. Pang Mu thought for a while. I remember you said that the original family often plays a decisive role in the formation of a person's character. Could it be that there is something shameful and dirty in the Su family? In modern society, information is exploding, and the flow of information is extremely convenient. Yin Jiao has heard and seen too many unimaginable and vicious cases that break the bottom line of human beings. She has long lost hope in the saying people are born good. It's not absolute, she said. Some people are born bad. But based on our current speculation, the position of Su Taifu is not very good. He only wants to protect the children of the Su family. But what about other people's children? Are they not considered human beings? With all these things, how can he be worthy of the reputation of Emperor's teacher? While resting, Xiao Jin quietly came in and replied, "Someone is coming from the palace." Yin Jiao and Pang Mu hurriedly turned over, touched their son's head, and then walked forward like flying. The one who came was Qingfen, the senior maidservant of the Queen Mother. She was eating one of the specialties of the Duke's mansion, ice cream. This dessert was cool and delicious, with a strong milky aroma. After a few bites, the summer heat faded a lot. When she saw them coming in, she smiled and said straight to the point, "The Queen Mother praised you for your filial piety." The roast duck had crispy skin and tender meat. It was very delicious when rolled into a small cake. It was indeed sweeter and more simple than the overly decorated ones in the palace. The saint was also very pleased when he heard that the Queen Mother had brought in fragrance. "But the cold skin?" Yin Jiao asked. "How about the cold skin?" Qingfen covered her mouth and smiled, whispering, "I think the Queen Mother likes it. If we hadn't stopped her, she would have used up the whole bowl." After the meal, she was both happy and regretful, saying that it was smelly, and she simply forgot to pay respects for the next 2 days. Yin Jiao understood, and asked in a low voice, "What about the future?" Qingfen gave her a look that you know, and pointed out, the Queen Mother said that it was because there were more ingredients that it was more enjoyable. The cold noodles were filled with vinegar and garlic, and the breath was really not good after eating. In the past, when had anyone ever given the Queen Mother such unrefined food? So she was a little uncomfortable at first. But after tasting it, she inexplicably developed a complex emotion of belated rebellion and grievance. "I have been cautious all my life, not allowed to do this or that. And now I am the Queen Mother. Can't I even eat something delicious? My life is worse than that of ordinary people on the street. I must eat." After sending Qingfen away in a hurry, Yin Jiao held up several jewelry and fabrics given by the Queen Mother and looked at them. "She still understands me. The things given by the Queen Mother were all fancy things." Pang Mu looked at her and laughed. "You are becoming more and more obsessed with money now." He paused and sighed, "But the Queen Mother really treats you very well. She has never been seen talking about any of the ladies who often come to the palace." Yin Jiao simply changed into the jade lotus leaf earrings that the Queen Mother had just given her. He laughed. "The affection is built by getting along. They usually come to the palace to ask for something. I go to tell the Queen Mother stories every few days, and never ask for anything on my own initiative. On the contrary, she wants to give it to me more. It is indeed beautiful." Pang Mu stepped back and looked at it carefully. "I feel at ease with the Queen Mother taking care of it." Yin Jiao raised an eyebrow. "That's right. She had to hold this thigh tightly. Maybe she would need it in the future." The imperial teacher, who had just returned home from socializing, frowned, asked Qingji to go to my study. Not long after, Suimo came and knocked on the door. "Grandfather." He was wearing a white brocade robe embroidered with 4 gentlemen, a green lotus jade crown on his head, and a lotus flower jade pendant on his waist. He had a handsome face and a tall figure. He walked leisurely in the garden, and he was indeed a noble and elegant young man. However, wherever he passed, all the servants and maids lowered their heads desperately. If they looked at him carefully, they trembled slightly, obviously very scared. "Come in." Su Yunwan's voice did not reveal any emotion. But as soon as Suimo came to the desk, he raised his hand and threw a cup of hot tea at him. "Asshole." The cup, worth thousands of gold, fell to the ground and broke into pieces. The boiling hot tea instantly burned Sumo's chest through his clothes. But he knelt down without blinking, kneeling on the pieces. "You knew that Pei Yizhou was in the emperor's heart, but you wanted to move him in the capital. Today, the emperor asked about this matter in the court, which attracted the attention of the court officials. This matter must not end easily," Su Yunwan said with a gloomy face. "Now the case is handed over to Duke Dinghua, and you are hiding it from me and killing people to silence them. Do you think I am not important?" Suimo stared at him for a while, and suddenly laughed. "So you are afraid too?" Su Yunwan looked back, her face as gloomy as water, neither denying nor confirming. If it was just Pang Mu who was alone, he would not be afraid. But the so-called first female constable was deeply favored by the Queen Mother, and she was also close to the eunuch Wang, the confidant of the saint. The Tu family, the Bai family, the Liao family, and even the Dong family, as well as the annoying Xiao Liyuan from decades ago, were not easy to deal with. Now these people are connected, And if you provoke one of them, it is equivalent to provoking the whole nest, which makes people hard to guard against. Sumo's ridicule gradually turned into a sneer. I just can't stand Peijia's mad dog biting like a saint. Pretending to be a saint. Is he in the emperor's heart? I just want to kill his arrogance. Otherwise, all cats and dogs will be able to step on the Su family and bully others in the future. Can grandfather really bear it? In recent years, the Su family has tried to win over Peijia openly and secretly. But that guy pretended not to understand, which was really unpleasant. When did the Su family have such patience with others? He really refused to accept the toast. Since we can't be friends, we are enemies. Su Yinwan snorted coldly. It's hard to achieve great things if you are so foolish and just want to be happy for a while. Su Mo lowered his eyes slightly. What big things? He didn't care. Su Yinwan asked someone to serve tea again. After the servants entered the door, they all lowered their eyebrows and looked submissive. They were obviously used to the scene inside. Su Yinwan held the teacup and scraped the tea stems one by one. When the hot steam dissipated a little, she didn't drink it. The current deadlock was unprecedentedly severe. If things went wrong, the Su family would inevitably collapse. He needed to plan well. The Su family would not fall, let alone fall. After a while, Su Yinwan put down the untouched teacup. Come on. Pass a message to Yiming. After a nap, the couple took the list of 6 people to find Xiao Liyuan to discuss the next move. But as soon as they entered the door, they found that his face was as black as dripping water. At this point, except for very few things, it is probably difficult to make Xiao Liyuan so angry. Is Chuanyun dead? The two asked the most likely one in unison. Xiao Liyuan suppressed his anger and threw a document on the table. Yesterday I negotiated with Yiming, and he agreed to release Mingwei to heal his injuries. But he took him away on the pretext that this case was a simple fight between a prostitute and a client. And Mingwei worked in the Ministry of Justice. And the Ministry of Justice should avoid it. I sent someone to inquire early this morning, but the other party said that Chuanyun had committed suicide last night out of fear of punishment. This is clearly murder to silence the witness, Yin Jiao and Pang Mu said angrily in unison. However, this also proves that Su Mo is indeed anxious. So he did not care about the possibility of being exposed and came up with a trick of covering up the truth. Go and check who Chuanyun has seen in the past few days, Xiao Liyuan said. There must be someone who ordered this. Pang Mu handed over the list. It just so happens that we also need you to investigate. He briefly told Xiao Liyuan his idea, and the latter was silent for a long time before saying, if you want to accomplish this, you still need to contact the Ministry of Personnel and the Censorate. Time is tight. They can't wait for the murderer to expose himself calmly. So they can only take the initiative from the side, cut off Su Taifu's hands and feet first. Can it work? This is the first time that Yin Jiao has played such a big game, and his heartbeat has accelerated. People are not saints. Xiao Liyuan pointed at the list on the table, and he no longer had the anger just now. His casual tone showed that he was confident of victory. If you really want to investigate it carefully, there will be few officials who will not fall. It's easy to find a pretext to accuse someone of something. It sounds cruel, but it's a good idea if it's used well. Yin Jiao didn't give up, and suddenly pointed at Pang Mu and said, do you two have any evidence? Xiao Liyuan sneered, and gave her a look that said you're still too young. Obviously too lazy to explain. Pang Mu laughed a few times, and said mischievously, this old man is too vicious and too ruthless. He offended a lot of people in the censorate back then. How can he not exclude dissidents and form a clique for personal gain? He paused and rolled his eyes at Xiao Liyuan and said, if I lose the emperor's heart one day, the generals are not subject to the rules, and proper command back then can be instantly transformed into disregarding the law, disregarding the emperor, and being disrespectful and disloyal. TSK. It's enough to confiscate the family and exterminate the clan. Although he knew that such a thing was almost impossible to happen, Yin Jiao still shuddered instinctively. It was too scary. Xiao Liyuan rarely found fault. Pang Mu grinned and said, if the two of us rashly go to Huiyun Tower, it will easily alert the enemy. And I'm afraid those prostitutes won't speak easily. Yin Jiao understood what he meant and immediately said, so we need a trustworthy warrior with special skills. Xiao Liyuan frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? Who? Yin Jiao and Pang Mu looked at each other. Hee. Xiao Liyuan's eyebrows rose higher and higher, and he had obviously guessed the answer. Chapter 31. People are mean. They won't leave if you hit them. And they will retreat if you chase them. Especially men. The Huiyun Tower usually has good business. But because of the flourishing of the capital, there are several other companies competing with it. And it has never been as dominant as it is now. It's because a big news broke out in the past few days, saying that the girls in the Huiyun Tower are rare in the world and unparalleled in the world. And even the famous Pei Zhaopei, the head of the police, couldn't control himself and was seduced by Miss Chuanyun, one of the 3 golden flowers. It's just that the guy didn't expect that he was not worthy of his reputation. He wanted to do something improper in broad daylight without giving him money. Miss Chuanyun screamed on the spot and accidentally blinded his eyes. As a result, he was imprisoned for being an official. And he committed suicide in despair in prison that night. Pei Yizhou has been in the underworld and the imperial court for many years. And people nicknamed him Iron Monk, which shows that he is honest and unromantic. But now even Iron Monk has been dragged into the mortal world. And everyone can't help but wonder, how beautiful is the girl in Huiyun Tower? Even if Miss Chuanyun is gone, aren't there still 2 other golden flowers on par with her? It would be a pity not to go and see. For a while, Huiyun Tower was packed with people, making many other colleagues look dull, and had to say sour words behind their backs. Humph! Our family doesn't do the dirty thing of making money from the dead. Even many students who went to Beijing to take the exam couldn't hold back their restlessness, and ran to watch the fun. The reputation of a brothel has surpassed the upcoming autumn imperial examination. Which is really funny. Today, Huiyunle is particularly lively. It seems that all the people who visit brothels in Beijing have crowded here, because they are afraid that too many people inside will affect the reputation. The madam simply sent a group of thugs to guard the door, and asked customers to pay silver before entering. Many people grumbled in dissatisfaction, and wanted to argue a few words. But they were preempted by the latecomers before they could open their mouths. Now the world is peaceful, and the capital has gathered wealthy merchants from all over the world. There are many people who can afford the entrance fee of 20 taels. Not long after, a young man came from the corner of the street, wearing a Taoist robe and a wooden crown, with a lazy look, standing out among the brightly dressed and impatient prostitutes. He seemed to be strolling in the garden, looking carefree and relaxed, as if he was not in a brothel, but in some elegant scenic spot. Hey, who is this guy? Where did he come from? Yes, look at how shabby he is. Bah! He wears a Taoist robe to visit a brothel. Why doesn't he bring a cow? 2 wealthy businessmen from other places also arrived late, and failed to squeeze in. They were annoyed when they suddenly saw the newcomer. They immediately had a common topic, and turned their guns around, squeezing him one after another, not knowing that the local guests next to them looked at them, as if they were fools. Oh! What a lively scene! The young man folded his hands loosely, but was not in a hurry to squeeze forward. He just stood at the door, and smiled lazily. The old man guarding the door thought the voice was familiar, and he held up a lantern to look carefully. After a moment, he said happily, "Oh, isn't this the sir? We haven't come for a long time, and we all miss you so much. Distinguished guest, please come in quickly. Please come in." As he said that, he couldn't wait for the other party to come forward, and immediately pulled him in attentively. The 2 wealthy businessmen outside the door, who had not squeezed in, were stunned by the scene. And the next moment, they were furious. What's going on? Why can he come in, but we can't? Do you think you don't have money? It seems that the man who came didn't look like a big shot, and he didn't go through the back door so blatantly. 2 guards stood guard at the door, wearing only a sleeveless vest, hugging their arms and puffing up their strong muscles on both sides, and sneered condescendingly, "You are right. He can come in any time. But you can't." The 2 idiots wanted to continue to distinguish, but they heard the people behind them finally couldn't help laughing. "This is so funny. Where did this fool come from? You don't even know him. And you claim to have eaten all the food in brothels? Just to let you know, he can come in at any time. And he never has to pay money to visit brothels. Not only does he not have to pay, but many of the famous prostitutes and brothel madams pay for it themselves. And you can't invite him even if you want to." The 2 of them were more and more confused as they listened. Who is this? The capital city is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. How come there is a bully even in brothels? Everyone laughed again, and the person who spoke first said, "Charming under the moon. Red silk hands. Spring smile." He named more than 10 songs in one breath. and asked with a sidelong glance, "Have you ever heard of it?" The two were a little embarrassed, and their shiny faces turned slightly red. "Don't think that we are from other places and have no experience. These more than 10 songs are famous songs that have been popular over the years. Almost every song has made a famous prostitute famous. Even today, many prefectures, states and counties are still practicing hard every day, hoping to attract customers with them." The man nodded and said calmly, "The person who made these songs has just been invited in." The two were stunned at first, and then slowly opened their eyes wide. "You said him? He is the famous Mr. Lynching?" Besides, as soon as the old man pulled Lin Quan into the house, he shouted with a smile, "Mom, girls, the gentleman is here. In this Huiyin building, there is only one person who can be called a gentleman." The originally noisy Huiyin building suddenly became quiet, and then burst into warm cheers and screams. Dozens of beautiful women in gorgeous clothes rushed forward or ran impatiently to the fences on the second and third floors, looking down without caring about their manners. After seeing the person clearly, they screamed again, waving their handkerchiefs desperately and shouting, "Mr. Sir!" The rings and pendants swayed, the light gauze fluttered, and in a moment, Lin Quan was surrounded by a group of beautiful women. The women, some thin and some plump, each had their own unique characteristics. They twisted their waists, and came with a fragrant breeze, and instantly surrounded the visitor. Dozens of slender hands pressed on Lin Quan, shaking him left and right, and pulled him into the lobby with soft voices. "Mister, you have lost weight. It's pitiful. Mister, why are you so haggard? I have just learned a few finger techniques. Why don't I go upstairs and massage you? Mister, you have been away for a long time. But have you forgotten the sisters here? I have just choreographed a dance, which is particularly exquisite with Mr. S. divine music. Would you like to see it? Oh, my mister." The old procuress in a bright red skirt came over when she heard the sound. Her golden hairpin sparkled in the candlelight. She shouted with a smile on her face, "You have been away for 7 months and 20 days. You are so ruthless. The girls missed you so much. Since you are here today, why don't you leave?" After that, she shouted upstairs, "Put the room that has been reserved for the master again, and light the Liyun incense that the master likes the most." A clever waiter at the staircase sighed and ran happily. Lin Quan chuckled and looked around the crowd and said, looking at the mother's business in full swing, "It probably doesn't matter whether I come or not. It matters. It matters a lot." The madam patted her thigh and led him to the private room at the back, while ordering, "Hurry, hurry, bring up the best wine and food in our building. The master is here. The master is here. Bring up the wine. Bring up the good wine." The other two women who were as famous as Miss Chuanyan squeezed on Lin Chuan's left and right, and hurriedly added after hearing the words. After realizing that the other party said the same thing as themselves, the two instinctively looked at each other, and both had some hostility. The woman in the rose-colored dress was as gorgeous as a flower in full bloom. She immediately pushed her chest hard, and swept the other party's chest in a demonstration. Humph! The girl in the goose-yellow shirt was born with a pitiful and weak posture. Although she was in a brothel, she had a kind of natural purity and flawlessness, which was the most lovable. She sneered silently, and twisted more beautifully. Today, everyone's purpose is the same. If we can take advantage of Mr. Lynching's inspiration after drinking to get a new song, and sing it tomorrow, wouldn't we be the most beautiful courtesan in the capital? Many girls were originally greeting other guests, but when they saw Lin Quan coming, they all left them and came to him. Those guests were dissatisfied at first, but when they saw who was coming, their anger disappeared instantly. It turned out to be him. No wonder. Yesterday I heard that this guy came back, but he was arrested by his senior brother Liao Wuyan that day and scolded. Originally, everyone was secretly betting on how many days he could last, but they didn't expect to see him today. It was indeed him. Worthy of him. Lin Quan smiled at the prostitutes and suddenly asked, "Is Miss Chuanyan really?" The madam wiped her tears, and her handkerchief was not wet at all. "That's right. It's really a short life for a beautiful woman." Lin Quan nodded, sighed, and said, "I wanted to see her, but I didn't expect that we would be separated forever. The beauty is gone, and there is no Shangyun in the world anymore." When he said that, the madam just smiled, but the other girls felt sour. What's so good about that vixen? She is still missed even after she died. Could it be true that the saying is true, The living can never be better than the dead? Especially the 2 golden flowers on the left and right. Who said sourly? Listen to what the gentleman said. Aren't we good enough? There was a beginning. And the other girls followed suit, pretending to be angry and saying that the gentleman was too partial. Could it be that there is only one woman in the world? Chuanyun? Are they really not good enough? Yes. Sir. You said before you left last time that you would compose a song for me when you come back. You can't go back on your word. Lin Quan said calmly, I'm not in the mood. I can only compose some sad songs to comfort your soul. Women are jealous by nature. Not to mention that he is a brothel slacker. Everyone dared not and did not want to be angry with him. But they could not help but hate the dead Chuanyun. Bah! What a thing! Even Sir was deceived. I must expose your true face later. The madam was also a little embarrassed, and hurriedly said, Oh, sir, don't be like this. Everyone will die one day. The sooner you die, the sooner you will be reborn, and you can enjoy happiness in the next life. Besides, these girls have been waiting for you for nearly a year. Can you really bear to ignore them? Lin Quan seemed touched, and looked around silently. The girls he had seen all flirted and tried to show their charm, hoping to win his favor. Perhaps Lin Quan finally felt that he had gone too far, and regained his instinct to cherish women. He immediately took out his fan and waved it twice. After a little thought, he smiled and said, You are all as good at playing and having fun as I am. We haven't met for a long time. If we still do the old ways, it will inevitably spoil the fun. Besides, I have been really bored in Beijing these few days, and there is no news. How about this? You can be alone with me one by one. No matter what you like. Just pick up some new things that others don't know and tell me. Everyone depends on their ability. I will be fair and just. Whoever wins, I will compose a song for her on the spot. Someone immediately covered her mouth and laughed, hitting Lin Quan with her pink fist and said, Oh, Master is really bad. We are alone together. What if Master and I are alone for too long and neglect the other sisters? What should we do? The prostitutes were not to be outdone, and they all said some romantic and witty words. In the window-side private room on the 3rd floor opposite Huiyun building, Qi Yuan and Xiao Ba, who were responsible for remote support in case of emergency, sat opposite each other and talked while keeping a close eye on the movements in the opposite building. It really is Master Lin Qing. He is really like the moon surrounded by stars. The honest Xiao Ba sighed. Qi Yuan winked at him. Are you jealous? Xiao Ba pouted, and then heard Qi Yuan muttering, Hey! What is he doing? Are you using his power for personal gain? We agreed to focus on the mission. Why are you talking behind closed doors? Wow! There are so many girls waiting outside with excited faces. Mr. Lin Qing is much more powerful than the rumors say. Great! Great! I always thought he was thin. But I never thought he had such special skills. So disrespectful. Although they were separated by a street and couldn't hear what was said inside, the two of them ate and drank while watching, and seemed to enjoy it very much. Summer appetite decreases, and everyone doesn't like to eat proper meals. But after eating cold noodles for dinner for 4 consecutive days, Pang Mu finally jumped out first and said that he couldn't continue like this. He wanted to vomit when he saw cold noodles now. Xiao Lu complained to Yan Jiao whenever he had a chance. Listen, this is what good life has done to you. It turns out that during the years of war, there were many times when you didn't have food for several days in a row. Pang Mu waved his hand with a dark face. Come on. Drag him away. Xiao Si and Xiao Wu flashed out from behind the bushes without saying a word, clamped Xiao Lu's arms on the left and right, and dragged him away backwards. My lord, it's unjust. Xiao Lu cooperated and retreated, stretched out his 2 arms to Yin Jiao, and shouted sadly. Yin Jiao laughed so hard that he fell backwards. And suddenly an idea flashed. Hey, I'll roll some vegetables for you to eat. She asked someone to stir-fry or cut various vegetables, and she made some dough herself. Just grabbed it in her hand, pressed it under the pot, wiped it, and lifted it up. In the blink of an eye, a thin and transparent pancake was ready. Use the pancake to roll some of your favorite vegetables or braise food, which is simple, convenient and delicious. It happened that the old lady had been suffering from the heat these days, and her appetite was particularly poor. She only rolled some cucumber shreds and stir-fried vegetable sprouts without meat. She was very surprised and said, Strange. I have eaten this single pancake before, and I have eaten these vegetables before. But why do they have a completely different flavor when simply rolled together? After that, she finished eating the remaining pancake and vegetables in her hand. Seeing Yin Jiao standing by the stove with sweat on his forehead, she couldn't help but said distressfully, "This is wild and interesting. When you have time, teach this method to the cook. It's so hot. Don't get tired." Yin Jiao agreed, and really taught the cook to come forward to teach. And soon she was free. At this time, Ping'an had already eaten one with Pang Mu's hand, and the little guy was still not satisfied. He pressed his arm and jumped. "Ping'an, Ping'an, come by yourself. The rice tastes better when you eat it yourself." Pang Mu was helpless. "Your little paws can't even hold it tightly, and it all leaks out in one bite." Yin Jiao laughed and asked someone to wrap it in oil paper, and then handed it to Ping'an, who was looking at it eagerly. "Eat it. Don't eat the outer layer." It was rare that he didn't have to use chopsticks, and the little guy was particularly happy to hold it and chew it. As a result, after a few bites, Pang Mu felt something was wrong, and hurried forward to pry his mouth open. "This silly boy. Didn't your mother tell you not to eat paper?" The milk teeth that finally grew out were quite good at chewing paper. Several adults laughed. Ping'an looked at this and that, and although he didn't know why, he also smiled foolishly, and everyone laughed even harder. After dinner, the couple walked the child in the yard, discussing the case as they walked. These 2 days, when they were looking through the files, they saw the case of the missing maids in the Taifu mansion again. They both felt that it was very likely that the maids were not missing at all, but were murdered. At the time of the incident, the girls were between 12 and 15 years old, and they were already half adults. They were not the first choice of the kidnappers at all, and the possibility was extremely low. Pang Mu nodded, picked a flower from the roadside and pinned it on her hair. "It looks good." Yin Jiao raised his hand and touched it, smiling. "I didn't know Suimo before, so I didn't dare to think about it. But now the more I know, the more I think this possibility is great. The key to the problem is, where is the body? This is the crime scene closest to them. If we can start from this aspect, it may become a new breakthrough." Pang Mu put his hands behind his back and thought slowly. The important places in the capital are strictly regulated. Even Shilio's pigeons dare not fly around. They are getting fatter day by day. It is unlikely that there are extra bodies dumped. Yin Jiao nodded. "I think so too. The most dangerous place is also the safest. I prefer to bury it on the spot. However, the Su family has many houses and manors, and we can't search them one by one." Xiaoxi, who was following far behind, took the initiative to speak. "Why don't we set a fire?" Yin Jiao really thought about it seriously, and after a while, he said with regret that it might not work. The fire he set to force the Princess Pisha out was indeed a classic case. But the key problem was that the Princess Pisha was alive and had the instinct to escape. But those girls had been dead for several years. What was there to burn? Even if the Su family ran away, we still don't know where they were buried. Pang Mu looked at this subordinate, who had followed him for many years, with suspicion, and said in a complicated tone, "I suspect you just wanted to set the fire." Xiaoxi smiled shyly and said firmly, "I died unjustly." Pang Mu chuckled a few times, and his whole body was full of disbelief. This is undoubtedly a life and death battle. After feeling the real threat, the opponent's actions gradually increased. Just today during the day, He Ming suddenly broke into the Ministry of Justice with a lot of fanfare, and asked to take Pei Yizhao back for investigation on the grounds that Chuanyun's death was in doubt. As a result, Xiao Liyuan was completely irritated. The old man dragged He Ming into the palace without saying a word, scolded him in front of the saint, and personally protected Pei Yizhao. If the case cannot be solved as soon as possible and Pei Yizhao is cleared of innocence, Xiao Liyuan's situation will become increasingly embarrassing. They face too many difficulties. The time is long, the clues are missing, and the resistance is huge. The situation is too passive, and the progress is slow. Something must be done to make them lose their composure. Perhaps Xiaoxi's magical way of approaching inspired Yin Xiao. She walked forward a few steps, suddenly stopped, turned her head, and asked with a burning look, "Are there any officials on the list who are afraid of ghosts?" Chapter 32. Afraid of ghosts? Xiaoxi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he clasped his fists to Yin Jiao with admiration. "Great plan, sir." Pang Mu touched his chin and thought for a while, then smiled. "It's a good plan indeed. Sure enough, this unconventional method suits my taste. But most officials are very proud. And even if they are afraid, they probably won't show it on their faces. So it's really hard to find out, Yin Jiao said, or to put it another way. Is there any official himself or his family who is particularly religious? Or who likes to go to the temple whenever he has something to do? Pang Mu and Xiaoxi laughed. That's much simpler. Being afraid of ghosts is shameful. But believing in Buddhism is not. You can find out by just asking. Xiaoxi patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, sir. Let's not talk about those far away for now. Including the Su family. The details and daily whereabouts of the 6 officials in and outside the capital will be captured within 3 days. Yin Jiao nodded. And suddenly couldn't stay any longer. I'll go find Mrs. Dong. She is known as a talented woman. And she comes from a noble family. Even if she doesn't deliberately socialize, she should have a lot of information over the years. Pang Mu also said, then I'll go to Old Man Xiao to talk to him in Minghui. And by the way, see how the details of those people are being investigated. The 3 of them had already discussed and were about to act separately. But when they turned around, they saw Ping An holding a small wooden bird and giggling at them. Fly. The couple scratched their heads together, forgetting about this little thing. Come on. Mother will take you to play with your aunt. Yin Jiao bent down and held her son in her arms. Oh, it's heavy again. In a few years, Mother may not be able to hold you. Xiaoxi shook his head hard behind him and said sincerely, No. Sir, you are a powerful character who can dance with 2 pots after all. Yin Jiao gritted his teeth at him. Are you itchy? The 3 of them acted separately. After hearing this, the old lady shook her head and said, There is no peace in this world. In the past, there was a war. And now that the war is over, everyone is busy fighting among themselves. It's really not peaceful. The eldest girl Chui He smiled and said, Everyone has selfishness. As long as there are people in this world, it is inevitable. The old lady sighed. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. Come with me to the warehouse. I haven't even looked carefully at the materials delivered yesterday. That's right, Sueha said hurriedly. The 2 adults are very capable. No matter what kind of monsters and demons they are, they will definitely show their true colors. I remember there is a new product made in Jiangnan, called Xiaoling Sha, which is the softest and most delicate, ventilated and not transparent. Now it has only entered the palace. And it was the Empress Dowager who specially gave you a few pieces. Looking at the entire capital, only 3 or 2 families can afford this. The Empress Dowager is kind. The old lady nodded. See if there are any fresh and bright colors. And cut a few for Jiaoju first. Poor her. She runs around in the hot weather. And her face is tanned. Other families' young girls and wives are all pampered. But she has to take care of several young girls, and is exhausted all day long. Sueha smiled and agreed. And then said, The master is also with him. He has thick skin, and is resistant to cold and heat. It would be a waste to wear such good materials. The old lady said without turning her head. Sueha, Yin Jiao, who didn't know that he had secretly got a few new clothes, took Ping into Liao's house. It happened that Bai Ning and Tu Qing and his wife came with their son to ask for advice on enlightenment. What a coincidence, Yin Jiao said with a smile. Put Ping In, who was already shouting she in his arms, on the ground, and touched his furry head. Go and play with your brother. Don't be naughty. Ping In sighed. And as soon as he landed, he ran to Shi's arms with his short legs, and held up the wooden bird for him to see. Fly. Shi, fly. What's the point of playing for a child this young? Mrs. Dong laughed. Why are you here now? Yin Jiao watched the 2 radish heads running away hand in hand, and then turned around and said, To be honest, dear sister-in-law, I have something to ask for. He then said to Bai Ning and Tu Qing, It's a good thing that you are here too, saving me 2 trips. Listen, you don't come to my door for nothing. Mrs. Dong pointed at her and laughed. Everyone laughed for a while, and then Yin Jiao talked about business. I just took on a case recently, and some things are not easy to investigate in a big way. So I need your help. Mrs. Dong understood and said, Is it about Captain Pei? Recently, the capital has been in a mess. Considering that Yin Jiao went to the Ministry of Justice right after Pei Yizhao got into trouble, it is not surprising to draw this conclusion. Yin Jiao nodded. Please forgive me for not being able to tell you the details of the case now. You are more active in socializing than Tian Kuo and I. Here is a list. Please take a look and see which officials or their families believe in Buddhism. Believe in Buddhism? Bai Ning asked curiously. What kind of case is this? It was unusual enough for a monk to visit a brothel. But now, he even said he believed in Buddhism? Could it be that a monk committed the crime? Auntie, what are you talking about? Yin Jiao said with a mixture of laughter and tears. Stop imagining. I didn't say anything. If this gets out, those monks will eat me alive. It was dark. So Mrs. Dong asked someone to bring a lamp. And then she looked carefully. Unexpectedly, before the two women had come to a conclusion, Tu Qing pointed at He Ming's name and said, He? Yin Jiao was stunned. Are you sure? This is a big fish. So far, He Ming is definitely the most active and involved lackey of the Su party. Tu Qing nodded slightly. Last year, he went to the Shishan camp to select seedlings. During the period, he personally went down to test his martial arts. When he took off his outer robe, a jade guanyin hanging around his neck was revealed. At this point, he frowned and recalled for a moment before saying, but from his appearance, he didn't seem to want anyone to know, and immediately stuffed it into his inner clothes. Although it was only a quick glance, the jade material was pure and flawless, and extremely delicate. It was indeed a rare good material outside, and it seemed that people often played with it. Yin Jiao asked again, do you know his origin and background? Tu Qing said, I don't know him well, and I haven't paid much attention to him. But I heard that he seemed to have served as a minor official in Liangzhou. Later, I don't know how he jumped several levels and became the garrison commander of the capital in just a few years. It was too difficult for military officers to be promoted during peacetime. He Ming was only 37 years old now, and such a promotion speed was really surprising. Although he performed well after taking office, many people were still dissatisfied in private and could not help but talk about it. Liang-o? Yin Jiao said in a lost voice. Yeah. Tu Qing nodded. Is there a problem? Too much. Yin Jiao laughed. Thank you very much. You really helped us a lot. In June of the 4th year of Tianyu, Su Mo left Beijing for Liangzhou. In July, 3 children died of poison. After Pei Yizhao's on-site visit and subsequent investigation, as well as Lin Chuan's accidental encounter with the old benefactor, it was confirmed that the local officials had organized a grand reception ceremony, and the 3 dead died accidentally during this period. Now, a former Liangzhou official has finally surfaced. This lady, Mrs. Dong pointed to a name above and said, is a great believer in Buddhism. She is a vegetarian now. She goes to Shihua Temple outside the city to burn incense and worship Buddha on the 1st and 15th day of every month. Yin Jiao saw that she was referring to a minor official in the Ministry of Rites named Wei Ming, and subconsciously said this name, frowning and looking disgusted. How did such an unlucky name get into the Ministry of Rites? Ming, don't look. Old eyes are blurry. Go to the Ministry of Rites to retire? The 3 of them were amused by her unique focus. Mrs. Dong said again, he probably believes in it too. Once your brother accompanied me to burn incense, and happened to see them donating incense money there. And this Lord Wei even signed it. Yin Jiao was a little confused. Is there any difference between signing or not signing? The fortune sticks in Shihua Temple are quite famous, and there are many people seeking them. Bai Ning helped to answer the question. The monks there don't force money, but let people give as they please. But then again, who would give less if they are sincere? Later, there was a rule that anyone who donated more than 200 taels could leave their name, and the monks in the temple would carve it on the merit stele in front of the Buddha. She curled her lips. Actually, this trick is really bad, especially for those who often hang out in the capital, who would want to lose face. Although they don't force it, people give more instead. 200 taels? Yin Jiao finally understood the problem. The salaries of officials in the Dala dynasty ranged widely, and the capital city had many expenses. For an insignificant official in the Ministry of Rites like Wei Ming, he could not save much from his monthly salary. Moreover, the court did not solve the housing problem. Wei Ming, who was born in another place, had to pay a considerable amount of rent, so his life was definitely not very comfortable. His wife was of ordinary origin, and there were elderly and young people in the family, so the pressure was even greater. However, even such a family that was likely to be stretched to the limit was willing to pay more than 200 taels of incense money in one go. When Yin Jiao wanted to ask more details, Mrs. Dong smiled and said nothing. Yin Jiao was slightly startled, and then understood in seconds. Her sister-in-law was a famous lady born and raised in the capital, and Wei Ming's wife was only a sixth-rank Onren. The daily lives of the two would not have any intersection at all. It was not easy for Mrs. Dong to know these things. However, today's harvest was already an unexpected surprise. Yin Jiao hurriedly thanked him. Seeing that Ping'an and Sheer were having fun, she simply left him here and went to the Ministry of Justice without stopping. Who knew that as soon as she rolled off the horse at the door, Pang Mu came out. When they looked at each other, they instantly understood that each other had gained something. At this time, Xiao Liyuan was still talking to Pei Yizhi. Seeing Pang Mu return with Yin Jiao, he was a little surprised. "Why are you here now?" Yin Jiao told the result of the question while he was paying his respects. Xiao Liyuan rarely smiled. "Just now, the censorate impeached Wei Ming and Peng Fei for being idle and spoiling their concubines, and their salary expenses were too high. Eunuch Wang deliberately put the memorial on it. At the latest tomorrow morning, their peaceful days will end." Another official, Peng Fei, was also a minor official, but he was better than Wei Ming, and he was also a useless idle position. The result was good, but even though they were in the same camp, Yin Jiao had decided that the charge was too roundabout. Xiao Liyuan saw her thoughts and said calmly, "Time is urgent, so we have to act conveniently. We should arrest the person first, and there is no need to rush the trial. This dynasty attaches great importance to order. It is definitely a stain on the life of an official to favor his concubine and kill his wife. In addition, there is also the suspicion of corruption and bribery. The saint cannot sit idly by. He was born in the imperial censorate and was very familiar with this trick. Those younger generations and old colleagues were also happy to cooperate. If you are upright, you are not afraid of your shadow. If he is innocent, just put him back." Pang Mu rubbed his hands and said, "If you have a guilty conscience, you must be guilty. At that time, we just need to spread some rumors that seem to be true, and those outside will lose their composure." Pei Yizhi, who had just changed the medicine, had unbearable pain in his eyes. After hearing these developments, he was immediately attracted to all his attention inside. "I am ashamed that I didn't know the details of He Ming." "Master Pei, don't blame yourself," Yin Jiao said. "It is said that he was originally just a minor official in Liangzhou and was not on the list of officials. How easy is it to investigate? If they hadn't accidentally encountered Tuqing today, they would have to wait." Pei Yizhi sighed and said, "Wei Ming and his ilk are not to be feared. But with He Ming's current status, he cannot be easily moved. What should he do? He is a decent person who likes to attack head-on." He couldn't think of what to do for a while. Yin Jiao and Pang Mu looked at each other, and their smiles gradually became obscene. The 7th day of the 6th lunar month is very ominous, and everything is not suitable. That night, He Ming, the garrison commander of the capital, led people to patrol the city. When passing Zhuge Street, he suddenly caught fire without fire. The whole city was in an uproar, and then rumors spread that it was a sinister person who wanted to kill him. Chapter 33. Although few people in the garrison had been on the battlefield, they all reacted quickly. Even though He Ming took off his coat and put out the fire as soon as he found it, the scene was still seen clearly by passers-by and other people in the same team. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Ghosts are coming for my life." After that, the rumor spread throughout the city at an alarming speed. He Ming's 2 deputies were older than him and had high prestige, and he himself was promoted too quickly, but he did not have any outstanding political achievements. Although he was not caught by others, he could not completely convince the public. Before, everyone had been muttering in private, and now this weird thing happened to He Ming, which was not picked by others. It was a punishment from heaven. So whether they believed it or not, they were discussing it happily at this moment, and the rumors became more and more outrageous. "I told you that he was an official of a shady background, and now even God can't stand it anymore. Damn it. It's really weird. I was right behind him, watching the green fire coming out. Don't you think it's scary? It must be a ghost fire. That guy must have dirty hands. It must be a ghost fire. I saw this kind of fire when I passed by the cemetery in my early years. Come to think of it, did you feel spooky at the time? In fact, patrolling in the middle of the night is bound to be accompanied by cold wind, and it is normal to feel damp and cold in rainy summer. But once people accept a certain setting, many thoughts are out of control and begin to spread wildly. This, his, after you say it, it seems to be true. At first, He Ming didn't think about it. But everyone took the initiative to help him to find it at the first time. After hearing what everyone shouted, He Ming's mind was blank for a moment. And then a black firework exploded with a buzz. Retribution is coming. The world only knows that the garrison commander He Ming is young, promising and majestic. But no one knows that he is afraid of ghosts. His heart has never been so wild as it is now. And a chill rushed from the back of his head to the top of his head. When he came to his senses, his palms were covered with sticky cold sweat. He Ming instinctively grasped the guanyin pendant in his palm, wanting to pray for blessings. But he didn't know how to start. The meaningful looks from his subordinates made him feel like a thorn in his back. And the people's pointing and talking made him feel uneasy. No matter how difficult a living person is, there is always a way to deal with it. But this dead person? When someone came to report that the Ministry of Justice insisted on turning over Chuanyin's body, the last string of reason in He Ming's mind snapped. And he immediately slammed the table and slapped the other person in the face, cursing loudly, "Foolish thing! When will it be the Ministry of Justice's turn to intervene in the defense of the capital? I asked for the prisoner Pei Zhao, but they didn't give it to me. And now they are asking me for something." The man staggered after being hit, and a sweet and fishy taste spread in his mouth. And he also became a little angry. Did the Lord forget? The Ministry of Justice is in charge of all cases in the world. Now that Chuanyin's cause of death is in doubt, there is nothing wrong with them asking for the autopsy. The previous garrison commander had been in office for many years, but he never touched his brothers. Before, He Ming led a few people to ambush in Huiyin Tower. At first, everyone thought they were catching some vicious criminals. But when they saw that the person caught was Pei Zhao, they felt uneasy. They all lived in the capital. The people outside didn't know what kind of temper Pei Zhao had. Don't they know that they saw him everywhere? If there are still real men in this world, Iron Monk is definitely one of them. But there are many things in the court that are hard to explain. They are just small shrimps below, and they dare not interfere with them with their families. However, the situation is changing now. First, Xiao Liyuan tried his best to protect Pei Zhao, and even the saint agreed not to transfer him for the time being. Then a female head constable took over the case. He Ming himself was almost unable to clear himself. So the people in the garrison naturally became more and more restless. As the saying goes, don't take on a job without diamonds. If you don't have the ability to convince others, you must be prepared to be attacked at any time. He Ming sat at his desk. There were official documents in front of him, but he had no time to read them. He couldn't listen to his subordinates. His mind was in a mess. He kept thinking they are here to take revenge. But who was it? He didn't want to think about it. And he didn't dare to think about it. He even felt that he couldn't stay in this room. I have something to go out for, He Ming said stiffly, and left without looking back. Don't let the people from the Ministry of Justice succeed. After he left, the subordinate spat bloody saliva at his back. What the hell? Brother. The other person who was waiting outside saw that half of his face was red and swollen. And he was also angry. The people from the Ministry of Justice are still waiting in front. The manager has run away. You and I are just ants. Why bother to swell our faces and get involved? The man who was beaten for reporting the news with good intentions gritted his teeth. Everyone knows that the people from the Ministry of Justice are difficult to deal with. At the critical moment, you, He Ming, did not stand up, but used your brothers as a filler. Since you are unkind, don't blame your brothers for being unjust. The sudden ghost fire directly messed up He Ming's whole life. He urgently wanted to find some comfort and hope. But the elders and wife and the family were ordinary people, and they didn't even know what he had done behind his back. It was useless to talk about such a ghost encounter. While thinking about it, He Ming was surprised to find himself standing in front of the Taifu mansion. His heart moved, and he suddenly had some hope. Yes, he had done so many things for the Taifu, and he always valued him. So he would definitely not stand by and watch him die. However, when Suyuan really took the time to see him, after hearing him stuttering about what he wanted, he immediately frowned. You are anxious to see me, just to tell me that you saw a ghost? It was late at night, and Suyuan had gone to bed. But when he heard the housekeeper say that He Ming, who usually didn't come to the door, looked panicked. He was afraid that something big had happened. So he put on his clothes. But who knew that he would hear a half-baked ghost story? Outrageous. Suyuan was furious and said, Are you kidding me? He hadn't encountered such a ridiculous thing for many years. It was simply ridiculous. He Ming was stunned. sweating profusely, and knelt down and said, "Master, I dare not. This is absolutely true. Dozens of people have seen it. And now it has been only half an hour. And the city has already spread it. You can send someone to verify it. I really didn't lie. Master, please save me." He was born in a poor family and sold everything he could sell. It was not easy to climb to his current position. And he still has a bright future. If he falls one day, his life will be over. I never believe in ghosts and gods, Su Yinwan said coldly, then frowned slightly. You said it was only half an hour. And the whole city was full of rumors? He Ming nodded like pecking rice in confusion, and had no spare energy to distinguish the meaning of Su Yinwan's words. It is indeed a ghost fire. I have seen it before. And there is also a cold wind. He is obviously a very tough man, usually with a straight back and a high chin. And he is very courageous and fearless. But at this time, he kneeled on the ground with a hunched back. His inner clothes were soaked with cold sweat, tightly attached to his body, and his face was pale. This is really scared from the bottom of his heart. Shut up. Nonsense. Su Yinwan just thought that this man was crazy. It's just a trivial trick. But it made you lose your composure. Is your courage made of paper? Sir, it's true. Seeing Su Yinwan's constant denial, He Ming was really going crazy. Your humble servant, no need to say more. Su Yinwan had no intention of listening to his nonsense anymore, and immediately stood up and walked away. Sir! He Ming instinctively chased after her for a few steps, but was stopped by someone just as he walked out of the door. Sir, it's getting late, and the dew is heavy, and the master needs to rest. So please go back, the man said politely and coldly. He Ming shouted at Su Yinwan's back unwillingly, but the other party seemed to have not heard him, and walked away. The coat embroidered with delicate cranes and auspicious clouds was raised high behind him, and the folds of the fabric dancing in the wind formed an arc, which looked like a mocking face. There is no curfew in this dynasty. After the city gates are closed every day, there are no restrictions on livelihoods everywhere, which leads to many government offices being brightly lit all night, just like the current coroner's room of the Ministry of Justice. Sir, the body has been settled in the autopsy room, said Gua. Should we wait until dawn or start now? He has not passed the probation period, and a Miao has not officially graduated. They are not qualified to perform autopsies independently, so they have to wait for Yin Jiao or other coroners approved by the Ministry of Justice to be present every time. The gong for the second watch has been struck, and the heat of the day has completely faded. The cool breeze with moisture shuttles through every corner, and a layer of tiny goose bumps has appeared on the exposed skin. I don't know if it's psychological, but the people in the Ministry of Justice always say that the area around the coroner's room is colder than other places all year round. Yin Jiao yawned and threw a sour and spicy plum into his mouth. His saliva immediately flooded, and his facial features were squeezed together. The sleepiness that just came up disappeared instantly. Well, time is life. Let's work overtime. As he said that, he handed the small purse filled with plums to Gua the coroner. Gua the coroner skillfully took out a plum and put it in his mouth. The next moment, he also showed the same twisted expression as Yin Jiao. Oh my god! So sour and spicy! What a weird taste! He passed the purse to a Miao with his saliva. Soon, the third indescribable wrinkled face appeared in the coroner's room. It was the middle of the night, and there was no one outside. Only a cool breeze. 3 people gathered under the lamp holding various silver-shining tools, swallowing saliva frantically at a corpse. This scene was so weird that it couldn't be more weird. A Miao pressed the plum in her mouth to the bottom of her tongue and looked through the prison record brought with the corpse. Today is the 7th day of the 1st lunar month. The person was locked up in the afternoon of the 5th day of the 1st lunar month. He hanged himself on the 6th day of the 1st lunar month. He was cold when he was found. Hanged? Yin Jiao asked. There are no beams in the prison. Right. Where did the rope come from? In order to prevent prisoners from escaping, the walls of the prison were built with hard boulders. Where did the beams come from to hang? Gua, the coroner, lifted the oilcloth covering the corpse and pointed to her empty waist and said she was hanged by untying her belt and tying it to the intersection of the wooden railings. Because the body had only been dead for a day and there were almost no exposed wounds. Although there was a little smell, it had not had time to breed maggots and the like. After washing away the incontinence, it was still clean. Where's the belt? Yin Jiao stretched out his hand and a Miao handed over the belt and the oil paper bag. Chuan was still wearing the smoky purple long dress embroidered with camellias on the day of her arrest. And she was also wearing a matching silk ribbon tied around her waist, which was also embroidered with exquisite camellia patterns. However, at this moment, this originally beautiful belt was faintly stained with blood. Yin Jiao carefully looked at the belt and compared it to Chuan's neck. It did correspond to several abrasions. How high is the horizontal wooden railing of the prison? She suddenly asked. Gua and Miao were stunned. They really had never been there. Lin Ping. Yin Jiao shouted outside, repeating the question. Lin Ping, who was in charge of handing over the body, came in after hearing the sound. After a brief recollection, he raised his hand and gestured to his chest. About here. Yin Jiao measured Chuan's height with a scaled cloth strip, tied the knot along the folding marks left by the belt, and fell into deep thought. Lin Ping's height is about 1.8 meters, so his chest position is about 1.4 meters, and the diameter of this belt after knotting is about 50 centimeters. In other words, the bottom of the rope buckle is only 90 centimeters from the ground. If Chuan, who is about 1.6 meters tall, really wants to hang himself in this state, he must first lie half down. After reaching this conclusion, Yin Jiao couldn't help but hold his forehead. Have you ever seen someone hanging while lying down? If you lie down, your head will inevitably fall out of the rope loop. So you can only lie half down. And then the deceased will use his own strength to fight against the survival instinct that bursts out at the moment of death. What a strong willpower this is. If he is so determined, why would he seek death? The three looked at each other, and then imagined the scene for a while, and they all felt that their eyes were opened. I have never seen it before. Yin Jiao shook his head. In fact, when I learned that she had hanged herself, I felt that the possibility of suicide was extremely low. To put it bluntly, it would be better to hit her head against a stone wall and die instead of wasting this effort. Of course, we cannot rule out personal preference, but the probability is really too low. Besides, her reason for suicide was too inadequate. As a prostitute who became famous at the age of 16. Let's be fair. She must have met a lot of disgusting customers over the years. Right? It's not easy. Could she really give up her life so easily? The most important thing is that she had no grudges with Pei Yizhao in the past or in the present. And she had never even met him. So why would she kill him? With all kinds of doubts. Yin Jiao personally presided over the autopsy. It was indeed as the garrison said. Until Chuan committed suicide, no one had tortured her. Her body looked very smooth and clean, with only a shocking strangulation mark on her neck. Could it be that she really was hanged? Miao was surprised. But when she thought of the posture her master had described, she felt that it was simply too unbelievable. Not necessarily, said Gua, the coroner. There are many cases in the folk where others strangled and pretended to hang themselves, and we need to distinguish them carefully. Old Gua is right, Yin Jiao said without raising his head. But this case is obviously well disguised. The strangulation mark on the neck was diagonally upward, and there was no cross behind the head. No matter how you look at it, it seems that she had hanged herself. Turn the body over and have a look, Yin Jiao said. As a result, he really found the problem when he turned it over. There were several obvious longitudinal parallel rough indentations on the upper part of the back of the deceased, and some places even had traces of skin abrasion. Wooden fence. Yin Jiao suddenly looked up at Miao, looked at her for a while, but shook his head, and then shouted outside, Su Qian. Come on. Come in and help me. Su Qian pushed the door open and entered. Her almond eyes sparkled in the dark night, full of energy. Sir, what do you want me to do? Turn your back. Yin Jiao drew a circle with his fingers, then neatly untied the plain silver belt on his outer robe, hung it around Su Qian's neck, and asked Lin Ping to hold it from behind. Lin Ping. Su Qian. Yeah. However, the perverted Lord Yin was very satisfied. He held his arms and looked at them for a while, then nodded. Okay. This is the position. Hey. Keep this position and don't move. The weird-looking duo turned their heads stiffly to look at her, their eyes full of pleading. They were really in a difficult situation. What were they doing in the middle of the night? If you were strangled like this, how would you get out of it first? Yin Jiao looked at Su Qian. As soon as the words fell, the girl, who was as quiet as a virgin, suddenly stood up, bent down and gave an elbow strike, and Lin Ping bent down with a sound. Then Su Qian turned around, grabbed his shoulder with one hand, pulled his arm with the other, and deftly put her feet in a flower. The next moment, Lin Ping was swung up 3/4. After finishing this whole set of movements, Su Qian just woke up from a dream and squatted down to pat Lin Ping's face. Full of guilt, "I'm sorry. I forgot. Once someone strangles my life gate, I really can't control it. This is the instinct of martial artists. You can definitely understand." Lin Ping, who was thrown to the ground, groaned hard, lying on the ground, and gave her a thumbs up. Good skills. Yin Jiao pinched his eyebrows painfully, feeling not only physically tired, but also mentally tired. A meow. She turned her head to look at her beloved and only little apprentice. If you were helpless and someone strangled you from behind, how would you react? A meow decisively swallowed the words. I have also learned self-defense recently, and thought carefully before saying. Use your fingernails to scratch it. The first reaction of ordinary people would definitely be to pry the other person's hand. But in that case, they might not be able to use force. So they can only settle for the second best. Scratching. Yin Jiao nodded, turned back to the body, and gently picked up the hand hanging under the dissection bed. There is skin tissue between the fingernails, and the murderer's hand or upper limb should have fresh scratches. The deceased was quite cooperative when he was arrested. Right? Yin Jiao pondered for a moment. Then the owner of the dandruff is most likely Lord Pei, and one of the murderers. She was about to call Lin Ping out of habit, but seeing him sitting on the ground pitifully, she immediately changed her words and said, Song Liang, go to the backyard now to see Lord Pei's arm. The third leader of the Flying Tiger Hall was stunned for a moment, and a suspicious blush slowly appeared on his frightened face. He avoided it and said, This is not good in the middle of the night. Right? Su Qian and a meow immediately looked disgusted and said in unison, What disgusting things are you thinking about? Yin Jiao, who was obsessed with work, was half a beat slower to react and realized that he must have thought of some yellow waste in his mind. He immediately said with disgust, Go quickly. Check if there are any scars. You are tall and strong, and you secretly touch all kinds of messes every day. She was exhausted physically and mentally. She was really exhausted physically and mentally. What kind of hot stuff did she bring? Not long after, Song Liang came back trotting, reporting to the Lord. There is no scar on Lord Pei's arm except for a little burn caused by quicklime. Yin Jiao nodded, and took Guo and a meow to open the skull and chest, and carefully performed all the necessary dissections. Hide bone fracture. Internal organs are consistent with suffocation reaction. No other fatal injuries. She exhaled slowly. Notify Mo Shi to contact He Ming early tomorrow morning. If there are scratches on his hands, control him first. Also, ask the jailer at the garrison department who Chuan Yun has seen since he was detained. It's already 3 o'clock in the morning, and everyone is closed. If you break into the house late at night just based on high suspicion, it's really not good. The wound will not heal overnight. So let's wait until tomorrow morning. After the finishing work was completed, it was almost 5 o'clock in the morning. Gwen and Meow were both knocked down by the counterattack of the sleep demon, and they all said they would stay in front for one night. Yin Jiao had gotten over the drowsiness, but now he couldn't sleep, so he decided to go home to his husband and children. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived at the door, the night guard smiled and said, The master is finally out. The master came a long time ago and told us not to disturb you. Yin Jiao exclaimed, quickened his pace, and went to the guest room in front. Sure enough, Pang Mu was boxing inside. He probably waited too long, and it was boring to sit there, so he simply got up and stretched his muscles. When he heard the door open and turned around, he was still in the posture of a white crane spreading its wings. The two looked at each other across the light for a moment, and suddenly burst out laughing. Are you done? Yes, I'm done. Yin Jiao nodded. Go home. Pang Mu withdrew his hand. Go home. Why are you here so late at night? The two greeted the night watchman and walked slowly on the road side by side. This area is basically all confidential government offices, and all vendors are prohibited from entering. Apart from the orderly footsteps of patrolling soldiers and the chirping of cicadas and insects, there is almost no movement. There is a letter from Lao Qi, Pang Mu said. Lin Quan got the word from a prostitute, saying that Chuan Yun had a lover, and he saw him 2 days before the accident. Yin Jiao smiled at him. Let me guess who the lover is. He Ming? Right. Are there any results from the autopsy? Pang Mu understood what he meant. Yin Jiao nodded. It's almost certain. Let's wait until tomorrow, and let Mo Shi find a reason to confirm it. Originally, since the witness is not dead in their place, there is a responsibility for poor supervision. And his position as the garrison commander is certain. But as long as the person is still there, and the backer is not defeated, he will be able to make a comeback sooner or later. Cut the grass to remove the root. By the way, she remembered something else. What about Lin Quan? Pang Mu spread his hands helplessly. He finally ran away from the master's eyes openly. How could he go back easily? After delivering the news to Lao Chi and others, he said that he would stay there tonight. Before Yin Jiao had time to express his feelings about this, he saw Qi Yuan and Xiaoba running from a distance with wild laughter all the way. Master! Sir! Pang Mu was surprised and asked, why aren't you watching over there? Now Lin Quan is one of theirs anyway. What if someone secretly attacks him? It would have been better if they didn't say anything. Once they did, Qi Yuan and Xiaoba laughed even harder and harder. Mr. Liao sent someone in advance, and they were in the private room next to us. As soon as we received the news, they rushed into Huiyun building and carried Mr. Lin Qing away like a live pig. Ha ha ha. Chapter 34. The next morning, Mo Shi took people to the garrison, and met He Ming on the pretext of Peizhu. He Ming seemed to have not slept all night. His eyes were full of red bloodshot. His lips were dry and cracked, and he was a little absent-minded when dealing with Mo Shi. Mo Shi clasped his fist to him, and He Ming instinctively returned the greeting. But the next moment, he saw the other party's face change, waved his hand back, and said sternly, tie him up. Several guards immediately stepped forward and instantly pressed He Ming, who was daydreaming, to the ground. The dull pain from all parts of his body finally brought He Ming back to his senses. He looked up and said angrily, Mo Shi, you are crazy. How dare you commit treason? Mo Shi squatted down and sneered, Master He, you are clear-headed. Why do you have to deceive yourself now? Didn't you sleep last night? Miss Chuanyin's nails are really sharp. He Ming's pupils contracted violently when he heard it, and he couldn't help but tremble in his voice. I don't understand what nonsense you are saying. Summer sleeves are short, revealing many fresh scratches on the back of his hands. Mo Shi remembered what Yin Jiao told him before leaving, and immediately lowered his voice and parroted, Master He, if you walk too much on the night road, you will always encounter ghosts. The law of nature is clear and retribution is not wrong. They are waiting for you downstairs. He Ming froze, and before he could finish, he roared like crazy, and with some strange strength, he broke free from the yamen runners like a bull, knocked Mo Shi aside, and ran out like crazy. Mo Shi was knocked off guard by him, and cursed himself for being careless, and shouted, don't let him run away. The people from the garrison division were training early in the morning, and the martial arts field outside was full of people. He Ming knocked over several people along the way, and was forced to slow down. Mo Shi shouted don't let the murderer get away behind him, and several people actually cooperated and stepped forward to stop him. Seeing that there was only one step left, Mo Shi shouted, jumped up with all his strength, and threw He Ming to the ground like a tiger pouncing on its food. In the rolling smoke and dust, the two men fought and rolled far away. The yamen runners who were a few steps behind also arrived at this time, and they rushed forward and pressed down the struggling He Ming. It was not until this moment that the onlookers finally confirmed that the person who was arrested was actually their boss. Oh my God! What happened? I said this guy was in trouble. Could it be that the ghost from yesterday went to the yamen to beat the drum to complain? What the hell are you talking about? It's so early in the morning, and it makes my hair stand up. In the fight, Mo Shi's chin was injured, but at least nothing went wrong, and his heart finally fell back. He spat bloody saliva on the ground, took a few deep breaths, and then said to the crowd, He Ming intended to murder court officials first, and then kill people to silence them. He is now being taken back to the Ministry of Justice for interrogation. Thank you all for your help just now. If anyone has clues or other things to report, just go to the Ministry of Justice. These words were like salt sprinkled in a frying pan, crackling and exploding. Everyone was buzzing and watching Mo Shi escort people away. An inconspicuous man in the crowd saw the scene on the field, frowned, and went straight to the Taifu mansion. Please tell Taifu that He Ming is in trouble. I have destroyed all the correspondence in his family. Please make plans early. Almost at the same time, Yin Jiao and Pang Mu came to Liao's house with He Ming's portrait, hoping that Lin Quan could let the survivor identify him. But Mr. Lin Qing refused to cooperate. He changed into a Taoist robe that was as dark as his face at this time, and sat cross-legged on a straw mat under the corridor with his hands folded, his face full of indifference. No matter how Yin Jiao talked, he only said 2 words. "I won't go." Yin Jiao persuaded him with emotion and reason. "After all, you are a student of sages. Human life is at stake. How many innocent souls are dying in the underworld? How can you stand by and watch?" "I won't go." Pang Mu touched Liao Wuyan next to him. "Why are you in a bad mood?" Liao Wuyan was also a little helpless. "I didn't eat breakfast either. Probably because I felt embarrassed last night." The famous Mr. Lin Qing was forcibly carried out of the brothel in public, even if he was not particular about trivial matters. This kind of experience was not decent enough. When talking about this, Pang Mu laughed like a pig, which attracted Lin Xuan's murderous gaze. Liao Wuyan sighed silently and made a rare concession. "I didn't consider this matter. I won't do it again in the future." Yin Jiao clearly felt that Lin Xuan's tail was erected, but he still tried to keep a tight face and said in a yin and yang tone, "Senior brother is always right. How can senior brother be wrong?" "Liao Wuyan, I gave you face, didn't I?" Lin Quan snorted coldly, hunched his back and said faintly, "I have no parents anyway, and my master is far away. Anyone can come up and step on me." He wanted to say more, but the constant rumbling from his stomach ruined the atmosphere. He simply snorted heavily, laid down on the ground, closed his eyes, and pretended to be dead. Liao Wuyan was so angry that his teeth itched. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to kick him, but was stopped by Pang Mu. Qi Yuan and Xiao Lu gathered together and whispered, "Wow, he has always been angry with others, but today he really opened his eyes. Yes, I didn't expect that he would have such a day." The two looked at each other and felt that it was too exciting. They sighed together. It's true that the higher the virtue, the higher the devil. Yin Jiao held his head and laughed silently, hugged his knees and squatted in front of Lin Quan, then knocked on his extremely smart head. Hey, do you want to eat? Would you like hot pot? Spicy, with beef oil as the base. Do you know how hard it is to get some beef oil nowadays? I've kept it in the ice cellar for a long time. Catch some shrimps from the river. Peel out the tender shrimp meat, and it will turn pink when boiled. Shrink into a circle, and be tender and springy. Give me some duck intestines. Rinse them briefly, and they will make a crunching sound. The green and juicy vegetables in the vegetable garden are only picked a little bit. It's so refreshing. Don't you like fried bean curd skin very much? After boiling it in the pot, the surface is covered with red soup. It's so tasty. The tofu soaks up the juice. Put it in your mouth and take a bite. It's spicy and hot and fills your mouth. Then add some thinly sliced fat lamb. Lift it up and down a few times, and watch it change color and curl. The oily sauce is mellow, and the dry sauce is fragrant. I personally prefer the mixed sauce with sesame sauce, sour beans, shallots, etc., which tastes better the more you eat. Hey, at the end, use that pot of mixed essence to cook a handful of bean noodles. Oh my god, it's worth a fortune. She counted them in a babbling manner, swallowing her saliva while counting. At the beginning, it was a solo, but later it was basically a duet. Lin Quan reluctantly showed his eyes from his arm, and said very reservedly and aggressively, "You are not allowed to eat it." Yin Jiao gritted his teeth. "Okay. It's so spicy that it will kill you." So the famous socialite Mr. Lin Qing started to suffer from constipation in the afternoon of that day. Early in the morning of the 8th day of the first lunar month, the sage attacked Wei Ming and Peng Fei at the court meeting, because the censorate had collected a lot of evidence. The sage was too lazy to listen to their explanations, and ordered the suspension of the two men's duties, temporarily detained them, and ordered the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Justice to conduct a joint thorough investigation. Xiao Liyuan personally went to negotiate with the Ministry of Personnel and directly brought the two back. Wei Ming and Peng Fei, who had a guilty conscience, saw the door of the Ministry of Justice. Their legs were weak, and they couldn't walk no matter what, and they were still carried in by the yamen runners. The two trembled and entered the cell inside. But when they looked up, they saw a famous person in the capital sitting in the opposite cell, the garrison commander He Ming. Wei Ming was a little surprised. He Ming had risen to prominence in the past few years, and was always very tough. But why did he get into trouble today? Who has such courage? The three of them had never met before, and although they felt like brothers in distress at the moment, they were unexpectedly alert to each other. They each found a corner farthest away from each other, and sat down to figure out a way out. They thought someone would come to interrogate them soon. But after waiting for a day, not only did no one come, but there was not even a bite of food. The prepared countermeasures were useless, like a punch into cotton, and the whole strength was used in the wrong place. The three people's stomachs growled with hunger, and they became more and more upset, and they felt that their brains were almost unable to work. After an unknown amount of time, She came in and looked at the three of them one by one, sneering. "Are you still waiting for reinforcements?" He Ming didn't look at him, but closed his eyes to rest. Instead, Wei Ming and Peng Fei glanced at him quickly, then quickly retracted their glances, looking at each other's noses and hearts. She clicked his tongue a few times and said in a long voice, "It's funny. You three have been from different places, and you haven't talked to each other for so many years? Now you are together. Liangho, Yizhou, Bingzhou." He ran his fingers over the three people one by one. "Several major cases. Do you really think no one will investigate them after they are over?" Wei Ming and Peng Fei need not be mentioned. Even He Ming couldn't bother to pretend to be calm. His face changed. "It's been so long. Why are there still people investigating? There shouldn't be any evidence." The three of them looked at each other instinctively, feeling something was wrong. They came from different places and didn't know each other's background, but because they had something on their mind, they were particularly concerned about the news in this regard. They knew about the big case in the three places, but they never thought that one day they would really be in the same room with their colleagues. She ridiculed them for a while, and only gave them a bowl of cold water and 2 grain-steamed buns. Although the three of them held different official positions, they hadn't seen such rough food for many years. How could they easily start eating? They all held on. Who knew that they held on until the next morning? The three of them were so hungry that they couldn't stand it anymore. When they saw that the originally rough cold steamed buns were sweet, they all thought about whether they should secretly take a bite when the two people were not paying attention. This cell was specially used to detain officials and people with honors. Today, there were only 3 of them. At dawn, it was even more terrifyingly quiet. The 2 guards outside sat opposite each other without talking or moving around, just like dead people. Inexplicably weird. The deep part of the cell was cold all year round, even in summer. Peng Fei was weak, and it was very difficult to endure. He kept twisting and changing his posture. Who knew that when he looked up, he unexpectedly found a ghost on the wall with an arrow stuck in his chest. He didn't believe in ghosts and gods, but he was so scared that he screamed. Not to mention Wei Ming and He Ming, who believed in it. The 2 of them were already cold all over. Their minds were blank, and they couldn't even squeeze out a sound. "Here they come." After a while, footsteps suddenly came from the door, and the 3 instinctively had an almost absurd desire. Even if it was an enemy, it would be good to have a living person. A young man in his 20s came in with a large food basket and showed his badge to the guard. Tour said it would be hard to explain if people starved to death, so he asked me to deliver food. The guard opened the basket and took a look, seeming a little regretful. "Why treat them so well? There are still people who can't eat, but they are given fish and meat." The man cleared his throat, pursed his lips, and lowered his voice slightly. "Someone above has arranged it. Although Tour is not happy, there is nothing he can do." The 2 guards were a little angry, and muttered a few more words, then raised their hands to call him in. The 3 of them subconsciously looked up, but they were all thinking the same thing in their hearts. Is there someone above to arrange this? Who is it? The Grand Master? He really won't sit idly by. Thinking of this, the 3 who had just been struggling took the initiative to get close to the wooden railing, staring at the young man eagerly, hoping to get a reassurance from him. The man had an ordinary appearance, the kind that can be seen everywhere. Although he was young, his behavior was calm. He put a bowl of fried fish, half a roast chicken, half a fat duck, 2 extra fresh vegetables, a pot of soju, and a bowl of hot white rice for the 3 people. And the air was immediately filled with a rich aroma. Life is at stake, even though the 3 people's stomachs are beating like drums. They have no time to eat. They don't even look at the fragrant food, just waiting anxiously. Wei Ming couldn't help but ask with a trembling voice, "Who asked you to come?" Does he have anything to say to us? If they continue to endure like this, I'm afraid that the people from the Ministry of Justice will come to claim their lives first. The young man turned his head to look at the guards, and seeing that they didn't pay attention to the movement here, he whispered, "Don't say anything. Without solid evidence, they can't hold on for long, but they will suffer a little." Wei Ming nodded excitedly. Almost tears welled up in his eyes. Yes, yes. Peng Fei and He Ming on the other side also breathed a sigh of relief. At least they had communicated. And there was hope. It was nothing for an official to be sent to prison. As long as he was still alive, he could make a comeback. The young man saw that they had listened, and smiled slightly, and immediately comforted them. "The 3 loyal masters all know. And have a meal quickly, so that you can have the strength to fight them." Wei Ming nodded like pecking at rice. But He Ming suddenly felt that something was wrong. But he couldn't say it for a while, just staring at the young man. Unexpectedly, the other party was very perceptive, and immediately turned around and smiled at him gently. "What's the matter, Lord He?" Although he was smiling, he had a familiar aloofness. He Ming was startled. For a moment, he had the illusion that he saw Su Yimwan. He shook his head instinctively, and quickly picked up the bowl to cover it up. "I just felt that the little brother looked familiar." The young man nodded slightly and said lightly, "I have helped the master with things, and have indeed met Lord He several times. I guess Lord He is busy and has forgotten me." Hearing this, He Ming had no time to think about anything else. He hurriedly said in panic, "You are too kind. Too kind. I have always had a bad memory. It is really not intentional to neglect you. I hope you will not be offended." At this point, he no longer dared to have any questions, and his address to the other party changed from little brother to little brother. Become adult. He did not feel ashamed. Even Wei Ming and Peng Fei had a natural expression, since everyone worked for the Taifu. The person who came represented the Taifu's intention, not to mention calling him adult. What's wrong with kneeling down and barking like a dog? Peng Fei was a fat man, and he usually had a big appetite. At this moment, all his doubts were gone. How could he bear it? He ate half of the roast chicken in one breath, like a starving ghost reincarnated. Wei Ming bowed to the young man and took a sip of wine first. He felt that just one day was like a lifetime ago. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He picked up a piece of fish and a few bites of vegetables, and suddenly felt his appetite was opened, and unconsciously sped up. He Ming on the opposite side also put aside his distracting thoughts, broke off a duck leg and chewed it slowly, thinking about how to cooperate with the Taifu's actions next. Although he believed in Buddhism, he had no dietary restrictions. As the 3 were eating, there was another noise at the door, and the 2 guards stood up and saluted. "Mo Tuer." The young man's face changed, and he stood up suddenly. Mo She smelled the smell, and seemed to have sensed something. He walked in with one hand holding the knife, and made a few gestures to the back with the other hand, and asked the guard, "Has anyone been here?" The 2 guards looked at each other. Didn't the adult send someone to bring them food? Mo She said angrily, "Nonsense. Such beasts who take human lives lightly. I would rather watch them starve to death." Before he finished speaking, a young man suddenly appeared inside, and threw a leg whip with a sound of breaking through the air. Mo She instinctively raised his knife to block it. The young man's kung fu was extremely good. He changed his tactics temporarily, and arrived first after being attacked later. His right hand was dangerously swiped along the blade all the way up. He twisted his wrist and used a clever force, and the knife turned around and chopped towards its owner Mo She. Mo She was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. He did not dare to neglect it. He immediately cheered up and used his lifelong skills. In an instant, he fought with him for more than 10 rounds. I don't know who the young man is. Mo She couldn't do anything to him. After more than 30 rounds, he gradually became weak and was about to let him get away. At this moment, several Yamen runners who stayed outside rushed in and instantly disrupted the young man's position. Mo She stepped forward again, and after a fierce fight, he barely won by relying on his numbers. "Who are you? Tell me your name," Mo She shouted with his knife. The young man sneered and said sarcastically, "Only a fool would ask this question, and only a fool would answer it. Did Su Yimwan send you here?" Mo She pressed. However, the other party only gave him a pitying look, and suddenly raised his hand to wipe his mouth, and his teeth suddenly tightened. Mo She was shocked, and hurriedly rubbed his body to pry his jaw, and yelled again, Call the doctor. Call the doctor quickly. But it was too late. As soon as the outermost yamen runners rushed out in a panic, a large amount of black blood spurted out of the young man's mouth. His throat gurgled a few times. His limbs twitched. And then he stopped moving. That was not all. Peng Fei, who was watching the play, suddenly felt a soreness and numbness spread rapidly throughout his body. He couldn't even hold his bowl. He whimpered a few times and fell to the ground with his back. Then, Wei Ming also felt that most of his body could not move. He was so scared that he dropped his bowl and chopsticks, desperately slapped the wooden railing, and sobbed for help. He Ming started eating the last and ate the least. He could still hold on at this moment. But when he dropped his bowl and chopsticks, he also felt that his stomach and lips and teeth were gradually numb. Poisonous. The words murder and silence flashed through his mind. And endless anger and regret washed over his body, causing him to roar like a beast. Emoshi looked at this, then that, and reached out to probe Peng Fei's neck and nose. His face was as gloomy as water, and he punched the ground hard. He picked up the food and smelled it, and said hatefully, "Damn it. I was careless. It's poisonous." Seeing that Wei Ming and He Ming were still conscious, he yelled again, "Why the hell hasn't the doctor come yet? If it's any later, everyone will be dead, and there's no point in trying the case." After that, he yelled at the two of them, "Hurry up and dig your throat, and spit out as much as you can." The two of them were like being enlightened, and they didn't care about whether they were enemies or not, and hurriedly did as he was told. With the sound of retching, a sour smell gradually filled the cell. No. 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 I can't die. At least not in such a cowardly way. Doctor. The doctor is here. The yamen runner who went out to call the doctor finally brought the doctor back. She was dissatisfied and said, "Isn't it just across the street? Why is it so slow?" The yamen runner said aggrievedly, "It's on fire. The patrol team is busy putting out the fire." Many people ran out to watch the excitement and blocked the street. She frowned at the bloody corpse on the ground and said unhappily, "Drag the person out and let Lord Yin and others check it to see if they can find out anything. Don't leave it here to be an eyesore." After that, he asked casually, "Didn't it rain the day before yesterday? It's wet. Where is the fire?" The yamen runner subconsciously looked at He Ming, and then answered in his eyes full of anger, shock and disbelief, "Yes. It was the house of Mr. He Ming. I don't know why it suddenly caught fire. The fire was fierce. The old people and children inside didn't run out." Before he finished speaking, He Ming threw himself on the wooden fence with a howl. His head, face and neck were bulging with blue veins, swollen purple, and he let out a desperate roar. Besides, the two yamen runners dragged the body out and just closed the prison door. The body moved by itself. The two yamen runners hurriedly put him down and were about to speak, but the other party shushed them. To be honest, the young man under the torch had half of his body covered with black blood, but he was still so lively. Such a scene was really weird, but everyone was holding back their laughter. The three of them tiptoed to the yard outside, and the two yamen runners clasped their fists and apologized, "Master Wu, I'm really sorry. I knocked your head." Since it was a delay, they had to suffer some pain, especially when they were crossing the stairs. They heard the knocking sound from the back of the other party's head. They all felt pain. It was hard for them to bear it. What's the point of this little pain? There were many times when they were in danger of death during the war. Xiao Wu waved his hand nonchalantly and spit out a broken big fish bladder a few times, then raised his hand to wipe his face. "Can we not use this thing next time?" he complained to the shadow with a look of disgust. "My mouth is full of fishy smell." He didn't like fish to begin with, but now he had to bite a fish bladder filled with chicken blood in his mouth, which was really a sin. Yan Jiao and Pang Mu walked slowly from the darkness and said cheerfully, "Okay, then we'll change to pig bladders next time." Xiao Wu, after a moment of silence, he clasped his fists and said sincerely, "Fish bladder is good. After all, this thing is for air, while the latter is for urine." Pang Mu handed him a water bag and asked, "How is it? Is it going well?" Xiao Wu took it and rinsed his mouth, nodded, "No problem." Constable Mo acted like a real person. It's really a waste of talent. He was so mean. And the people who took anesthetics were afraid that they were about to vomit bile. Dr. Feng also entered smoothly, and then fed them a few more pills of Huanlian Dan. "It is impossible to have poison. But all the food was added with sufficient anesthetic. If it were normal, perhaps a little strange taste could be tasted. But unfortunately now, the three people were starving, and had no time to distinguish. Just listening to this, the two Yamen runners felt bitter in their mouths, thinking that this group of people was too mean. How could they come up with this? Facts have proved that in the face of the test of life and death, loyalty born out of interests is really vulnerable. The dead Peng Fei was interrogated alone, while Wei Ming and He Ming simply told Xiao Liyuan everything they could confess. Now that their families are dead, and they can't survive, we can't let the culprit get away with it. You guys are the first. Don't blame us for the 15th. If we have to die, we'll die together. Xiao Liyuan was satisfied and asked them to sign and seal. And then said sadly, Su Yuan is a veteran of 2 dynasties, the current emperor's teacher, and has countless disciples. It may not be possible to overthrow the Su party in one go with just his confession. And I believe you know better than me that once he is given a chance to survive, the consequences will be disastrous. Surviving the catastrophe. He Ming clenched his fists, and his eyes almost spit fire. He gritted his teeth and said, I want to confront him face to face. I want him to pay with blood. Wei Ming, who was still a little numb in his mouth, nodded hurriedly. I am willing too. It is said that when the cunning rabbit dies, the running dog is cooked. But he did not expect that this day would come so soon. Seeing He Ming end up in such a situation, he could not help but feel a little sad. Today, it was his house that was burned, and it might be his house tomorrow. It was not easy for his parents, wife, and children to come to this point with him, and they could not die in such an unclear way. Xiao Liyuan happily wrote a thick memorial, and asked He Ming and others to sign and stamp, and hurriedly sent it to the palace. At the same time, Xiao Si, who was out investigating, also came back. I found out that before and after the disappearance of several maids, Su Mo often went to a manor built on the mountain in the north of the city. The owner of the manor was someone else, but he actually bought it secretly. The location of the manor is not good. The terrain is not good, and it is very humid because of the river passing through it. In fact, it is not very suitable for living. But Su Mo frequently goes in and out, which is suspicious. After the incident, he never went there again. Now there are only a few people looking at it randomly, as if it is completely abandoned. At this point, Xiao Si's face suddenly became complicated. But it is such a manor. But there is a large area of camellias growing wildly. Camellias like moisture and heavy fertilizers. People who love flowers often bury meat under the roots of the flowers, and they grow well. Everyone suddenly felt physiologically nauseous. Pang Mu was silent for a moment. Is it reliable? Xiao Si nodded heavily. Almost 10%. The soil in that area is not fertile, and the growth of flowers and trees in other places is worrying. That large area of camellias looks so prosperous that it is enchanting. Pang Mu exhaled slowly. Wow! On the 10th day of the 7th month in the 8th year of Tianyu, the Minister of Justice Xiao Liyuan personally submitted a memorial, impeaching the Grand Tutor Su Yuan for condoning and shielding his grandson Su Mo from killing people all over the country for many years. Now that there are witnesses and evidence, he requested the death penalty. The whole court was in an uproar, and the government and the public were shocked. The sage was furious and wanted to supervise the trial personally. Chapter 35. The 10th day of the 7th month in the 8th year of Tianyu was destined to be a day that would go down in history. On this day, under the testimony of 3 officials including He Ming, several students and officials in office were arrested, including the famous Taifu Su Yuan himself, his second son, his third son-in-law and his eldest grandson Su Mo, which caused a sensation. Those students were all rich or noble, and they were all terrified when they were arrested. Even the words they shouted in panic were exactly the same. You are so bold. Do you know who my father/eldest uncle/younger uncle/uncle is? But soon, the father/eldest uncle/younger uncle/uncle they mentioned were also picked up like quails, and they were quickly reunited on the spot. These people tried to deny it at first, but faced with sufficient witnesses and evidence, and even a surviving family member of the deceased testified, all the lies were broken. The old man was hunched over, with white hair and beard, wrinkles all over his face, and turbid tears flowed, crying in front of everyone. Dead? I personally sent my granddaughter away. She hasn't married yet. I also killed my granddaughter. Real emotions can move people the most. Even Xiao Liyuan, who has always been cold and hard, had swollen eyes, not to mention others. Seeing that quibbling was useless, those sitters knelt down and begged for mercy, saying that they were confused for a while, and begged the saint to give them a chance to reform. The saint was furious. Reform yourself? It's been many years since the incident. If you really want to reform yourself, why wait until today? Are you confused for a moment? I see that you just spoke eloquently but refused to admit your mistakes. You are really smart. After that, he was too lazy to listen to these people shouting. Drag them away. At this time, his mood was very complicated. He hated these people for failing to live up to his expectations, and was angry that the officials under him were all deaf and blind. If Pei Yizhou had not refused to give up for many years, and almost investigated thoroughly at the cost of his life, he would still be kept in the dark. It's just exposed now. But the world is so big. How can we know that there are no similar things in those places far away from the emperor? Either do nothing, or do it severely. These people must be scared once and for all. And then, they can be truly curbed from the root. These are only those near the capital. The rest of the people on the list, who are scattered all over the country, may also be urgently summoned to the capital to settle accounts. She quietly came in from the back, and ran to Xiao Liyuan to whisper a few words. The latter nodded and stood up and said to the saint, Your Majesty. The yellow character A Captain Yin Jiao led people to dig out 3 corpses from the farm, outside the Su family city. Someone has been asked to identify the clothes, and confirmed that they are the 3 maids, who were said to be missing in the Taifu mansion that year. The saint frowned and pondered for a moment, as if he had made some kind of decision. Bring the murderer Su Mo to the court. And the corpse, also bring it up. After several years, the once lively girls had already turned into a pile of bones. Yin Jiao had tried to piece together the bones with a Miao and Gua the coroner in advance. However, because the deceased were of similar age and had twisted limbs, there were still many small bones mixed together, and it was impossible to confirm who they belonged to. They had to spread them out in a row, which looked particularly shocking. The huge impact brought by the real object is always beyond the reach of simple language description and imagination. The moment the oilcloth covering the bones was uncovered, there were gasps and exclamations in the lobby. The saint also went to the front line to supervise the battle. The corpses all over the ground at that time made him still remember it vividly. So he always valued Pang Mu and other soldiers who had made military exploits on the front line. At this moment, the lonely bones in front of him brought him another kind of stimulation. He couldn't help but walk out from behind the imperial desk. His chest was stuffy. These people were once his people. At the same time, several arrowheads were dug out, including ribs, tibia, and more than 10 bones with varying degrees of cracks. It is speculated that the deceased had been abused before his death, resulting in bone fractures. But because there is no muscle, it is impossible to determine what the fatal injury is. Yin Jiao said. Captain Yin. The saint suddenly found something unusual. Why are there messy scratches on the bones? When he said this, everyone stretched their necks to look. And sure enough, most of the bones were covered with many messy marks. Some thick and some thin, which seemed familiar, but they couldn't tell where they had seen them before. Yin Jiao raised his head and looked straight at Su Mo, who was indifferent, and said word by word, Your Majesty. These 3 people were buried under the camellia garden after being killed. Over the years, the roots of the camellia have been entangled with the bodies to absorb nutrients. So there are traces. There are many flower lovers among the literati and scholars. And camellia flowers are large and gorgeous, which are the favorites of many people. Several officials present also have several pots of flowers at home to play with every day. But after hearing what Yin Jiao said, everyone almost vomited on the spot, and secretly decided to throw away the flowers when they returned. The saint's teeth were clenched. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a commotion outside and frowned. The Dali Temple minister hurriedly asked, Who is making a noise outside? I have to send someone out to see what's going on. Yin Jiao replied directly, We just invited several relatives of the deceased to come and identify them. The re-mention of the old things made them very sad. They were reluctant to leave and insisted on waiting outside. Please give them justice. In fact, the relatives of the 3 deceased were not good people. They readily helped to perjure themselves for only 50 taels of silver. Now that it is confirmed that their daughter was murdered, their first reaction was that the silver they gave was not enough, and they had to make trouble. At that time, Song Liang and others wanted to persuade and expel them. But Yin Jiao had an idea and brought them here directly. Su-Yuan is a veteran of 2 dynasties, with a solid foundation, and he has a master-disciple relationship with the saint. After all, this is an era where imperial power is supreme. If the saint wants to let him go in a moment of heat, wouldn't it be a pity? If you don't remove the roots, they will grow again in the spring breeze. It would be better to let the family of the deceased make a fuss. Let the saint feel the anger and pain of the people, and urge him to make a decision as soon as possible. As expected, when everyone heard this, they sighed and looked at Su-Mo with more anger. A few people whispered that it must be that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. If Su-Yuan himself is really as upright as the rumors say, how could he teach such a grandson who is worse than an animal? It should be noted that for a considerable number of people, this case is a conflict between the 2 classes of officials and civilians. Many people are too lazy to ask who the murderer is. They always say 10 officials are bad, and there is one more to prepare. Bastards born of bad seeds. The saint kept cursing, and even they couldn't raise their heads. The saint sighed and ordered, "Go tell them that the emperor is guilty of the same crime as the common people. I will deal with it impartially, and will not be partial." After saying this, he took a deep look at the bones and sat back on the top. Seeing that the saint was not going to intervene for the time being, the Dali temple minister slammed the gavel and asked Su-Mo, "Su-Mo, do you know your crime? You arrested me just because a few people died?" The person being asked said something shocking. Su-Mo was arrested on the way to attend a literary meeting. The sun was shining brightly at that time, and the bright sunlight shone on his brocade robe embroidered with cranes and cloud patterns without reservation. Shining brightly, the other students screamed and showed their ugly faces, but he smiled calmly at everyone, without any emotional fluctuations. So indifferent and calm, as if he had just accidentally crushed a few ants. The Yamen runners, who had already drawn their swords, were stunned, subconsciously looking at each other, and their eyes were full of disbelief. I thought Su-Mo was just furious after the matter was exposed. But later when he met the saint, knelt in the hall, and accepted the trial of the 3 courts, he still said so. Everyone realized that in some people's hearts, human life is really insignificant. The Dali temple minister was choked by his nonchalant tone and stopped for a breath, becoming more and more frightened. "Do you have a grudge against them?" Su-Mo shook his head and said lightly, "We have never met before." "Why did you kill him?" the Dali temple asked. "The method is so cruel. It is simply outrageous." He had only seen such horrific things as hunting living people in unofficial history, and there was no way to verify whether it was true or false. But he never thought that such a beast would appear in this dynasty. Su-Mo glanced at him, as if he had heard something funny. "Sir, do you reflect on why you step on ants to death when you go out every day?" As he said, he actually looked at the saint. "Your Majesty, no one knows better than you that people are born with high and low status. The noble ones are kings and descendants, while the humble ones are scattered in the wind and rain," Su-Mo said slowly, and he was relaxed as if he was chatting casually. His words revealed laziness and carelessness. Among all living beings, there are only a few people who control the entire country. The people below are ignorant and don't know how to distinguish right from wrong. What difference does it make if there are more or less people? He was the only one who spoke in the hall. It was not that everyone was convinced, but that they were shocked and speechless by this shocking speech. This is a real, natural executioner. He did not deny what he did, saving everyone from a hard fight. And this became the most incomprehensible thing, from beginning to end. He did not think he was wrong. After a long time, the Dali temple minister came to his senses first, slammed the table, and shouted loudly, "You bold lunatic! How dare you talk nonsense in front of the saint? The country has its own laws, and the family has its own rules. There is no order without rules. You are a citizen of Dalu, and you should abide by the rules. However, you have provoked again and again, and ordered people to cover up for you. All these are outrageous." Before he finished speaking, Su-Mo suddenly raised his head and sneered. "I have never forced anyone to do anything for me. They all did it voluntarily." He wanted to play, but he never put a knife on the necks of those local officials to force them to find people. He played, and he didn't ask anyone to clean up for him. "A local official?" he sneered, his 2 rows of slowly drooping eyelashes blocking his sight. But unable to block the sarcasm, ask them all, how many of them really treat those fools as their own flesh and blood? If they really have integrity, There is no need to be so flattering. They should have submitted memorials to your majesty at the beginning. I might have died 7 or 8 times. Xiao Liyuan frowned. And before the Dali Temple minister opened his mouth, he said bluntly, "You claim to be noble. What is the basis?" Suemo was about to speak, but heard Xiao Liyuan suddenly raise his voice. "You were able to enter the Imperial College because of the favor earned by your family. Your fame is the dignity given by the court. And your glory outside is due to the residual power of your elders. What you eat, what you wear, every porridge, rice, needle and thread, are all donated by others. In the final analysis, you are nothing and have nothing, but a mediocre person who relies on others' power. How can you talk about nobility? And what qualifications do you have to be high above and treat human life as worthless?" Suemo chuckled. "Xiao Lord, there is no originally. No if. I just have it. He is the eldest grandson of the Su family, and he has been superior to others since he was born." The sage who has been silent all the time did not get angry but laughed. "I do know it. But you don't understand it. This world is my world. And it is also the world of the people. Without them, there would be no Dala dynasty today. And there would be no emperor today. Maybe they are not smart enough. Not noble enough. But to me, they are indispensable." He looked down at Suemo, and slowly said in his unwilling, unbelieving and puzzled eyes, "You are the foolish one. You have lived for 26 years in vain, with luxurious clothes and delicious food. And you have been taught by famous teachers in the Imperial College. But you can't even be a human being." Suemo sneered and looked at him sideways. "Your Majesty is eloquent. And the student is speechless." Everyone could see that he was not convinced. And they all understood that such a person was rotten from the root. And it was impossible to expect him to repent before his death. The saint ignored it and asked Suemo in person, "Do you admit all these crimes?" At this point, it is useless to worry about whether the murderer repents. The key is whether his blood can be used to warn the world. Suemo looked at him in surprise. And rarely did he refute. "I killed the man. As for buying and selling official titles, killing people to silence them, and manipulating the court, I don't admit it." The Dali Temple looked at the saint, and then exchanged glances with Xiao Liyuan and the people from the inspection office, and then said, "Take the criminal Suemo to the prison and wait for his fate. Take Su Yunwan, Su Meng, and Bai Li." Before being convicted, Su Yunwan was still the Grand Tutor, enjoying the honor of being given a seat in front of the emperor. His gray hair was combed neatly. There was not a single extra wrinkle on his clothes. He looked forward. The corners of his lips were slightly pressed down. He looked rigorous and upright. And he really had the appearance of a saint's teacher. The saint looked at him in silence for a long time, and suddenly sighed. Grandmaster, Grandmaster, you have harmed me so much." He was not a rookie, so he naturally understood that the reason why Suemo could commit major crimes repeatedly and get away smoothly was that it would be a lie to say that Su Yinwan had not secretly cleaned up the mess. After all, he trusted the wrong person. Su Yinwan stood up. "This old minister is terrified." "Terrified?" The saint pulled the corner of his mouth in an unclear way, and said leisurely, "No, you are not terrified. You have been playing with me in the palm of your hand for many years, and you are very happy in your heart. Right? How can you be terrified?" At first, before Xiao Liyuan's memorial was reported, he instinctively didn't want to believe it. But he knew Xiao Liyuan too well. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. If he was not absolutely sure, this person would never be so desperate. Su Yunwan's expression remained unchanged, and she said calmly, "Your Majesty also knows that the world is big and full of people. Even if I keep myself clean, it is hard to guarantee that the people below will think that I am acting on my own initiative. I have resigned long ago, and am spending my old age at home. I really don't know anything about this." He Ming, who was kneeling beside him, couldn't bear it anymore and roared, "Old thief! You are so shameless! All the sins you have committed in the past few years have been seen by God. I trusted you and worked hard for you. But now my family has been destroyed. I don't blame you for wanting to kill me. But why did you harm my whole family? Su, you thief! You will not die well. And your whole family and your ancestors will not die well. After death, you will be buried in the Avicii hell, suffering an atonement for your sins in every life. And you will never be reborn." He had already shouted himself hoarse. His lips were cracked and bleeding. But he still had no intention of stopping. Xiao Liyuan was afraid that this key witness would die of exhaustion. So he hurriedly asked someone to cover his mouth. Su Yunwan remained calm, but he was really puzzled in his heart. He really couldn't figure out why these three people changed their tone overnight. Also, when did he ever want to kill people to silence them? He had never attacked his family. You must know that he Ming and others were arrested and imprisoned a few days ago. And the situation was tense. Even a fool like his grandson Su Mo would not take action at this critical juncture. Not to mention that he didn't have the ability. And the second son and son-in-law Bai Li have always followed his lead. And it is even more impossible for them to act on their own. So? Su Yunwan narrowed her eyes suddenly. And many incomprehensible details suddenly became clear. I have been hunting geese all year round. But now I am blinded by geese. Someone is framing me. Xiao Liyuan did not want to give him any chance to turn the tables. And said aggressively, then does the Grand Tutor know he Ming and the other two? Su Yunwan said indifferently, the capital is not small. Nor is it big. I occasionally go out to enjoy the scenery, and have seen them a few times. But I am not familiar with them. Xiao Liyuan asked. He said before that he had been to the Grand Tutor's mansion several times to do things for you. Su Yunwan shook her sleeves. Nonsense. Xiao Liyuan asked again, Grand Tutor. Don't rush to deny it. You still have a son and a son-in-law. After all, the Su family is also a big forest. Now that you have retreated behind the scenes and don't care about worldly affairs, it is hard to guarantee that they have not colluded with each other under the guise of tiger skin. Before he finished speaking, Su Yunwan's son and son-in-law said in unison, we didn't either. The correspondence had been burned, and only witnesses without physical evidence were not enough to convict. However, Xiao Liyuan suddenly laughed. He stood up and bowed to the saint. Your Majesty, this is strange. Since the Su family denied knowing he Ming, then why did he know the layout of the Su family's inner courtyard so clearly? After these words came out, Su Yunwan, who had been as still as a mountain, finally froze for a moment. How could he Ming, who was blocked from speaking, let go of the opportunity to die with the enemy? He struggled hurriedly, shouting and nodding desperately at the saint. The Su family, who had just refused to admit it, seemed to wilt instantly. Bai Li was a high-ranking university scholar with a quick mind. But at this moment, he was racking his brains to think of a way to get out of this situation. Your Majesty, please understand. There are hundreds of servants in the Taifu mansion. It is hard to guarantee that they are not bribed or colluded by someone with ulterior motives. The Taifu has worked hard for many years, offended countless villains openly and secretly, and retired after achieving success without asking for anything in return. It was all for the Dala dynasty, and for your Majesty. How can your Majesty easily listen to the slander of villains, and wrongly accuse loyal ministers? Your Majesty. At the end, he actually. Ren was so moved that she cried, and said with tears in her voice, Your Majesty, please be wise. Don't let the people of the world feel disappointed. Before she finished speaking, Yin Jiao clapped his hands with a wooden face. Master Bai, I have always been very curious. You are not stunning in appearance and your family background is not prominent. Why did Lord Su, a powerful minister, fall in love with you at first sight? It is not until today that I suddenly understand. Listen to your singing and reciting performance. It is really moving. And you are worthy of being the greatest lackey in the history. You? Bai Li hadn't heard such vulgar and straightforward words for many years, and was so angry that he forgot to cry. What do you mean by me? In the past few years, under the influence of Liao Wuyin and Xiao Liyuan, Yin Jiao's verbal skills have improved day by day. He is not afraid of Bai Li at all. And his words are sharp, accurate and ruthless. You keep emphasizing the merits of the Grand Tutor, and say that if the saint gets angry, it will chill the hearts of the people in the world. It is obvious that you are threatening your Majesty. As a minister, isn't it your duty to be loyal to the country? When you retired after your success, your Majesty repeatedly retained you, and even showed you more grace, bestowed the honor of Grand Tutor, and reused the Su party. Isn't that enough? Could it be that the Grand Secretary wants your Majesty to hand over the country? Bah! What do you mean by retire after success? Are you the only one who retire after success in the world? My man has great achievements. At most, he went to the palace to ask for something back. When did he go to the hall to dig up old accounts and bring up old things again? Yin Jiao's words were really heartbreaking. Not to mention Bai Li regretted it. Even Su Yunwan secretly disliked him for losing his composure at the critical moment. Once these words came out, he cut off his way to retreat and advance later. Bai Li's forehead was sweating, and his eyes kept shaking, obviously thinking about countermeasures. At this moment, he heard the saint say, "You all retreat for the time being. I will talk to the master." Yin Jiao's heart was shocked, and he couldn't help but feel anxious, seeing that it has come to the last step. The saint must not be soft-hearted. Xiao Liyuan saw her thoughts, and shook his head slightly. Although Yin Jiao was unwilling, he knew that he could not force it at this moment, so he could only wait patiently. She stood up and walked out with everyone. After leaving the door, she couldn't help but look back inside, watching the heavy black carved door close, hiding the figure of the former master and apprentice behind it. She sighed heavily. Since ancient times, those who have accomplished great things have never been kind and soft-hearted. Xiao Liyuan came to her side at some point and said calmly, "After all, the saint still values the world." Yin Jiao looked at him and nodded. "Yeah. It seems that places related to the case always have a gloomy and ghostly tone. Even though the sun is scorching outside, the lobby separated by a door is deep and quiet. The moment the door closed, not only did it cut off life and warm sunshine, but it seemed that even the remaining human vitality disappeared." The saint walked down from the high steps and slowly walked in front of Su Yunwan. The master's eyes are always vicious when looking at people, and his moves are both fast and steady. He slowly turned half a circle around Su Yunwan, gently put his hand on his shoulder, feeling the obviously old and thin shoulders in his palm, and said with some emotion, "You took a fancy to me back then, but now you have placed your bets on Lao Qi and Lao Jiu early. The birth mothers of the 7th and 9th princes were only concubines, and it seemed that they had no advantage in the future battle for the throne. But there was only one thing: they were still young and healthy, and they were quite intelligent at the age of only 5 or 6. Su Yunwan finally raised her head for the first time and looked straight at her former student, as if she finally realized that he was no longer the cowardly, weak and helpless prince. He had grown up and matured, and possessed the majesty that only an emperor could have. Even without the help of these old people, he could stand firmly on the altar and skillfully control the operation of the entire country. Su Yunwan sighed for a long time, and it was hard to tell whether it was relief or loss, or the regret after the defeat. "Your Majesty has grown up." The saint blinked very slightly and sighed. Everyone grows up, and the Grand Tutor should not always stay in the past. It's not that he didn't know that the Su family secretly contacted the 2 princes, and he could even tolerate it, because this is a necessary part of every prince's growth process. But he shouldn't take advantage of his trust and play himself as a fool. Su Yunwan seemed to have admitted defeat. His back seemed no longer so straight, and his originally indifferent face suddenly aged a lot. He was silent for a long time, and suddenly asked a question that sounded unrelated. "Why does your Majesty favor the 3rd prince? Everyone knows that the 3rd prince is of low birth and acts wildly and unruly." And all the ministers shook their heads when they mentioned him. However, the saint was the only one who loved him constantly. The saint was stunned for a moment, and vaguely understood what he meant. Su Yunwan smiled slightly. "Ziyin and I were born on the same day. When he was born, I was punished by the previous emperor to stay at home and reflect on my mistakes. On his full moon day, I received the imperial edict to re-employ him. His parents are away all year round, but he never cries. He has been smart and knows how to comfort me since he was a child. So even if I knew that he was a little different from ordinary people, I didn't take it to heart. It was just a few cats and dogs, which were harmless little problems. But I didn't expect that one day he would kill someone. Your Majesty, I have worked hard all my life, and it seems that I have everything, but I look down on everything. The only thing I can't lose is this child." The saint was silent for a long time. "Do you know that those people he killed were also other people's children? The old man who cried in the hall today didn't want to lose his granddaughter." Su Yunwan laughed. "I have paid so much for the court and saved countless people, but it's just paying off my debts." The saint finally knew where Su Mo's indifference to human life came from. "But now, you still can't protect him, right? The grandson you once loved ruined himself. You, and the entire Su family." Su Yunwan lowered his old eyes slightly and said lightly, "If there is no Iron Monk." But the saint said, "The net of heaven is vast, and nothing can escape it. If he is gone, there will be others." Su Yunwan chuckled a few times, obviously not serious. "Your Majesty, do you dare to bet with this old minister?" The saint shook his head. "I know what you mean. But I don't want to bet with a dying person. He knew this Taifu too well. Since he knew he was going to die, he would always drag something to take the blame. But now he is the emperor. He won't allow it. The saint patted Su Yuan's shoulder again, stared at his face that finally couldn't help showing a trace of anxiety, and repeated, Taifu, I am no longer the ignorant prince, so you can't lead me by the nose anymore. A few days later, the saint personally issued an order to confiscate the Taifu mansion, the He family and other 5 families, and specially granted Taifu Su Yuan's body to be buried intact, and the rest of the people who knew about it were beheaded. The women were exiled, and the children were not made official slaves. He Ming finally learned that his family was safe before he died, and he was completely stunned. Pang Mu rarely showed some sympathy for him. Since you have made meritorious contributions despite your crimes, and your family really didn't know about it, I have asked the saint for permission to demote them to commoners, and immediately move them out of the capital, and they will not be allowed to take the imperial examinations for 5 generations. He Ming was stunned for a long time, and after coming to his senses, he slowly knelt down, kowtowed to him several times, and said with a heavy nasal voice, Thank you, Duke Dinghua, for your kindness. This case involved a wide range of people, and the saint was furious. All the officials involved were basically confiscated and exiled. He was also an accomplice of the Su family for many years, so it was rare to get such a result. After the case was settled, Yin Jiao and Pang Mu went to the palace with Xiao Liyuan to thank him. The palace was still so empty, tall and lonely. The saint sat on the tall and magnificent dragon throne, looking a little lonely and thin. He lowered his head and looked at the 3 people below. After a long time, he spoke. I remember that you always wanted a few corpses to practice. The 3 people raised their heads in disbelief. The saint waved his hand. Call the coroners from the Imperial Hospital and the Ministry of Justice. The 3 people were stunned for a moment, looked at each other for a few times, and then thanked him ecstatically. Thank you, Your Majesty. There is nothing to thank me for, the saint said lightly. It is a great benefit to the country and the people for doctors to practice their medical skills and coroners to improve their skills. The 3 hurriedly said, Your Majesty is wise. The saint suddenly laughed, somewhat helplessly. Come on. You are not good lackeys. You have been repeating the same words over and over again for many years. You are not tired of saying them, but I am tired of hearing them. The 3 shamelessly smiled. It's getting late, the saint suddenly said again. The 3 people who got the unexpected surprise hurriedly said, Then we will not disturb Your Majesty. The saint raised his eyebrows and suddenly said, Duke Dinghua Pang Mu, Huang Zi Jia Hao Yin Jiao accept the order. The couple looked at each other, and for some reason, their heartbeats suddenly accelerated. They vaguely felt that there was a big announcement to be made, and they immediately knelt down to accept the order. From now on, you 2 will be the imperial envoys to patrol on behalf of the emperor, grant secret orders, and act at your own discretion, and specialize in handling the injustices in the world. The 2 of them forgot the rules for a moment, looked at him with joy, and were a little touched. Your Majesty? They then understood what the sage meant by it's not too early. If it's any later, they won't be able to catch up with General Pang's death anniversary. The sage sighed and suddenly laughed again. The world is so big that the capital is far away after all. The local areas still need their own talents. Since you don't want to stay in this small place, then go outside and be my ears and eyes. Chapter 36. In the next 2 days, Pang Mu and the old lady were busy packing their luggage and saying goodbye to old friends, while Yin Jiao was busy leading people to dissect the bodies. When the news broke out that day, the saint was prepared to suppress it, but he didn't expect that the opposition was unexpectedly small. He figured it out after a little thought. It seems that those people were not idle in private. 1 or 2. They all used me as a scapegoat. He laughed and scolded. The saint was generous and gave a total of 13 bodies. Yin Jiao, who went to sign the receipt, couldn't help but tremble slightly, and suddenly felt a strange get-rich. The yamen runners, who were responsible for carrying the corpses, had done this job many times, but it was the first time in all these years that they saw the collector smiling so happily. They all felt creepy. As soon as they entered the yard, the people who had been waiting for a long time all looked up, and their eyes were filled with green light of desire. The yamen runners suddenly felt like lambs that had strayed into a wolf pack and were sweating all over. The 2 younger ones at the back screamed Mom, and were almost crying. Is this still the kind-hearted imperial physician with a sage-like demeanor? In addition to the registered coroners of the Ministry of Justice, the well-known imperial physicians and famous doctors in the imperial hospital also came. And some of them were so shameless that they brought their own apprentices. Old Manly, what are you doing? A goateed imperial physician was an honest man. He came here with his medicine box. But when he looked up, he saw 2 apprentices following behind his colleague, who had repeatedly told him yesterday that you can only do it yourself. He was immediately furious. Oh, old Lu, you are so angry so early in the morning. Anger hurts your liver. Come on. I will prescribe you a prescription to regulate your body. Li, the imperial physician, smiled and answered irrelevantly. Presume your mother. Lu, the imperial physician, saw that many of his colleagues who came later were likely. And he was so angry that he trembled all over. He cursed in his hometown dialect as soon as he opened his mouth. He rolled up his sleeves and ran to the door angrily. He grabbed the strongest-looking yeoman runner. Who? Please go to the Imperial Hospital and call the 2 people on the sign. Hurry up. Hurry. Otherwise, we will be late. Isn't it just an apprentice? Who doesn't have one? It is said that old Chinese medicine practitioners are old Chinese medicine practitioners, because Chinese medicine theory is broad and profound, and they have to constantly accumulate experience. In this era of separation of schools and lack of knowledge, it is even more difficult for Chinese medicine practitioners to survive. Originally, Yin Jiao thought that the average age of the coroner team he brought was 35 years old, which was not considered young. Who knew that after entering the door and having a historic meeting with the doctors, he suddenly felt refreshed. We are really full of vigor, because Yin Jiao's official position is the highest today. A group of people came forward and respectfully called him Lord Yin. Lord Yin looked at the white ocean in front of him, and his scalp was numb immediately because of their calls. And he even said, I dare not dare. These are the most elite talents in the country. All national treasures. And at such an old age, how could she deserve them to bow their heads? Since the day it was built, the courtyard where the coroner's room is located is probably the first time it has been so lively. The officials of the Ministry of Justice, who have no important matters at hand, can't help their curiosity. And one by one, they come to the gate of the courtyard to peek in and join in the fun. Oh, isn't that Dr. Lu? I wanted to ask him to take my mother's pulse before. But guess what? He hasn't been able to get an appointment for half a month. The Dala dynasty was quite tolerant of doctors. As long as the doctors of the Imperial Hospital were not on duty, they could go to treat people outside. Many dignitaries were proud to be able to invite doctors. Your work is nothing. I started queuing at the end of last year. And now it's almost the new year. And there's not even a ghost. A deputy minister of the Ministry of Justice said disdainfully, as if there was nothing to brag about. Everyone was in awe when they heard this. May I ask, who did you invite? Brother? The deputy minister pointed at an old man inside. Everyone looked over. And then, there was an uproar. And they all cursed. You deserve it. Dare to invite Dean Fong? Why don't you invite Hua Tuo? Wait. It won't be your turn even if you wait for another 10 years. The Dr. Fong was the head of the Imperial Hospital, a person praised by the Saint Queen Mother, and a guest of honor for the princes and nobles in the capital. Even when their family members were sick, they had to smile and say nicely, How dare you? A mere deputy minister of the Ministry of Justice. Covet him? It's really like a toad wanting to eat a swan's fart. The official was so embarrassed by the scolding that he muttered a few more words. Suddenly, he had a wild idea and said, Hey, you said that we can't invite them normally. But now they are here. Why don't we ask Lord Yin to mediate and bring the family over so that they can take their pulse? The look in everyone's eyes was so good that they didn't know how to describe it. Is this brainless idiot really their colleague? I just said that you don't know what's good for you. And now you're crazy again? Someone said faintly. It may not be impossible to do something that is done conveniently. The official finally heard a voice of approval. He was so happy that he was about to speak. But he heard the man change the subject. Anyway, dissecting 1 is dissecting. Dissecting 13 is dissecting. It's just a matter of convenience. And adding 3 or 2 more is probably not a big deal. Everyone was startled at first, and then burst into laughter. The official took a long time to react. His face flushed to the color of liver, and he turned his head and cursed, Bah! You are the one who will be dissected. The man crossed his arms and laughed. You are addicted to taking advantage. And you don't think about the status of the people inside. Who are you here for today? And what are you doing? You are eager to get in front of others. Who else are you going to dissect? While everyone was laughing and cursing, the preparations were already underway. As the representative of the Imperial Hospital, Fang Yuanshou bowed to Yin Jiao. Lord Yin, do you think we can start now? A group of old men nodded in the back, obviously unable to wait. Yin Jiao looked around and asked the Yamen runner in charge of taking roll call. Are all of them here? The Yamen runner said bitterly, not only are they all here, but there are about 30% more. They are all disciples brought by themselves. No matter how much they are persuaded, they can't be persuaded. Yin Jiao turned her head to look at the crowd. Everyone looked up at the sky and down at the ground but not at her. Their old faces were slightly red. Obviously, they all knew that what they did was not authentic. But no one could bear the temptation. A fresh corpse to dissect. They have been doctors for their whole lives, and have never seen what a person looks like inside. Hey, thinking about it this way, they are not as good as coroners. Yin Jiao laughed, shook his head helplessly, and said to the crowd, there are too many people here. The ones in the front are surrounded. So don't look at the ones in the back. How about this? Ask someone to bring some tables, chairs and benches later. And the young doctors and coroners who have handled corpses before will stand outside. There are enough corpses. So let's practice with a few first. And then divide into groups. How about it? Originally, many people were ready to be chased away. But unexpectedly, they nodded happily when they heard this. Okay. As long as they can see. Who cares about the distance? Not to mention standing on the table. They are ready to climb trees today. In the hearts of these people, today is undoubtedly more memorable than the day of the verdict of this case. Yin Jiao also specially prepared a large piece of red silk in advance, and temporarily pulled Fang Yuanshou, Zhang Zhuo, and other more authoritative figures to do the ribbon cutting. It was the first time for everyone to come into contact with this, and the excitement was beyond words. They even learned to give up the seat position to each other without any instruction. Although they were noisy, no one was vague when they got to the point later. A group of old men with white hair and beards did not care about the differences between sex and political views at this moment. They all stood on tiptoe, stretched their necks, and looked inside with bated breath. The most experienced Yin Jiao was the one who operated. Her movements were as smooth as flowing water. It should be a bloody thing. But when she did it, it actually brought a bit of weird beauty. Everyone kept nodding as she explained, exclaiming and sighing in unison. And some people kept pointing out the errors recorded in ancient books. It should be noted that hand-painted books are different from real objects. And a picture will inevitably have deviations when it is passed from one person to another. By the time it is passed to everyone, the errors in some places are already very large. After the autopsy of a corpse was completed, Yin Jiao slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and said to everyone, everyone take turns to come forward and take a look. If there are torn gloves, you must pick them up immediately. As a result, someone started to cry while watching. Yin Jiao looked in the direction of the sound and saw an old doctor in his 60s, with tears as big as beans rolling down his cheeks. So miserable and pitiful. Alas, Lord Yin, please forgive me for making a fool of myself. And don't blame him for losing his composure. The head of the Fang Yuan, who had finished the first round, sighed. He originally had an old wife who had something growing inside her body in her early years. She could only be saved by the art of breaking her body. However, we have the reputation of saving people, but no one dares to do it. In the end, she was tortured by illness for 2 years before she passed away. She was shrunken. If it was just a simple bone-breaking technique, it would be fine. But the real body-breaking technique has basically been lost. Even he has only heard of it and has never seen it with his own eyes. So he is really not sure at all. If you act rashly, you may kill the person directly, but if you don't act, you can maintain her for a few years with only decoctions and golden needles. Yin Jiao sighed. So, Lord Yan's move can be said to benefit the world and can be used as a card for longevity. Dean Fang suddenly bowed to her. Yin Jiao jumped up in shock. No. Please don't say that. I just picked up someone else's words and mentioned a few things casually. Dean Fang smiled, stroked his beard and said, I already know what happened. No matter how modest Lord Yin is, it's useless. He paused and laughed at himself. To be honest, in fact, many of us have thought about restoring the magic skills. But this move is too against morality. No one dares to risk the world's disapproval. They were unwilling and dissatisfied with the status quo. But they were afraid of losing everything they had. So they huddled in a safe corner and complained to themselves. Until a woman, who was once looked down upon by them, a coroner, bravely stood up. She already has a reputation, status, family and saints that are unattainable for ordinary people. There is no need to take risks. Isn't she afraid? From the day when Xiao Liyuan learned the truth, these thoughts have been lingering in the head of the Fan Yuan, making him respect and ashamed. Today is July 13th. If it is later, it will be too rushed. After discussion, everyone decided to set off early on the 15th. So Yin Jiao planned to call everyone to have a meal tomorrow, because the autumn examination is coming soon. Liao Wuyin, Tu Qing, and Bai Ning all planned to wait until the two younger ones finish the exam before leaving, and they will set off at the end of August. Who to call? Yin Jiao stopped drawing up the list and turned to look at Pang Mu, almost suspecting that he had heard it wrong. Your Majesty. Pang Mu poured her a cup of hot milk tea and scratched his head. We may not come back for several years after we leave. And he has helped us so much. When he left the palace that day, Pang Mu hurriedly looked back and was surprised to find that the saint was still standing in the palace. The palace was so high and deep that even the brightest sunlight at noon could not penetrate it. The saint's body, which was not weak, actually showed a little small, as if it would be swallowed up by the loneliness around him at any time. He did not send her out in person, but stood there so steadily, watching quietly. His sight seemed to penetrate everything, and suddenly hit Pang Mu's eyes sore. Yin Jiao sighed, rubbed Pang Mu's head hard, hugged him and patted his back, and said softly, "Okay, then call friends to eat." Pang Mu was overjoyed. Really? Yin Jiao laughed. What's there to be false? But then again, when he comes to our territory, he is not allowed to put on airs. Pang Mu smiled, of course. Of course. He is the most humble in private. I am afraid that no one is more eager for a pure and simple communication than the saint himself. Then call the Queen Mother as well, Yin Jiao said lightly. Pang Mu's eyes widened. Do you know? Not only has she never left the capital, she has never even left the palace. Speaking of this, Yin Jiao almost went crazy. She has never left home in her entire life. I would definitely go crazy if it were me. The Queen Mother was not the legal wife, and she was not even qualified to go out with the concubines. Later, her husband became the emperor, and she became a concubine, so going out became an unattainable dream. That's why she was so close to Yin Jiao, summoning her to the palace every now and then to talk and listen to her stories about the outside world. At first, Yin Jiao just regarded this as a task to be completed. But one day, after she finished talking about a case, she looked up inadvertently and saw the Queen Mother in a daze, with infinite regret and desire in her two dim eyes. As if she was talking to herself, "It's so nice outside." She just wanted to go out and take a look. From then on, Yin Jiao became more sincere, and the Queen Mother obviously felt it. And the relationship between the two people made rapid progress. The couple boldly sympathized with the most noble mother and son in the world, and both felt that this matter could be done. What the saint and the Queen Mother wanted most was probably the ease and warmth of an ordinary family that they could not get. And what they were best at was just having fun and drinking today. As long as they did not make principled mistakes, they would definitely have a happy ending for both the host and the guests. The two made up their minds and went to discuss with the old lady. The old lady had nothing to say, and the matter was settled. The couple went to the palace to deliver the invitations without stopping. The saint scolded them for making trouble with a smile in his eyes, and personally took them to the Queen Mother's palace. The Queen Mother scolded them a few words, and she said that it might be inappropriate. But she turned around and asked the palace maids to prepare clothes for going out. Ordinary people outside don't wear clothes like ours. The Queen Mother taught the saint seriously. You are not allowed to wear clothes with unicorns tomorrow. It will be a pity if people see it. The saint nodded with a smile, and then said, Thanks to your reminder, Mother. You know a lot. The Queen Mother looked at the more than 10 pieces of home clothes laid out in front of her, and was not satisfied with any of them. She asked someone to change them. Hearing this, she smiled and said, You are busy with state affairs all day, so naturally you don't know these family matters. It was Jiaju who took time out of his busy schedule to come to the palace to accompany me, an old lady, and told me. She also said to the palace maid, These are too fancy. At my age? Before he finished speaking, Yin Jiao smiled and said, "The Queen Mother can't tell at all. My mother-in-law and old lady by both wear red, which makes them look good and energetic. Many of the old ladies on the street outside also wear flowery clothes." The Queen Mother was a little shaken. She was an old woman, but she was just going out of the palace for a trip of 3/4 of an hour. And she was so excited like a little girl. "Oh, my eyes are dazzled." The Queen Mother waved her hand and pulled Yin Jiao, saying, "Come on. Come on. Pick for me." Originally, they were going to have lunch, but they didn't expect that the Saint and the Queen Mother would come early the next morning, and they didn't allow anyone to report it. They quietly walked to the kitchen door, which scared Yin Jiao and Pang Mu. The mother and daughter were delighted to see them all wearing aprons. "I haven't seen you dressed like this before. You look playful." The couple, "You may have a different understanding of playfulness." The old lady came out to greet the emperor after hearing the letter. After a few words, she took him to the front. The Queen Mother Chapter 1. She came out and looked at everything curiously. She touched a pomegranate tree in the yard and said with emotion, "This tree is so beautiful." Pomegranates symbolize fertility and good fortune. Not everyone in the royal family can plant them casually. As a concubine, she never got permission from her husband and the main wife. And when she became the Queen Mother, she could no longer use it when she was asked for everything. Later, Bai Ning and Liao Wuyan's family also came. Ping An took Sheer to pay respects to the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother pinched this and touched that, and was very pleased. She gave gifts. At noon, we had hot pot. When the Saint saw the size of the pot, he was surprised to the Queen Mother. "Is it so big?" The Queen Mother looked at it carefully, and even stretched out her arm to gesture, and was worried seriously. "The person serving the dishes can't reach it. The palace also eats pots, but they are all small pots, which really can't be compared with the one with a diameter of more than 1 foot." Yin Jiao smiled and took out a pair of 1-foot-long chopsticks and a bamboo colander. "Queen Mother, try this." "Oh, I can't do this." The Queen Mother couldn't even say it, but she took it with both hands honestly and fiddled with it for a few times like playing with a toy. "Oh, you've been using chopsticks all your life, but they don't listen to you anymore." She made herself laugh, and everyone followed suit. "Let's make one later," the Queen Mother said to the Saint with a smile. In fact, she also knew that such things still require a lot of people to make it lively. There were only the two of them in the palace, so even if the chopsticks were longer and the pot was bigger, it wouldn't be the same after all. The Saint nodded in agreement, and then said, "Why wait until later? What if you keep this pair for yourself?" The Queen Mother covered her mouth and laughed and scolded, "How can you come to someone's house as a guest and take it away? They have taken a lot of my things." The Saint pretended to be angry and said, "Not only these chopsticks, but also the pot later." Everyone couldn't help laughing. Chapter 37. Faced with such a big pot and such long chopsticks, the Queen Mother, whose emotions were aroused, obviously found it difficult to remain calm. She was very excited and wanted to try everything. No one wanted to spoil her fun, so they basically gave her whatever she wanted. However, this process of experiencing life was interrupted soon after. She suddenly wanted to try a plate, but she didn't notice that there was ice cubes on the bottom of the plate, and the delicate white glazed surface was covered with a thin layer of water vapor. As soon as she touched it, it slipped. The whole plate flew out with her reserved and restrained low cry, and then fell to the ground and shattered, before others were hurt. The Queen Mother was startled by herself. How could it fly away out of nowhere? The Queen Mother was born into a wealthy family. At most, she served the emperor a few times after she got married. How many years have passed? The skills that we're not proficient in are bound to be rusty. In fact, everyone did not have much hope from the beginning. When they saw the plate fall to the ground, they all felt relieved, as expected, and then shouted in unison, "Small Ping An." Ping An, who was suddenly called by his name, raised his head quickly. Obviously, he did not understand why so many people called him, but he instinctively repeated, "Sleep. Sleep, Ping An." The Queen Mother was also amused by him. She touched his head and sighed to everyone. "Look at me. I am so clumsy. Now I am even more of a waste." "Madam," you laughed. "Look at what you said. If the Queen Mother has to serve dishes herself, what hope is there for the court?" The Saint pointed at Pang Mu and Yin Jiao and said, "They have collected countless sets of cups, plates and bowls from their sons. What's the harm if you break a few more? The Queen Mother felt a little embarrassed and slapped him a few times. And never tried it again. After everyone sat down, the Queen Mother asked Yin Jiao to sit next to her, and asked in a low voice with a little expectation, "I wonder what they taste like." Yin Jiao thought this old lady was very cute, and lowered his voice mysteriously and said, "I remember you like spicy food very much." Every time the maidservant in front of her came out to pass on the message, she would basically convey the Queen Mother's eating conditions of each type of food. Yin Jiao knew her taste quite well. The Queen Mother clenched her handkerchief, raised her chin with force, and a smile appeared in her eyes. In fact, when she was a girl at home in her early years, she really liked sour, sweet, salty and spicy tastes. Unfortunately, she later married the prince. Although she was married, she was almost like being a half-slave. She served him every now and then, and she gave up all the taboos overnight. Although spicy food is not as smelly as fishy food, it is easy to get angry and affect your appearance. The people below never dared to go up. Yin Jiao said tentatively, "How about I make a dipping sauce for you?" The Queen Mother agreed very quickly. The saint sat on the Queen Mother's left, and Pang Mu was on his left. Seeing that his mother had not taken care of him since he sat down, the saint felt a little jealous and turned to his good brother and said, "Now I can't get a number." "What did you say?" The good brother, who was putting a bib on his fat son, came back to his senses a little late and asked perfunctorily, "The saint, have you ever seen such an unappreciated emperor? Can't he be a little terrified when he comes in person?" Pang Mu scratched his head after realizing it, and was too lazy to pretend. He simply lifted his son and stood up on his legs, waving his two round arms and said, "Come on. Ask the emperor what he wants to eat." Ping-an jumped a few times out of habit. What to eat? The saint was so angry at the father and son that he laughed, bent his fingers and flicked the little guy's soft belly twice. "Eat you." Ping-an's eyes widened, covered his belly, and shook his head. "No. No." The saint smiled and scratched his chubby chin. "Uncle is teasing you. Look how scared the child is. Is there an uncle like you?" The child's father complained rudely. "Hurry up and bring something to calm down." The saint, "Where is your face? As the king of a country? Being blackmailed in broad daylight. There is no law." He looked at the Queen Mother in an intolerable manner, wanting to complain, but found that his own mother was staring at Yin Jiao making the dipping sauce, and was very focused. What's the point of this emperor's cooking? After the dipping sauce was ready, the Queen Mother was very knowledgeable and tasted it with the tip of her chopsticks. And then she was amazed. "This tastes good." They were all ordinary ingredients, but I didn't expect them to be so amazing after mixing. Yin Jiao smiled and said, "You are really an expert. I will write it down and ask someone to mix it for you." Today there was fresh mutton. The Queen Mother tasted it and praised it highly. She complained to the saint, "There is nothing in the palace that can compare to it. People outside always say that she enjoys a good life, but she can't even get a proper meal." The saint was so confused that he thought, "How can I know why the best land tribute is not to your taste? There are many rules in the palace." Yin Jiao said, "I have eaten this before at a palace banquet with my mother-in-law. The mutton must have been processed before cooking, and it has no taste at all." The Queen Mother suddenly realized and was dissatisfied. "Isn't this mutton supposed to taste like that?" "That's how it tastes." The saint was helpless. "Who dares to give you this?" "Oh, when those ladies and concubines come to pay their respects. Tell me what you will do as soon as you open your mouth." The Queen Mother ate another chopstick and felt that it was so delicious to eat with this condiment. Hearing this, she frowned and said, "I don't have to pay my respects these days, and I won't see anyone who comes from outside." After that, she complained to Yin Jiao and her mother-in-law. They all come without thinking, asking for official positions, asking for marriage, and competing for favors. And they start to play tricks after a few words. "I'm already this old, and it's not my family, so why would I bother with those trivial matters? She has been fighting with others for most of her life, and now it's time. Can't she be left alone for a few years?" Usually Yin Jiao was busy with official duties, and didn't have much understanding of the diplomatic tactic of these wives. On the contrary, her mother-in-law, Madame Yu, felt the same way. The two old ladies started talking about it on the spot, revealing a lot of the wives' secrets. Madame Dong and Bai Ning were separated from them by several people. They had no chance to say anything, and only planned to chat and eat with their friends. As a result, when they heard this, they couldn't suppress their gossiping instincts, and they all pricked up their ears to listen. After Ping had ate his own bowl, Pang Mu was free, and he had time to talk to the saint. Mr. Lin Qing has also made great contributions this time. The saint looked at Lin Quan, who had been eating crazily, and praised him with mixed feelings. Why not give you a position as well? I'll keep you busy later, and see if you still have time to corrupt my prince. Lin Quan wiped his mouth and bowed lazily. Thank you, Your Majesty, but it's not necessary. It's all because he is too good, and there is nothing that can be done about the third prince's overindulgence. Liao Wuyan glared at him warningly and said to the saint, Your Majesty, don't worry. He will go to the northwest with Tianque and his group tomorrow. The saint breathed a sigh of relief, and his tone unconsciously relaxed. So that's the case? Very good. Very good. With Tianque watching, it won't happen. That's all. Even if there is trouble, as long as it's not under my nose, I'll just turn a blind eye. As a result, the next morning, Lin Quan was not among the people from Liao Mansion who came to see him off. Looking at Liao Wuyan's dark face, Pang Mu smiled and said, He ran away? If he can't visit the brothel, then staying in the capital is no less than hell for Lin Quan. As for the destination of this trip, Northwest Jinyuan Prefecture, although it has developed well in recent years, it is definitely not comparable to the capital. It's a miracle that Lin Quan will follow him obediently. This result is unexpected but reasonable. Otherwise, he would not be Mr. Lin Qing. Liao Zhen laughed and said, I don't know where the master uncle got the ladder from. He climbed over the wall in the middle of the night and ran away. He also scraped off a large piece of wall. My father was very angry. Liao Wuyan snorted heavily. Liao Zhen still looked like he had something to say. He kept glancing at Yin Jiao. When he saw her waving at him, he approached her and asked in a low voice, I heard that His Majesty took a pot from your house and brought it back to the palace. Is this true? He also went to the dinner yesterday, but he didn't pay attention to the details after the meal at all, because this kind of thing was obviously too unnoble. He didn't dare to believe it when he heard it this morning. Yin Jiao nodded and sighed, and said seriously, It's true. Not only is there a pot, but there are also extended chopsticks and hot pot base, dipping sauce packets, which is simply outrageous. You said you were rich. Can't you be more broad-minded? Liao Zhen was amazed and nodded after a long time. Sighing, This is the retribution my father once said. Yin Jiao, what nonsense is this naughty kid talking about? When Bai Shi just heard about this, he was also shocked by there is such a crazy thing, and finally asked, Sister Yin, do you still have that pot? Give me one. They have to meet up more than a month later, and it will be lonely without food in the meantime. Bai Ning kicked his butt from behind, and said angrily, Can't you be a little more promising? Bai Shi didn't dare to offend his sister, so he ran to Su Qian and said, Wait for me. We'll go later. Su Qian looked at him straight, and pointed out the reality cruelly. Have you forgotten the spring examination and palace examination next year? The Bai family meant that Bai Shi couldn't be left idle. Even if he didn't have a chance to pass the spring examination this year, he would be forced to continue taking the exam after the autumn examination. In this case, it would be at least the end of March next year. Bai Shi was stunned when he heard this, as if he was struck by lightning. He really forgot about this. Su Qian patted his shoulder, and said in a sad tone, My condolences. Bai Shi pushed her hand away in dissatisfaction. Why are you coaxing a child? Su Qian thought. You are just a child. Right? Bai Shi wanted to say that he would not take the exam, but when he saw the badge on Su Qian's waist, he swallowed the words back. Now other people have been officials for several years, but he has not even got the title of Juren. I always feel that we are slowly becoming people from two different worlds. Seeing that he was in a rare low mood, Su Qian did not say anything to provoke him. The eunuch Wang and the big maid in front of the Queen Mother also came, and specially sent a lot of medicinal materials and finished medicines. The mountains are high and the waters are long, and the road is bound to be hard. If there is any discomfort, it is better to have a grasp. Everyone thanked them, and then saw Xiao Liyuan and Gui the coroner came late. Yin Jiao smiled and said, If you had come a little later, we would have left the city. We don't know how many years it will take for us to see each other again. Xiao Liyuan glanced at her and said unhappily, It's all your fault. Yin Jiao was confused, and heard Gui, the coroner, hold back his laughter and say, It's still hot now, even with the huge ice to cool down. The bodies have begun to deteriorate. We cremated them yesterday for fear of the spread of plague. As Yin Jiao expected, the refrigeration methods of this era were not up to standard, especially in summer, when the conditions were more stringent. All the participants in the observation and internship could only race against time. The doctors and coroners, who got 13 specimens in one breath, had their appetites enlarged. Every day when they were free, they counted on their fingers how many heinous death row prisoners there were in the prisons inside and outside the city. Whenever they had time, they would run to the Ministry of Justice to grab Xiao Liyuan and ask when to kill him. They looked very anxious and eager. Even a calm and self-controlled person like Xiao Liyuan was frightened by the eager eyes and had nightmares at night. Those who knew that this was to improve their skills. Those who didn't thought that they were asking when the watermelons in the fields would be ripe. Unicorn laughed. Now that the adults have set a precedent, it is enough to be recorded in the history books. And it is no wonder that others are concerned about it. After that, he said to Yin Jiao and Pang Mu earnestly, although you are free and easy outside, the capital is also your home after all. When you and Lord Yin have enough time to relax in the future, please remember to come back and visit. His Majesty and the Queen Mother are also thinking about you. These words were very emotional, and Yin Jiao also felt sour in his heart. When Eunuch Wang heard this, he quickly pressed his eyes while no one was paying attention, and forced a smile and said, look at me. What are you talking about on such a good day? It's good to go out more while you are young. Let's go quickly. Don't miss the auspicious time. Everyone got on the car one after another. Qi Yuan and Su Qian led the way. A whistle sounded, and the carriages and horses behind slowly drove. Bai Shi instinctively chased a few steps, and suddenly felt very uncomfortable in his heart, and shouted loudly to the other side, I will definitely pass the exam and then stand out. You have to wait for me. Su Qian didn't look back, just waved. Qi Yuan, who was walking side by side with her, looked back and saw that Bai Shi was standing alone on the side of the road, feeling a little pitiful. So he said, don't say a few more words? This time you may be gone for several years. Su Qian simply said, it's just a few years. It's not like we will never see each other again. There were many people who were away for more than 10 years in the war. How can a great man be so indecisive? Qi Yuan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly smiled, raised his hand and rubbed her head, saying, little girl, you have to act so old-fashioned. Su Qian was embarrassed and angry, and raised her arm to hit him. But Qi Yuan squeezed the horse's belly, and the two of them were instantly separated by a foot, and it was even more difficult to reach. The summer morning was very cool, and Yin Jiao and Pang Mu also rode their horses to protect the side of their carriage. When they heard the frolicking in front, they looked up. Yin Jiao suddenly raised his eyebrows and said to Pang Mu, don't you think the relationship between the two is too close? Pang Mu didn't really care about these things. Hasn't old Qi always taken good care of the young girls? Young wives and old ladies? I saw that he usually took care of Miao a lot. Su Qian is a martial arts mad woman. She always finds opportunities to fight with others and is very close to them. It's different. Yin Jiao shook his head, squinted his eyes, and looked at it for a while, and said firmly, it's different. Not only did Qi Yuan treat Su Qian differently from Miao, but Su Qian also didn't treat Qi Yuan the same way as Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu and other members of the guard group. Pang Mu also looked at it for a while. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he could actually taste something vaguely. Hey, now that you mention it, I see it this way. But the age difference between these two people is a bit big. Su Qian is not even 19 this year, but Qi Yuan is already 27. Thinking about this age difference, Yin Jiao also grinned. Even in modern society, this gap is not particularly common. However, if the two have true feelings, it is not a big deal. By the way, Yin Jiao remembered some details. When I gave her and Miao special treatment before, the girl said that she liked mature and stable men. Su Qian was a bit rebellious to begin with, and now after following her for a few years, she has become more wild. It is impossible for her to return to her original life, and it is even less likely that she will look down on ordinary secular men. Pang Mu suddenly became a little uncertain. They are familiar enough. But Lao Qi, is he stable? Yin Jiao laughed and pushed him. How can you say that to your own brother? Qi Yuan is not steady in the traditional sense, but he is steady, clear about public and private affairs. and very reliable. Pang Mu also laughed, and thought for a while before saying, now that nothing has been decided, let's not rush to get involved, and wait and see what happens. He also admired General Su as a person. The two families knew each other well, and if they could really make a marriage, it would be a good story. Chapter 38. Yin Jiao also learned after in-depth understanding that primitive springs have begun to appear in the current Dalu dynasty. But because the technology is immature, it is not only very expensive, but also quite large in size. It is mainly used in large siege equipment, and has not yet been popularized in small and medium-sized daily necessities. So today's carriages still do not have a mature shock absorption system. However, before they went out, they laid 3 layers of flexible rattan mats in the carriage, which not only ventilated and cooled, but also had a buffering effect. In addition, the official road was flat and unobstructed, so there was no discomfort when driving. There were several boxes in the team filled with pure saltpeter. Whenever it was hot at noon, they would make some ice and put it in the car. The cool breeze was blowing while running, which was indescribably comfortable. The biggest fear of a family going out is that the child will get sick due to the unfamiliar climate. But who would have thought that Ping'an would adapt very well? He was originally an active person, and he loved flowers, plants, insects and fish. When he was in Beijing before, he always liked to ask people to take him out to play. Now the roadside is full of colorful flowers and green grass, insects and birds chirping, which makes people dazzled. He can be said to have got what he wanted. So Ping'an, accompanied by his parents, slept very well every night. When he opened his eyes in the morning, he would lie on the window to look out. When he stopped to rest, he would happily run to catch grasshoppers. He had a lot of fun by himself and never cried once. After a few days, the kid got tanned, had a bigger appetite, became stronger, and grew a lot taller. He gradually became a little bit like what Bai Ning said. Running to death is exhausting. Every time Yin Jiao and Pang Mu saw this sign, they felt sorry for the wet nurses and maids chasing them. In summer, crops and vegetables grow well, and many things planted randomly in the yards of many post stations also bear a lot of fruits. Everyone either supplies on the spot or buys from nearby villages and towns. At worst, they can bring dried fruits and vegetables with them when they leave. So the meals along the way are also rich. In early August, everyone officially left the jurisdiction of the capital and stepped into the territory of Huangque Mansion in the west. The autumn tiger is still powerful. It rained a little early that day, and the sun was particularly hot at noon. Qi Yuan shook his wet collar and asked for instructions. Master, it's still more than half a day to the next post station, and the horse is a little thirsty. Do you think we should rest here first? Pang Mu thought for a moment and saw Xiaolu, who was exploring the way ahead, galloping back from afar. He said with a happy face, there is a melon field on the side of the civilian road 1.5 miles ahead. This section of the road is relatively flat. The official road and the civilian road run side by side. The edges are only 5 feet apart, separated by a ditch planted with tall trees. Both sides can see the situation on the other road, but the official road is wider and flatter. Compared to the loneliness along the official road, the civilian road is much more exciting and rich. There are not only ridges cultivated by the people, but also many tea houses and inns for passers-by to rest. Of course, there are black shops when the world is in chaos. The old lady smiled and said, I have been walking for most of the day, and I am a little thirsty. Why don't I go to the front to buy some fresh fruits and vegetables to eat, and continue my journey after the sun goes down? After all, we are on the official road, and there are so many of us, so we are not afraid of arriving at the post station late. Ping'an heard this and hurriedly drooled and shouted, eat fruits. Don't be afraid. Yin Jiao pinched the soft flesh on his belly and laughed. You are really not afraid. You are refreshed after hearing this. Didn't you just say you wanted to sleep? Ping'an hugged her neck and laughed. No. 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 The old lady laughed. It's really good for parents to accompany him. I see that he is very energetic these days, and he smiles like a Buddha doll all day long. Yin Jiao smiled and flattered. That's all because of mother's good care. The old lady was overjoyed by these words. As they walked forward, Yin Jiao suddenly came up with an idea and immediately pulled Pang Mu to discuss. Such a journey is not easy to get. Why don't we write a note every day, with both writing and drawing, and make 2 copies? First, as a souvenir, it will be good for memories in old age. Second, We can ask the post station to send it to the Empress Dowager to see, and let her know about the scenery outside. Which will also be considered as our intention. Pangmu has always been obedient to her. So how could he not agree? Even the old lady agreed after hearing it. And clapped her hands and sighed. You think about the Empress Dowager in these trivial matters. No wonder she loves you so much. Yin Jiao was embarrassed by her praise. And told the truth, it's not for anything else. It doesn't matter if we leave. Without people around, the feelings will inevitably fade. It would be better to just get to know each other intermittently. If something happens in the future, a few words from the Queen Mother will be helpful to a filial son like a saint. The old lady didn't care. This is what she should do. In this world, no one should be good to anyone. The affection is built up day by day. You are so careful and considerate. So it is right for her to protect you. As they talked, everyone saw a lush green melon field by the folk road from a distance. The owner took good care of it. Although the sun was hot, the melon leaves were still stiff and swaying slowly with the breeze. The round and plump big watermelons lay lazily, shining with an attractive luster in the sun. Not far away, an old man was lying on his back in the shade of a tree, with a big straw hat covering his face and a half-eaten watermelon in his hand, looking relaxed and contented. Pangmu ordered, "You guys go to the open space under the tree by the roadside to camp. Don't block the road. I'll go and take a look." Originally, such a small matter didn't require him to personally go out. But he was also itchy all over these days, and was eager to find something to do. Watermelon. Pian Ping'an heard everyone talking along the way, and was so curious that half of his body rushed to him. Eat watermelon. Yin Jiao shook his dozens of pounds, surprised and laughed, patted his butt and said, "I really don't know what to say. Why are you so excited to hear about eating?" The old lady was in a good mood and said with a smile, "It's good to take him to see it. Nowadays, children are spoiled and may never know what food is like. We don't allow that in our family. Well, I haven't seen vegetables in the fields for some years, so I'll go and have a look." Yin Jiao nodded. "Mom is right. Well, let's go and have a look. Not to mention the children. She hasn't seen many crops, because they were worried that it would be inconvenient to move the watermelons later." Su Qian, a Miao and Xiaoxi followed, and the others set up temporary tents on the roadside. They were all used to it, and soon they saw the initial shape. The crowd got off the official road, passed through the small woods in the middle, and then went to the civilian road. Pangmu asked the three men to stand in the shade of the tree first, and he went up to talk to them with great interest. "Old man, are you the owner of this melon field?" The old man was sleeping soundly, and was suddenly woken up and muttered something. As a result, when he opened his eyes, he saw a strong man above his head. He was immediately frightened and trembled, and said in horror, What are you doing?" Yin Jiao laughed out loud behind him. "He is obviously a decent person, but he always scares people. How can this be justified?" Pangmu was also a little helpless, and took a step back to explain, "We are a group of people who are going out to visit relatives. We passed by here and wanted to buy some melons to eat." The old man stretched his neck to look behind him, and indeed saw a group of old, weak women and children. It was indeed like they were going out to visit relatives. He slowly came to his senses, and immediately patted the mud on his pants and stood up and said, "Yes. How many do you want to buy?" Seeing that he looked so honest and had wrinkles all over his face, Pangmu couldn't help but lower his voice and said, "Pick 10 first, and we'll eat them while we rest on the roadside. If they are really sweet, it won't be too late to get more. I just don't know how much they are selling for." The old man looked at them, and paid special attention to the hairpins on the heads of several women. He rolled his eyes a few times and pointed out 3 fingers. 30 cents a pound. But there is no scale at hand, so let's estimate it. The people behind heard it, but they didn't know whether it was expensive or cheap. Ah Miao was born in a commoner family, and immediately frowned and said, "This is too expensive. Now that watermelons are on the market, they are only a dozen cents a pound in our capital, and even cheaper outside the city." He asked for 30. "He's blackmailing me." Xiaoxi frowned. "He's born with such an honest face in vain. You can't judge a person by appearance." Seeing his simple and honest appearance, I wanted to take care of his business more. The old lady is old and kind after all. Seeing that the old man still has to work outside at such an old age, and his clothes are full of patches, she felt a little sorry. "Forget it. We don't lack those tens of coins. It's not easy for them to live in the hot sun. So let's give them some money. As soon as she opened her mouth, everyone was speechless. Later, the old man picked the melons. Xiao Si and others went to move them. As soon as Miao took a bite, she felt something was wrong. Old man, you are asking for a higher price. But it's clear that the melons are only 7 pounds. But you just asked for 10 pounds. Are you taking us for a fool? The old man stiffened his neck, and his simple and honest appearance just now disappeared. He squinted his eyes and said, "How can it be 7 pounds? You young people are delicate and tender, and you have everything you want. But you don't know what weight is? If you don't believe it, just use a scale to verify it. Don't slander me with red mouths and white teeth. This is really unpleasant to hear. And it is clearly nonsense. Who would bring a scale when going out to visit relatives?" The old lady who just spoke for him felt her face burning, and she was embarrassed for herself. She couldn't help but say, "Business is not done like this. You need. What do you need?" The old man squinted his eyes and said in a weird way, "Look at you. You are dressed decently, but you are stingy even when buying melons. You have to find all kinds of excuses. Aren't you ashamed? What? The melons have been picked. Are you going to default on your debt?" The old lady hadn't met such an old rogue for many years. She was stunned for a moment and didn't know what to say. "How dare you talk like that?" Su Qian jumped forward, protected the old lady behind her, and said angrily, "If you continue to be so presumptuous, be careful." Before she finished speaking, the old man laughed and said nonchalantly, "Oh, this girl is so powerful. What? Is she going to chop off my head?" After that, accompanied by his whistle, 6 or 7 men with sticks came out from the woods behind. Those people were naked, revealing their wet muscles, and their faces were full of fierceness, which was indeed a bit scary. Everyone was stunned for a while, and suddenly turned their anger into joy, and laughed out loud. Xiao Si was so happy that he said, "Oh my God! It seems that we have run into a bully. This is really the first time in the world. It is very rare." The other party was confused by their sudden laughter, but immediately waved a wooden stick and walked forward fiercely, baring his yellow teeth and shouting, "Where did you come from? You don't know how to live or die. And you dare to act wild here? If you know what's good for you, just pay the silver and we will let you go. If you don't want to live, just bargain." Everyone understood. There is no village or store in this area, and it takes more than half a day to get to the nearest inn. If there are many travelers passing by here, it's okay. But if there are few people, it's really a pity to cry out to the sky and the earth. And you will have to spend money to avoid disaster. Judging from their skilled posture, they must have done it many times before. Pang Mu sneered, "You dare to do such a thing in broad daylight? Aren't you afraid of the government?" The old man sneered, "We are all in a hurry to get on the road. Who has the time to report to the government for such a small amount of money?" Everyone thought about it, and it was true. "Stop talking nonsense." The leading man waved his stick impatiently, whirring. "We have been doing this business for 3 years, and you don't need this one time. Just pay the money and leave." They also treat people according to their tastes. If they are not easy to mess with, they will do regular business, but the old and young in front of them. Even if the man is good at fighting, he can't beat 4 hands. And he has to take care of his wife, children and mother. So he is not to be afraid. As soon as the words fell, the well-behaved young man stepped forward and asked the only fighting force, "It's just a little thing. Let me do it." Pang Mu raised his hand, and Xiao Si jumped into the crowd with a gentle and shy face. Everyone was still wondering how this kid dared to speak so arrogantly. But when the matter came, they found out. Damn it. He looks shy, but he is really ruthless when he fights. Chapter 39. In the office of the prefect of Linzhou, under the jurisdiction of Huang Kui Mansion. "Sir!" A public servant trotted all the way to the study where the prefect Lu Xiliang was, and bowed his head and reported, "Just now, a passerby came to report that someone in the melon field on the west side of the city road formed a gang to force buying and selling and extort money. I would like to ask you to be fair." "How much?" Lu Xiliang asked without raising his head, and flipped a page of the file. The man hesitated for a moment. The man said that they originally bought 10 melons, each weighing only 7 or 8 caddies, and according to the Beijing city price of 18 cents per caddy. But the old man who sold the melons opened his mouth and said that each melon weighed 10 caddies, 30 cents per caddy, and he actually wanted 3 taels of silver. It's hard for him to remember it so clearly. Where did this idiot come from? He is so ignorant. Lu Shiliang was already very anxious. He threw away the folding fan in his hand when he heard this. I am too busy with the big cases on hand. How can I spare the time to deal with such trivial matters worth more than 10 cents per pound? The official also knew that his husband had been restless and unable to eat in recent days. So he immediately tried to ask, then, how about I send him away? Stupid. Who would have thought that Lu Shiliang glared at him, stood up and wiped the sweat off his face, saying, no matter how small the people's affairs are, since it is under my jurisdiction, I will solve the problems. The official understood that his husband was scolding the melon seller. He immediately laughed and said, Your Excellency still loves the people like his own children. In such a hot day, there is not even an ice basin in the house. Lu Shiliang said indifferently, I am loyal to the emperor, and I will use as much ice as I can. If there is no ice, I will not be unable to endure it. What's the point of talking about it? He paused and said, It is a difference of several taels of silver, which is not a small amount for ordinary people. Go and call. Before he said who to call, he suddenly asked, You said just now that they said Beijing city price? The official nodded. Yes. I saw that the man who came to report the case was young, but his manners were quite graceful, and his clothes were not like those of ordinary children. He came alone to report the case? How did he describe himself? Lu Shiliang asked again. The melon farmers gathered together to extort money. Did they suffer any casualties? The official shook his head. He looked very neat and tidy, and his expression was also cheerful. To be honest, he looked like he was playing. He didn't report any casualties, so he must be fine. Lu Shiliang pondered for a moment and sighed. Forget it, and take my official uniform and hat. He is not an ordinary person. But he went to the roadside to buy watermelons. He was extorted but didn't suffer any loss. And he ran several miles to report to the police leisurely. What is his origin? Huangque Mansion is adjacent to the capital, and there are many gods and fairies coming and going. If he offends any of them, he will be in trouble. Although it is not a festival, it is still prudent to go there in person. The official agreed and asked, What about the case you are working on? Sir? Lu Shiliang frowned slightly. I don't have any idea about it. Why not go out for a walk to clear my mind? The melon sellers, who were so aggressive before, were now tied up like dumplings and thrown on the ground. They were stuffed in their mouths and whimpered, as if they were scared. The tent has been set up, and Xiaoba has also used saltpeter to make ice water to cool the watermelon. A bite of it is full of cool and sandy flesh, and the summer heat disappears immediately. Pang Mu personally divided the watermelons and asked people to pay according to the market price and weight. The melons are good, but the people are not. What a pity. From the first punch from Shaoxi, the group of people were scared out of their wits. They knew they were going to meet a tough opponent, so they knew what to do and immediately left their accomplices and turned around and ran away. But Shaoxi was unwilling to do that. He kicked them all in a series of kicks without saying a word, and they all fell down without a single one left. Then the fourth master was very unhappy, squatting under the shade of the tree and looking at the dark clouds. This was not enough to deliver food, and in the end it was like he was bullying the common people. Someone is coming. Hearing the noise, he threw away the melon peel, climbed up the tree like a kite, and looked over with his hands on the awning, saying, Old Six is back with a blue-gray sedan chair, and there are a few yamen runners with swords on both sides. Probably the local prefect. Pang Mu also stood up and washed his hands after hearing this, and stood in front with Yin Jiao. Not long after, Xiao Lu returned first. My lord, the governor of Linzhou, Lu Shiliang, came here in person. Pang Mu and Yin Jiao looked at each other and laughed. This man is quite alert. In fact, it was just a small case of 1 or 2 taels of silver, and it was a hot day at noon. Under normal circumstances, the yamen runners would have been sent to take the conflicting parties back for questioning. But he actually rushed over, and he must have deduced something from the clues. As he was talking, the sedan chair arrived in front of him. The yamen runners might have been warned before they came, and they were all very honest. After opening the sedan chair curtain for their superiors, they stepped back half a step in a proper manner. A middle-aged scholar in his 40s came out of the slightly faded blue cloth sedan chair. He was thin, had a fashionable 3-bearded beard, and wore a 5th-rank official uniform with a white pheasant patch and a silver flower belt around his waist. He looked indescribably elegant and refined. Yin Jiao restrainedly classified him as a person who looked a bit like Liao Wuyin, but was obviously much more low-key and cautious. After getting off the sedan chair, Lu Shi carefully arranged his official uniform, then looked at Pang Mu and Yin Jiao, and finally looked at the horses tied to the trees behind, and then asked, "Excuse me, are you Duke Dingwa and Captain Yin?" Pang Mu smiled and asked with interest, "Have you seen us?" Lu Xiliang shook his head and bowed first. "Although I have never seen you, your name is well known, and the name of Captain Yin and the White Horse Girl is well known. Today, I see that you are indeed a person with a great reputation. I have long admired you." Pang Muxa helped him up and smiled at Yin Jiao. "Listen, your name is much more famous than mine, and it is easy to recognize." Lu Xiliang looked at the group of people on the side of the road. "Are these the melon farmers who extorted money and forced sales? I'm sorry to make you laugh. It turns out that I am not good at governing." Yin Jiao said, "There will always be a loophole in 100 precautions. Lord Lu does not need to blame himself too much. But you must not let it go lightly. Otherwise it will definitely get worse in the future." Lu Xiliang nodded. Lord Yin is right. Although he was half a rank higher than Yin Jiao, the latter was a Beijing official, and a favorite of the saint and the Empress Dowager. His actual power was much greater than that of the prefect, so he did not dare to take advantage of it. "Where are you going this summer?" Lu Xiliang asked. "I can't stay idle. I'm bored after staying in the capital for a few years. I'm going back to my hometown to pay homage." Pang Mu raised his chin towards the west. Lu Xiliang knew where he was talking about, and he also bowed respectfully from a distance. Could it be that the old lady and the young prince are also here? There were many maids and women coming in and out of the tent not far away, and there must be others. Otherwise, if there were only these two adults, I'm afraid there wouldn't be such a big scene. Pang Mu nodded and waved his hand, saying, "No need to be particular." Lu Xiliang shook his head and said seriously, "You should have gone to pay your respects." This man was actually very strict and followed the rules. No choice. Pang Mu and Yin Jiao took him there after all. He bowed seriously, and the old lady hurriedly called him up. "It's just a small matter, and you have to run here in the middle of the day. Wash your hands and face with cold water to cool down. Sit down and eat some melon and rest." The old lady's warm greeting was as if someone was visiting her home. The couple also said, "Sit down. The melon is very sweet." The sun was blazing at noon, but the shade under the tree was thick and cool, and the breeze was very refreshing. The sun shone on the surface of the grass and trees, and the edges of the leaves curled slightly. The bees and butterflies were also a little listless, but the cicadas on the branches were still tireless and screamed at the top of their lungs. The family, who should have been noble, was actually very happy in this slightly shabby roadside tent, just like a farmer inviting a passing guest to come to his yard to rest. Lu Xiliang was obviously stunned for a moment, and after a while, he actually sat down on the small stool brought by Su Qian. "It is better to obey than to be respectful." Pang Mu laughed. "I thought you would refuse." Lu Xiliang washed his hands with water and said seriously, "The elders gave it. I dare not refuse." He paused and laughed. "To be honest, I didn't have time to drink tea before going out, and I was thirsty after walking all the way. You two invited me to eat melon. Why don't you come to my humble home later to meet, and let me show my hospitality?" Yin Jiao shook his head. "Forget about that. We are going to rest at the front post station in the evening, so we won't bother you." Lu Xiliang finished a piece of watermelon politely, wiped the juice off his hands with a cotton towel, and after thinking for a while, he said, "To be honest, I have an unwelcome request. Since they have a friendship, in this case, the other party would usually say you can talk about it." But he never expected that as soon as he finished speaking, the famous Duke Dingwa and Lord Yin said in unison, "Since it is an unwelcome request, then don't ask." Lu Xiliang. Everyone was silent for a moment, and suddenly laughed out loud. Lu Xiliang shook his head and laughed, feeling quite curious about this experience. "It's just as the rumors say. I've seen it today." Pang Mu laughed and said cheerfully, "Tell me about it." It turned out that a big thing happened in Linzhou City the day before yesterday. There was a Mr. Jiang in the city. He used to be a prefect. He retired and returned to his hometown a few years ago. He lived a stable life as a clerk in his hometown. He donated some rice, grains, herbs and did good deeds during festivals and had a good reputation. He had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The first 3 sons were fine. But the daughter was an old girl who was in her 40s. He spoiled her very much and raised her to be willful and unruly. Although she didn't do any big evil, she kept making small troubles. Everyone in and outside Linzhou City knew about it. You said that Mr. Jiang came to report the case the day before yesterday, saying that Miss Jiang was kidnapped? Yin Jiao said in surprise. This is really a big case. Yes, Lu Shiliang sighed. It is said that she wanted to go out to appreciate the lotus that day. And when she got there, she didn't listen to the nanny's advice and walked around randomly, jumping around in the woods behind the hills. As a result, in the blink of an eye, she disappeared, and only a fallen earring and handkerchief were left on the ground. Is there no clue? Yin Jiao asked. Not completely. Lu Shiliang shook his head. To be honest, I am not good at solving cases. I think it's weird these 2 days. What's strange? Pang Mu also became interested. Lu Shiliang hesitated for a moment before saying, Mr. Jiang was once an official, and 2 of the 3 sons are now officials in the court. I feel it is inappropriate for me to make such a guess. But, here, he seemed to have made up his mind. I think maybe Miss Jiang was not kidnapped. But, it was a play with the thieves. Play? Pang Mu and Yin Jiao blurted out, in disbelief, having had enough of the good life. Let someone kidnap you for fun. Qi Yuan's group of people were so idle that they were almost moldy. And they only fought each other. But never thought of such a cruel way of playing. It's really ridiculous. Isn't it? Lu Shiliang smiled bitterly. But I have returned to the scene twice, and confirmed that there were no signs of struggle, dragging or carrying weight. And the servants not far away outside did not hear any abnormal noises. Which is very strange. I just mentioned it briefly that day, saying that it might be your daughter playing with you. But Mr. Jiang got furious and left unhappily. Pang Mu and Yin Jiao looked at each other, and thought that no matter whether the guess was true or not, it was really annoying. If it was false, the victim's family was already anxious, and would find it unbearable to hear this. But if it was true, Mr. Jiang, with his status and position, really couldn't afford to lose this person. Then why did you make such an inference? Lord Lu, didn't the kidnappers make any demands? Yin Jiao asked curiously. They did make a request yesterday evening, Lu Shiliang said, and they asked for 3,000 taels of silver. But the strange thing is that they didn't say whether they wanted gold, cash or silver bills, or how much of the silver bills and how much of the cash. Nor did they say when and where to deliver it. 3,000 taels of silver is not a small amount. If it is all converted into cash, it cannot be taken away. Gold is rarely circulated in the market, and it takes extra time to prepare. If it is a silver bill, it must be a large amount, and large silver bills will record the bill number whenever they enter and leave the money house. Experienced kidnappers will definitely pay attention to this. Pang Mu stretched out his voice and asked, Have you ever asked the servants who followed Miss Jiang that day? I have asked. Lu Shiliang nodded. They said they knew nothing about the situation that day, but I think they are hiding something. But when I want to ask more details, Jiang Yuanwei disagrees, complaining that the government office does not work, but always harasses Jiang's servants. Lu Shiliang was in a dilemma when he happened to run into Pang Mu and his group, who were trapped by the melon farmers. He suddenly felt that there was a ray of hope. This group of people are famous for their expertise in solving cases. It is rare that they are of noble status. So who dares not to obey? At this moment, Yin Jiao and Pang Mu also understood what he meant, and immediately said half-jokingly and half-seriously, Sir Lu, aren't you afraid that we will take the credit? Most officials are very proud. For a case like this that happened at their doorstep, they would never ask for help unless they were really at the end of their rope. Firstly, even if the case is solved, it is not my credit. Secondly, if someone else gets a share of the spoils, wouldn't it highlight my uselessness? Lu Shiliang said seriously, before the truth comes out, I can only regard it as a genuine case. In this case, human life is at stake. One day of delay will bring danger. It is my fault that this case happened under my jurisdiction. If I still care about my face and avoid seeking medical treatment, I am not worthy of being a human being. The people who were originally smiling were all in awe after hearing this. The same land breeds completely different groups. Some people regard human life as worthless, kill people for fun, and still do not repent before dying. And some people can run for the people in the hot sun for a 12 coins, and put all dignity behind their heads to save people as soon as possible. Yin Jiao and Pang Mu looked at each other, and saw the eagerness on each other's faces. These 2 days, they have been bored. It's rare that something happened. This is a matter of life and death. It's not good to ignore it, right? Okay. Yin Jiao thought about it, and said straightforwardly. He immediately got up, and explained to the old lady in Pinyin. Pang Mu quickly arranged, later. Lao Qi. Xiao Ba. Song Liang. You will escort my mother, and Pinyin to continue at the original speed. We will take Xiao Si, Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, Su Qian, and a Miao to help Lord Lu with a case. After the work is done, we will catch up with them on horseback. Don't worry. The official road is flat and smooth, and it has always been peaceful. The guards brought by these 3 are all strong, and Xiao Ba can shoot through the enemy's target at 100 steps. There is no need to worry. The 3 of them received the order in unison, and each of them operated in an orderly manner. Lu Xiliang was full of emotion. Sure enough, they are elite soldiers and strong generals. They were indeed brave warriors who could fight 100 people, much stronger than ordinary yamen runners. Everyone had a simple meal on the spot and took a short rest. Pang Mu and Yin Jiao personally watched the old lady and her group take the newly obtained watermelons away, and then returned to the yamen with Lu Xiliang. At this time, the sun was setting, but the ground that had been scorched for most of the day was still emitting heat without any effort. And it was so hot that it hurt. If the official was thoughtful, he would probably ask the people to rest first. But Lu Xiliang obviously didn't have that nerve. Should we look at the files first or the scene? Yin Jiao and Pang Mu thought for a moment and said in unison, let's go to the scene. The files can be read at any time, but the later you go to the scene, the more likely it is to be destroyed. Perhaps there are hidden clues. The group rushed to the Lotus Pond in the eastern suburbs of the city without stopping, and even Lu Xiliang abandoned the sedan chair and changed horses. There are ponds in this area, and there are many lotus flowers. At this time, many of them have not yet withered, and they are very beautiful. By the way, Lingzhou's lotus roots are also famous. The banks of the lotus pond are mostly gentle slopes with pavilions and green grass. It seems to be a good place for a picnic. However, Lu Xiliang pointed to the woods on the other side and said, that's it. Because of the steep terrain and dense forests, it looks a bit gloomy even at noon, and few people go in on weekdays. But Miss Jiang went in anyway. Was she so willful, or did she have a plan? Everyone tied up their horses and walked into the woods. As Lu Xiliang said, because this forest is located on the shady side of the hill in front. Even if it is hot outside, it will cool down instantly once you enter here. Chapter 40. The forest is sparsely populated, and few people usually take care of it. The branches are overgrown and very messy. The ground is covered with thick leaves, day after day, year after year, and it feels soft when you step on it. It is hot and humid in summer, and the rotten branches and leaves at the bottom continue to emit a foul smell. Occasionally, when you step on the stagnant water, it makes a hissing sound, and many tiny mosquitoes fly out buzzing, like moving gray clouds, which makes people's scalps numb. Yin Jiao frowned and instinctively waved his hands to block. In this place, let alone a spoiled young lady, even a girl from an ordinary farmer's family would never go deeper if she has no purpose. The mosquitoes that breed near dirty water are particularly venomous, far from being comparable to domestic mosquitoes. She had only walked a few steps when 2 large lumps appeared on the back of her hand, red and swollen, and very unbearable. Others were not much better, and the sound of mosquito slapping continued around them, until the magical Master Lu took out a piece of mudwort from somewhere and lit it. And then, they felt better. A meow was bitten on the left side of her face, and her cheeks were asymmetrical. She said with heartfelt emotion, Master Lu, you are really a life-saving god. Everyone also clasped their fists to thank him. Xiao Lu clasped his fists very reservedly and turned around. Okay. The ground was soft and no footprints could be seen. Lu Xiliang pointed to the east, far away from the state capital, and said, I found the traces of wheels spreading out at the end of the woods over there. Miss Jiang disappeared on the morning of the 2nd day of the Chinese New Year, and it had just rained at the end of last month. This area has always been humid and hot, and the ground does not dry quickly. Although it has been a few days, the traces of wheels left are still quite obvious. As everyone walked along, they really did not find any signs of struggle or fighting. Because there were few people, any sound would be very obvious. Yin Jiao stood in different positions and shouted a few times. And everyone heard it every time. If Miss Jiang had not lost her ability to resist it the first time, then the possibility of her taking the initiative to follow was really getting bigger and bigger. After about an instant's stick of time, we could finally see the end of the forest, and the fallen leaves on the ground became fewer and fewer. And finally the wheel tracks that Lu Xiliang mentioned appeared. Although there are wheel tracks, there are horse carriages, ox carts and the like everywhere. So it is really hard to start. Lu Xiliang sighed. Pang Mu lifted his robe and squatted down to take a look, and then stretched out his hand to measure the width between the two wheel tracks. Go to the rental car shop to ask. Rental car shop? Lu Xiliang and others asked in unison. Master, do you mean that this carriage is rented? Pang Mu nodded. The reason why the carriages and horses we see now are the way they are now is actually because they all have their origins. At first glance, there is no difference, but the details are completely different. For example, chariots, trucks and vehicles for transporting people. Some are for speed, some for profit, and there are rules for the height, width and narrowness of the vehicle body. In addition to vehicles for transporting people and goods, there is another kind of vehicle for rental companies. He stood up, patted the dirt between his fingers, and continued, once the vehicle of the rental company is out of the door, it is not regulated. The vehicles for transporting people are forced to transport goods, and they are messed up. Over time, the vehicles have been modified. Generally speaking, the distance between the two tracks of the rental company will be slightly narrower than that of the carriages that ordinary people sit in, but slightly wider than those specially used for transporting goods. Everyone exclaimed in a low voice, and Lu Xiliang also squatted down to measure like him just now. Excuse me, sir, how wide is it? About 3 fingers, Pang Mu said. Lu Xiliang stood up and saluted with a look of joy. I've learned your lesson. After that, he ordered the yamen runners, go to the car rental shops in the city and ask who has rented a car in the past few days and has not returned it. Check them one by one. Yes. The yamen runners responded in unison and immediately dispersed. Except for the wheel tracks, no other valuable clues were found. A few dark clouds floated over the sky in the south. Everyone was afraid of getting wet on the way, so they had to hurry back to the city. Almost as soon as they arrived at the yamen gate, heavy rain came down. Everyone covered their heads and ran wildly. They jumped into the house and breathed a sigh of relief. The case that had been deadlocked for 3 days suddenly made unexpected progress. Lu Xiliang finally smiled. It was a close call. If I had gone a little later, I'm afraid those wheel tracks would have been washed away. The kitchen maid brought hot ginger soup, and Yin Jiao's face twisted after taking a sip. This is really authentic ginger soup. Original flavor. Spicy throat hurts. It was hard to refuse the kindness. She looked at the furniture in the yamen that almost showed the original color of wood, closed her eyes, and drank it all. Everyone dried their hair and went to the inner room to discuss the case. Yin Jiao hurriedly said, "Why don't we stay here? Why move? It gets dark early on a cloudy day, and at least there is still some light here. If you go to the inner room, it's probably not very exquisite, and you will have to light a lamp and waste wax. It's really sad to think about it. This government office is so clean that she can't do it. Kidnapping is mostly for 2 purposes, money and revenge." When Yin Jiao asked Miss Jiang whether she had ever had a grudge with anyone, everyone including Lu Xiliang had complicated expressions. After Lu Xiliang introduced the life story of Miss Jiang Qingwei in detail, Yin Jiao couldn't help but sigh. It's amazing for a young girl to be such a public enemy. According to the investigation, Jiang Qingwei has a proud and arrogant personality and often embarrasses people in person. So she has almost no friends. Even the shopkeepers of Mini Rouge, powder, silk, satin, and jewelry businesses in Linzhou City did not regard her as the god of wealth as speculated. Because that girl looked down on the goods in Linzhou. She would send people to Beijing every month to get the most fashionable sample books, make them regularly, and then show off at various banquets with a haughty attitude, and ridiculed that the things in Zhoucheng were all left over from Beijing. Compared with her, Su Qian felt that she was gentle and lovely. After the incident, Lu Xiliang sent people to visit everywhere, but they all had an expression of "I knew this day would come a long time ago." What about her family? Pang Mu asked. Did anything unusual happen a few days before the incident? The Jiang family set up porridge stalls and distributed medicinal materials during festivals, and invited doctors from the clinic to see patients at the city gate. They have always had a good reputation, Lu Xiliang said. Even if the people in the city see these things, it is unlikely that they will be so cruel to Miss Jiang. As for the other 3 men of the Jiang family, although the first 2 are also officials in the court, one is a county magistrate in another place, and the other is still working hard in the Hanlin Academy. They really can't make any powerful enemies. The other one is managing the family business with Mr. Jiang. It is said that he is very stable and has a good reputation. The servants who followed Miss Jiang out that day also asked, only to say that they were originally scheduled to go to appreciate the lotus. But when they got there, Miss Jiang complained that it was boring and insisted on going to the woods. Everyone couldn't stop her, so she raised her hand and slapped a few people, and asked them to kneel, and ran away. Those people were afraid of something going wrong, so they decided to follow him after discussing, but they found that he was gone. I wanted to ask if there was anything unusual recently, but the Jiang family masters were very anxious, and the servants kept their mouths shut, so I couldn't get anything out of them, Lu Xiliang said helplessly. A man who looked like a head of police beside him couldn't help but complain to Yin Jiao and Pang Mu. In fact, Mr. Jiang is addicted to being an official. He still thinks he is the prefect. Not only does he not cooperate at all, but he also questions my master at every turn. Lu Xiliang glared at him, and the head of police curled his lips and finally stopped talking. However, just a few simple sentences were enough to outline the image of a retired official who only thought he was right. And Yin Jiao and Pang Mu instantly had a clue in their hearts. Has the Jiang family contacted anyone in the past few days? When and how did the ransom message come in? Yin Jiao asked. Around 12 o'clock yesterday. A child came to deliver a message saying that a masked weirdo he met on the street corner gave him 2 candies and asked him to take the note to the Jiang family. He didn't know anything else. Lu Xiliang handed the note over and said, I sent someone to secretly monitor the people coming in and out of the Jiang family. Apart from daily shopping, there was nothing suspicious. He paused and said, Oh, yes. I sent someone to Yuhai restaurant to order a portion of stir-fried shrimps before lunch yesterday. This seems to be written by the left hand. Huh? Stir-fried shrimp? Yin Jiao handed the identified note to Pang Mu, who was a little confused when he heard it. It's quite exquisite. Who has such a good appetite at this time? The people on her side also looked incredible, and countless conspiracy theories of house fighting suddenly emerged in their minds. No. Lu Xiliang knew that they had misunderstood, and hurriedly said with a smile, It's that Miss Jiang loves this dish. Every time around the Mid-Autumn Festival, when the shrimps are fat and tender, she orders it every day. But she is an extremely picky and suspicious person. She always thinks that the fried food sent by the restaurant is adulterated and not fresh. So she sends her family to watch it personally, and then brings it back all the time. Otherwise she will never eat it. The Jiang family was in chaos on the day of the incident, and no one must have thought of this. The restaurant probably felt strange waiting in vain for a day, so they sent someone to pass the message the next day, and the Jiang family went to get it. Su Qian suddenly realized, Are you worried that your precious daughter will come back suddenly one day and will be unhappy if she doesn't see her favorite dishes? In fact, this mentality is quite understandable. Now she doesn't go home for 300 days a year, but no matter when she goes home, she can always see her favorite dishes on the table. At first, she didn't understand and just thought it was a coincidence. But later her sister-in-law accidentally mentioned that General Su was worried about her sister, but couldn't bear to disturb her on business. So he ordered the kitchen to cook her sister's favorite dishes every day, making sure that she would be happy no matter when she came back. If you insist on explaining it this way, it seems to make sense, but it always feels weird. If they were in a panic on the first day, would they be okay on the second day? Why did they think Miss Jiang would be released so soon? Does a simple expectation make sense? In addition to the ransom, did they really not receive any other news? Yin Jiao had heard of several cases where the victims' families acted on their own and caused the deaths of the kidnapped people. At this time, he was very worried about the uncooperative attitude of the Jiang family. It has been almost 3 days since the incident. No one knows what Jiang Qingwei's current situation is. After everyone had a detailed discussion, it was already past the hour of high, but the rain outside still showed no sign of stopping, making people upset. The kitchen brought up the twice-heated dinner, which was just a few home-cooked green vegetables, and stewed eggplant with mincemeat and roasted dried beans were the only meat dishes. Fortunately, although the cooking method was simple and crude, it tasted good. Lu Shi blushed and said, "It's too simple. I'm sorry to make you laugh." Pang Mu smiled and said, "This is already very good. Lord Lu, there is no need to be so. Let's finish eating early and rest early. We still have to go to the Jiang family to question tomorrow." Yin Jiao suddenly shivered, looking at the rain outside and said, "It's not common to see so much rain at this time of year. And it gets even colder at night." Fortunately, the rain finally stopped in the early morning. But this autumn rain and cold are not worth playing with. So everyone put on an extra layer of clothes the next day. Breakfast was vegetarian buns stuffed with fungus, egg, tofu and vermicelli, served with grain porridge and 2 hot and sour side dishes that Yin Jiao couldn't name. It was this simple and natural taste that was most appetizing. In just one meal. I don't know how Xiao Wu found time to find out the news. After returning, he whispered to Pang Mu, "Lord Lu and his men don't have buns. They eat grain cakes." In other words, this seemingly homely bun was specially made by him. Everyone felt a little uncomfortable. As soon as the morning hour arrived, everyone went to the Jiang family accompanied by Lu Shiliang, and received another piece of news on the way. The Yamen runners, who were ordered to investigate the car rental company yesterday, had a breakthrough. Since it is not a busy season for farming and business recently, not many people are renting cars. I took people to knock on 9 car rental shops in and outside the city one by one and learned that there were 4 people who had rented cars but had not returned them. I asked for their names and addresses and checked them one by one. I confirmed that one of them was moving, one was repairing the house, and the other was hauling goods for others to make money. There were witnesses on that day. The only one named Xia Qing left the name of an inn. But I asked him, and he never stayed in that inn. It was fake. "Do you have a portrait?" Lu Shiliang asked. "Yes." The Yamen runner nodded. Obviously he was used to it, and asked people to do it on the spot according to the description of the owner and the clerk of the car rental shop. In addition, Xia Qing also rented a mule, so the shopkeeper was particularly impressed. Even if ordinary families don't have cars, now that the world is good, they basically have an animal to use. Even if you don't have one, your neighbors will definitely have one. So it's okay to borrow it. There are indeed not many people who come to rent animals specifically. Yin Jiao is now also very skilled and bold. He dared to look at the portrait with Pang Mu while sitting on the horseback. "He looks like a gentleman." "Yes," said the Yamen runner. "Xia Qing rented a car on the 27th of last month. The shopkeeper said that he was wearing a long gown and was very literary. He said that he was going to Beijing to take the imperial examination. He fell ill on the way and left at the wrong time with his friends. So he had to rent a car by himself. Since the first round of the autumn examination was on August 9th, everyone dared not neglect it and prepared everything in just half an hour. Originally, the 2 sides had agreed that Xia Qing would return the car on the way back after the exam. As they were talking, they arrived at the door of the Jiang family. Yin Jiao thought for a moment and handed the portrait to Su Qian. "When you have time later, secretly take the portrait and ask the servants who followed Jiang Qingwei that day if they have seen Xia Qing." Su Qian agreed. "Sir, do you suspect that Mr. Jiang is hiding something?" Yin Jiao nodded. "Anyone who encounters such a thing will not be able to remain calm. Even if the people from the government office don't come to the door, they should take the initiative to come and ask several times a day. But it has been more than 3 days since the incident, and the Jiang family can still sit still? Either Mr. Jiang is really so conceited that he thinks he can solve it alone, or they have received other news and are sure that Jiang Qingwei will not be in danger.